Chapter 161, What are the reasons for having so many refrigerators? Then I'll take you to see it. I hope you won't be too surprised, Brother Yang. Wu Yu took Zhao Yang and three machine debugging masters and went straight to the employee dormitory. There were 4 people in total, which could be divided into 2 dormitories. He wanted to see what Zhao Yang's expression would be like after seeing the configuration of the staff dormitory. As for the workers who unload the machines, after unloading, they will have a meal in the canteen and then follow the truck back to the machinery factory. They will not stay for accommodation. Soon several people arrived at the staff dormitory. Wu Yu led Zhao Yang and others to 2 vacant dormitories and opened the door of one dormitory. Brother Yang, this is our staff dormitory. What do you think? Wu Yu opened the door and looked at Zhao Yang with a smile. Zhao Yang curiously walked into the staff dormitory. After seeing the layout clearly, he was stunned. There was a TV, air conditioning, and a separate bathroom. The bathroom door was open, and he had already seen the washing machine and water heater inside. What kind of dormitories are there? Even the standard rooms in those hotels are nothing more than that. After a while, he came back to his senses and turned to look at Wu Yu. This dormitory is where your company leaders usually live. How is it possible? The entire dormitory building is configured like this. Wu Yu looked at Zhao Yang's incredible expression and felt instantly comfortable. When he went to the machinery factory, Zhao Yang boasted about how good their company was. Today, he was asked to see what a good company is. Okay, the dormitory next to it is also empty. The 4 of you can just live in it. You can allocate your own room. The bedding is all new, so you can use it without worry. Wu Yu took a deep breath and then pointed to one of the maintenance masters who shared a room with him, and the other 2 people shared a room with him. After allocating the rooms, they temporarily put the tools they brought in the dormitory. Only after all the machines were moved there could they take the tools to debug. Director Zhao, this staff dormitory is indeed better than our dormitory. Their boss is really willing to spend money. After putting away the tools, a maintenance master whispered next to Zhao Yang. Although it was very quiet, the room was so big, we could still hear clearly. Seeing that several people had put away their tools, he smiled and spoke. Let's go. I'll take you to the cafeteria to eat. Come to the company canteen. As soon as Zhao Yang walked into the cafeteria, he felt a hot wind blowing against his face and was slightly stunned. Looking up at the roof, I didn't see a ceiling fan like the one in their company cafeteria, but a central air conditioner. This, Brother Yang, go inside. Wu Yu looked at Zhao Yang, who was stunned, and reminded him with a smile. Zhao Yang came to his senses and followed Wu Yu. I took a look at the layout of the restaurant, but when I saw the refrigerators around me, I was a little confused. What is the purpose of having so many refrigerators in a canteen? Isn't it a waste? Thinking of this, he came to Wu Yu and asked curiously, Wu Yu, why do you have such a refrigerator in your cafeteria? Oh, this refrigerator is filled with all kinds of drinks, but we, Mr. Chen, felt that it was too crowded for everyone to squeeze into one refrigerator to get drinks, so we built a few more refrigerators around the dining table. Brother Yang, you can get whatever you want to drink later. It's all free. Wu Yu explained. When you come to the dining table, the food has already been prepared in the kitchen. Brother Yang, the plates are in the sterilizer and the dishes are on the dining table. You can choose what you want to eat. Zhao Yang took a dinner plate according to Wu Yu's instructions, and then came to the dining table. When he saw the dishes inside, he was stunned again. Braised pork elbow, braised prawns, vinegar pork ribs. 6 dishes in total. How much does your cuisine cost? Zhao Yang swallowed and turned to look at Wu Yu. It must be very expensive. How much does it cost per serving? Our canteen is free and you don't have to pay for it. Brother Yang, don't worry about getting food. Just don't waste it. Wu Yu said with a proud face. This is his pride as a garment factory employee. Don't want money. Zhao Yang and the 3 maintenance masters behind him all opened their mouths in surprise. Such good food is free. Prepare the rice and put it on the table. Zhao Yang couldn't help but think of what Wu Yu said about how good the machine factory was when he went to their machine factory for training, and it felt like a slap in the face. After such a comparison, he found that when comparing his home machinery factory with the clothing factory, except that the site area was much larger, other places were not comparable at all. Garment factory office. Mr. Chun, the decoration company has sent news that the office building and coffee shop will be completed at the same time in 3 days. Shinro stood in front of her desk and reported on today's work. Will it be all completed in 3 days? Chun-mo nodded when he heard this. Okay, I understand. Please notify those employees who work from home, and they can come to the company to work in 3 days. You can also find a better physical examination institution, make an appointment, and organize physical examinations for company employees. In the future, this kind of physical examination will need to be organized once a quarter. You should communicate with Jiang Chung and Wang Maonian from the cafeteria and ask them to organize it in advance. Be good to the people below you. Okay, Mr. Chun. Seeing that Mr. Chun had arranged things, Shinro quickly returned to her workstation and started to get busy. Watching Shinro return to her workstation, Chunmo was just about to go out to see how the machines in the new workshop were doing, but his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Song Xia. According to the time, Song Xia had been out for training for almost a month, and the training was almost over. The coffee shop was also completed in 3 days, and he could just set up the coffee shop and start business after he came back. Another money-losing business is about to start. After answering the phone, Song Xia's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chun, I asked around here. Because it is a boutique coffee shop, the requirements for coffee machines and other machines are also very high, and the price is relatively expensive. I have listed several procurement plans here, with different prices. I have sent them to your email in the form of a table. You can take a look and choose which plan is the highest. Okay. Chun-mo hung up the phone and opened his email directly. Kyoto, Barista Training School. Song Xia hung up the phone and looked up at Sudan. Teacher Su, the purchase form has been sent to our boss, and he will reply later. Will your boss really agree? Sudan asked a little worriedly. The several purchase plans she gave were configured according to the requirements of the most formal boutique coffee shops. Although there were some differences in price, the lowest plan required a budget of more than 500,000 yuan. The highest plan had a budget of more than 800,000 yuan. Chapter 162, We Also Work From Home. Don't worry, Teacher Su. I will definitely agree. Song Xia looked at Teacher Su's worried expression and assured her. Although she didn't have much contact with Chun-mo, the feeling Chun-mo gave her was just 2 words. Rich. Donated to the cat and dog rescue station without hesitation, and donated 500,000 cat and dog food directly. At this time, there must be no problem with the purchase plan of hundreds of thousands. Teacher Su, if Mr. Chin agrees to the purchase plan, you have to go back with me to open a coffee shop. Song Xia looked at Teacher Su with a smile on her face. After her persistent invitation during this period of time, Teacher Su finally agreed to go back with her to open a coffee shop, but there was a requirement that the purchase plan must be in accordance with her requirements. So there was the scene where she just called Mr. Chun. As long as your Mr. Chun agrees to any of the plans, I can go back with you. Sudan smiled and nodded. What Song Xia said was undoubtedly very attractive, but it was just a verbal agreement after all. If she went back and the coffee shop was not set up according to her idea, it would be a bit troublesome. So she made the above request. After all, this would ensure that the coffee shop she operated was in accordance with her idea. At this time, Song Xia's mobile phone rang again. Song Xia answered the call, and then about 10 seconds later, the call was hung up again. Teacher Su, Mr. Chen has agreed, and it is the procurement plan of 800,000. The budget funds will be transferred to my account later, and I can go to purchase at any time. Sudan listened to Song Xia's words and opened his mouth in surprise. Just agreed, and it was the highest-end procurement plan, which was too easy. But Song Xia had already said this. It was impossible to deceive her. After thinking about it, he finally made up his mind. Okay, after your training is over, I will go back with you. 3 days later, the office building of the garment factory was officially completed. Su Yening and 3 people from the dormitory came to the company early. Today was their first time to work in the company, and everyone was very excited. But when they came to the previous office building, they found that the office building had been empty. They searched all the offices and didn't see anyone. Sister Yening, where is the new office building? Zhou Yu stood at the door of the old office building and looked around blankly. The industrial park was so big, where could they find a new office building? Go to the workshop and ask the people in the workshop. Suzaning Sai. She knew that their studio was in the new office building, but she didn't know where the new office building was. She thought about coming to the office building here to ask, but she didn't expect that there was no one here. Hey, those two people are wearing the work badges of the garment factory. They should also be people from the garment factory. Let's ask them. Zhou looked around and suddenly saw two women coming from not far away, wearing the work badges of Chongfeng Garment Factory on their chests. At this time, they were almost close. Hearing this, Su Yining also noticed the two women wearing work badges. Since there are people from the garment factory here to ask, there is no need to go to the workshop to ask. When the two women approached, Su Yining stepped forward to ask, "Hello, can I ask where the new office building of the garment factory is?" "Who are you?" Zhao Lingling looked at Su Yining and the others. "We are the garment factory designers of the garment factory. We have been working from home before." Su Zaning Hu Den Et Lai. "Oh, I know you." Zhao Lingling suddenly realized that although she had never seen these four people, she was the company's finance and knew that the company had hired 4 new garment designers. Obviously, the 4 people in front of her were the 4 garment designers. "However, we have also been working from home, and we don't know where the new office building is." Su Yining was surprised. She thought that only the 4 of them were working from home, but she didn't expect that the 2 people in front of her were also working from home. "Then let's go to the workshop and ask. There's no one in this office building. No need to go to the workshop. I'll take you there now." Li Shen walked out of the workshop next to the office building and saw several people gathered at the door of the office building. He came here because he was worried that these employees working from home could not find the location of the new office building. So he came here to lead the way. However, he came early and walked around the workshop. Okay, this is the new office building. The clothing design studio is on the first floor, and the financial office is on the second floor. You can find it by yourself. Li Shen stood at the door of the new office building, and after talking for a while, he took the lead to walk in. In this new office building, General Manager Chen also prepared an office for him, and he also had to arrange it well. "Let's go in too." Su Yining and Zhao Lingling said hello, and then took Zhou Yu and others into the office building. Soon they found their studio on the first floor. Pushing the door and walking in, after seeing the layout inside, all 4 people were stunned. The studio covers an area of more than 80 square meters and is luxuriously decorated. It is fully equipped with the items they requested, such as sewing machines, large desktops, hangers, etc. There is even a shelf in the corner with various fabrics on it. It can be said that after they enter the studio, they can make sample clothes from the plan they designed during this period. "Okay, everything is ready for us. Let's get started. We can make samples as soon as possible so that we can put them into production in the workshop." Su Yining clapped her hands and said excitedly. Zhou Yu and others also nodded. Boss's office. Chen Mo sat comfortably at the large desk, looking at the office that was several times larger than before, feeling comfortable. Is this the office a boss should have? He turned to look at the cubicle on the side of the office, which was Shun Ro's office. Shun Ro go and informed Jiang Cheng Li Shun and several others. "We will gather in the conference room in 10 minutes. I have a meeting." After these 2 days of observation, he discovered many areas where the garment factory needed to spend money. It happened that the new office building also had a conference room, so he called everyone together to make unified arrangements. "Okay, Mr. Chen." Shinro heard Mr. Chen's greeting, then walked out of the compartment to inform Li Shun and others. 10 minutes later, Chenmo came to the conference room. The conference room was very large, with a long conference table in the middle. Li Shun, Jiang Cheng, and others were sitting on both sides of the conference table. Seeing him walking in at this time, everyone stood up together. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Everyone sit down." When Chun Mo saw this, he waved his hand with a smile and motioned for everyone to take a seat. He also walked to the front of the conference table and sat down. "I'm calling everyone here this time, mainly to arrange the next tasks." Chapter 163, Overall Reform. All the employees in the conference room listened attentively. Chinamo tapped the table lightly and spoke lightly. After observing for the past few days, since the canteen, dormitory, office building, and workshop are somewhat scattered, it is not convenient to move back and forth. I decided to buy a batch of electric vehicles and put them at the door of each workshop to facilitate workers to go back and forth to various office locations. In addition, the office staff have moved to the new office building, and the new employees have also moved to the new workshop. There must be some things that are not fully prepared. Also, since the finance and other people come to the company to work, it is too inconvenient to take a taxi to go out and handle business. So we need to purchase 4 commercial vehicles, and the budget price is about 60. All these things are in your charge, Li Shun. If the workshop and office are short of anything, let them report it to you. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Shun nodded quickly and hurriedly wrote down Mr. Chin's requirements in his notebook. The next thing is the canteen. Considering the increase in workers, the current few chefs will definitely not be able to handle it, so the number of chefs and kitchen assistants needs to be increased. Of course, the number of cleaning staff also needs to be increased. As for how many more, just double the current number. By the way, there is one more thing. Since the company has adopted more than a dozen dogs, it is not good for the canteen cleaners to take care of them. They need to be raised by special people, including bathing, feeding, deworming, and other work. It is tentatively decided to recruit 3 people. Wang Maoyan, if you have acquaintances in the chef candidate, feel free to dig them over. If not, notify the HR department of the positions and the number of positions to be recruited, and let her recruit online. Chen Mo turned to look at Wang Maoyan. Wang Maoyan noticed Mr. Chen's gaze and nodded quickly. After arranging these 2 things, Chen Mo turned to look at Jiang Cheng. There is also the matter of the workshop. Now that the workshop has become larger and the number of employees has increased, the hygiene needs to be strengthened. But since the employees need to work, they must not be required to clean by themselves. So the workshop needs special cleaning staff. As for how many cleaners are needed, Jiang Cheng will count them himself and then report to the Human Resources Department, asking them to recruit online. In addition, the new workshop has been put into production, and the fashion designer has also come to work in the company. I believe that it won't be long before the sample clothes will be ready. You should coordinate with the design department. Okay, Mr. Chen. Jiang Cheng agreed and then asked, Mr. Chen, how many sets of each style of sample clothes do you need to make? The workshop is now in production, but the business has not yet recruited an agent. He is worried that too many clothes will be piled up in the warehouse. Chun Mo heard this and said without hesitation, make as many as you can to ensure the normal operation of the workshop. At this time, of course, the more you make, the better. If the clothes you make can't be sold and then piled up in the warehouse, it will be difficult not to lose money. The more clothes you make, the more fabric and other materials you consume, and the more you lose. He expanded and transformed the garment factory for this moment. From today on, the garment factory officially entered the stage of burning money. I know, Mr. Chun. Jiang Cheng lowered his head silently. Although he was a little confused about Mr. Chen's approach, he believed that Mr. Chen must have his own intentions. What he needed to do was to strictly require the employees in the workshop to ensure that every piece of clothing shipped out of the factory was without any problems. Okay, that's about it. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he looked around the meeting room. The meeting room became quiet in an instant, and no one spoke. Since there is no Mr. Chun, I have some questions. Chen Mo took back the words he was talking about and looked over in the direction of the voice, and saw Su Yining holding up her little hand and looking at him nervously. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Su Yining became more nervous when she saw Mr. Chen looking at her. She had been in the company for a month and had only met Mr. Chen once. As for the other people present, she had never met him at all. Then he asked her to come to the meeting directly, which made her very nervous. She took a deep breath, barely suppressed the nervousness in her heart, and spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, it's autumn now. Should our design department directly produce winter samples or autumn samples? This is a key issue. After all, it's autumn now. If they make autumn samples, plus the time for production and delivery, when they actually sell them, they may not be able to sell autumn clothes for long, and they will have to start selling winter CL-offs. Just discuss it with Minister Jiang. Just make sure that the workers in the workshop have clothes to make. Chinamo thought about it. Anyway, these clothes were not going to be sold. It didn't matter what season the clothes were made for. It wouldn't delay him from losing money. Okay, Mr. Chun. Su Yining breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in the chair. Seeing that Su Yining didn't ask any more questions, Chunemo spoke again. Does anyone else have any questions? Mr. Chun, I want to ask for something. Tang Xiu stroked the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and spoke slowly. Chunemo noticed that it was Lawyer Tang who spoke and was shocked. She had been harassed by the other party's phone calls during this period, and every time she asked if there was anything else to arrange. But the company only had so many things to do. How could there be so many things to arrange for her? Lawyer Tang, what's the matter? Mr. Chun, since we are making branded clothing, we must pay attention to the copyright of the clothes produced in our factory. I am applying for copyright registration for all clothing styles made by our factory's designers. Tang Qiu said expectantly. During this period, she had done 2 legal promotions for Tsangshui Games, and then once again for the clothing factory, and then there was nothing else. Every time I call Mr. Chun to arrange something, she is always asked to prepare for the next legal promotion. However, legal promotion is too simple, and any lawyer can do it. She always felt something was wrong about doing such a simple thing, but earning an annual salary of 1 million. This time she finally found an opportunity. If a clothing factory makes branded clothing, then the copyright of the clothing is very important. After all, once a clothing factory designer designs a certain hot-selling clothing, it will be liked and loved by the public. If you do not apply for copyright protection, there will soon be many imitators. Most of the clothes made by those counterfeiters are not of very good quality, but the price is very cheap, which will directly take away many customers who buy this kind of clothing. But things are different after they apply for copyright. Even if those counterfeiters want to imitate, they will make some more or less changes. After all, if she does exactly the same thing, she can take the opportunity to sue the other party for infringement and obtain compensation. Chapter 164 Songxia. I pulled a teacher over. When Chunemo heard that Tang Xiu had not asked him to arrange the job, but had already found the job himself, Chunemo nodded and agreed without thinking too much. Isn't it just to register a copyright? Then register it, as long as you don't torture him on the phone. He looked at Lawyer Tang's gold-rimmed glasses again, thought for a moment, and asked, Lawyer Tang, myopia is considered a work-related injury in our company. Do you want to have myopia correction surgery? The company will reimburse all the expenses. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chun. My myopia is not serious, and I have no plans to undergo myopia correction surgery yet. Tang Qiu simply shook her head and refused. She didn't say whether the myopia correction surgery would have any side effects, but the period of rest she needed after the surgery was not something she could accept. Chunemo was a little disappointed when Tang Qiu shook his head and refused. This system has been implemented for 2 days, but so far no one has applied for myopia correction surgery. They just replaced a batch of glasses. How much does it cost to replace the glasses? He calculated that the total cost was just over 40,000 yuan. This is not enough money for Tian Long to make a day now. However, the physical examination and massager cost more, totaling more than 300,000 yuan. However, after today's meeting, I can still spend a small amount of money, but it is all a small amount. Tomorrow is November, and Dragon Gamers have to buy new monthly cards again. This is another day. A huge amount of money arrived. I can't spend all my money. There is simply no way to spend it all. He still has to find bigger ways to spend money, and he still has 1.2 million in charity funds. That's right, it was 1.2 million. He defined the 500,000 yuan of cat and dog food as an investment in the pet park. Unexpectedly, the system actually allowed it. Therefore, these 1.2 million charity funds still need to be spent. Charities cannot count on them, so they can only pay more attention to where there are places that need funding. I continued to wait in the conference room for a while, and when I saw that no one was reporting anything, I immediately announced that the meeting was adjourned. Back to the office. I sat down on my seat and picked up the water glass on the table. It turned out to be warm. Chunemo smiled slightly. It was obvious that Shinro prepared it for him in advance while he was in a meeting. After taking a sip, I started thinking about my next spending plan. After much deliberation, only by opening a branch of a coffee shop can the funds be consumed quickly. However, the coffee shop is not officially opened yet, so he cannot guarantee whether it is really losing money. But Songxia sent him a message last night, saying that yesterday was the last day of training and that he would return to Jiangxing today. If this is the case, it will be officially opened in a few days. At that time, you will carefully observe and make sure that the coffee shop really has no business, and then directly open a second branch. It is best to find a store that can sell the branch this time. Coupled with decoration, it can consume a lot of money. Also, he asked Song Xia to recruit coffee training school students to work as shop assistants. I don't know how it was completed. One student can be reimbursed 10,000 yuan in training expenses. To win over 10 students would be 100,000 yuan, which is all money wasted. Thinking of this, Chen Mo was about to call Song Xia to inquire about the situation, but Song Xia called first. Mr. Chen, we have arrived in Jiangxing. I will take them to visit the coffee shop first, and then arrange their accommodation. I will take them to the clothing factory tomorrow to sign the contract together. How about it? After connecting the phone, Song Xia said on the phone. When Chen Mo heard Song Xia's words, he naturally heard the word them. It was obvious that Song Xia had already roped in the students from the coffee training school, but he didn't know how many people he had roped in. Okay, but I will go there in person with the contract tomorrow so you don't have to bring them to the garment factory. And how many students from the barista training school have you attracted? Mr. Chun, I have recruited 9 students in total. It's only one short of the 10 I requested, which is pretty good. The other person I attracted was not a student, but a teacher. It was this teacher who made the purchase list for the coffee machine. Teacher? Chen Mo was shocked, but quickly regained his composure. Since I am a teacher, I must be very familiar with coffee, and the coffee I make will taste better. But I think of that boutique coffee shop that has gone out of business before. It tastes better than Starbucks, but still few people buy it. So what really attracts customers is reputation and price. His coffee shop is definitely not as famous as Starbucks, and in terms of price, since he opens a boutique coffee shop, the price will definitely be higher. The reputation is not as good as it is, and the price is still high, so it definitely cannot compete with Starbucks. There may be some curious people, or people who really like coffee, who will be attracted by his coffee shop, but after all, there will be a minority and not enough to support the coffee shop's profitability. And by recruiting this teacher, he can definitely spend more funds. First of all, since you are a teacher, your salary and benefits must not be the same as those of students who have just completed training. And with a senior barista in charge, he can set the price of coffee higher. After all, the system has regulations. He cannot increase the price of coffee without limit. Otherwise, if he directly prices the coffee at 10,000 cups, it is guaranteed that few people will buy it. But obviously, this is not allowed by the system. However, it is different now that he has a senior barista. The price of coffee made under the guidance of a senior barista is higher than that of coffee made by students who have just graduated from the barista. This is a very reasonable thing. If the price of coffee is higher, those customers can be better dissuaded. Overall, recruiting this teacher into the coffee shop has more advantages than disadvantages. After thinking about this clearly, Chen Mo felt a lot more relieved. He briefly explained some things to Song Xia and hung up the phone directly. Shinro, prepare 11 coffee shop contracts and go to the coffee shop to sign the contracts tomorrow. Chen Mo tried pressing the pager on his desk. This pager was suggested by designer Wang Yang. As long as a pager is installed in every office, you can make calls at any time. It is much more convenient than making a phone call. Soon, Shenro replied. Very convenient indeed. After arranging things, Chen Mo was about to relax when he received a call from Fong Chong. I couldn't help but sigh. Why am I getting busier and busier? What's up? Chen Mo asked calmly. Mr. Chun, it's Tianlong's business. Is it Tianlong's thing again? Hearing Fong Chang's words, Chen Mo was speechless. The last thing he wanted to hear now was the word Tianlong. This was the biggest stain on his road to losing money. Recently, the number of people online in Tianlong has gradually increased. The original server is no longer enough. We need to purchase a new server. We need to apply for a fund. It turns out it costs money. Chen Mo felt better instantly. Since he could no longer prevent profits, he would spend more to stop losses. How much funding do you want to apply for? Mr. Chun, I did some calculations and found that a minimum budget of 300,000 yuan is needed. Chapter 165 Cosplay. Only 300,000. This is nothing compared to the current profit of Tianlong. Chinamo thought for a while and spoke directly. I will give you a budget of 1 million. Whether it is a new server or an old server, use all the good ones for me. Mr. Chun, there is no need for such a good server. The previous server can fully maintain the operation of the game without any problems. Fong Chang hurriedly said on the phone. Listening to Fong Chang's words, Chinemo frowned. Fong Chang had never done this before. Why did he suddenly think of saving money for him? It must be because of Wei Yin. People who are close to vermilion will be red, and people who are close to ink will be black. They were all infected by Wei Yin. Saving money. This does not exist. Chinamo thought about it and just found a reason. Fong Chang, since we are making games, we naturally have to give gamers a better gaming experience as the first factor. The current server can indeed keep the game running, but in the future, if there are any changes, the current game server is not enough. Do you still need to change the server now? So don't think that the server is enough. You must make preparations in advance. I understand, Mr. Chun. Fong Chang heard Mr. Chin's words and responded humbly. He was still thinking about how to save money, but Mr. Chin was thinking about the future development of the game. This is the pattern. After hanging up the phone, Chinamo couldn't help but sigh. This batch of employees is not easy to lead. Can't they be more obedient and do whatever they are told to do? Nana coffee shop. At the door, Song Xiao brought teacher Su and a group of students who graduated from the coffee training school to the door of the coffee shop. This is our coffee shop. Song Xiao pointed at the sign of Nana Coffee Shop, then walked to the door of the coffee shop and opened the door. Sudan looked at the coffee shop sign. Nana Coffee. Who named this? The homophonic meaning is too bad. He frowned slightly, but didn't think much about it. It should be just a coincidence. Seeing that Song Xia had already opened the door, he walked in with the students behind him. Wow, what a gorgeous decoration. The atmosphere is really great, and these chandeliers are really beautiful. It's so spacious. It must be more than 200 square meters. It's rare to see such a large coffee shop. After seeing the scene in the coffee shop, the barista training students exclaimed and touched and looked around in the coffee shop. This is where they will work next. Is it really good? Sudan also looked at the coffee shop carefully. She has seen more than those students. She has seen many coffee shops with such a large area, and there are even bigger ones than this one. She didn't act as surprised as the other students, but such an area and such exquisite decoration were enough to show that the owner of this coffee shop really wanted to open a boutique coffee shop. She came here, and it was obviously the right place. Teacher Su, the coffee-making machines you ordered are all here. Song Xia stood at the door of the coffee shop's warehouse and waved and shouted. Sudan walked over and saw the large and small cardboard boxes piled in the warehouse, which were clearly the coffee machines and various machines and equipment she ordered a few days ago. Seeing these machines, her hands couldn't help itching, and she wished she could use these coffee machines to make a cup of coffee right away. We don't have anything to do today, so let's unpack these machines and install them, Sudan said excitedly. Okay, Song Xia nodded. The business was about to start, and these machines would have to be installed sooner or later. Soon, the other students who had visited the coffee shop also ran over and began to work together to move the large and small boxes in the warehouse out. Teacher Su checked the style of the machine and directed the unpacking of the machine and placed it in different places. This is a Hongpei machine, just put it in that corner. This is a hand-grinding coffee machine, just put it on the operating table at the back. This is a glass cup for storing coffee beans. Just put it in front of the counter. You can put different coffee beans in it, and customers can choose the coffee beans themselves. After 2 hours of hard work, the coffee shop changed its appearance again with the efforts of everyone. Everyone sat on the chair with a tired face. Only teacher Su still looked at the arranged coffee shop with excitement. She wished she could open it now. The only flaw now is that the coffee beans are too single. There are only 2 types at present. Looking at the row of empty glass jars, he sighed slightly. It would be great if all these jars were filled. Everyone stayed in the coffee shop for a while. Song Xia stood up and said, "Everyone has finished looking around the coffee shop. Let's go back first. Tomorrow, President Chin will come in person to sign employment contracts for everyone." Okay, Sudan responded, and the others all nodded. In this way, Everyone left the coffee shop and returned to a hotel near the coffee shop. They had already booked this hotel before coming to Jiangxing City. After arriving in Jiangxing City, they also sent their luggage to the hotel room first before coming to the coffee shop. Song Xia did not return to her own residence and lived in the hotel together, so that it would be more convenient to go to the coffee shop together tomorrow. Teacher Sue, I looked at it, and the rental prices near the coffee shop are about 1,000 to 3,000, and the more expensive ones are larger. There is also a 3-bedroom and 1 living room here, with an area of 120 square meters, and the rent is 2,100 per month. Judging from the photos, the decoration is quite good. A student took a mobile phone and checked the housing information near the coffee shop. If 3 people live in this 3-bedroom and 1 living room, an average of 700 per person is enough. If you want to save some, 2 people live in 1 bedroom and 350 per person is enough. Well, you will collect all the houses that look good and finally compare and select them uniformly. Teacher Sue heard this and said, after returning to the hotel, she asked these students to check the rental information nearby. After all, if you go to work in the future, you can't always live in a hotel, and you still need to rent a house. Okay, the student obediently began to look for a good house. But at this moment, several students rushed in from outside and shouted loudly, Teacher Sue, let's change rooms. What's wrong? Sudan looked at the students who rushed in with confusion, a little confused. Why do you have to change rooms? But before those students could answer, Zhou Mei walked in. Why are you running? I just asked you to try on 2 clothes. Sudan heard this and looked up at Zhou Mei, but when he saw Zhou Mei's decoration, he was stunned. Zhou Mei had golden pink hair with 2 deer horns on it, and her clothes were also very alternative, with exaggerated shapes and messy strips of cloth. Overall, she looked like a character from an anime. Is this a spy? Chapter 166, is this the treatment a store clerk deserves? Sudan knew what Zhou Mei was doing instantly. It was clearly the spy that has become popular this year. He had only seen it in short videos before, but he didn't expect that there was a spa fan among the students. Looking at Zhou Mei's cartoon look, Sudan spoke softly. Zhou Mei, if they don't want to wear it, don't force them. I know, teacher. I'm just teasing them. Zhou Mei stuck out her tongue and turned back to her room. She took a few photos in front of the mirror and posted them on her short video account. Soon, the people who commented were all spy fans like her. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Chinemo brought Shinro to the coffee shop. As long as the contract was signed today, the coffee shop could be put into business immediately. Good morning, Mr. Chun. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Song Xia standing at the door waiting, with a row of people standing behind him, obviously the shop assistants hired by Song Xia. Chinemo took a quick look and smiled and spoke. Thank you for choosing Nana Coffee. I came here today to discuss benefits and signing employment contracts with you. A simple greeting. Chinemo, led by Song Xia, came to a seat. He arranged for the other people to find chairs and sit nearby, and then continued to speak. I won't say any more nonsense. Let's talk about benefits and benefits first. Everyone should know about the salary. $6,000 a month and 0.1% of the net profit share, plus full 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. All the students breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although Song Xia also mentioned this treatment before coming, who can guarantee that they will not regret changing it after arriving here? This is also the problem they have been worried about. At this time, the boss personally admitted this treatment, and it was when the contract was about to be signed. Obviously, this treatment is true. The heart that has been hanging has finally been put down. However, the next words of Mr. Chun made their hearts hang again. Of course, there is a slight change. I thought we were recruiting students, but I didn't expect to recruit a professional teacher. Since he is a professional teacher, it is obviously unreasonable to give the students the same salary and benefits. So, Teacher Sue's salary and benefits will be the same as those of Manager Song Xia. Teacher Sue, is there any problem with this? Chinemo looked up at Sudan. No problem. Sudan shook her head hurriedly. She was very surprised that Mr. Chen raised her salary to the level of store manager. After all, Song Xia had never mentioned this to her before. She turned her head and glanced at Song Xia, and found that Song Xia also had a surprised expression on her face. and obviously didn't know about this in advance. So this was Mr. Chin's temporary decision. Thinking of this, Sudan was moved. Although she didn't care about salary in order to run a boutique coffee shop, it was still a bit awkward to have the same salary and benefits as these students. Thank you, Mr. Chun. You're welcome. This is the remuneration you deserve as a senior barista, Chun Mo said with a smile. After listening to the lecture, the other students present were relieved of their worries. It turned out that the slight change had nothing to do with them. Then there are benefits. The money promised to reimburse the training fee will be paid together with the salary. Then there are food allowance and housing allowance. The housing allowance is 1,000 yuan per person, and the food allowance is 1,500 yuan per person. Then there is a 500 yuan shopping card, which will increase to 1,000 yuan after 3 months of employment. There is also the issue of rest. Since it is a catering industry, it basically needs to be open every day, so the rest system is changed to a rotation system. Everyone has 2 days off per week. As for how to rest, it is up to you to discuss it yourself. Of course, if you don't want to rest, you can also pay double wages. Chunemo slowly explained the benefits of the coffee shop. As for the rest plan, he hesitated for a long time between mandatory 2 days of rest per week and voluntary rest. Finally, he chose the voluntary rest plan. Although mandatory breaks can reduce employees' work efficiency, if the coffee shop doesn't have many customers, reducing work efficiency will be useless. If they take voluntary breaks, he will have the opportunity to pay more wages. When the students heard what Mr. Chin said about the treatment, they opened their mouths wide. This treatment is too good. Housing allowance, meal allowance, plus shopping cards. This is 3,000 yuan. Add 6,000 yuan salary. Their actual monthly salary is 9,000 yuan. And if they choose not to rest and work overtime, double overtime pay, their monthly salary may be more than 10,000 yuan. Is this really the salary a clerk should have? Not to mention these students. Even the most experienced teacher Sue was shocked. With this treatment, even civil servants should be no more than this. Chunemo looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly. Okay, that's about it. Do you have any questions? If not, you can sign the contract. Everyone nodded quickly after hearing what Mr. Chin said. Questions? With such treatment, there is no doubt. Seeing that no one raised any questions, Chunemo turned to look at Shinro. You come and arrange for them to sign the contract. After handing all the matters over to Shinro, he walked around in the coffee shop and found that the coffee machine and other machines had been installed. In this way, tomorrow the business can be officially opened. After a while, everyone had signed the labor contract. Chunemo called Teacher Sue and Song Xiao over. Teacher Sue, what is the general price of boutique coffee? Since it is ready to open, of course the price must be set. Mr. Chun, the price of coffee beans from different estates is different. Generally, a cup of American coffee is about 30 to 75. Of course, some more precious beans will definitely be more expensive, such as Blue Mountain coffee and geisha coffee. If they are good coffee beans, they can be sold for hundreds or hundreds of dollars. So, different beans will have different prices, and they will not be fixed. Sudan explained briefly. Chunemo frowned when he heard this. If this is the case, it will be difficult for him to set the price. But he soon figured it out. He didn't need to worry about the price of the good coffee. He just needed to raise the price of the lowest price coffee. Raising the minimum consumption would be enough to dissuade a large number of customers. Chapter 167, Another Promotion. Since the price is unstable, let's customize a minimum consumption. The simplest cup of American coffee is priced at 50 yuan, and the consumption goes up. Chunemo said with a smile. This price has basically dissuaded a large number of customers. After all, Starbucks only costs about 30 yuan for a cup of Americano. Their direct price is 50 yuan, which is about 20 yuan higher. No normal customer would be willing to spend an extra 20 yuan to buy an American cup, and it's not as famous as Starbucks. Mr. Chun, there are beans from some estates that don't cost that much. You can make a profit by selling them for 30 yuan. When Sudan heard Mr. Chin's price, he hurriedly spoke. Although it is a specialty coffee, it must still produce a few relatively affordable coffees in order to attract ordinary customers to come in and consume. If the minimum purchase is 50, This price is probably only suitable for white-collar class afternoon tea or talks, and only those who need this kind of coffee shop environment will come here. But the quantity and frequency of demand simply cannot support a coffee shop's profitability. Since it's specialty coffee, don't buy bad coffee beans, buy all beans from good estates. Chun Mo waved his hand directly. But Mr. Chun, this will dissuade many low-spending customers. No, I'm not trying to persuade you to quit. I'm trying to improve the reputation of the coffee shop. You have to know that if we set the price low, it will indeed attract some low-spending groups. But this undoubtedly increases the workload of employees. When employees are busy, it is easy to ignore the taste and texture of coffee. In this way, what is the difference between our approach and those of commercial coffee? My original intention of opening a boutique coffee shop is to provide a place where the pace can slow down in the fast-paced metropolis. Let customers who really like coffee and like quiet have a place to rest. Let them truly enjoy the coffee. Taste the coffee. After spending some time talking, I finally managed to fool this professional barista. Okay, Mr. Chun. Sudan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then asked, Mr. Chun, when we open our new store, should we prepare an opening ceremony and then organize some discounts to attract customers? No. What a coffee shop needs most is quietness. The opening ceremony is too grand and noisy, which does not match the temperament of the coffee shop. As for discounts, there is no need. Since we have positioned high-end coffee, wouldn't we be hurting ourselves by offering discounts? Face. Chun Mo directly rejected Sultan's suggestion. Joke. How could he allow this kind of activity to attract customers? Sudan was a little confused for a moment. She always felt that what Mr. Chun said made sense, but she also felt that something was wrong. After a while, after coming back to his senses, he asked his last question, Mr. Chun, when will we officially open for business? If everything is ready, we can open tomorrow. The employees' work clothes have been prepared long ago, as well as work badges and other items. I will have someone deliver them to you later. Chun Mo said he had asked the workers in the clothing factory to make the work clothes in advance, and he had prepared a lot of them. He could just have them delivered to him later. I understand, Mr. Chun. Sultan nodded, then thought about the coffee beans and spoke quickly. Mr. Chun, there are only two basic types of coffee beans in coffee shops now. As a boutique coffee shop, we need to purchase more manner-type coffee beans. Chun Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Isn't this just spending money? And he also thought about something. This coffee shop actually only has two positions, clerk and store manager. So in the future, recruitment, purchasing, financing, and other tasks cannot be handled by the clothing factory. Moreover, if a coffee shop opens a branch, it will also need a department to handle it uniformly. Therefore, this coffee shop needs a headquarters. In the future, all matters of the coffee shop will be ordered and deployed through this headquarters. And he only needs to issue orders to the headquarters. After all, for industries have been developed now, and he is too busy to do all the work. It is impossible for him to consider everything as carefully as a garment factory. He just needs to direct each company to lose money in the general direction. Thinking of this, Chun Mo looked up at Sudan and Song Xia. I thought about it for a while. Our coffee shop also needs a coordinating department, which is the headquarters of the coffee shop. I will leave this matter to you too. As for where to set up the headquarters, what positions are needed, and how many people to recruit, you can discuss it yourself. As for the salary of employees, you can ask Assistant Shen, and she will provide you with the initial salary for each position in the company. Then there are changes in positions. Now that the headquarters has been established, leadership is needed. In this way, Song Xiao will be the general manager of Nanha Coffee headquarters, and Teacher Su will be the vice president. Since the position has been promoted, the salary will naturally be increased. The tentative basic salary is 20,000, plus a 3-point commission on the net profit of the coffee shop. Chun Mo secretly calculated that to set up the headquarters, he would definitely need to rent an office space. For example, for a 300 square meter office space, the annual rent would be around 300,000 yuan. If you rent it for 2 years, that would be 600,000 yuan. Then after taking into account the configuration of various office desks, chairs, computers, and other things, a budget of about 500,000 is required. At the end of the day, more than 1 million yuan was spent. This does not include the salary of office staff. If you calculate it carefully, it will definitely be more. Song Xia was a little confused when she heard Shinmo's words. She had just signed a contract of the store manager. She had not been the store manager for a day, no. Not even an hour. Not to mention that she had not even sat down yet. She was promoted directly. This is too casual. The salary was the same. From the initial 8,000, it increased to 10,000 after the training, and now it has directly reached 20,000. This speed of salary increase was something she had never seen before. Sudan was calmer. After all, when she was a training teacher, she also had more than 10,000. If there were many students, she could get 20,000 a month. So she didn't have too many feelings about this salary, and she didn't come here to be a manager, but to realize her dream of running a coffee shop. Thinking of this, she looked at Chun Mo with some hesitation. Mr. Chun, I still prefer to run a coffee shop. This manager position. It doesn't matter. Being a manager doesn't affect your running a coffee shop. Chun Mo waved his hand indifferently, thinking secretly in his heart, I gave you this position, but you are running a coffee shop. Is this an indirect dereliction of duty? It is exactly what he wants. In addition, Song Xia's experience of running a milk tea shop failed, so this coffee shop will not worry about losing money in the future. Chapter 168, You are the new store manager. I understand, Mr. Chun. Sudan nodded slightly, with gratitude in his eyes. Mr. Chun is the most accommodating boss she has seen in so many years. It is a happy thing to work under such a boss. And since she enjoys such treatment, she must also treat the coffee shop as a whole in the process of running the coffee shop. Only if the matter is handled well. Okay, there is no problem. Then you can implement these things in the next 2 days, including purchasing coffee beans. Just tell me how much budget you need, and I will notify the finance department to transfer the money to you. Seeing that the two of them had no doubts, Chunemo settled the matter directly. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Song Xia raise her hand. Mr. Chun, I have a question. Do you have any more questions? Mr. Chun, after I am promoted to general manager, who will be the store manager? Song Xia asked in confusion. If she became the general manager, the position of store manager would be vacant. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, but he ignored the matter and then turned to look at the newly recruited clerks in the coffee shop. After thinking about it, he pointed at one of them. Just her, let her be the store manager. There are so many ready-made reserve store managers. Just choose one. Song Xia. Sudan, is it really so casual? Lin Zhu, come here. Sudan came back to his senses and greeted the girl pointed by Chun Mo. Teacher Su, look for me. Lin Zhu trotted over. Mr. Chun, I'm looking for you. Sudan glanced at Chun Mo beside him. Hearing this, Lin Zhu turned to look at Chun Mo. Her expression suddenly became nervous, and she didn't know what Mr. Chen wanted to do with her. Your name is Lin Zhu, right? After today, you will be the manager of this coffee shop. Chun Mo looked at Lin Zhu and said with a smile. What about Sister Song Xia? Lin Zhu exclaimed. If she became the store manager, wouldn't she snatch Song Xia's position? Song Xia has been promoted, so you don't have to worry. Chun Mo opened his mouth to explain. After finally confirming that there was nothing else going on, he took Shinro directly out of the coffee shop. Go back to the garment factory, prepare 3 contracts for Song Xia, Sudan, and Lin Zhu, and then give them to me. Back in the car, Chun Mo turned to Shinro and ordered. Now that the positions of these 3 people have changed, the contract will naturally need to be signed again. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded. Back to the garment factory. As soon as Chun Mo sat down in the office, Wu Yu knocked on the door and walked in. What's the matter? Seeing Wu Yu walking in with a depressed look, Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief. This is obviously not what it looks like. Mr. Chun, I would like to lower the clothing franchise fee. Our clothing brand is not very famous now. With a franchise fee of 100,000 yuan, few people are willing to take such a big risk. I thought for a while, and I could reduce the franchise fee to 20,000, and then the remaining 80,000 can be deducted bit by bit from the franchisee's operating profits. In this way, the franchise fee is actually still 100,000, but it is replaced by installments. The model also indirectly reduces the cost of franchisees, so franchisees are more willing to join. Wu Yu briefly expressed his thoughts. After doing business during this period, he found that most people who refused to join were worried that the franchise fee was too expensive. When he went back, he also calculated the cost of joining. The franchise fee of 100,000 yuan and the contract deposit of 10,000 yuan are the most basic. Then the franchisee needs to rent a store. Generally, a store of about 50 square meters costs about 50,000 yuan a year. Then there are store decoration, shelf mannequins, merchandise distribution, and store clerk wages. In total, it requires an investment of almost 300,000 yuan. Chen Mo heard Wu Yu's words and looked at him seriously. This guy is really good at thinking. He even thought of paying the franchise fee in installments. If the franchise fee is reduced to 20,000, he might really be dragged into an agency by this guy. However, he initially set the franchise fee to 100,000 in order to increase the cost of joining and discourage those who wanted to join. How is it possible to ask him to lower the franchise fee at this time? He knocked on the table gently and said meaningfully, Wu Yu, this 100,000 franchise fee is not just as simple as it seems on the surface. It is also a screening. You have to know that only by letting the agent spend more money will he be more active in running the store, and the store will be well managed. As a result, sales will increase, and our garment factory will also benefit. Also, the franchise fee for big brands of clothing is now 100,000. This 100,000 is also our goal, our belief, and the direction of our efforts. How can it be reduced so easily? But Mr. Chen, the workshops have started to put into production now. If we can't recruit agents here, the clothes produced in the workshops will be backlogged in the warehouse. Wu Yu said anxiously. Chen Mo rubbed his brows helplessly. This guy is indeed a salesman. It's really hard to fool him. Wu Yu, I understand your desire to recruit agents for the company, but you can't remember the business. You must calm down, and the business will come when it's due. So you should calm down. It's normal to not find an agent. Tomorrow is Saturday. Go out and have fun. Only with a good attitude can you do better business. After a period of brainwashing, Wu Yu was finally fooled out. Watching Wu Yu leave with his head down, Chen Mo finally laughed happily. Want to reduce the agency fee? No way. Wu Yu left the office and returned to the business department. The business department at this time is much larger than the previous one, and there are still many vacant positions. However, new salesmen are still being recruited. At present, there are only him, Kai Jing, and Luo Yuan in the business department. How about it? Does Mr. Chen agree? Kai Jing asked hurriedly when she saw Wu Yu coming back. Wu Yu shook his head slowly. Mr. Chen refused, so let's do business frequently next. We won't rest tomorrow, Saturday. But Mr. Chen's coffee shop will open tomorrow. Don't we go to congratulate him? Luo Yuan suddenly said on the side. Wu Yu was stunned when he heard it. Mr. Chen didn't mention the opening of the coffee shop just now. How did you know about it? Assistant Shun just announced it in the employee group, saying that Mr. Chen's third business coffee shop will officially open tomorrow. As Luo Yuan said this, he showed the information in his mobile phone to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took a careful look and found that the coffee shop was really opening tomorrow. After thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. Then let's go congratulate them first, and then do business, but it's better to bring some gifts for the opening of the new store. I think sending some flower baskets, money trees, etc. has a good meaning. Kai Jing spoke at the right time. Chapter 169, Congratulations to Mr. Chen. Good luck in opening the business. Saturday morning, Chen Mo came to Nana Coffee Shop with the 3 new contracts prepared by Shinro yesterday. Since it was Saturday when the employees of the garment factory were off, he was the only one who came this time. Hello, Mr. Chen. As soon as I walked into the coffee shop, 2 clerks standing near the door said hello. Chen Mo smiled and nodded, looking around the coffee shop. Song Xia and Sudan were also in the coffee shop. Counting Ling Zhu and 4 clerks, there were 7 people in total. At this time, several people were gathering in front of the coffee machine. It looked like Sultan was explaining how to use the coffee machine. Mr. Chen, Song Xia saw Chen Mo coming in and hurriedly greeted him. Well, call both Sultan and Lin Zhu over and sign your contracts again. Chen Mo found a seat by the window in the coffee shop and sat down. From here, he could clearly see the people walking outside, so he could better pay attention to the reactions of passers-by to the coffee shop. Soon, Song Xia came over with Sudan and Ling Zhu. Chen Mo, took out the prepared contracts and handed them to 3 people respectively. With the experience of signing yesterday, these 3 contracts were signed quickly. Song Xia took the signed contract and had many thoughts in her mind. She was already the general manager of Nana Coffee. Mr. Chun, this is the office I rented yesterday along with the price for the coffee beans. After collecting the contract, Sultan handed over the compiled purchase plan. Chinamo took the plan and looked at it curiously. Most of it was similar to what he expected, but the Sultan's budget for choosing an office room and buying tables and chairs was a little small. Other plans are okay, but the writing room, desks, and chairs need to be changed. The 180 square meter office space is a bit too small. Considering that the coffee shop needs to be expanded, the office space needs to be at least 300 square meters. And this computer desk and chair are too low configuration. Let me give you a call. His name is Wei Yin. Just ask him for advice. But now I have Saturday and Sunday off, so I'll contact you on Monday. Okay, Mr. Chun. Sudan took over the plan that Mr. Chun handed back and sighed in her heart. She chose a 180 square meter scriptorium, but she was a little worried that it would be too big. After all, at present, Nana Coffee only needs to recruit a few positions in personnel, finance, and accounting. The office is too big to use it all. After arranging everything, Chinemo quietly observed the passers-by outside, holding the coffee brewed by Sultan in his hand. Needless to say, this taste is indeed much better than the coffee he usually drinks. Teacher Sue, it's been so long. Why haven't any customers come yet? Song Xia sat behind the bar, looking at the pedestrians hurriedly passing by outside, muttering quietly. Take your time. Sudan looked up at the passers-by and sighed. This coffee shop doesn't even have a publicity event or opening ceremony. How can it attract customers? After some time, customers finally entered the coffee shop one after another. But after entering the store and seeing the price board displayed in the store, everyone turned around and left silently. Chonemo laughed secretly when he saw this scene. Isn't this exactly the result he wanted? At this time, he had been in the coffee shop for about 2 hours, and the sales were still zero. If it continued, it was inevitable that the coffee shop would lose money. At this moment, he suddenly saw several familiar figures walking over from the other side of the road. Everyone held various flower baskets and other gifts in their hands. He quickly walked to the door of the coffee shop, put the flower basket in his hand at the door of the coffee shop, then walked into the store and walked straight towards him. Mr. Chen, you have a great business. Your business is booming. Your financial resources are abundant, and your business is booming. A group of people congratulated together. Chinemo looked at the people in front of him indifferently. The sales trio, the 6-person Li Shun, the factory director Jiang Chung, the chef Wang Maoyan, etc. Almost everyone from the management of the clothing factory came over. Even the always obedient Shinro and the driver Yang Dahai came over. These people are deliberately causing trouble for him, right? He looked at the flower basket, money tree, and barley outside the door. Wasn't this Chun Chun cursing him? Just as he was about to say something, he saw another group of people walking over from the other side of the road. Rebellious guys Wei Yin, Fong Chong, Zhao Bowen, and other people from Sangxue Games. These people also held various flower baskets in their hands. Mr. Chun, you have a good start and your business is booming. Wei Yin and others from Sangxue Games congratulated in unison. At the same time, Wei Yin placed the oversized lucky cat he was holding on an empty seat at the front desk. If you don't take any rest during the holiday, what are you doing here? Chinemo looked at these people and said almost through gritted teeth, didn't we hear that Mr. Chin's new store opened? So we came over to congratulate you. Also, when a new store opens, we come to support it. When Wei Yin heard Mr. Chin's question, he smiled and spoke. Yes, Mr. Chun, this coffee shop is open. I'll come over and have a taste of the coffee. Li Shun echoed from the side. Just like that, the entire coffee shop was filled with employees from the clothing factory and Sangxue Games. Everyone ordered a cup of coffee and drank it. Chunemo looked at this scene with an ugly face. There were more than 20 people in total. 1 cup for each person cost more than 1,000 yuan. Although it was not much, the flower baskets placed outside by these people attracted many customers to come in. Although most people were scared away by the price, there were still some people who chose to buy after seeing the price of 51 cups. not knowing whether it was because of curiosity or because THY were too embarrassed to leave. Not many people bought, but this is not a good sign. After a while, the employees of the clothing factory and Songshua Games also finished their coffee and began to leave one after another. However, when people left, the flower baskets placed outside stayed. Chinemo sat in the coffee shop for a whole day. At the beginning, when there were no flower baskets, only a few people came in for 2 hours, and no one bought coffee. But after placing those flower baskets, the number of customers entering the store increased significantly. No, these flower baskets must not be left outside. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart and looked at the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The situation of the coffee shop today, if we don't count the consumption of those people in the company, is still a loss overall. But if there were no flower baskets to attract customers, it would definitely lose more. Not bad. The general direction is still consistent with my expectations. Of course, if Wei Yin and his people didn't come to make trouble, it would definitely be a pleasant day. Just as I was about to get up and leave, Song Xia came over from the bar. Mr. Chun, if not, you should lower the price of coffee. There were quite a few people coming into the coffee shop today, but more than 90% of them were scared away by the price of coffee. If the price of coffee can be lowered, more customers will definitely be retained. Chapter 170, I'm going to pursue my dream. Song Xia, this coffee shop has just opened. One day's turnover is nothing. We need to take a longer-term view. The first thing we need to do now is to improve the service and reputation of our coffee shop. Once the reputation of the coffee shop improves, will we still worry about not having customers? Chinemo said calmly, how could it be possible to reduce the price? By the way, there are also flower baskets outside. Find someone to clean them all after get off work. I see that some of the flower baskets have been blown over by the wind, and the originally clean and tidy pedestrian street has been messed up. But Mr. Chun, these flower baskets are very useful. I think many customers were attracted by these flower baskets in the afternoon. Song Xia hurriedly spoke. The price of coffee had already turned away many customers. If these flower baskets were removed, I'm afraid not many people would buy coffee in a day. As a human being, you can't be too selfish. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment of the pedestrian street. We cannot affect the feelings of others because of our own interests. When you go shopping, do you want the pedestrian street to be cleaner or dirty? Song Xia was speechless for a moment. Of course she wanted the pedestrian street to be cleaner, but the key point was that those flower baskets were all decorations and did not damage the environment of the pedestrian street. That's it. I'll come over tomorrow to check. Saying, Chinemo stood up and left the coffee shop. Losing money on this day is nothing. He needs to investigate for a period of time to ensure that the coffee shop has been losing money. Then he can choose to open a branch. The sky is getting dark. Jiangqing University. Girls' dormitory. Xiaoro. During the next period of time, there will be only one person left in the dormitory. When you feel lonely, you can call me. Zhanglan said to Shinro beside him while packing his suitcase. Have you really decided? Shinro looked at Zhanglan, who was packing her luggage, and asked with a serious expression. She didn't expect that her best friend would quit her job in order to participate in the singing competition. So what if I don't decide? My ideal is to sing. That talent show is an opportunity for me. I can't miss it. I don't want to resign, but if he doesn't give me leave, there's nothing I can do. Zhanglan has a smile on her face. Singing is her dream, and work is just a stopgap measure for her to face life. Shinro looked at Zhanglan's expression and sighed. She was not prepared to persuade her. Zhanglan's persistence in singing was just like her concern for the orphanage. If she didn't try her best, she would definitely leave regrets in her heart. Well, I support you. Our family Ruru is the best. Zhanglan stood up, hugged Shinro, and said affectionately, if I fail to pursue my dream this time, I will have to rely on you to support me when I come back. Always welcome. Shinro smiled and spoke, then looked at the time and quickly ran to the computer. You pack your bags. I'm going to study. Hey, if you were so heartless, why don't you give me a gift? Zhanglan looked at Shinro, who had turned on the computer, and pouted. No, I just learned German, so I can't miss school. Shinro ignored Zhanglan, who was pouting. After understanding the good profession of assistant, she knew that professional assistants need to learn many things, including the languages of various countries. Since the issues at the orphanage had been resolved, she quit her part-time job. Then she began to use her spare time to study. Today was the second period of a German online course she had signed up for, and it was very important not to miss class. Then I'm leaving by. Zhang Lan zipped up the suitcase, stood up, and walked outside the dormitory. The relationship between the two is here, and she doesn't care whether Shun Ro sends it to her or not. After all, Shun Ro currently earns such a high salary. If she doesn't study hard and improve her professional level, she will be replaced sooner or later. So she didn't want Shun Ro to delay her studies by sending her away. On Monday, Chun Mo sat in the office and calculated his current system funds. A few days have passed since November. The employees' salaries have also been paid, and together with taxes and other expenses, a total of 3.4 million has been spent. This time, the salary of the employees at the coffee shop is included, so it is a bit higher than before. In addition, the garment factory purchased 5 buses and 30 electric vehicles, spending a total of 3.2 million yuan. The increase in game servers at Sangshua Games used up 1 million. The new office space in the coffee shop has also been ordered. Together with the tables, chairs, computers, and other purchases, a total of 1.4 million was spent. This adds up to a total of 9 million. Last time, the system funds had been spent to the point where there was not much left, but due to the traffic generated by the live game, the income directly increased sharply. In addition, the new month has arrived, and those game players who did not purchase monthly passes last month have started to purchase monthly passes again this month. There are also weekly cards, and more people buy weekly cards. And he calculated carefully, for weeks a month, a weekly card costs 2 yuan, which is 8 yuan a month. This is 2 yuan lower than the 10 yuan monthly card. But there are more people buying weekly passes than monthly passes. Especially after that wave of live broadcasts, the number of new players in the game increased every day. This resulted in the income from the weekly card being higher than the income from the monthly card after 1 month. So much so that the system's funds increased by more than 13 million during this period of time. After deducting more than 9 million yuan in expenses, there is still more than 4 million yuan in system funds. Grandmas, how can I make more and more money? If it hadn't been for the huge expenditure at the last collective meeting, plus the coffee shop, the system funds would have exceeded 10 million again. But at this time, there are still more than 4 million system funds, which is easy to deal with. I'm waiting to examine the situation of a coffee shop. If there are no changes, I can invest in the next coffee shop. The money spent on renovations and store purchases should be spent quickly. In this way, the task of spending less than half of the initial system capital in 2 months should be achievable. I just don't know what the reward will be for completing the mission this time. I hope it won't be like the last mission, which rewarded a few songs from a parallel world. It was simply too useless. Garment Factory Workshop. Li Shun was holding a mobile phone holder with a live broadcast on and walking around the workshop. Brothers, this is the workshop of our Changfeng Garment Factory. Look at the floor, sanitation, and working environment. Our workshops are all 5S standards. There are also some machines which are the most cutting-edge machines at present. The clothes produced will not have any defects. And look at these fabrics. They are all fine fabrics. Chapter 171, Antlin. Li Shun took his mobile phone and walked around the workshop, showing the workshop to the audience in the live broadcast room. After this period of hard work, more than 400 people were watching his live broadcast room. Most of these people were attracted by the short videos he posted. As Li Shun walked, he watched the barges in the live broadcast room and answered them one by one. Brother Yin Hui, the positions currently being recruited by the clothing factory are only chefs, cleaners, and sales clerks. Whichever job you think you are suitable for, you can come over for an interview at any time. I have the address of the clothing factory on my profile. Brother Phone, do you want to see the kennel? Okay, after I finish showing everyone in the workshop, I will show you the kennel. Li Shun saw a barrage and smiled helplessly. Every time he broadcast live, someone wanted to watch the doghouse. After walking around the workshop, we came directly to the doghouse outside the workshop. Brother Phone, the kennel is right here. These dogs are all stray dogs adopted by our boss from the rescue station. By the way, Brother Yanhui, are you still there? Our clothing factory is also looking for 2 pet caregivers. If you can bathe dogs and do some basic pet care, you can also interview for pet caregivers. The salary is also very good. The current salary is 6,000 yuan, and there are some other benefits. The basic job is to feed the dogs, bathe the dogs, and pay attention to the dog's health at all times. This salary is set by Mr. Chen, which is 2,000 yuan more than cleaning. The reason is that dogs may bite people, and it is a high-risk occupation. Now, there is only 1 pet manager hired, and there is still 1 missing. What, Sister Damei? You are considering joining and want to come to the clothing factory to visit in person. That's okay. Where are you? I'll ask the salesperson in the clothing factory to show you around. Li Xin saw a barrage asking for franchise information and instantly became excited. The main purpose of his live broadcast and short video is to increase the exposure and reputation of the clothing factory and find more agents for the clothing factory. Moreover, he also wrote the introduction of the clothing factory on the homepage, but this was the first time in so many days that someone asked about joining. Does it seem that everything he has done is meaningful? Li Shun thought secretly in his heart and became more motivated. Okay, Sister Damei, please contact me privately after I finish the broadcast. Soon after the live broadcast ended, Li Shun had a private chat with the beautiful lady, confirmed the visit time, and put away his phone. He came to a simple carport next to the workshop, rolled out an electric car, and headed straight for the office building. It would have taken at least a few minutes to walk from the new workshop to the office building, but after riding an electric bike, we arrived at the office building quickly. It saves time and effort. Mr. Chen really considers his employees too much. When I arrived at the office building, I went straight to the business department office. Brother Shin, why are you here? Wu Yu had just decided on his business route for today in the office when he saw Li Shin knocking on the door and walking in. There is a good thing coming to you. I want to introduce you to a customer. Tomorrow you will receive her and take her to visit the garment factory. This person is very likely to be the first agent of our garment factory. Li Shun said and handed Wu Yu the contact information of the beautiful sister he had just contacted. Brother Shin, thank you so much. Wu Yu looked at Li Shun and said gratefully. During this period, he had been worrying about how to get an agent. At this time, Li Shun recommended a client who was interested in being an agent to him. This was undoubtedly a timely help. Thank you. This person only intends to be an agent. Whether he can actually represent our clothing brand depends on your performance tomorrow. It is also your ability to win this person's agent. Li Shun said nonchalantly. He was just providing an opportunity. Whether he could seize it or not was up to Wu Yu's ability. Don't worry, I will do my best to take down this agent tomorrow. Wu Yu's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Now the clothes made by the clothing factory have been backlogged in the warehouse. If he can't recruit agents, the backlog of those clothes will probably become more and more. Then come on, Brother Shin, let's go play skewers together. I'll treat you. Then I won't be polite. Li Shin smiled and did not refuse. On the second day, around 9 o'clock, Wu Yu stood at the entrance of the industrial park and waited quietly. After contacting him by phone, the customer was almost at the entrance of the industrial park. In order to leave a good impression, he waited at the entrance of the industrial park in advance to prevent the other party from finding the location of the garment factory after entering the industrial park. Soon after, I saw a black Land Rover parked at the entrance of the industrial park. Upon seeing this, Wu Yu glanced at the license plate number and knew that this was the target he was waiting for, so he hurried forward to meet it. When I got to the driver's seat, before I could open my mouth, the window had already been rolled down. A woman wearing sunglasses was sitting in the driver's seat. She had wavy hair, but her age was unclear for the time being. This should be the beautiful lady. Are you Wu Yu? The woman slowly took off her sunglasses and turned her head to look over. Yes, you are a beautiful lady. Wu Yu nodded. Get in the car. Your clothing factory is there. I'll take you there. The woman gestured to the passenger seat. Also, Damei is just my online name. My name is Lin Mei. You could just call me Annie Lin. Annie Lin? Wu Yu sat in the passenger seat and looked at the woman in the driver's seat in confusion. Is it strange? I'm almost 50. It's normal for you to call me Annie. Lin Mei glanced at Wu Yu, slowly started the car, and entered the industrial park. Wu Yu was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't realize that this woman was almost 50 years old. However, after being reminded, he secretly observed that he could still see a little crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She is really well maintained. Office. Chun Mo slowly stretched his waist and frowned as he looked at the pile of documents that needed to be processed on the desk. Almost all of these things needed his review, signature, and seal. After thinking about it, there was nothing to pay attention to recently. Why did he need to do everything himself? He pressed the pager next to him. Shinro, come here. Soon, the door of the office in the compartment was opened and Shinro walked out. Mr. Chun, do you have anything to arrange? Well, here are some documents, go and handle them. After being an assistant for so long, it's time to exercise your ability to handle company affairs. Chun Mo pointed to a pile of documents on the table and spoke lightly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro spoke happily. From the time she joined the company until now, although she has some things to do every day, she is generally quite free. Mr. Chun gave all these documents to her this time. She must perform well and do every job well. She must not let Mr. Chun down. Money. Chun Mo watched Shinro take the documents from the table with excitement and nodded with satisfaction. As for how Shinro would handle the documents, it didn't matter. Of course, it would be better if she made a few wrong decisions and caused the company to lose money. After all, as a boss, he had system restrictions and could not deliberately do things that would harm the interests of the company. But if his subordinates did things that harmed the interests of the company, he could not control it. Moreover, Shinro was also an intern and had not been working for a long time, so the probability of making mistakes should be very high. Chun-Mo thought secretly. At this time, all the work had been handed over to Shinro, so he had nothing to do. Then what should he do? I remember that the dogs he adopted had been raised for a while, and I don't know how they are. I can go over and take 2 of them for a walk. Is this the life a boss should have? He walked out of the office leisurely and came to the outside of the office building. Sister Lin, just stop here. Wu Yu pointed to an open space and said. Lin Mei slowly parked the car at the open space, pointed by Wu Yu, and glanced at Wu Yu lightly. Didn't I tell you to call me Annie Lin? Sister Lin, you don't look that old. It's a bit awkward to call me Annie Lin. Wu Yu said frankly. Lin Mei smiled slightly when she heard it and got out of the car without saying anything. Is this your workshop? Yes, there are 2 workshops in our garment factory. This workshop is the new one and is larger. There is also an old workshop, but the area is much smaller. However, the equipment in the 2 workshops is the same. Wu Yu explained and took the lead to the front. Just as he walked to the door of the workshop, he saw Lin Mei stopped and looked at one side of the garment factory. That's the doghouse in the video, right? I'll go over and take a look, Lin Mei said, and walked over directly. She came here to visit, and watching the workshop was secondary. She mainly wanted to see if the doghouse and the adopted dogs in the video were staged. After all, there are too many people who post videos of rescuing small animals on the internet and end up gaining sympathy and donations. She is a person who likes small animals. She also has many at home and has donated dog food to the rescue station. If this clothing factory is not cheating, then what's the big deal about joining a clothing store? Anyway, she just happens to have an empty storeroom in her hand, which is just right for a clothing store. And she also looked at this clothing factory in the video, which is quite formal. In this case, why not support it? When she came to the side of the workshop, she saw the same doghouse as in the video, and the dogs in it were the same breed as in the video. More importantly, the doghouse was cleaned very cleanly. It seems that the people in this clothing factory take good care of these dogs. Sister Lin, these dogs were adopted by our general manager Chun from the corner cat and dog rescue station. Wu Yu saw Lin Mei looking at the dogs in the doghouse all the time and spoke at the right time. Lin Mei nodded slightly. She knew about the corner cat and dog rescue station, and she had donated dog food. Let's go and take a look inside the workshop. Since what I want to know has been confirmed, there is no problem. Entering the workshop, Lin Mei was slightly stunned. Although she already knew the layout of the workshop in the video, she was still a little surprised when she came to check it out in person. It is already November now, and she has already worn a thicker windbreaker, but after entering the workshop, she actually felt a wave of heat coming. Such a large workshop is actually covered with central air conditioning. Not to mention the price of the central air conditioning. The electricity bill alone is probably a considerable expense. And are those snack cabinets and slogans on the wall serious? Looking at those slogans full of negative meanings, Lin Mei was a little confused for a while. But soon she smiled faintly. This clothing factory is quite interesting. Then she walked around the workshop again and found that the working status of the employees of this clothing factory and the finished clothes were of very good quality. And the styles of the clothes are also very novel, all of which are styles that have never been seen before. Except that the clothing brand is not well known, there is nothing to be picky about. She suddenly felt that even if she didn't rescue stray dogs, joining this clothing brand would be a good investment. The brand's reputation could be expanded through advertising and publicity. But the quality and style of clothing cannot be guaranteed by all clothing factories. Sister Lin, how do you feel? After visiting the entire clothing factory, Wu Yu asked tentatively. No problem, we can discuss joining. Lin Mei nodded slightly. She was quite satisfied with this clothing factory. At the entrance of the staff cafeteria, Mr. Chen, how about these two huskies? The pet manager held two dog leashes and pointed at the two huskies. Okay, don't they have names? Chinemo looked at the two huskies and asked. Mr. Chun, one of these two dogs is called Daodu and the other is called Diandian. The pet manager replied. Chinemo looked at the two huskies and thought for a moment. Daodu and Diandian are a bit popular and not new enough. From now on, these two dogs will be called Kui Kui and Qianqian. Kui Kui? Qianqian. The pet manager was stunned for a moment, but didn't dare to say anything. He quickly put the leashes on the two dogs and handed them to Mr. Chen. Chen Mo took the leashes and wandered around the industrial park with the two huskies. This is the life he wants. It's a pity that those old six are more capable of making trouble than each other. Otherwise, he would have achieved financial freedom long ago. Soon, he brought the two huskies to the door of the new workshop. Hey, whose Black Land Rover is this? Could it be that some of the employees of his company have already bought Land Rovers? Chinemo suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He only had tens of thousands of personal assets, but his employees all drove Land Rovers. It was too depressing. Sister Lin, let's go to the office building to talk. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Wu Yu walking out of the workshop with a woman. Seeing Wu Yu's appearance, Chinemo instinctively became alert and stopped. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment when he saw Mr. Chun at the door of the workshop, and then hurriedly spoke. Well, what are you doing? Chinemo nodded slightly and looked at the woman beside him. Wu Yu hurriedly introduced her. Mr. Chun, this is Sister Lin. She came here to visit the garment factory today to discuss the agency. Sister Lin, this is our boss, Mr. Chun. Chapter 173, shouldn't it be a big problem? Lin Mei looked at Chinemo, then looked at the two dogs being led, smiled, and said hello. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello. Chinemo replied politely, but his heart was like a galloping horse. What's going on? Didn't it mean that I couldn't get an agent? Why did an agent suddenly appear? Turning to look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, have you told Ms. Lin about the situation in our company? Mr. Chun, I have already told Sister Lin. Wu Yu said seriously. Our garment factory has just transformed and is not well known yet. If we become an agent, we may risk losing money. Have you said this? Chun Mo made a final struggle, hoping that the lady would look back in time after hearing his words. But before Wu Yu could speak, the lady spoke first. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for reminding me. I understand all these things, but I don't think this is a problem. This boss is a nice guy, and he actually told me about the shortcomings of the garment factory like this. This is much better than those bosses who, in order to attract investment, talk about their companies in a garish way, but do not mention the shortcomings of their companies at all. When Sean Mo heard this, his lips twitched, and he wanted to say something, but found that the deal was already done. He could not directly prevent the other party from joining, as it would be a violation of the system regulations. I had no choice but to speak. You guys can continue talking about joining. I won't interrupt you. I secretly comforted myself that even if there were agents, I would only earn a franchise fee of 100,000 yuan. Whether those clothes can be sold in a retail store is another matter. After all, The clothing brand is not well known, but the price is similar to those brand clothes, or even higher. In this comparison, who would buy clothes from a brand with high prices but no reputation? No one buys it, so I still lose money. No big deal. After thinking about this clearly, Chinemo breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at the two huskies whose names he had just changed. Even after changing the name, it had no effect. Business office. Sister Lin, this is the contract for joining. You can take a look at it. Wu Yujiang took out the contract after preparing it for a long time, but never used it. Lin Mei took the contract, looked at it, found no problems, and signed it directly. Then he looked up at Wu Yu and asked, I was in the workshop just now. I took a look and found that there don't seem to be many types of sample clothes in our workshop, right? That's it, Sister Lin. Our garment factory has just transformed. It's true that we don't currently produce many styles of clothes. However, we do have a professional fashion design department. They have many styles of sample clothes, but they haven't been put into production yet. Middle. If you want to choose a style, I can take you to the design department to choose. It will take a while before you go back to the store. During this time, the workshop can almost complete the production of the clothing styles you selected, and it will not affect your business. Wu Yu hurriedly explained. The workshop has indeed been put into production during this period, but each style of clothing must be produced in a certain quantity before the next style of clothing is considered to be produced. Therefore, so far, the workshop has not produced many clothing styles. But the design department is different. I heard that within a month of working from home, the fashion designers have designed many styles of clothing. After the design department was established, it began to invest in the production of sample clothes. At this time, many styles of sample clothes had been produced, but the workshop had not yet been put into production, and those sample clothes were still on the hangers of the design department. Good. Lin Mei nodded. Come to the design department. Sister Lin, this is Su Yining, the head of the design department. This is Lin Mei, just call her Sister Lin. Now she has joined our clothing brand. Please take her over to pick out some clothing styles. Wu Yu opened his mouth to introduce each other. The two greeted each other. Sister Lin, please come with me. All the sample clothes are in there. Su Yining turned around and walked into the design department. Lin Mei followed. All the finished sample clothes that have been made so far are here. Of course, there are still some that have not been made, but here is a simple hand-drawn drawing book. Su Yining pointed to a row of clothes hangers beside her, then took down an album hanging on the clothes hanger and handed it to Lin Mei, who was following. Lin Mei took the picture album, but did not open it. Instead, she carefully looked at the sample clothes on the hanger. There are probably nearly 20 pieces of sample clothes, which is much different from the number of real brand clothes. But this clothing factory has just transformed, so it is understandable. What surprised her was the styles of the clothes on the hangers. Each one was unique. Some places are cleverly designed and look interesting. There are also color combinations, which are very harmonious. They are not too eye-catching, but they don't look old-fashioned either. Everything is just right. Although some of the styles are not her favorite, there is still a feeling of dazzling her eyes. You designed all of these? Turning to look at Su Yining aside. Yes, but time is limited, and there are only so many sample clothes at the moment. If you think there are too few, you can tell us what style of clothes you want, and we can rush to make them. Su Yining noted. Although they have tried their best to catch up these days, they can only make so many samples. Even during this period, they studied the styles and designs of clothes after get-off work and came to the studio to make finished samples during the day. But even so, they only made these styles in front of them. After all, they can't ignore quality because of speed. However, if the agent has requirements, she can meet the agent's needs first. It doesn't matter, these samples are enough. Lin Mei waved her hand after hearing this. As a frequent shopper, it doesn't really matter how many types of clothes the garment factory has. What matters is how many styles you have that can attract customers' attention. Office. Chinemo sent the dog back to the doghouse and went back to the office to watch short videos. Recently, he saw a more desolate video on the short video. That is the empty nest elderly. These elderly people live alone in the countryside without anyone to take care of them. The better ones may have their children alive, but they work outside, but they will give the elderly some living expenses. The more miserable ones may have lost their children due to some misfortunes. leaving them alone and without even a basic source of income. The only source of income may be the small vegetable garden at home. But how much income can a small vegetable garden provide? In order to save money, one steamed bun has to be divided into several meals. He has been paying attention to this matter during this period. After all, he still has 1.2 million charity funds that have not been used. It would be a waste if it is not used. Chapter 170, 4 Make me lose a lot of money. I didn't have this ability before. When I saw such things, I could only show a little sympathy, but I couldn't do anything. But now I have the system and the charity funds available. If I could do something for these people, I will feel better. He plans to collect more information these days and then determine a target location. Then he will take time to check it out. After all, the system has stipulated that when he wants to do a new charity project, he must go to investigate it in person. A few days passed in a flash. Nana Coffee. Several coffee shop employees sat in their seats bored, looking at the pedestrians passing by outside, but no one came in to drink coffee. Song Xia and Sudan sat in the corner of the coffee shop. Teacher Su, what should I do? It's been 10 days, and the daily turnover is not even 1,000. Song Xia looked worried. During these 10 days, the peak performance of the coffee shop was actually the opening day. In the following days, there were only a dozen people who came to drink coffee every day. Sudan fell silent after hearing Song Xia's words. She calculated the cost of the coffee shop these 2 days. The monthly salary of employees alone is about 200,000 yuan, counting the water and electricity bills and some purchase costs. In this case, if you want to make a profit, you need at least 10,000 yuan in income every day. And it has not yet counted the rent and decoration of the store, the rent of the office, and the cost of purchasing coffee machines and other machines. If these are counted, the coffee shop wants to make a profit. In the current state of the coffee shop, there is no hope at all. Alas! Sighed. Hello, Mr. Chun. At this moment, the voice of the clerk came from the door. Looking up, I saw that Mr. Chun had already walked into the coffee shop and was walking over here. The two hurriedly stood up. Mr. Chun, sit down. Chun Mo nodded slightly and sat opposite the two. How was the coffee shop these 2 days? When the two heard Mr. Chun's question, they all lowered their heads in shame. Now that the coffee shop is so bleak, they don't know how to face Mr. Chun. Chun Mo couldn't help laughing when he saw the two of them. He has been paying attention to the coffee shop during this period of time. He already knows what the coffee shop is like. I came here today mainly to implement the second step of the money-losing plan, open branches, and increase the cost of losing money. Song Xia took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The business of the coffee shop has been very bleak these days, and the daily turnover has not even reached 1,000. Mr. Chun, why don't we do some publicity and do some special activities to attract some customers? Otherwise, if this continues, the coffee shop will lose more and more. Chun Mo listened to Song Xia's words and was already happy in his heart. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Lose money. Lose money hard for me. Still want to do publicity and activities. How can this be possible? You are still too impatient. Since you have chosen the boutique route, this is the result in the early stage, which is also predictable. I need to take a long-term view and not worry about the gains and losses in front of me. You must be patient, understand? But if we do some discount activities and publicity, can we also improve the reputation of coffee? Song Xia murmured, but the tone was a little weaker. It's different. The fame gained through discounts is just a castle in the air. It's too illusory. As the saying goes, it's not a business that's done by relying on discounts. What do the customers you attract through discounts want? They want cheapness and price. And what do our boutique coffee shops sell? They sell taste, service, and a comfortable and quiet environment. So discounts are absolutely not allowed. It completely goes against our original intention and concept of opening a boutique coffee shop. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. One day, our Nana coffee will surpass Starbucks and become the largest domestic coffee in China. Chun Mo talked non-stop, and by the end, even he himself believed it. But seeing the longing looks on the faces of the two people opposite, he knew that he had not fooled them in vain. These two people are much easier to fool than Wu Yu, the traitor. When he thought of Wu Yu, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He said that the agency fee was high and it was difficult to find an agent. 2 days later, he recruited an agent back. Fortunately, only one agent was recruited, which did not affect the overall situation. Sudan's eyes were thoughtful. Everything that Mr. Chun just said, theoretically speaking, made sense. But the most critical point is if the coffee shop does not promote, how can it improve its reputation? Just rely on the taste and environment of the coffee. But now there are only a few people who come to the coffee shop to drink coffee every day. With those few customers, when can it become famous? Sudan looked distressed and looked up at Chinemo. Mr. Chun, if you don't promote, it will be difficult to make the coffee shop famous. Chinemo heard Sudan's words and shook his head slightly. No, you don't have to promote to become famous. Then, Sudan was really confused. Then do you know why Starbucks is so famous? Chinemo looked at Sudan. Sudan thought for a while. Starbucks entered our domestic market relatively early. At that time, the domestic coffee market was not open. Starbucks attracted many consumers instantly with the banner of boutique coffee, and once became a choice to show their living standards. Back then, many people went to Starbucks not to drink coffee, but to post on WeChat moments. When Chun Mo heard Sudan's answer, his expression froze slightly. He didn't expect Sudan to speak so professionally, but he recovered quickly. You have a point, but there is another key issue, that is Starbucks has many stores. Why is it so popular? That's because they have their own stores all over the country. Think about it. You can see a Starbucks wherever you go shopping. How can it not be popular? So if we want to make Nana Coffee Shop famous, we must follow his practice and open branches. But our coffee shop has just been open for a short time, and it has not yet achieved profitability. Isn't it a bit early to open a branch now? Sudan was slightly surprised when she heard this. She heard what Mr. Chen said, and she was going to open a branch. This is very risky. Chen Mo listened to Sudan's words and smiled slightly. I chose to open a branch only because it was not profitable. If it was profitable, why would I open a branch? Chapter 175, Mr. Chen's Ambition. You are wrong in your idea. As the saying goes, you must become famous early. It is urgent to build the reputation of the coffee shop. So we must open branches of coffee shops as soon as possible. As for the location selection and other requirements for the branch, I have written them all on this piece of paper. You can take a look. Chinemo said, taking out a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Sultan. He had already prepared this piece of paper before it came. Seeing Mr. Chin's firm attitude, Sudan said nothing more and reached out to take the paper handed over. Opened it and took a look. After a while, he slowly placed the paper on the table. Mr. Chun, the location is chosen near Starbucks, which is a bit awkward. The reason why there are so few customers in this current coffee shop is largely because customers have been taken away by the nearby Starbucks. If you are opening a branch, you must miss Starbucks. How can we open a branch near these two stores? You don't understand this. You have to know that Starbucks location selection has been researched by professional departments. Their location selection has the highest number of people in terms of foot traffic and coffee drinking. So as long as we open a store near them, we don't have to consider the flow of people at all, and we save our research time. Chinemo said unhurriedly that he had prepared these words a long time ago in order to deal with this kind of problem. But with this kind of work, it's hard for our coffee shop to compete with those two coffee shops. Sudan was a little worried. If it continued to open near Starbucks, I'm afraid the final result would be like this coffee shop now. Teacher Su, your idea is wrong. Don't you subconsciously think that our coffee shop is not as good as Starbucks? This is cowardice before fighting, which is a taboo for military strategists. Shopping malls are like battlefields. You have already shown your cowardice at the beginning. How can you compete with the opponent? Is our Nana coffee worse than Starbucks? It's not bad at all. Whether it's the taste or the store environment, it's not bad. So there is nothing to worry about. It is normal for a new store to have few customers. Sooner or later, there will be more customers. So be sure to choose one near Starbucks. This cannot be changed. Chinemo tapped the table and said without any doubt. Now this coffee shop is a successful case, so it is natural to follow suit. I understand, Mr. Chun. Sudan nodded helplessly. Mr. Chin had already said so. What else could she do? And she probably guessed Mr. Chin's intentions and ambitions. Mr. Chun wanted to compete with Starbucks and build a coffee brand that surpassed Starbucks. Once the battle is won, all the original Starbucks customers will enter Nanha Coffee. This is an extremely risky gamble. If it wins, Nanha Coffee will become the largest coffee brand in the country. If you lose, it's like trying to fetch water from a bamboo basket, and you'll have nothing left. She somewhat admired Mr. Chin's courage. In this case, she would try her best to attract more customers to the coffee shop. I thought that Nana Coffee might become the #1 brand of coffee in China, and it might even open up foreign markets. Sudan couldn't help but yearn for it. You must also think carefully about how to attract as many customers as possible to the coffee shop. Mr. Chun, your coffee. At this time, a clerk came over with a cup of coffee. Thanks. Chunmo took the coffee and took a sip, then looked up at Sudan and Songxia. Okay, that's all. You can handle the rest on your own. I may have to go out in the next 2 days, and the work will be temporarily handed over to my assistant Shinro. If you really encounter any problems, just negotiate with her. In the past 2 days, he has chosen a place to inspect the empty nesters. When things are arranged at the coffee shop, he can set off. Sudan and Songxia looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Seeing that there was no problem between the two of them, Chinamo began to taste the coffee quietly. What he wants is coffee made from the most expensive coffee beans in the store. Anyway, as the boss, he doesn't need to spend money to drink his own coffee. Drinking a cup can consume a little more cost. Needless to say, the taste of these good coffee beans is just different. Next, I sat in a shop for a while, but the coffee shop always seemed to have a bleak business. Okay, you guys are busy, I'll go back first. Chinemo drank the last sip of coffee, got up and walked outside. But when he walked to the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Songxia and Sudan who were following behind. By the way, after you select the store, you can contact Wang Yang for decoration. Ask Assistant Shun for contact information, or ask Assistant Shun to help you get in touch. Okay, Mr. Chun. Songxia nodded when he heard this. Pet Park. Peng Tao and Su Jingming were sitting in an open space, holding a thermos box and eating lunch. Because these 2 days, they all have to supervise the construction at the pet park, so they make extra meals in the morning, put them in insulated lunch boxes, and bring them here to save time to go back for lunch. Brother Su, wouldn't Mr. Chin be unhappy if we didn't go over to congratulate Nana Coffee Shop on its opening? Peng Tao took a mouthful of food and said worriedly. He only knew about the opening of Mr. Chin's coffee shop these 2 days, and it was too late when he knew it. Su Jingming heard this, thought for a while, and said, Mr. Chun is not such an unreasonable person. Besides, no one notified us about the opening of the coffee shop. Mr. Chun will understand us. In addition, we can find a time to congratulate him in these 2 days. Okay, Peng Tao nodded. He had been to Mr. Chin's company, and he also knew from Li Shun that Mr. Chun was very good to his employees. I think Mr. Chin would not mind not going to congratulate him. Soon the two of them finished lunch and came to an open space in the pet park. There was already a team of workers waiting there. The foreman inside saw Peng Tao and the others coming, and hurriedly greeted them and asked, Hello, how do you plan to build this open space? I have a design here. You can take a look. Peng Tao handed over the design drawings that had been designed long ago. Then he pointed to the open space in front and made a simple gesture. I designed a catwalk stage, similar to the one models walk on. But the initial position should be larger, and overall, it should be like a T. As for the size of my design, if there is anything unreasonable, you can give some suggestions. Since it is a pet fashion show, it is best to walk on the stage like a model. Chapter 176. You are in charge of the company. On the second day, Garment Factory Office. Shinro, you will be responsible for the company's affairs in the next few days. Chunmo sat on the office chair and explained some work-related matters. After all, he will set out tomorrow to inspect the situation of empty nesters. At this stage, there is nothing in the company that requires his attention. Except for Tianlong Games, the areas that should lose money are going in the direction he expected. So he was very relieved to go out during this period. Mr. Chun, this task is too important. I'm a little worried that I can't do it well. When Shinro heard Mr. Chin's arrangement, she suddenly became unconfident. She hoped to help Mr. Chin handle some things, but Mr. Chen directly handed over all the company's business to her, which made her a little uneasy. After all, I have just worked for a short time and do not have much experience in handling affairs. If you don't do something well, it will cause losses to the company, which will be a big problem. Just go ahead and do it. I believe in you. Chen stood up and patted Shinro on the shoulder. Seeing the other person's nervous look, he became more and more satisfied. Right. The more nervous, the better. The more nervous you are, the higher the probability of making mistakes. After arranging the company's affairs, he can set off tomorrow. This time he was not going out alone. Li Shin would go with him. Although this guy was a sixth grader, he had calmed down a lot during this time, and he has strong communication skills. If you bring him with you, you can better communicate with those elderly people. Then there is the driver Yang Dahai. After all, he is needed to drive. He also communicated systematically that this time the charity investigation was also defined as official business. So he can use the company's car. This saves a lot of things. This time they went to a place called Lyoha Village, which was about a 6-hour drive from Jiangxing City. Li Shin also knows how to drive. For safety reasons, he and Yang Dahai can switch shifts at that time. After all, if a person drives for 6 hours, it is easy to drive fatigued. In fact, there is a way to reach Lyoha Village by taking the high-speed rail, but you still need to reverse the train after getting off the train station, which is a bit troublesome. Finally decided to drive there. Business department. Li Shun found Wu Yu. I'm going on a business trip with my boss tomorrow, so I'll leave my live broadcast account to your management for the time being. I'll live broadcast every day to visit the workshop and see if there's any chance of bringing down the agent. He had just received a business trip notice from Mr. Chun, and he might be away for a few days this time. Therefore, it will be impossible to broadcast live during this period, but his account has just started to improve. If the broadcast is stopped at this time, the traffic may be affected. Finally, he thought about it and decided to ask Wu Yu to help broadcast it. In this way, even if someone wants to be an agent for a clothing factory, they can contact Wu Yu directly without too much trouble. Brother Shin, it wouldn't be a good idea to switch to my live broadcast all of a sudden. Wu Yu asked with some worry. After all, Li Shun had been doing the live broadcast by himself before, and suddenly it was him who was doing the live broadcast. Those who watch the live broadcast might think too much. It's okay. I haven't started today's live broadcast yet. When the live broadcast starts later, you come with me to the workshop and show your face. I'm telling those watching the live broadcast that you will live broadcast in the next few days, and there will be no problem. After all, those people watching the live broadcast are not looking at me, but at the working environment of our company. Li Shin said nonchalantly that he had already thought about this before coming. However, even if we use live broadcast effect is relatively poor, it is still better than being interrupted. Okay, then I'll try my best. Wu Yu nodded, thinking about how to make the live broadcast better. After all, this is the account of a promotional company. He can't let it fall into his own hands. Afternoon, I will start a live broadcast. Remember to come to the workshop. After Li Shun explained everything, he left the business department directly. He also went to the canteen to communicate with Wang Maoyan about the purchase of ingredients. As for the purchase of raw materials for the clothing factory, he just purchased a batch a while ago, which is enough for the clothing factory to use for a while, so there is no need to worry. The next morning, Old City Community, Yangdajia. Xiao Chan eat more. It's a long journey and you'll be hungry after a long time. Dong Hong watched Shin finish eating and expressed concern. I'm full. If you're hungry, you can have a bite in the service area. Chun waved his hand. Today was the day to set out for Lyoha Village. To save trouble, he had breakfast directly at Yang Dahai's house. Let's go. Seeing that Yang Dahai had finished eating, he got up and walked outside. Yang Duo followed her to the door with short legs and raised her head and shouted, "Brother Chen, goodbye." "Goodbye." Chinemo smiled and rubbed Yang Duoduo's little head. "Lao Yang, drive carefully on the highway, Mr. Chun is in the car." Dong Hong stood at the door and gave instructions. "Don't worry, I will be careful." Yang Dahai nodded seriously. This was the first time he asked Mr. Chun to run on the highway. He naturally knew to drive more steadily. The two of them had just walked out of the unit door. I saw Li Shun wrapped in a jacket, standing at the door of the unit, pacing back and forth. It was already past the beginning of winter, and their area was in the north, so the outdoor temperature was less than 10 degrees, and there was still some wind today. Li Shun didn't know how much he weighed, and he only wore a small jacket in this weather. "Mr. Chun, you are out." Li Shun saw Mr. Chun and Yang Dahai coming out and hurried to greet them. "Why didn't you go upstairs?" Chun Mo looked at Li Shun's frozen appearance and wanted to laugh. "Oh, I just came too, and I haven't had time yet," Li Shun replied. Chun Mo glanced at Li Shun indifferently, and seeing that this guy was frozen, it didn't look like he had just arrived. "Do you want to go back and change into thicker clothes? Don't go out to do charity work and make yourself sick." "No need, Mr. Chun. I brought thick clothes. They are in the suitcase." Chun Mo nodded when he heard this. He was going out for several days this time, so he had to prepare a few changes of clothes. But he and Yang Dahai had already prepared them last night and put them in the car. After arriving at the parking spot and putting away Li Shun's suitcase, everyone got in the car. Garment factory. Business department. Wu Yu sat in front of his workstation with a distressed look on his face. When he thought about having to live broadcast in place of Li Shun today, he was inexplicably nervous. He didn't want to lose the traffic of this account because of himself. How can he improve the attractiveness of the live broadcast and promote the company? He was a little headache thinking about it, turned his head and looked at Luo Yuan and Kai Jing and told them the matter. There is strength in numbers. One more person is better than him alone. After a while, Kai Jing looked up and said, "You can try to wear the clothes designed by our clothing factory and then show them in the live broadcast room. I have seen the clothes designed by our clothing factory. They are all quite novel and should have some live broadcast effects." Chapter 177, Introducing Clients. When Wu Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. Kai Jing's method is indeed very good. Even if she cannot attract agents, she can still promote the clothing factory's clothing styles. This method is feasible. Then when the live broadcast is held, I will trouble you two to cooperate. I will be responsible for the live broadcast, and you two will be responsible for trying on the clothes from the clothing factory and showing them in the live broadcast room. It just so happens that one is in charge of men's clothing and the other is in charge of women's clothing. If we can really get an agent in the live broadcast room, it will be for the three of us. Wu Yu looked at Luo Yuan and Kai Jing and said seriously, "Brothers settle accounts clearly. These two people worked hard to broadcast live, but they will get nothing by then, and they can't justify it no matter what. Moreover, helping with the live broadcast also wastes their time running business." "No problem." Kai Jing and Luo Yuan nodded. Even if they go out to run business, they may not be able to attract agents. As for live broadcasting, if you can't get an agent, you can still promote the company. "Okay, then I'll discuss it with Minister Jiang and ask him to produce a set of clothing styles and show them to us live." As Wu Yu spoke, he left the business department directly and came to the production department office in the office building. However, Jiang Chung was not found in the production department. As soon as Wu Yu thought about it, he knew that Minister Jiang should be in the workshop, although Mr. Chen gave Jiang Ching an office for the production department in the office building. But Minister Jiang rarely stays in the office and is basically in the workshop. "Come to the workshop." After inquiring, Jiang Chung was finally found behind a machine. "Brother Jiang, are you busy?" Wu Yu looked at Jiang Chung, who was tinkering behind the machine. "Xiao Wu." Hearing this, Jiang Chung stuck his head out from behind the machine and saw the person clearly. "What's the matter?" "I have something I want to discuss with you, but there's no rush. You can finish it first." "It's okay. I'm just taking a look at the structure of these machines to see if it's possible to improve them and improve their work efficiency." Jiang Chung stood up and walked out from behind the machine, picked up a rag on the machine, and simply wiped his hands. "Let's go and talk in the employee lounge over there." "Good." Wu Yu nodded. He knew that the employee lounge was specially prepared for employees. When you are tired or want to smoke a cigarette, you can go to the lounge. After all, smoking is not allowed during work because fabrics can easily catch fire. "Come to the lounge." Wu Yu briefly explained the live broadcast. "That's a good thing. The finished clothes are all packed over there. I'll let them know right away, and you can pick them up wherever you go." Jiang Qing heard this and agreed without saying a word. This is a good thing for the garment factory, and he has no reason to refuse. Moreover, Li Shen also knew about the live broadcast in the workshop before. Thank you very much, Brother Jiang. Wu Yu thanked. It's okay. Just bring it up if it's something that's beneficial to the company. I'm old, and I don't understand live broadcasts. Just feel free to do it. Jiang Chung said seriously. During this period of time, there has been no progress with the clothing factory's agent, and he is also very anxious. After all, the clothes produced now are all backlogged in the warehouse, and that's all money. But he was completely powerless when it came to agency matters and didn't know how to help. All we can do is cooperate as much as possible. After Wu Yu negotiated with Jiang Chung, he went directly back to the business department to start preparations. Just returned to the business department. The phone in his pocket rang. He glanced at the caller ID and looked surprised. Sister Lin, why did she call? He was confused, but this was his first agency client, and he didn't dare to neglect it. Get on the phone. Sister Lin, what's the matter? Yu, come out for a meeting someday when you are free, and I will introduce you to some clients. Sister Lin, is that client your friend? When Wu Yu heard that he wanted to introduce customers, he hurriedly asked. We are considered friends. We often play mahjong together. Yesterday, when we were playing mahjong, I mentioned the time to join the clothing store, and they were quite interested. But whether you can capture them or not depends on your ability. Lin Mei said on the phone that these Mei friends have a lot of spare money in their pockets. They usually spend a small amount of 100,000 yuan on shopping, buying some clothes, and buying a bag. And when I usually play mahjong, I want a lot of money from her. This time, letting them spend money to join a clothing factory can be considered as a way to accumulate some merit for them. After all, joining a clothing store can also allow the clothing factory to make some money. And the owner of the clothing factory, after making more money, can do more good things. The day after tomorrow, okay. Tomorrow is Friday, and the day after tomorrow is Saturday, which is just fine. Okay, you can arrange the location, or I can help you arrange it. Wu Yu thought for a moment after hearing this. He heard that the business of Nana Coffee was not very good recently, but he could bring these people to the coffee shop to discuss things. After all, there is nothing wrong with the taste of the coffee shop. The only thing is that the price is a bit high. But according to Sister Lin's words, the people she introduced were all wealthy people. If we bring them all to Nana Coffee, maybe we can add more customers to the coffee shop. Sister Lin, let me arrange it. Our CEO, Chen, also has a boutique coffee shop. Both the taste and the environment are very good. We can go there to discuss things. Okay, what's the name of the shop? Nana Coffee. Hard drinking coffee? Lin Mei was a little confused. Did she hear it wrong? It's the south of east, west, south, and north, and the good and good. Wu Yu knew he had heard it wrong as soon as he heard it, and hurriedly explained. Okay, let's decide there, and agree on the specific time the day after tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Wu Yu temporarily put the meeting the day after tomorrow behind his mind. After all, he still had to prepare for the live broadcast. Find Kai Jing and Luo Yuan, and began to discuss the things that need to be paid attention to during the live broadcast, the words that need to be said, and how to arrange to make the live broadcast more interesting. About half an hour later, the three finally discussed the live broadcast. Let's go, we'll go to the workshop now. Wu Yu stood up and took the lead to walk out of the business department. When he arrived at the workshop, he found the person in charge of packing and took all the clothes of various types. The live broadcast began. Wu Yu started live broadcasting and visited the workshop to warm up. When more than 300 people came to the workshop, Wu Yu knew that the time was almost up. Hello everyone, I have finished showing you the workshop. Today, there is a new program, which is to show you the styles of clothes in our garment factory. Want to see the doghouse? Okay, I will show you the doghouse after I finish showing you the styles of clothes. Chapter 178, Online Store Plan. Wu Yu looked at several comments wanting to see the doghouse. His face froze for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself and smiled and spoke. He didn't know why these people wanted to see the doghouse so persistently. It was the same when he followed Li Shun's live broadcast yesterday. Some people also sent comments wanting to see the doghouse. Okay, now I'll show you a sweatshirt from our clothing factory. It's a little thicker, just right for the season. Wu Yu said, and had already pointed the camera at Kai Jing and Luo Yuan, who had been prepared. This sweatshirt is divided into men's and women's styles. About an hour later, Wu Yu finally turned off the live broadcast on his mobile phone in front of the doghouse and fell into deep thought. Is this live broadcast effective? He didn't recruit any agents. Is it not good? The peak number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 700. But although the number of people has increased, no one is asking about the agent. Basically, there are only two categories in the comments. One wanted to see the doghouse, and the other wanted to ask about the price of clothes and wanted to use a small yellow car. That's right. When they showed the styles of clothes from the garment factory, those people didn't pay attention to the agency at all. Although he had tried hard to guide them towards the agency, it was useless. Those people only asked where they could buy the clothes. Wu Yu suddenly thought that the ultimate goal of recruiting agents was to sell the clothes. Then wouldn't it be more convenient for him to sell the clothes directly online? The more Wu Yu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He only needed to register a merchant on the platform and sell it during the live broadcast. Then he connected with the courier, and it was basically done. However, this kind of thing still needs to be reported. Mr. Chun is not in the company, and now Assistant Shun is the sole agent of the company's affairs. I don't know if Assistant Shun can approve this matter. Wei was a little unsure in his heart. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Assistant Shun's vision was not as good as Mr. Chun. If he told Mr. Chun about this, Mr. Chun would probably see the feasibility of this matter at a glance and approve it. But he didn't know about Shinro. But let's try it first. If Assistant Shin doesn't approve, we can only wait for Mr. Chin to come back. Arrived at the boss's office, knocked on the door and walked in. Shinro looked at Wu Yu, who came in, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Assistant Shin, there is indeed something I want you to approve." Wu Yu hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. "Sit down and talk." Shinro recalled Mr. Chin's usual style of doing things and pointed to the chair in front of the desk in imitation. "It's like this today." Wu Yu detailed his ideas of live broadcast and opening an online store. Shinro listened to Wu Yu's story thoughtfully. Live broadcast can increase the reputation of the garment factory, and it is possible to attract agents for the garment factory. If it is a registered merchant, it can also use live broadcast to directly sell the garment factory's clothes. And this is a real factory direct sale, and the profit from selling clothes will obviously be higher. More importantly, the garment factory has only attracted one agent now, and it is still in the process of decorating the store. If you want to really sell clothes, you still need to wait for a while. But there are a lot of clothes piled up in the workshop. If we don't want to sell the clothes, the warehouse and the workshop will not be able to accommodate them. So Wu Yu's proposal, no matter how you think about it, is very helpful for the garment factory at this stage. After thinking about it clearly, he looked up at Wu Yu. This proposal is feasible. You can go back and make a plan and submit it. Assistant Shun, you approve it? Wu Yu asked with a look of surprise. Approved. Shinro nodded. Leave the office. Wu Yu sighed. Worthy of being the assistant selected by President Chun, with a strong ability to judge things. No wonder President Chun would rest assured to hand over all the company's affairs to Assistant Shun. Thinking in his heart, he quickly returned to the business department and started writing a plan. Friday, Nana Coffee Shop. Song Xia and Sudan gathered all the coffee shop employees together. Let's brainstorm and see if there is any way to increase the flow of customers to the coffee. Sudan looked around at everyone and spoke slowly. How about lowering the price? I think those customers basically don't buy because the price is too high. You can also do some promotional activities such as Ziru giving out discount coupons or something. Several shop assistants spoke up one after another. They were also very anxious that there were no customers in this coffee shop. After all, they couldn't find another coffee shop with such good treatment. Sudan frowned as he listened to everyone's suggestions. These people's suggestions were basically related to price reduction and discounts, but this was not allowed by Mr. Chin at all. How about opening a unique coffee shop? What is unique? Sudan looked at the person who was speaking. It was Zhou Mei, who liked spying. When Zhou Mei heard Sudan's question, the corners of her mouth curved into a crescent. The characteristics are different. Teacher Sue, don't you think that the current coffee shops are too rigid? If the waiters' clothes are all changed into S-style clothes, wouldn't it be very distinctive? For example, cat-eared girls, bunny girls, etc. Wouldn't it be very attractive? I have already thought of the name, Nana Coffee Made Shop. Sudan did not give a direct answer after listening to the frowning story. Zhou Mei's proposal was the only one with a lot of ideas among all the proposals. However, she didn't know much about the spy circle, and she planned to go back to learn more before making a decision. At this moment, the door of the coffee shop was suddenly opened, and two guests walked in from outside. Sudan evacuated the gathered staff, and saw Song Xia greeted them. Brother Pang, Brother Su. Song Xia looked at Pang Tao and Su Jingming, who walked in with surprise. She had met these two people when she and Chinemo went to donate dog food, and she knew that Mr. Chun had invested in a pet park project, and these two people were responsible for it. I just don't know what these two people are doing in the coffee shop today. Teacher Su, this is Pang Tao, and Su Jingming, the person in charge of the pet park project invested by Mr. Chun. This is Teacher Su Dan, who is the person in charge of Nana Coffee like me. Song Xia briefly introduced. Hello, Teacher Su. Su Jingming and the others hurriedly greeted him and then smiled. We are here today mainly to congratulate the opening of the new store, but we are a little late. Please don't mind. Chapter 179 Adoption. Brother Su, you were too polite. Come and sit inside. Song Xia smiled when she heard this. As for congratulations, she didn't have to choose anything. After all, Mr. Chun had just invested in the pet park project, so these two people must be very busy. It would be bad if the pet park project was delayed because of congratulations. I came to the coffee shop, found a seat, and sat down. Now that that's here, let's try some coffee from the coffee shop. Pang Tao said cheerfully after sitting down. Good. Song Xia nodded, then went back to the operating table to talk to the store manager Lin Zhu. It didn't take long. Lin Zhu made 2 cups of coffee and walked over, then placed them in front of Pang Tao and Su Jingming's table. This is Lin Zhu, the manager of the coffee shop. Song Xia took the opportunity to introduce him, and then took Lin Zhu to sit down beside him. Seeing this, Su Jingming and the two said hello. Then he took a sip of coffee, tasted it carefully, and looked surprised. He had drunk coffee twice before, but the 2 times he drank it before gave him a very bitter feeling with no other taste. He never drank coffee again after that. But this cup of coffee gave him a different feeling. Although it was also very bitter, after the bitterness, it had an unexpected sweetness. As expected of a coffee shop run by Mr. Chun, the coffee tastes better than other coffees. Brother Pang, I want to adopt a cat. Can you help me pick one at the rescue station? Song Xia saw Pang Tao, and the two finished tasting the coffee and spoke at the right time. Is this okay? I'll pick one for you when I get back. But first of all, you can adopt it, but if you don't want to keep it one day, please return it to the rescue center. Pang Tao reminded him that it had happened before, that after someone adopted a pet, he no longer wanted to keep it and then abandoned it directly. He doesn't want this to happen. Don't worry, Brother Pang. I'll take good care of them and will not abandon them. Song Xia said with assurance on her face that she had wanted to raise a cat for a long time. But because of the incident at the milk tea shop, the financial situation was simply not enough to support her raising a cat. But it's different now. Her salary was already put into her pay card the day after signing the contract. The position salary is 20,000 yuan, as well as various welfare subsidies, and she is still given 2 months' salary. According to Mr. Chin, when she went out for training, although she had not signed a contract, she was still considered to be on paid business trips, plus the bonuses for recruiting store clerks. The salary transferred to her card can bring a bonus of 50,000 yuan, which is the amount after excluding personal income tax and insurance. The money is enough for her to keep a pet. Well, I also want to adopt a cat. Is that okay? Lin Zhu sat aside and suddenly said. She also likes pets very much, so she just took the opportunity to adopt one, and she indirectly did a good deed. Okay, then I will pick 2 for you when I get back and deliver them to you in 2 days. Pang Tao agreed immediately. In any case, if the pets in the rescue station can really have a home, it is always better than staying in the rescue station. Thanks, Lin Zhu said gratefully. I should be the one thanking you. Pang Tao smiled and spoke. Shiguang County. Inside a hotel, Chun Imo walked out of the hotel wrapped in a windbreaker. Li Shun and Yang Dehai were already waiting outside. After they arrived in Shiguang County yesterday, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After thinking about it, they did not go directly to Lioa village below Shiguang County. After all, it still takes more than an hour to drive from Shiguang County to Lyoha Village. Even if you get to Lyoha Village, you don't have much time to do research. Mr. Chun, we have already bought the rice, flour, grain, and oil, and put them on the truck. Li Shin saw Mr. Chun coming out and hurriedly greeted him. Chun Mo heard this and glanced at the two trucks parked in the distance. At this time, the rice noodles were already full. This is what he arranged yesterday. After all, I was a sponsor in the past, so I couldn't go there empty-handed. However, these rice noodles can only temporarily solve the dietary problems of the empty nesters and prevent them from starving. So this time he is just doing a simple visit and census. We only visited Lyoha Village and several surrounding villages. But the number of empty nesters in these villages is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket compared to the whole country. But the charity funds he can currently use are only 1.2 million. If he wants to help all empty nesters, it will undoubtedly be a drop in the bucket. All of this cannot happen overnight. It needs to be done slowly. However, as long as this survey is completed, he will no longer need to go there in person in the future. He can form a research team that can collect information about empty nesters in various places and other people in need of help. At that time, based on this information, he can find out the people who need help most at the moment, so that charity funds can be used in key places. Let's go to Lyoha Village first. Chunemo no longer delayed and directly ordered to set off. According to his estimate, it will take about 4 days to complete the survey of all villages this time, including the time spent traveling back and forth. It will take about a week to get out this time. It will be almost the end of November when we go back. When the end of the month comes, the special mission can be completed. The remaining system funds at this time fully meet the requirements of the special mission. I don't know what the reward will be this time. It would be great if I could reward tens of millions or millions of personal assets at one time. Please don't come with any parallel world works. The vehicle drove slowly, and 2 trucks followed behind. About an hour later, at the entrance of Lyoha Village, Chunemo got off the car and took a look at the village in front and found that the village here was very backward. The road was still the original dirt road, and some houses were also the original old-fashioned houses. Let's go to the village first and find out where the homes of those empty nest elderly people are. Chunemo said, leading the way into the village. As for rice and flour, they will be distributed uniformly after the number of people is counted. At the same time, there was another truck carrying supplies coming from another direction. Dad, even if we send this little bit of supplies, those elderly people won't be able to hold out for long. Yongju looked at her father who was driving and said with some concern, help as much as you can, at least let those helpless elderly people spend this winter safely. Yang Xingguo Si Git, he had limited ability, and this was all he could do. And he could only give priority to helping those elderly people who had no children or were abandoned by their children. Chapter 180 Empty Nest Elderly. Dad, why are you so insistent on helping them? Yongju looked at her father with some confusion. She remembered that her father had been helping the elderly in the village every year since she could remember. You don't understand. There are some things that you get used to by doing them. Yang Xingwa sighed. He grew up in Lyoha Village when he was a child. Because his parents died unexpectedly, his grandmother took care of him. Later, his grandmother also died of illness. He was the only one left in the family. He was young at the time and had no ability to make money. He grew up eating the food of hundreds of families. Later, when he got married and made money, he wanted to repay the villagers who had helped him. At first, I just bought some gifts and visited during the New Year and holidays. But as time went by, the villagers who had helped him when they were young and strong were gradually getting older. However, at this time, he saw all kinds of society and the warmth and coldness of the world. As the villagers get older, some filial children and capable people have taken the elderly away. Those who are unable to do so will regularly pay their parents some living expenses. Since there are filial children, there are also children who are not filial. Some of those children left home for several years and never came back. I didn't even call or show any concern. At first, he thought that the children had an accident outside, but after investigation, it was found that the children just did not want to go back to visit their parents and felt that their parents' were a burden. There was something even more outrageous. He saw with his own eyes that several children dug out the money that the old man had saved for many years in front of the old man. then divide the money. What's funny is that they ended up quarreling over the uneven distribution of money. Those few people were arguing in front of the old man, with red faces and no regard for the old man's mood. He stepped forward to stop him and was kicked out immediately, saying that outsiders should not interfere with family matters. Of course, there are also old people who have no children and have become lonely old people. And he went from the initial visit to the current support. It has developed from a Lyoha village to several surrounding villages. Sometimes, he also asked himself, wouldn't it be better to spend the money on himself and his family? So many people ignore these empty nesters. Why would he do this? But whenever he saw those old people reluctant to throw away a bowl of sour porridge, he couldn't help but feel cruel. That's all. He has persisted year after year until now. Yongju curled her lips after listening to her father's answer. I don't want to say I'm down. Hey, what are these two big trucks for? Yang Xinghua parked the small truck at the entrance of Lyoha village and saw two large trucks in front of him. The two large trucks were filled with rice and noodles. What is going on? Yang Xinghua got out of the car in confusion, saw the driver still sitting in the large truck, and walked over. He came to the van window and said hello. Hello, master. May I ask what the rice noodles in these two trucks are used for? The driver in the truck was smoking a cigarette and scrolling through the young lady on the short video. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting and turned his head to look over. Who are you? Ah, I'm here to help those empty nesters. Yang Xinghua smiled and replied. What a coincidence. These two trucks of supplies are also subsidizing the empty nesters. But I'm just a driver, and the real owner has already entered the village. After the driver replied, he ignored Yang Xinghua and continued to watch short videos. Yang Xinghua was stunned for a moment when he heard the driver's answer. He did not expect that the supplies in this car were also used to support empty nesters. This is the first time in so many years that he has seen other people come to support him. I was a little surprised, but if these two trucks of supplies are really all funded to the empty nest elderly, then these elderly people can have a good year this winter. Dad, what's going on? Yongju saw her father coming back and asked. The driver said he was also here to support empty nesters. Let's go into the village and have a look, Yang Xinghua said, and took Yongju towards the village. Business Department. Wu Yu, Kai Jing, and Luo Yuan discussed today's live broadcast. After getting approval from Assistant Shin yesterday, he quickly registered a merchant. Because the various procedures of the clothing factory were very complete, the platform had already reviewed it this morning. Today, they can use the little yellow card during the live broadcast. I don't know how many clothes can be sold during today's live broadcast. Wu Yu thought with some anxiety. Soon. It's time for the scheduled live broadcast. Wu Yu brought the live broadcast equipment to the workshop with Kai Jing and Luo Yuan. As before, we first visited the workshop environment via live broadcast, and after the number of viewers came up, the clothing display began. Brothers, the anchor has opened a yellow cart today. If you like the clothes that will be displayed later, you can buy them in the yellow cart. Wu Yu said to the people in the live broadcast room, and then started today's clothing display. Sure enough, as the clothing display began, people began to ask about the price of the clothing. He briefly reminded. It didn't take long for me to notice that the word someone had purchased started to appear on the little yellow car. 2 hours later, Wu Yu turned off the live broadcast again in front of the doghouse. Because I wanted to sell more clothes, I broadcast live for an extra hour. After closing the live broadcast room, he quickly entered the store to check the sales of this live broadcast. How about it? Kai Jing and Luo Yuan looked at Wu Yu expectantly. Wu Yu took a brief look and then showed the store sales on his mobile phone to the two of them. More than 4,300. This turnover is not very large because based on the pricing of those clothes, the turnover of more than 4,300 is only for the sale of more than 10 pieces of clothes. The live broadcast lasted for 2 hours and only a dozen pieces of clothing were sold, which is obviously very few. Kai Jing and Luo Yuan also looked disappointed after seeing the turnover. They thought they would have a turnover of at least tens of thousands, but they didn't expect there to be only that much. This turnover is a bit low. Luo Yuan spoke softly. Kai Jing thought for a moment and spoke seriously. I think the low turnover has something to do with our live broadcast. After all, we don't know the professional live broadcast anchors, so it is difficult to drive the enthusiasm of those in the live broadcast room to buy. Wu Yu was thoughtful when he heard Kai Jing's words, and he also thought about Kai Jing's question. But if you want to recruit professional anchors to sell goods live, you need to face two problems. The first is whether Assistant Shun can approve the recruitment of professional anchors. The second is, if approved, whether to create a new live broadcast account or just use Li Shun's live broadcast account. If Li Shun's live broadcast account is used, there will be no live broadcast account to promote the company after Li Shun comes back. Therefore, regarding the account issue, he needed to ask Li Shun for his opinion. Chapter 181: Recruiting a Live Broadcast Team. I will communicate with Assistant Shin about this matter first to see if it can be approved. If not, I will just wait for Mr. Chan to come back and make plans. Wu Yu pondered for a moment, then raised his head and spoke slowly. Finding a professional anchor to bring goods is equivalent to adding a new job position in the company, and it also needs to provide a corresponding live broadcast location. It's impossible to just pick up a cell phone like they do. Therefore, this matter must be approved. After a brief chat with Kai Jing and Luo Yuan, he went straight to the boss's office in the office building. Wu Yu, how is the live broadcast today? Shinro saw Wu Yu come in and was concerned. She personally approved the opening of the online store, so she is still very concerned about the effect of this live broadcast. Wu Yu looked a little ashamed when he heard Shinro's question. Assistant Shin, the results of today's live broadcast are not ideal. Although there are hundreds of people in the live broadcast, there are only a dozen people buying clothes, and the overall turnover is only more than 4,300. When Shinro heard this, she frowned. If we just sell more than 10 pieces of clothing every day, we will not be able to solve the problem of backlog of clothing production at all. And while he was deep in thought, he heard Wu Yu continue to speak. But when we review this matter, one of the big reasons for the low turnover is that a few of us are not professional sales anchors. We don't have much knowledge about controlling the rhythm of live broadcasts, so it is difficult to drive live broadcasts. People in the room consume. So we put it together and thought that if we want to increase our turnover, we need to recruit professional sales anchors and set up a live broadcast team. In this way, with effective operations, our turnover will definitely increase. But I'm not sure how much it can rise. After all, our clothing brand has not yet become famous, but the price is comparable to that of well-known brand clothing, and some of the clothing is even higher. Wu Yu expressed his thoughts. Shinro listened to Wu Yu's story and hesitated. If the establishment of a professional sales team is approved, there will be certain risks. Once the revenue generated by the sales team is not enough to support the operation of the live broadcast team, then the company will be equivalent to one more loss-making project. Mr. Chun trusted her so much, but within a few days of Mr. Chin's departure, she asked the company to add another money-losing project. Mr. Chun would probably be very disappointed when he came back. But if it is not approved, it will not change the company's current clothing backlog problem. Shinro is caught in a dilemma. She wants to change the company's predicament, but she doesn't want to take too big risks. After thinking for a while, he lowered his head and picked up a notebook beside him and flipped through 2 pages. Finally, his eyes settled on one sentence. Any project has risks. Don't be afraid of losing money. This was what she concluded on the sidelines when Mr. Chun persuaded Peng Tao to invest in the pet park project. Mr. Chun dared to invest $5 million easily, but he couldn't even make up his mind for a small live broadcast team. So lackluster. At present, apart from recruiting a live broadcast team, I can't think of any other way to solve the clothing backlog, so I have nothing to hesitate about. If you really suffer a loss, just find a way to solve it. But if you do nothing, nothing will really change. Moreover, if they do not recruit a live broadcast team, Wu Yu and a few people will continue to live broadcast, which will also affect their business operations. After thinking about this clearly, Shinro already made a decision in her heart and looked up at Wu Yu. I have approved the recruitment of the live broadcast team. I will notify the HR department later to recruit people. If you have any ideas or requirements, you can also communicate with the HR department. Wu Yu looked surprised when he heard this. Seeing that Assistant Shun had been pondering for so long, he thought that establishing a live broadcast team was out of the question, but unexpectedly, he suddenly agreed. Okay, Assistant Shun, then I will communicate with the HR department. Be sure of good things. Wu Yu quickly left the office and went directly to the personnel office. He wanted to arrange this matter as soon as possible, and he would also meet with the clients introduced by Lin Mei tomorrow to discuss agency matters. The matter of being an agent is very important. He must do his best to win over these clients. Besides, he also needs to communicate with Brother Shun about the issue of Li Shun's live broadcast account. It's approaching dark. Shiguang County. In a private room of a hotel, Chen Mo had already ordered the food, and besides Li Shun and Yang Dehai, there was also a father and daughter around the table. Brother Yang, thank you for your help with today's matter. Chen Mo looked at the father and daughter and said gratefully. When they were investigating in Liu village today, the progress was very slow. Almost all the villagers in this area spoke with dialects. It was very difficult for them to communicate. If it weren't for the help of the father and daughter who were also in Yangxinghua, they might not have been able to complete the investigation of Liu village in one day. Not to mention distributing the rice and noodles brought to the elderly in need. Mr. Chun, you are too polite. You help those old people, but it is a great charity. If I help a little, it doesn't matter. Yang Xinghua looked at Chen Mo with admiration in his eyes. During this day, he saw with his own eyes that the young boss distributed 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of noodles, and 2 barrels of soybean oil to each elderly person. At the same time, there was 5,000 yuan in cash. Not to mention the rice and noodles, the 5,000 yuan in cash alone would be enough for those elderly people to spend for a long time. After all, those elderly people are usually very frugal. Just talking about food and drink, it is possible that these 5,000 yuan will be spent for a year. Compared with the materials sponsored by General Manager Chen, the materials he sponsored are nothing at all. Chen Mo smiled slightly and changed the subject directly. I don't know, Brother Yang. Are you busy these 2 days? If not, can you be our guide for a few days? We will go to several other villages next to donate materials. Don't worry, we won't let you be a guide for nothing, and we will pay you accordingly. Through this day's understanding, he knew that Yang Xinghua also knew a lot about the empty nest elderly in the surrounding villages. If he could help, this time's funding would be smoother. Mr. Chun, the guide is fine, but I have to send my daughter back today. How about I come here tomorrow morning and meet you? As for the reward, forget it. You are doing a good deed. How can I accept the reward? Yang Xinghua agreed to the matter without any hesitation. Ring, ring, ring. A mobile phone ring suddenly came from the side. Mr. Chun, you guys continue to talk. I'll go outside to answer a call. Li Shun glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Wu Yu calling. He hurriedly took the phone and walked out. Chapter 182 is Your Coffee Shop Hiring Agents. Arriving outside the restaurant, Li Shin quickly answered the phone. What's the matter, Wu Yu? Brother Shin, it's like this. I changed your account yesterday. Wu Yu told the account details in detail on the phone. Selling goods live. Li Shun's eyes lit up when he heard Wu Yu's words. This idea is very good. Why didn't I think about it before? As for the account issue, he doesn't care at all. The worst he can do is register one, spend money to buy some traffic, and accumulate popularity little by little. The first priority right now is to sell the clothes that are overstocked in the clothing factory. That's the business. Okay, you can just use that account. To create a new account, you still need to accumulate traffic again. Okay, Brother Shin, then I won't disturb you. The phone hangs up. Li Shin put his cell phone in his pocket, wondering if he should tell Mr. Chin about this. But after thinking about it for a while, I gave up. Mr. Chin left Assistant Shun in the company and gave him full authority to handle the company's affairs. Apparently, he wanted to train Assistant Shun's abilities. Moreover, the decision on live streaming has just been made, and we still don't know what the actual effect will be. Even if you tell me, you have to wait until the live broadcast is effective before telling you. Otherwise, if Mr. Chin waits 2 days for the news to come out, the live broadcast will have no effect, and it will cause trouble for Mr. Chin. In a hotel private room, when Chen Mo saw Li Shun coming back, he glanced at him lightly and continued to talk to Yang Xinghua about tomorrow's funding. And he also has another idea in his mind. That is, he wants to form a team to visit people in need of help in various places, and Yang Xinghua is a good candidate. However, the two sides don't know each other very well at the moment. They will discuss the matter after a few days of contact. Saturday. Nana coffee. We came to the coffee shop early and waited. Teacher Sue, after those people come, just arrange for the clerk to make the most expensive coffee. Those customers will not be short of money. If they agree with our coffee shop, they will come to drink it again. The most expensive one costs 188 a cup. You must choose this one to entertain them. Sudan reminded her, and she was worried that the other party still didn't know the price of the coffee. In fact, there could be more expensive coffee, but she didn't buy the more expensive coffee beans. It doesn't matter, just 188. Wu Yu waved his hand indifferently. If he could exchange a few 188 for a few agents, it would undoubtedly be a huge profit. Seeing Wu Yu's insistence, Sudan said nothing more. However, with these cups of 188 from Wu Yu, the performance of the coffee shop can be improved today. It's just that Wu Yu is also Mr. Chen's employee. This feeling of making money from one's own people always feels a bit weird. Wu Yu waited in the coffee shop for a while, and then through the glass window, he saw Lin Mei and 3 women walking over from the pedestrian street. The 4 people walked in a row, neatly wearing sunglasses, and their clothes were also very fashionable. A word suddenly flashed in Wu Yu's mind. Lady, are these clearly 4 noble ladies? Wu Yu sighed secretly and hurried out to greet him. After a brief introduction, Wu Yu took 4 ladies into the coffee shop and sat down at a seat inside. Xiao Wu, this coffee shop has a nice environment. It's also opened by your boss. Lin Mei looked at the environment of the coffee shop and was a little surprised. She had been to several boutique coffee shops in Jiangxing City, but the environment was not as good as this coffee shop. The area is also half smaller. I just don't know how the coffee tastes. Yeah, how come I haven't heard of a coffee shop with such a nice environment before? The woman sitting next to Lin Mei also looked at the coffee shop with a surprised look on her face. This coffee shop is indeed our Mr. Chen's property, but it has just been open for a short time, and its reputation has not spread yet. It is normal for you not to know. Wu Yu opened his mouth to explain. Lin Mei nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, and then spoke. Let's get down to business. My sisters would like to know about your clothing factory. Xiao Wu, please introduce it to me. Wu Yu also became serious after hearing this. As he started to talk, he also picked up the prepared tablet to show the working environment of the company's workshop and various clothing styles. These things were prepared by him in advance. That's about it. If you sisters want to know more, you can visit the company. The 3 women brought by Lin Mei smiled unconsciously when they heard Wu Yu call her sister. One of the women spoke softly. Forget about visiting. Lin Mei has already visited. I believe in Lin Mei's vision. The styles of the clothes you just showed are very good. As long as you get famous, you won't have to worry about lack of sales. And I heard that your boss has been doing charity. No matter what, we will support it. It won't cost much anyway. When Wu Yu heard this woman's words, his spirit was shaken. Sister, are you ready to join our clothing brand? When the women heard this, they smiled and nodded. Excuse me, your coffee. A waiter came over with 5 cups of coffee and carefully placed them on the table. Wu Yu hurriedly pushed the coffee to everyone's table. The 4 ladies looked at the coffee, took a look at the finished coffee, and tasted it briefly. Well, does this coffee taste good? It tastes very pure. It's really good, better than the 2 boutique coffees I drank before. It's a pity. If it was near me, I could drink it every day. Several women sighed softly. Lin Mei put down the coffee in her hand and looked at Wu Yu. Is this Blue Mountain coffee? Wu Yu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't usually drink coffee, so how could he know what kind of coffee this was? What a mistake. I should have learned more about the coffee earlier. Just as he was about to say something, he saw teacher Sue coming over from not far away and said at the same time, It is indeed Blue Mountain coffee. Hearing this, Lin Mei looked up at Sudan. I've had Blue Mountain before, and the taste is a little different from this one. This one is more fragrant. There are many kinds of beans in Blue Mountain, and the beans in our coffee shop are second-grade beans, and the production methods are different, which will also affect the taste of the coffee. Sudan patiently explained that with her current channels, she can only buy second-grade beans. First-grade Blue Mountain beans are generally difficult to enter the domestic market. Lin Mei heard this and nodded slightly. Do you have any idea of recruiting agents for this coffee shop? If this coffee shop can be franchised, you can open one near your home. so it will be much more convenient if you want to drink it. Chapter 183, I can rent it out at a low price. Sorry, Mr. Chin has stipulated before that this coffee shop does not accept franchises. It is only a directly operated store. Sudan's eyes were apologetic. Mr. Chin had told them about this direct operation when he signed the contract. Not accepting franchises, only direct sales? Lin Mei was a little puzzled when she heard this. Coffee shops or milk tea shops like this basically rely on franchise stores to expand. After all, if you open a direct operation, you will need more funds, as well as manpower and energy to manage and operate. But franchising is different. Not only can you earn franchise fees, but the investment is also much less, which is equivalent to reducing a lot of risks. Some brands even make money by earning franchise fees from franchisees. But she doesn't have to join this coffee shop. Since she doesn't accept the franchise, forget it. Okay, your coffee is good, but it's a bit far from my house, so I'm afraid I won't be able to drink it often. Lin Mei sighed, feeling a little pity. Teacher Sue, isn't Mr. Chin ready to open a branch? Where will the branch be located? Wu Yu spoke at the right time. Since Lin Mei thought it was far away, the branch might be closer. The location of the branch has not yet been decided, so we are not sure where it will be. Hearing this, Sultan replied, smiling bitterly in his heart. Among the conditions Mr. Chin gave her, one was difficult to fulfill. Then look for stores that can be sold. If it is a store in an ordinary location, it will definitely be for sale. But for those stores near Starbucks, it is difficult to find anyone for sale. They are basically rented. After all, Starbucks locations are basically places with good traffic. Such places are very popular, and there is no shortage of stores that can't be rented out. As long as he is a normal household head and there is no special emergency, he will not choose a location for sale at all. After all, rental is a continuous income. So these 2 days, they have been choosing an address. Of course, Mr. Chin did not require that she buy it, but she had to make sure that she really couldn't buy it before she could choose to rent a store. Lin Mei's eyes lit up when she heard Sultan's words, and she turned to look at her companion beside her. Shuyan, don't you have many stores in your home? Choose one that suits you. Mayu, am an old demolition household. During the demolition, I don't know how many houses were allocated. The reason why we can live such a prosperous life now is just by relying on a huge amount of demolition money and then collecting rent. A real charterer. Well, do you have any requirements for this store? I can choose one for you. The friend next to Lin Mei looked at Sudan. She did have several stores whose leases had expired, and the original tenants did not intend to renew the lease. After hearing this, Sudan told Mr. Chin's request, but he didn't have high hopes. Well, I do have a store here that meets your location requirements, but I have no plans to sell it. If you want to rent it, I can rent it at a price that is 20% lower than the market price. As a charterer, this house is her foundation. If it is sold, it will undoubtedly destroy the foundation. But this coffee shop is good, and she likes to drink it. The store that met the requirements happened to be 2 adjacent stores, not far from my home. If the coffee shop chooses her store, she can open a clothing store next door, which will be much more convenient when she wants to drink. So selling is not an option, but she can give a very low rental price. Sudan was a little moved by the other party's words. It was lower than 20% of the market price, which would undoubtedly save a lot of money. Nowadays, the coffee shop has never made a profit. It is also very good to be able to save Mr. Chin some money. Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at the other party. Can we leave your contact information? If I rent it, I'll get back to you within the next 2 days. If she really couldn't find a store that met the requirements and could still sell it, she would choose this store. Exchange contact information. Sudan briefly chatted for a few more words about coffee, then turned and left. After all, Wei was still discussing agency matters, so she couldn't disturb him too much. After some time, she saw Wei take out the contract that he had prepared long ago and knew that the agency matter was done. Sister Lin, thank you this time. After signing the contract, Wei sent a few people to the door of the coffee shop, looked at Lin Mei, and thanked them. Being able to sign the contract so happily was entirely because Lin Mei was helping. It's okay if you want to thank me. Next time the coffee shop opens a branch, you can help arrange it. Just open one near my home. Lin Mei chuckled. I try my best. Wu Yu smiled and replied without giving a definite answer. After all, he is an employee of the clothing factory and cannot interfere with the coffee shop at all. All he can do is talk to teacher Sue and the others. Whether it can be adopted or not is beyond his control. Inside the coffee shop, when Wu Yu and others left, it returned to a deserted state again. Song Xia held her chin with one hand and looked at the flow of people outside with a sad look on her face. Today is Saturday, and the pedestrian street is much busier than usual, but there are still not many customers in the coffee shop. It cannot be said that there are not many customers. There are still many customers who come in, but most of them are dissuaded by the high price of coffee. Those who can stay are either curious or embarrassed to leave because they want to save face. But these people are a minority after all. The largest turnover today is still the 188 contributed by Wu Yu. What should we do? Sister Song Xia, what do you and teacher Su think about my previous proposal? Zhomei came over and asked expectantly. Since she proposed the maid cafe, Song Xia and teacher Su have not given her a reply, which made her a little anxious. Song Xia looked up at Zhomei and thought of the other party's previous proposal. To be honest, she didn't understand spies very well, but she checked the information yesterday and found that there were still many such groups, and there were also activities such as comic exhibitions, but she checked the domestic coffee shops and found that there was no precedent for a maid cafe. So she and teacher Su have been hesitating and have not made a decision. After thinking about it, she spoke. Your proposal is indeed novel, but this type of coffee shop has not been verified by the market yet, so we can't make a decision easily. If there is really no other way, we will adopt this suggestion. Okay, I am very optimistic about maid coffee shops. Zhomei said confidently. Then do you have any specific plans and methods to attract customers after opening? Song Xia looked at Zhomei. This was the issue she was most concerned about. Chapter 184 Customer. Yes, I have thought about it a lot. Since it is a maid cafe, it is not enough for the staff to wear maid costumes, nor can we simply sell coffee. We need to add some interesting activities. For example, playing board games, werewolf, performing shows, etc. with customers. Of course, in this case, the customer positioning is different from that of traditional coffee shops. Zhomei spoke quickly. Song Xia listened and nodded secretly. It can be seen that Zhomei has indeed made a lot of preparations. How to solve the problem of staff. Many people still cannot accept spies. It may be difficult to recruit staff who are willing to wear clothes. And if we do this, people who come to drink coffee are basically attracted by maids in those games, but some games are very time-consuming. If a person orders a cup of coffee but plays games for several hours, how to solve it? Song Xia asked the doubts in his heart. The problem of the shop assistants is easy to solve. I have many groups, all of which are playing SPLSY. Once I talk about it in the group, plus the treatment of our coffee shop, I believe many people will come. As for the time problem, it can also be solved. You can set a ticket. For example, if you buy a ticket, you can get a cup of coffee for free, and you can play in the coffee shop for an hour. After this time, the fee will increase accordingly. It is also best to have a two-story store. The first floor can be decorated as a normal store to entertain customers who just want to drink coffee. Then set up the second floor as a maid cafe. In this way, both types of customers can be taken into account. Zhomei explained seriously that she had planned these things a long time ago. Song Xia listened to Zhomei's story and admired that Zhomei was quite thoughtful. Basically, all the problems that need to be paid attention to in the business are taken into consideration, and the setting of the upper and lower floors does not affect customers who just want to drink coffee. This maid cafe is indeed feasible. Okay, I know this idea. I'll discuss it with teacher Su. Okay. Zhomei nodded and left her seat. Song Xia also stood up and came to Sudan to discuss the issue of maid coffee. If you can't think of a better way, you can only try maid coffee. Sudan thought about it and spoke softly. In fact, she still prefers this traditional coffee shop. After all, maid coffee does not rely on the taste of coffee to attract customers. But at this time, the coffee shop has not been profitable, so there is no need to consider so much. At least the coffee shop must be profitable before considering future matters. The next day, Song Xia and Sudan came to the coffee shop early and started today's business. As for the store, Sudan still did not find a store that meets the requirements and can be sold after searching for a day yesterday. So she has decided to contact Wuyu's customer yesterday to discuss the store. Since she has chosen to rent a store, of course she will save as much as possible. But when she was about to make a phone call, the door of the coffee shop was suddenly opened. Pang Tao came in with 2 cages. The cat has been chosen. You two take a look and choose which one. I'm bringing 4 in total. After you choose, I'll take the other 2 back. Pang Tao found Song Xia and Lin Zhu and put 2 cat cages in front of them. These 4 cats were carefully selected by him and could have been delivered yesterday. But later he found that there was no suitable cat cage. So he went out to buy a cat cage and took the 4 cats to the pet hospital for a checkup, which delayed a day. After confirming that there was no problem with the 4 cats, they were delivered this morning. Wow, what a cute kitten. This one is so cute. Before Song Xia and Lin Zhu could choose, several shop assistants were attracted by the cats brought by Pang Tao and surrounded them instantly. Song Xia also carefully looked at the 4 cats in the cage. They were not of particularly precious quality. There were 2 orange cats and 2 silver gradient cats that were not very pure. But each cat looked very cute. After a careful look, he finally chose an orange cat. Lin Zhu also quickly chose a silver tabby cat. Okay, I'll take these 2 back. Seeing that the 2 had already chosen, Pang Tao took out the 2 cats he had chosen, put them in a cage, and prepared to take the other 2 away. But as soon as he made a move, he was stopped by other shop assistants. One of the shop assistants said, "Well, can we adopt the remaining 2? Sure, you like the one?" Pang Tao nodded. Soon the other 2 cats also found their owners, and Pang Tao left the coffee shop empty-handed. Sister Song Xia, where should we put these cats? Lin Zhu looked at Song Xia and asked. After all, it was working hours now, and they couldn't leave their posts and send the cats back to their homes. Hearing this, Song Xia looked around the coffee shop and finally pointed to a bonsai by the window. Put it there first, and we'll take it away when we get off work. Lin Zhu carried the cage and sent the cat over. The coffee shop was open as usual. Not long after, a pair of young women walked in. Song Xia took a look and didn't take it seriously. Basically, after the 2 people read the price list, they would turn around and leave. This kind of thing happened every day in the store, and she was used to it. However, the clerk of the coffee shop still greeted them enthusiastically and asked what kind of coffee they wanted to drink. But the development of the plot this time was a little different from the previous scripts. I saw that the 2 customers began to look around after entering the coffee shop. This is very normal. After all, the decoration environment of the coffee shop is very good. Generally, people who come in will subconsciously look around. But the next development was a little different. I saw that the 2 customers who came in, when they saw the 4 cats next to the bonsai, they couldn't take their eyes away. After a while, the 2 customers retracted their sight and looked at the clerk next to them. Can we touch those cats? Song Xia stood behind the operating table and heard the 2 people's questions, so she spoke up. Okay. The 2 girls seemed to like cats very much, so it wouldn't hurt to let them touch them. After getting permission, the 2 girls ran to the bonsai. After petting the cat for a while, I don't know if they were embarrassed or what. The 2 ordered 2 cups of coffee, then sat next to the cat and drank it, teasing it from time to time. Chapter o suta obze chichinchkat cafe. In a flash, it was already evening and the coffee shop was about to close. The store manager Lin Zhu counted the coffee shop's turnover today, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The coffee shop's turnover today was much higher than usual. She thought about it carefully and seemed to have found the reason. She stood up and found Song Xia and Sudan. Sister Song Xia, Teacher Su, the coffee shop's turnover today was much higher than usual. I found that many customers chose to buy coffee after being attracted by the cats today. Do you think we should use this cat as a breakthrough to attract customers to the coffee shop? Song Xia and Sudan were discussing the made coffee proposed by Zhou Mei. When they heard Lin Zhu's proposal, they thought about it carefully. It seemed to be just as Lin Zhu said. Today, some of the customers who consumed in the coffee shop seemed to like the cats placed next to the bonsai very much. Most of those people were young women who came in together. How do you plan to use cats to attract customers? Song Xiao looked up at Lin Zhu. She and teacher Sue were considering making the new coffee shop into a maid cafe. This Lin Zhu suddenly gave another method to use cats to attract customers. Lin Zhu heard Song Xia ask and said what he thought. Today, the cats were placed in a corner and not conspicuous. Many people entered the coffee shop and did not notice the cats. I think we can try to put the cats in a conspicuous place to see how the effect is. Sudan thought about it seriously. Compared with the maid cafe, it is obviously safer to use cats to attract customers. After all, cats can be directly put into the current coffee shop to see the effect and see if this method is feasible based on the effect. But maid cafes are different. According to the plan given by Zhou Mei, it is difficult to experiment with maid cafes in the current coffee shop. After all, the shop assistants in front of them don't know much about spy things. Also, these shop assistants are very resistant to wearing those as clothes. There are also requirements for the decoration of the storefront for maid cafes. If you want to implement Zhou Mei's plan, you must open a new coffee shop, renovate the store according to Zhou Mei's plan, and recruit some employees who can spy. But in this case, there will be no chance of trial and error, and it is not certain whether the maid coffee can open up the market and turn the coffee shop from loss to profit. So she and Song Xia have been thinking about this problem. But Lin Zhu's proposal to use cats to attract customers reduces the cost of trial and error. Cats are ready-made and can be directly put into the store to test the effect. If it is really feasible, then you can build a coffee shop in the branch that can attract customers with cats. After thinking about it in his mind, he finally put Lin Zhu's proposal in front and wait until it is finally confirmed that this method of attracting customers with cats is not feasible. Then consider Zhou Mei's proposal. Okay, then put these cats in a conspicuous place tomorrow. Sudan nodded and agreed to Lin Zhu's proposal. However, whether it is Lin Zhu's proposal or Zhou Mei's maid coffee shop plan, she is still somewhat helpless. Even if these two coffee shops really turn losses into profits, they can't be considered pure coffee shops. She hopes that coffee shops can really rely on the taste of their own coffee or their reputation to attract customers. However, there is no way to quickly improve the reputation of coffee shops by normal operation. This special method can only be used to at least promote the reputation of coffee shops. Since we have decided to use cats to attract customers, let's go to the pet store to buy some snacks and other things later. Seeing that teacher Sue had nodded in agreement, Song Xia looked up at Lin Zhu. She likes cats very much and naturally understands that if she wants to increase the attractiveness of cats, she naturally needs to add more small toys that interact with cats. Okay, Lin Zhu heard Song Xia's proposal and instantly understood what Song Xia meant. Monday, Song Shui game. Fong Chong, Wei Yin, and Zhao Bowen were sitting in the office. What should we do? What do you think of the requests of those netizens? Fong Chong looked up at Wei Yin and the others with hesitation in his eyes. Since the game costumes prepared for old players and noble players were launched 2 days ago, a large number of Tianlong players have called on the forum to restore the noble system for Tianlong and want those noble costumes. Some people have even called Tianlong's customer service. They also learned about it in the forum and in the game and found that the costumes they launched were very popular. But because it was limited, those new players had no way to get it. So some players began to call the game customer service or at their official account on the forum, asking for the noble system to be put back on the shelves. This made them very embarrassed. After all, if the noble system was put back on the shelves, it would go against the current game concept. If it was not handled properly, it would go back to the old path. But if the demands of those people were not met, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among those players. I think it's better not to care about those players. Although there are many players who call for the relisting, it is only a part of Tianlong's current game base. The reason why Tianlong came back to life is entirely because the aristocratic system was removed from the shelves, making the game more balanced and allowing civilian players to have more gaming experience. Zhao Bowen expressed his thoughts. Restoring the aristocratic system is definitely not feasible, and those players who call for the restoration of the aristocratic system are, after all, a very small number of petty bourgeoisie players. Compared with this small group of petty bourgeoisie players, it is obviously the civilian players with a larger base who are more important. Fong Chong heard Zhao Bowen's words and nodded in agreement. then turned to look at Wei Yin. Director Wei, do you have any ideas? When Wei Yin heard Fong Chang's question, he thought for a moment and spoke slowly. The aristocratic system cannot be restored, and this cannot be changed. However, I think those players who demand the restoration of the aristocratic system cannot ignore it. Although he didn't know the game well enough, he also knew that since those players had requested to restore the noble system, they were definitely prepared to spend money. If these players can be retained, they must be retained. But how to manage it? Fong Chang spoke in confusion. He also wanted to take care of those game players, but he never thought of any good way. Chapter 186 Wei Yan's Plan. I do have an idea. Wei Yin spoke calmly. Those players who want the aristocratic system to be launched simply want the costumes we just launched. Now in the game, the only ways to obtain costumes are noble costumes. Veteran players can return to the costumes, and they can also defeat World Boss and collect the fragments to obtain costumes. As for the aristocratic costumes and veteran player return costumes, these two costumes are limited. There is only one way for new players to obtain clothing, and that is to defeat the World Boss. However, it will take a long time to obtain clothing through this method, so it is simply impossible for new players in the game to obtain clothing in a short time. So they're calling for the restoration of the previous aristocratic system so that they can quickly obtain Lothiang by recharging money. When Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen heard Wei Yan's story, they nodded secretly and their eyes lit up slightly. After Wei Yan's reminder, they also had an idea, but they did not interrupt Wei Yan and just continued to listen to Wei Yan's story. So, as long as we satisfy their desire to obtain clothing, we can basically solve this matter. I have an idea about this. Since these people want to restore the aristocratic system, then these people must be willing to put money into the game. But in order to maintain the tone of our current game, it is impossible to add other consumption channels to the game, so we can only work on the existing consumption channels. The existing consumption channels are only monthly cards, weekly cards, and daily cards. We can design 3 types of clothing based on these 3 cards: monthly card clothing, weekly card clothing, and daily card clothing. Only by applying for these 3 cards can you obtain the corresponding permission to use clothing. What do you think of this idea? After Wei Yin finished speaking, he looked up at Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen. Fong Chang heard this, and Zhao Bowen looked at each other with a somewhat excited expression. After being reminded by Wei Yin, he came up with the idea that he could produce a few sets of clothing and sell them at low prices to solve the problem. Although this method sets the price a little lower, it still creates an invisible consumption channel. Some are contrary to Tianlong's current development philosophy. But the plan given by Wei Yin was different. This plan did not add any consumption channels, and it was still the same 3 cards. But the changes brought about are different. Although there is no increase in consumption channels, he believes that as long as the clothes corresponding to the 3 cards are released, the number of people buying these 3 cards will definitely increase to a certain extent. After all, most people can afford it for more than 10 yuan. I think this method is completely feasible, and it can also increase the sales of the 3 cards. Fong Chang said with certainty. He believes that as long as these costumes are launched online, Tianlong Games' revenue will increase by at least 10 to 20%. Zhao Bowen also echoed. I also think this method is very good. I will make an announcement first to stabilize those people, then arrange members to design those clothes as soon as possible. Zhao Bowen said, ignoring Wei Yin and Fong Chang, and left the office impatiently, heading straight for the staff studio. He wanted to set up a team as soon as possible to design the clothes. Wei Yin and Fong Chang smiled slightly when they saw Zhao Bowen's angry appearance. Needless to say, they also knew what Zhao Bowen was doing. Being able to get the costumes out as quickly as possible means that the game's revenue can be increased faster. Clothing factory. Inside the office building, Wu Yu took several people to a spare room. This room is where you will live broadcast in the future. See if it is enough. Wu Yu looked at the people behind him and asked slowly. These are the live broadcast teams that were recruited. There are 4 people in total. 2 of them are anchors selling goods, and the other 2 are responsible for operations, editing, and other work. Okay, that's enough. Lu Jia looked at the size of the room and nodded. That's good. When can you start broadcasting? Wu Yu asked again. Now that everything was ready, he naturally wanted to start the live broadcast as soon as possible. The room still needs to be decorated, and now you can bring the clothes you want to sell here. We need to know about it in advance, so it won't be broadcast until tomorrow at the earliest. Wu Yu nodded when he heard this. It was already afternoon. If he wanted to start broadcasting today, he really didn't have enough time. Okay, then it will start on time tomorrow. After determining the live broadcast time, Wu Yu left the room to the live broadcast team and asked them to arrange it themselves. I found Assistant Shin and gave a brief report on the live broadcast. Then I went to the workshop to prepare the types of clothes that needed to be sold and arrange for them to be delivered. Everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Now we have to see how the live broadcast will turn out tomorrow, Wu Yu thought with some anxiety. Time soon came to the next day. Live selling has officially begun. Wu Yu held his mobile phone and kept paying attention to the live broadcast. He found that the professional live broadcast team was indeed much better than their amateur live broadcasters. I saw the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Under the leadership of the two anchors, more and more people in the live broadcast room started asking about prices, asking about sizes, and even barges. But there are some weird questions in these comments. When will we go to see the doghouse? Wu Yu looked at this question and his mouth twitched. But fortunately, he made preparations in advance. Just after talking to Li Shin on the phone, he created another account. Then he moved all the videos on the previous account to this new account. This account was prepared by him for Li Shin. But before Li Shin came back, he wanted to get as many fans as possible from the previous account to the new account. So when he saw some comments that wanted to see the doghouse, he would at the other party and then let the other party follow this new account and said that the new account would live broadcast the doghouse. And the effect is pretty good, and many people have already followed the new account. I believe that when Li Shin comes back, the new account will have a certain fan base, and there is no need to accumulate fans again. You can directly use this account to live broadcast. Time passed, and it was soon time to get off work. Wu Yu went to the live broadcast room early, and he wanted to see how the live broadcast effect was for the day. After waiting for a while at the door of the live broadcast room, the first day of live broadcast was finally announced to be over. Wu Yu saw that the live broadcast room was closed, so he walked in quickly. Found Lu Jie. How is it? How much is the revenue today? Chapter 187 Luck is also a kind of strength. Today's sales are only over 18,000, but it's the first day of live broadcast. The crowd positioning of the website's push is not accurate yet, and it will definitely increase in the future. Lu Jie took a look at the backend data and knew that today's sales would definitely not meet the company's requirements. But there is no other way. After all, on the first day of the live broadcast personnel don't know much about the clothing styles of the clothing factory. It is inevitable that there will be some stiffness when introducing the products. These are all factors that affect sales. Moreover, during the live broadcast, subtitles often appeared on the barrage, saying that they wanted to watch the doghouse. These people obviously attracted traffic based on previously published works. This leads to some deviations between the traffic pushed by the platform and the people they sell products to. These deviations need to be brought back slowly through operations. When Wu Yu heard about the sales volume, he calculated it secretly. 18,000 probably means more than 50 pieces of clothing were sold. This sales volume is enough to support the operation of the live broadcast team, and there is even a lot left over. But if other costs are included, these sales are simply not enough to support the profitability of the garment factory. But it can be considered a good start. At least the number of clothes sold by the live broadcast team in front of him is much more than during his live broadcast. Office. After listening to Wu Yu's report just now, Shinro breathed a long sigh of relief. At least for now, the turnover of today's live broadcast team is still within an acceptable range. What she was most worried about was that the sales were not enough to support the operation of the live broadcast team. In this case, the live broadcast team could continue to operate. Shinro sat back on the seat, her heart that had been hanging before finally relaxed. Looking at the computer screen in front of me, I suddenly found an offline playlist, so I clicked on it, ready to listen to the music and relax. But after clicking on the playlist list, I was a little stunned. She discovered that she had never heard any of the names of these songs before. Are all the songs in Mr. Chen's playlist so unpopular? Shinro was a little surprised. You should know that Zhang Lan usually listens to music in the dormitory. She also listened to a lot of it indirectly. It was also the first time that I had never listened to so many songs. I put on my headphones and played a song out of curiosity. But after hearing the singing, Shinro was stunned. This singing voice was very familiar to her. It was clearly Mr. Chen's voice. Could it be that Mr. Chen recorded the song himself? Shinro listened to a few more songs in succession. She had never heard of any of these songs, but they were all surprisingly good. And Mr. Chen's singing skills are also very good. Shinro couldn't help but be a little amazed. She didn't expect Mr. Chen to have such talent. Mr. Chen is usually too low-key. After being with him for so long, she didn't even know that Mr. Chen could sing so beautifully. It's just such a nice song. Why hasn't she heard it before? She shouldn't. Shinro was confused, opened the music listening software, and checked. In the end, it was discovered that it could not be found at all. I changed several music listening software one after another, but in the end I couldn't find it. Shinro's expression changed again. Since these songs by Mr. Chen cannot be found on the music listening software, it means that these songs have not been published yet. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the songs on Mr. Chen's computer are all Mr. Chen's own original songs? Shinro was stunned, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. Looking at the songs on the list, I silently closed the playlist. Since Mr. Chen finished recording the song and did not choose to publish it, he should have his own intentions. It's better for her to pretend she didn't see anything. In a rough house, Wang Yang followed Chen Jun, watching Chen Jun measure the ruler and communicate with the head of the household. He has been following Chen Jun these days, and he feels that he still needs to learn. After all, it has been so long since he became a full-time employee, and he has not taken orders from anyone else except Mr. Chen. After summary, the final reason was caused by his lack of experience. Soon after Chen Jun communicated with the head of the household, he left directly. You've been studying with me for a few days. Have you learned anything? I have another order tomorrow. Why don't you give it a try, and I'll be your assistant. When they got to the car, Chen Jun turned to look at Wang Yang. Just watching without trying to communicate will not make progress. Brother Jun, this is your order, forget it. If I don't get it right, it will be bad. When Wang Yang heard this, he shook his head and refused. It doesn't matter. Even I can't guarantee a 100% signing rate. Let's just settle it. You can try it with that customer tomorrow, and let me see what the problem is. Chen Jun shook his head indifferently. Not to mention the signing rate was 100%. It would be good if it could reach 10%. After all, there are many large and small decoration companies now. As long as every household head fills in the decoration intention on the website, countless people from the decoration companies will know the phone number of the household head in an instant. Basically, he has to face competition from many decoration companies. Some relatively large-scale decoration companies are okay, and the decoration quotations will basically not change much. The most fearful thing is to encounter a decoration company with only a few people. This kind of decoration company does not have its own decoration team. In order to win orders, they often keep the price very low and then make a fuss about the materials. Some homeowners who want to save money naturally cannot resist the temptation of price. So he is not worried about whether Wang Yang will let this customer go. After all, the success rate is not high. And even if Wang Yang really makes a big mistake, he can remedy it in time. Wang Yang saw that Chen Jun really didn't care that he would let the customer go, and he was a little touched. Thank you, Jun brother. What are you thanking me for? Maybe you can help me get this order, then I'm picking up a bargain. Tian Yun Tiox. Jun brother, don't joke. You know my ability. I don't have much experience at all. I can get those big orders without experience, but few people will believe this. It's just luck. Wang Yang smiled bitterly. Until now, he is still a little confused and doesn't understand why Mr. Chen chose him. Is luck also a kind of strength? Maybe Mr. Chen will ask you to decorate it. Maybe. Chen Jun turned his head and looked at Wang Yang and couldn't help but envy Wang Yang's luck. He spent a month and revised the design several times. He finally won the order worth more than 1 million yuan. But Wang Yang was different. He basically did not make any revisions, and the plan was approved directly. Chapter 188, Mr. Chen's Invitation. How is it possible? Mr. Chen's workshop has just been renovated. It's impossible for a new one to be built so soon. Wang Yang hurriedly shook his head to deny what Chun Jun said, but he was interrupted by a sudden ringing of his cell phone, just as he was halfway through his words. He took out his cell phone and answered the call. After a while, Wang Yang looked at Chun Jun with a strange expression. Brother Jun, the person in charge of Mr. Chen's coffee shop, called and said that there is a new branch that needs to be renovated, and asked me to go over to measure the size. Chun Jun. What he said before was just a joke. How could it come true? He looked at Wang Yang with mixed feelings. The address is there. I'll take you there. Sister Shuyun, are you going to open a clothing store next to it? Song Xia turned her head and looked at Li Shuyun next to her. After several days of investigation, it was finally confirmed that the method of using cats to attract customers is indeed feasible. So after studying with teacher Sue, it was decided to put Zhou Mei's made coffee plan in the back. This new branch will adopt Lin Zhu's plan. The name of the plaque has been chosen. Nana Coffee. Cat Cafe. However, since cats are chosen to attract customers, the decoration cannot be as traditional as before, so she came here this time to direct the measurer on how to decorate. Li Shuyun nodded slightly when she heard Song Xia's question. Yes, both of these stores are mine. I rent one to you. The one next to it happens to be an agent for clothing stores. Your coffee tastes good. Isn't it more convenient for me to drink coffee in the future? By the way, the person from the decoration company will come to measure the size later. By the way, let him measure the size next door as well, so I don't have to look for a decoration company. The decoration of the coffee shop she went to last time was very good. It was decorated by the decoration company that was about to come, so she didn't have much to choose from. Okay, Sister Shuyun. Song Xia nodded. Not long after, Wang Yang and Chun Jun arrived at the store. Hello, I'm the person in charge of the coffee shop, Song Xia. Song Xia saw the two people coming in and immediately recognized them as the two people who went to the coffee shop to measure the size last time, and went up to introduce them. Hello, Manager Song. Is this the store you want to renovate? Wang Yang looked at the layout of the store and found that the area of this store seemed to be larger than the previous coffee shop. Yes, but this time the decoration of the coffee shop is a cat-themed coffee shop. So the decoration will be different from the previous decoration. This time the main focus is cute, relaxed, and active, and the overall decoration is mainly warm colors. Wang Yang took out the prepared notebook and hurriedly wrote it down. After Song Xia finished speaking, he asked, "Are there any other requirements?" Song Xia thought for a while, walked inside the store, and then pointed to a few places. I need to put up a few cat climbing frames in these places, the kind that connects directly to the roof. The overall requirement is to ensure that customers can better interact and play with the cats in the coffee shop. If you have any suggestions or inspirations, you can also design them yourself. Okay, Manager Song, I have written down your requirements. If there are no other requirements, I will measure the dimensions first. There are no other requirements. You can measure the dimensions. By the way, the store next door also needs to be renovated. After measuring the dimensions here, go there to measure as well. Song Xia pointed to the store on the right and found a place to sit down and rest. After all, she had to wait until the two of them finished measuring before closing the door and leaving. Wang Yang was stunned when he heard Song Xia's words. When he came, he said that only one store was being renovated, but when he got here, there was suddenly another one. This surprise came too suddenly. He quickly came to his senses and hurried to measure the dimensions. After a while, Wang Yang put away his tools and found Song Xia. Manager Song, the measurements have been taken. Let's go to the next door. Yes. Song Xia nodded, followed him out of the store, closed the door, found Li Shuyun, and said something, and left first. Hello. We are from the decoration company and came here to measure the size. Wang Yang and Chun Jun found Li Shuyun. I know you guys measure it. I have two friends who also need to decorate stores, both of which are clothing stores. I'll give you the contact information. You guys go over and measure them together. Li Shuyun glanced at the two of them. Song Xia had just told him about their situation. Wang Yang was stunned again. Will this decoration multiply? He thought that one more store was a surprise, but but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more. Chun Jun stood beside Wang Yang, and his heart seemed to be hit hard. He had never seen Wang Yang's way of taking orders before. Other designers compete with many designers for a single order, but Wang Yang was different. This was clearly a decoration order, and it jumped into Wang Yang's hands. Why is it like this? Chun Jun was silent. He couldn't figure it out. His experience over the years was useless to Wang Yang. In Shiguang County, in a barbecue restaurant, Chun Mo took Li Shun, Yang Dahai, and Yang Xinghua to eat barbecue. Today is the 6th day since they came here. They have already visited all the surrounding villages and have funded all the elderly people they want to help. After eating this barbecue, they should return tomorrow. Brother Yang, do you want to consider my proposal? Chun Mo looked up at Yang Xinghua. Just today, he told Yang Xinghua about his plan to set up a census team for disadvantaged groups and made an invitation, but Yang Xinghua never responded to him. Yang Xinghua fell silent after hearing Chun Mo's words. He was very moved by Mr. Chen's proposal. He has been doing things to help disadvantaged groups for so many years. Over time, he has developed a passion. However, his ability is limited, and he can only help some people. And Mr. Chen's proposal can obviously help more people in need. And after these days of understanding, he also knows that Mr. Chen has this ability. But the only thing that makes her hesitate is that he currently runs a fruit stall with his wife, and he is required to open and close the stall every morning and evening. But if he agrees to Mr. Chen's proposal, he will definitely have to travel around the country in the future, so he will have to leave his wife and daughter at home. And those fruit boxes are very heavy, and it must be very difficult for 2 women to open the stall. He also knew his wife's personality, and she would definitely go out to sell the fruit. It would be bad if she got hurt while carrying the fruit. Thinking of this, Yang Xinghua looked up at Chun Mo with an apologetic look and told him his concerns. Chapter 189, I'll take care of the fruit. After listening to Yang Xinghua's story, Chun Mo pondered for a moment and looked up at him. If that's the case, I have a suggestion. My company also needs to recruit workers. I can let the mother and daughter work in my company. There are many positions and the pay is very good. Of course, if you don't want to be separated from your wife for too long, you can go out with your wife for inspection, and the treatment will be the same as you. As Chun Mo spoke, he explained the positions that needed to be recruited and their salaries. When Yang Xinghua heard the treatment given by Chun Mo, he opened his mouth in surprise. He did not expect Mr. Chun to offer such generous terms. It would be good if his fruit stall could earn more than 10,000 renminbi a month. This is the total profit of him and his wife, and there is no insurance. Among all the positions given by Mr. Chun, the lowest one is 4,000 a month for cleaning, and they also pay 5 insurances and 1 fund, food, housing, and various welfare subsidies. If you participate in the poverty group survey with him, you will receive a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, and all travel expenses will be reimbursed. No matter which one it is better than opening a fruit stall with his wife. Most importantly, he can do what he loves. Yang Dahai thought of this and took a deep breath. Mr. Chun, I am very moved by the treatment you are offering, but I cannot make a decision immediately. I need to go back to discuss it with my wife and ask for his opinion. Although Mr. Chen's offer was generous and he was moved, he could not make the decision for his wife. But Mr. Chun, don't worry. I will definitely give you an answer before you leave tomorrow. Good. Chun Mo nodded slightly. He had already given the most generous terms. He could not control what choice the other party made. He invited the other party because he undoubtedly felt that this person was very caring. If he served as the leader of the investigation team for disadvantaged groups, he would definitely be more attentive. The barbecue was over quickly. Yang Xinghua said goodbye and left directly, saying that he would go back to discuss it with his wife. Chun Mo, Li Shun, and the others went back to the hotel to rest. After all, they're going back tomorrow. Li Shun and Yang Dahai have to drive long distances tomorrow, so they need to rest early. The next day, Saturday, early morning, Yang Xinghua arrived at the hotel door early and waited. Mr. Chen, we have decided to go back to Jiangxing with you, but I need to get rid of the fruit in stock before we can go there. Yang Xinghua found Mr. Chen and said, after all, if those fruits are left alone, they will all be wasted. Is it okay if all those fruits are processed? Chun Mo looked up at Yang Xinghua. already having a plan in mind. Yes, Mr. Chun, it would be a shame to give up all those fruits. Let's do this. I bought all those fruits. You can just pack them up today and follow us back. Mr. Chun, there are a lot of fruits. Why did you buy so many fruits? Yang Xinghua hurriedly reminded him that the fruits he had left were not just 1 or 2 boxes. They filled half a cellar and could fit a small truck. It doesn't matter, I just bought it back and gave the employees some benefits. As for the price, just set it according to the market price. There is no need to give me a discount. Chun Mo waved his hand indifferently. We haven't paid benefits to employees for nearly 2 months, so we just bought these fruits and gave them to those employees. But come to think of it, these fruits don't cost much in total. The real expenses still need to be team building through employee dinner parties. After returning home, you can hold an employee team building event. Then it will be December in 3 days. We also need to find a time to hold the Winter Games. After all, the system's requirement is that the sports meeting can be held once every quarter. The last time was the autumn sports meeting. Winter has already entered in December. If it is not held, winter will be over. Dinner parties and sports events can consume a lot of system funds. And now that the number of employees has increased, the consumption will definitely be more than before. You can plan carefully when you go back. In the end, after bargaining with Yang Xinghua, Chun Mo bought all the remaining fruits from Yang Xinghua for 50,000 yuan. Mr. Chun, then I will lead the way. After the negotiation, Yang Xinghua drove his own minivan and led the way from the front door. Chun Mo and others followed behind and headed to Yang Xinghua's home. About 10 minutes, a few people arrived at Yang Xinghua's home. Chun Mo took a look and found that Yang Xinghua's home was on the edge of Shiguan County. There were no high-rise buildings around it, only a row of old-fashioned bungalows and courtyards. As the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the courtyard, 2 women soon walked out of the room. One of the young women, whom Chun Mo had met before, was Yang Xinghua's daughter, Yang Ju. After getting to know each other these days, he knew that Yang Ju was working as a kindergarten teacher in a kindergarten in this county. The other middle-aged woman should be Yang Xinghua's wife. Mr. Chun, this is my wife Zhang Man, and this is my daughter, whom you have met before. Yang Xinghua hurriedly introduced. Chun Mo heard this and said hello. Mr. Chun, thank you so much for arranging a job with such a good salary for us. Zhang Man looked grateful. After talking to her husband yesterday, she nodded in agreement. She knew her husband's character. He must like the work arranged by Mr. Chun very much. How could she bear to refuse? And Mr. Chun also treated them very well. There was no need to refuse. Chun Mo smiled slightly. Yang Xinghua spoke at the right time. Mr. Chun, you can rest in the house for a while. I will recruit a few people to move the fruits in the cellar to the truck. After that, he left quickly. Mr. Chun, it's cold outside. Come in quickly. After watching her husband leave, Zhang Man took the lead and walked into the house, then took out 3 clean water cups, poured 3 cups of tea, and handed them to Chun Mo and the other 2. Yang Xinghua had already talked to her on the phone before he came back, so she brewed the tea early. Thank you. Chun Mo took the teacup and thanked him. After Zhang Man said politely, the house became quiet. However, the quiet atmosphere disappeared directly when Yang Ju came in. Yang Ju came in, and her eyes fell directly on Chun Mo. Mr. Chun, after loading the fruit, did you leave directly? Yes. Chen Montak nodded. After all, the journey was 6 hours, so he would leave earlier if he could. But he couldn't be so leisurely this time. After all, Yang Xinghua also needed someone to take turns driving the truck. So after discussion, Yang Dahai and Yang Xinghua took turns driving the truck. Then he and Li Shun took turns driving the commercial vehicle. There was no other way. Among the 3, only Yang Dahai's driver's license could drive a truck. The 2-life-old driver finally took action. Chapter 190, The Leaky Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Then please be safe. Yang Ju gave the instructions, her expression slightly worried. Chun Mo noticed Yang Ju's worried expression and comforted her. Don't worry, we all know how to drive in shifts. But soon a problem came to mind. Yang Ju's parents had gone to Jiangcheng, so Yang Ju was the only one left in the family. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Yang Ju. Don't you think about going to Jiangcheng? Yongju smiled bitterly when she heard this. Of course I want to go with him, but I need to find a suitable job before I can go there. She only has a college degree, and the only thing she can get is a kindergarten teacher qualification certificate. But she checked last night and found that Jiangxing's standards for recruiting kindergarten teachers were very high, and she simply couldn't compete. But if she didn't become a kindergarten teacher, she didn't know what else she could do. Besides, she also likes the children in the kindergarten, and she doesn't want to give up this industry. Is that so? Our company has many clerical jobs, clerks, personnel, design, etc. You can see if there is any suitable for you. No work experience is no problem. You can study while working there. Chinemo thought for a moment and continued to speak. By the way, I also sponsor an orphanage there. If you want to continue to be a kindergarten teacher, you can go to the orphanage and teach the children. When Yongju heard about the clerical jobs that Chinemo had started, she didn't have much emotion. But when he heard about the orphanage, his expression finally changed. She didn't expect that Mr. Chun would not only go so far to support the empty nesters in the mountainous area, but also support an orphanage. She suddenly saw the shadow of her father in Mr. Chun. They are all dedicated to doing charity. And Mr. Chun, because of his ability, has done more than her father. Orphanage. Yongju thought for a moment and looked up at Chinemo. I can go to the orphanage, but I need to make a handover at the kindergarten here. Even if she wants to go to an orphanage, she can't just abandon the kindergarten here. At least she needs someone to take over her job before she can leave. Okay, whenever you want to go, just contact us in advance. Chen Montak nodded. At this time, there was already a kindergarten teacher at the orphanage. It would be good to add another one to divide the work. And with the establishment of the poverty investigation team, he believed that the number of children in the orphanage would definitely increase. And by then, 2 kindergarten teachers might not be Inu-GH. After sitting in the room for a while, Yang Xingwa came back with a group of people. When Chen Mo heard the noise outside, he walked out with Li Shun and Yang Dahai. About half an hour. With the help of a group of people, all the fruits in the cellar were moved to the truck. Loaded a whole truck. Yang Xinghua and his wife said goodbye to their daughter and got on the truck. Not much sadness, because they knew that their daughter would also go to Jiangsheng after handing over the work. This time, it's just a brief separation. The journey was uneventful. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we finally returned to Jiangxing City. Chinemo lowered the window and looked at the busy traffic outside. He looked at the passers-by who were walking in a hurry, but with a sense of numbness, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Compared with the impoverished mountainous areas, life here seems to be 2 different worlds. One is busy, 2 points in 1 line, like a puppet on strings. A curling smoke from the kitchen, an old man with no one to rely on, suffering from the sufferings of the world. Which one is better? Just give it a try. Mr. Chen, we're here. While thinking, Li Shun's voice came from the side. Chen Mo took a look and found that the car had arrived at the old city community. Sighed. Open the door and get off. Soon after, Yang Dahai drove over in a truck. Chen Mo made arrangements, with Li Shun leading the way and Yang Xingwa driving to the clothing factory. There happened to be some vacant employee dormitories at the clothing factory, so I asked Li Shun to arrange them. As for fruits, you can put it in the canteen and distribute it to the employees in the workshop after work starts on Monday, the day after tomorrow. One day. These fruits won't go bad either. After making arrangements, Yang Xingwa drove Zhang Man and Li Shun to the clothing factory. As soon as the truck left, Yang Dahai came to Chinemo. Mr. Chun, the food has been prepared at home. Come over and have a bite. He had informed his wife in advance on the way, so when he got home, the meal was basically ready. 3rd floor. Yang Dejia. Yang Duo sat at the dining table, looking at the dishes on the table, swallowing her saliva, and looking towards the door from time to time. Don't move. Dong Hong placed a plate of ribs on the dining table, looked at her daughter's greedy look, and reminded her. I know, Mom, we have to wait for Brother Chen to come back and eat together. Yang Duo looked up and smiled happily. It's just that this smile is a little leaky. Boom, boom, boom. A knock came from the door. Yang Duo heard the sound, jumped off the seat, and ran quickly to the door. First, he moved a small bench, stepped on it, and looked outside through the peephole. Then he quickly opened the door. Brother Chen, you're back. Yang Duo threw herself directly onto Chin Mo's thighs and shouted with her head raised. Yeah, she was too small, so she could only throw herself onto his thighs. Yang Dahai's hands, which had just been half raised, froze in midair. Looking at Yang Duoduo's excited face, he suddenly felt a little bitter in his heart and walked into the house silently. Chin Mo smiled slightly at Yang Dahai's expression, lowered his head, and rubbed Yang Duoduo's little head. Have you studied hard these days? Duo studies hard every day and finishes her homework early. Yang Duo had a proud expression on her face, then looked around the house, and seeing that her father was lucky, she began to speak in a low voice. Brother Chun, can I come to your house to watch cartoons later? The voice was very small, as if she was afraid that others would hear it. Chen Montak smiled softly. Okay, but I have to make sure you've finished your homework before you can, and you can only watch for an hour. This little girl often goes to his place to watch cartoons, but he has restrictions. Homework must be finished and the time cannot exceed 1 hour. This matter is also tacitly agreed by Yang Dahai and his wife. Okay. Yang Duo laughed happily and pulled Chun Mo into the house. Brother Chun, my mother made a lot of delicious food, a lot of meat. After dinner at Yang Dahai's house, Chun Mo went back upstairs, of course, followed by a little tale. Monday, early in the morning, Chun Mo came to the office of the garment factory and sat comfortably in the office chair. Looking at the coffee that had been brewed on the table, he took a sip and enjoyed it. The office life is still nourishing. Mr. Chun, this is the report I compiled. You could take a look. It's all some important things that happened in the company during your absence. Shinro came over and put a document on the table. Chapter 191 Will You Again? Good. Mo put down his coffee, picked up the files on the desktop, and started reading them casually. But he didn't care much in his heart. He had already arranged everything when he left, and basically no accidents happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave so safely. After reading one page, I turned to the second page. Squeezing the thickness of the document, she secretly sighed that Shinro was so attentive, even making a report so detailed. Turning over page after page, Chun Mo's palms paused slightly, and his brows gradually knitted together. What's going on? Why is the development of this matter different from my expectations for development? After a while, Chun Mo slowly closed the document and looked up at the ceiling, with a big question mark in his mind. This is no longer different from development expectations. This is already contrary to his philosophy. After walking for just 7 days, not to mention 3 more agents, there was an extra live broadcast team for nothing, and now the daily performance is 30,000 and the performance trend is still rising. And over there at the coffee shop, even if I can't find a store to buy, why? The newly rented store has a larger area than the previous one. Why is the rent so much lower? He reached out and pressed the call bell on the table. Soon Shinro came out. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Shinro looked at Mr. Chun expectantly. Chun Mo looked at Shinro's expectant and innocent eyes, feeling depressed in his heart, and organized his words a little. What's going on with the live broadcast team? I remember that I didn't arrange this when I left, right? Shinro suddenly became nervous when she heard Mr. Chin asked about the live broadcast team. Does Mr. Chin feel that the live broadcast team's performance of more than 30,000 yuan a day is a bit low? Thinking of this, he quickly spoke. Mr. Chin, the live broadcast team has just started, and its performance will continue to grow. Don't worry. Forehead, will it continue to grow? Mo couldn't help but rub his chest. Assistant Shun, who usually looked at Wen quietly, was talking so heartbreakingly after 7 days away. Take a long breath. I didn't ask you about your performance. I want to know how this live broadcast team suddenly appeared. Shinro suddenly realized that she had made a mistake. Mr. Chun, this proposal was made by Wu Yu. He came to the office to apply. I thought it was pretty good, so I approved it directly. Shinro hurriedly spoke. It was indeed Wu Yu who suggested this matter. She just signed a word. In the final analysis, the biggest credit for this matter goes to Wu Yu. Wu Yu. It's Wu Yu, the rebellious boy. He was the one who promoted the agency, and he was also the one who proposed the establishment of a live broadcast team. Poisonous? The perfect money-burning industry that I finally created was torn apart by Wu Yu. Okay, you go back first. Chun Mo waved his hand helplessly, and then located the call bell to the business department, and he was ready to ask. Soon, Wu Yu walked in from outside. He was about to go out to run business when he received a call from Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, do you have anything to arrange? Nothing. I just wanted to ask how you hired the agent. Chun Mo tried his best to smile. The live broadcast team's affairs have already been cooked. The current development trend is in the direction that is beneficial to the company. He wanted to dismiss the live broadcast team, but the system did not allow him to do so. So now we can only figure out the clothing agency thing first. After all, if he couldn't figure it out, this rebel would have to hire agents for him from time to time. That's not bad. Oh, this matter was introduced to me by my first agent, Sister Lin. They often play mahjong together. When Wu Yu heard Mr. Chen asking about this, he quickly explained. Is this so? Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, there's no problem. Okay, I understand. Go back and help me call the person in charge of the live broadcast team. Although the live broadcast team cannot be disbanded, they can find ways to curb the income from live broadcasts. Wu Yu left the office. Not long after, a man walked in. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Lu Jie, the current head of the live broadcast team. Lu Jie was stunned for a moment when he saw the young man sitting at the desk. He didn't expect that the owner of the clothing factory was so young. Sit down and talk. Chinamo pointed at the tables and chairs in front of his desk. When Lu Jie took his seat, he continued to speak. How's it going? Are you still adapting to the company? The company is great, and we all like it. Lu Jie smiled and spoke. Not to mention the benefits. The daily meals alone made him feel very satisfied. When I was doing live broadcasts before, I basically did it all day long, with no time to rest at all, and most of my meals were takeout. It's different here. The canteen provides meals every day, and the food tastes much better than those unhealthy takeaways. Just get used to it. Chen Montak nodded. Then do you have any good suggestions for selling goods through live streaming? Hearing this, Lu Jie hesitated for a moment and then spoke slowly. I do have some suggestions here. Oh. Chun Mo's expression became serious when he heard this. He really had some good suggestions. I'd like to hear what it is. Mr. Chun is like this. I think we can do a full discount or discount event in the live broadcast room. It doesn't need to be too much, just 10 or 20 yuan. As long as we have this reason, we can use some more during the live broadcast. Words can definitely increase the sales of clothes. Of course, in this case, the profit of a piece of clothing will be less, but the sales volume will increase, and overall, the profit will actually be more. It's equivalent to small profits but quick turnover. Lu Jie spoke out his thoughts seriously. Nowadays, various live streaming sales platforms basically use slogans such as cheap discounts and similar slogans. Even if a piece of clothing costs more than 100 yuan, if you first raise the price to 200 yuan, and then offer it at half price, it will still be sold for 100 yuan. They are both 100 yuan, and the sales volume of the latter is more than that of the former. The biggest reason why people start to choose online shopping is because it is easier and cheaper. As long as you master these 2 points well, your sales during the live broadcast will definitely not be bad. Any other suggestions? Seeing Lu Jie stop talking, Chen Mo asked again. Mr. Chen, I have no other suggestions, but I can guarantee that as long as the above plan is implemented, I can definitely double the current sales volume in a short period of time. Lu Jie said confidently. After all, when selling goods through live broadcast, the comparison is price. As long as the price is low, it will definitely attract more customers to place orders. Chen Mo looked at Lu Jie's serious look and sneered in his heart. I still want to double my sales volume in a short period of time. Do you really think I don't exist? Chapter 192. The price cannot be reduced, it must be increased. Lu Jie, your plan can indeed increase clothing sales, but this method is not advisable. Chen Mo took a sip of coffee and looked at Lu Jie calmly. Mr. Chun, do you have any questions? Lu Jie looked at Mr. Chun in confusion. This method has basically become the default routine of e-commerce. How could there be a problem? Of course there is a problem, and it is a big problem. Chun Mo showed a solemn expression. First, your operation of raising and lowering prices is a disguised form of fraud. Although this approach can increase sales, it will harm the reputation and credibility of the clothing brand. What is the most important thing for a merchant? It's word of mouth and credibility. If you can't do both, how can you become bigger and stronger? Second, there is the issue of price reduction. I think not only should we not reduce prices, but we should also increase the price of clothes. When Lu Jie heard Mr. Chen's first point of view, he nodded secretly. It made sense to want to build up the credibility of the clothing brand. But the second point of view was not to reduce the price, but to raise the price. He couldn't understand this operation. Maybe you don't understand this approach. Chen Mo noticed Lu Jie's expression and smiled slightly. It is true that major e-commerce companies are now engaging in price wars, and it has indeed attracted many people to rush to buy. But have you found out how many of those clothing brands that are very famous and accepted by the public are famous because of live broadcasts? Basically, those famous clothing brands have their own physical stores offline, and they are all over the country. So if we want to become such a well-known brand, we must also take the physical route. But once you lower the price online, how do you ask the physical franchisees to sell their clothes? If it is cheaper online, who will go to the physical store to buy it? If the physical store cannot sell clothes, who will still buy it? I will join a clothing brand. The price reduction may seem to increase sales, but in the long run, it will destroy the possibility of clothing brand development. So we have to take a long-term view and not destroy the entire clothing brand just for temporary gains and losses. Lu Jie's head was a little dizzy. What Mr. Chen said seemed to make sense, but it was different from what he had experienced. Mr. Chen, how much do we need to increase the price? As long as each item is 20 yuan higher than the physical price, that's enough. Chen Mo thought for a while and gave a price. If it is too high, it will not be within the allowable range of the system. Otherwise, he will be tempted to directly raise the price to a sky-high price, and then no one will buy it. 20 is almost the average travel cost for customers from home to store. Therefore, when customers buy clothes in physical stores, including travel expenses, the price is basically the same as the price sold online. However, considering that the price increase may affect your live broadcast sales, the basic salary of all your live broadcast team members will be increased by 1,000, and the performance improvement will be increased by 1 point. Prices increase and sales decrease. Coupled with the increase in base salary commission, the combination of the two can basically minimize the income from live broadcasts. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Lu Jie looked at Mr. Chun with an expression of admiration. He did not expect that Mr. Chun would also consider them when he was considering raising the price. No wonder the employees in the garment factory admire Mr. Chun so much. How can a boss who considers his employees not be loved by his employees? Listening to Lu Jie's thanks, Chen Mo cursed in his heart. He really wanted to thank me. I beg you to sell less goods. Okay, that's all. Let's change the price when we get back. Okay, Mr. Chun. Lu Jie nodded and was about to get up and leave. Wait a moment. Mr. Chun, do you have any other instructions? Lu Jie looked at Mr. Chun, who suddenly raised his hand to stop him. After you change the price, you also need to put the title in the live broadcast room to make it more conspicuous. The content of the title is probably that the price in the physical store will be 20 yuan cheaper than the price in the live broadcast room. There should be fewer customers buying now. The live broadcast room is so expensive. Who would buy it? I want to go to a physical store to buy. Sorry, there are only 4 agents at the moment, and they are still under renovation. Perfect. Luya. He always felt that Mr. Chun had a grudge against those customers. Although he had only been in the company for a short time, he also knew that there were currently only 4 agents in the garment factory, and they were all under renovation. This approach is like going to a noodle shop, and someone tells you that the noodles next door are better. When you wanted to go next door to eat, the person said it wasn't open yet. Isn't this disgusting? But this was Mr. Chen's arrangement, and he couldn't say much, so he just obeyed. After watching Lu Jie leave, Chen Mo drank up the little coffee he had left in one gulp. After fooling around for a long time, my mouth felt dry. After taking a breath, he took out his cell phone and called Song Xia. He wanted to ask what the situation was like in that store. It was obviously larger than the previous coffee shop, so why was the rent still tens of thousands less? Why didn't any of these employees give him peace of mind? Hello, Mr. Chen, are you back? Listening to Song Xia's voice on the phone, Chen Mo spoke calmly. Well, I'm back. I took a look at the report from your coffee shop. What's going on with that new store? Why is it so big and why is the rent so cheap? Mr. Chun, you were talking about this matter. This matter is actually thanks to Wu Yu. If it weren't for Wu Yu, it would be impossible to rent it so cheaply. Song Xia heard Mr. Chen asking about this matter and hurriedly spoke up. To be honest, this time Wu Yu did help their coffee shop a lot. Since bringing those ladies to the coffee shop to discuss the agency, the coffee shop has inexplicably had more customers who came here to drink the 188 Blue Mountain coffee. After asking around, I found out that they were all recommended by those ladies. Although there are not many people, and they are not enough to make the coffee shop turn losses into profits, it is also a good sign. When Chun Mo heard Song Xia's words, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that even this matter was related to Wu Yu. What happened? What did Wu Yu do? It's like this, Mr. Chun. Wu Yu recruited a few agents. The place for negotiation was our coffee shop, and one of those agents was a landlady. She had many stores and rented them to us at a low price. And those agents seemed to have a wide network of contacts. In the past few days, many customers who came here because of their reputation were recommended by those agents. Chun Mo held the phone tightly in his hand, his face livid. In total, all the changes in the company during the 7 days he was away from the company were caused by Wu Yu. Okay. Chapter 193 Team Building Promotion. Chun Mo rubbed his chest, which was a little stuffy, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The last person who made him feel this way was the traitor Wei Yin. Sure enough, the apprentice brought by the traitor is also a traitor. No, Wu Yu can't stay in the business department. If he continues to stay, who knows what kind of trouble he will make. But where should he be arranged to be more assured? Hey, Mr. Chen, are you still there? Seeing that Mr. Chen didn't respond for a long time, Song Xia asked tentatively. Chun Mo came back to his senses after hearing Song Xia's call. Well, are there many customers introduced by those agents? Is the coffee shop profitable? This is the problem he is most worried about. The loss-making coffee shop that he finally set up is profitable just like this. He wants to cry to death. That's not the case. It's just that the current performance of the coffee shop has improved a little compared to before, but it is not enough to support the operation of the coffee shop. Hearing Song Xia's answer, Chun Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is no profit, it seems that the people introduced by those customers are all individual cases, and the impact is not very big. After hanging up the phone, he sat back in his chair a little tiredly. This morning, he was dealing with the changes caused by Wu Yu. Wu Yu, he is really speechless now. After taking a break, Chun Mo put his consciousness into the system panel. Due to a series of changes, his planned consumption of system funds did not go as he expected. He originally wanted to buy a store to open a branch of Nana Coffee, but in the end it became a low-price rental. He spent nearly 2 million less on this item. In addition to the 300,000 agency fees of the 3 new agents and the nearly 100,000 revenue of the live broadcast team, the coffee shop has more or less some income. Of course, the biggest one is the income of Sangshua Games and Tian Long. So in these 7 days, the system funds have not decreased but increased, and there is still more than 5 million. In those 2 months, the system funds will be spent below 7.5 million. And the settlement will begin the day after tomorrow. Although the system funds of more than 5 million yuan meet the settlement requirements at this time, we must learn from our mistakes and never take it lightly. We still need to spend money. The employee dinner can be put on the agenda. Chun Mo thought about it and finally decided not to participate this time. He just set a limit and let them find a way to spend it. Otherwise, with more and more employees, he can't organize it. Of course, the employees will definitely not spend as much as he does, but there is no way. Now with the expansion of the new workshop, each position has also increased personnel. The garment factory alone has exceeded more than 120 people. In addition to Sangshua Games and the coffee shop, the total number of employees is nearly 200. The pet park project is still under construction, and it is only paying Tao, Su Jingming, and a few employees. With so many people, if I urge them to eat more and drink more like before, I will be too busy. After confirming, I pressed the call bell on the table, and soon Shun Ro came over. Informed Sangshui Games, Pet Park, Nana Coffee, and the clothing factory that there will be a company team building tomorrow. Let them organize the event on their own. As for whether the four companies will hold it together or separately, you can discuss it on your own. I have only one request. The total cost of the four companies for this team building must not be less than 1 million. 200 employees, 1 million, and a total of 5,000 per capita consumption. If you can't even spend this much, it would be a waste. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and left. She was no longer surprised by Mr. Chen's request. After all, Mr. Chen always spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on team building dinners. With the increase in the number of people this time, it seems normal to spend 1 million. Back in the cubicle, Shinro thought for a while, then set up a group chat and pulled in important people from each company. Then she conveyed the order that Mr. Chun had just issued in the group. Should each company hold a team building on its own or together? If you have any suggestions, you can discuss it yourself. Pang Tao. I can do whatever I want. We only have 2 people from the pet park at present. The responsibility of spending 1 million yuan still lies with your 3 companies. Pang Tao and Su Jingming, who were supervising the pet park, discussed it and said this. I was shocked that a team building would cost 1 million yuan. This Mr. Chun is really generous. No wonder he invested 5 million yuan in the pet park without hesitation. Li Shen, I think it's better to have a team building together so that employees from different companies can communicate and get to know each other, which is conducive to the unity of the company. Wei Yin, it's okay to have a team building together, but Mr. Chen has given us a day tomorrow, so we can't just have a meal and end it. That would be a waste of Mr. Chen's kindness. Wu Yu, I have an idea. We can go to some scenic spots in Jiangxing in the morning. In the afternoon, we can have a team building dinner. And in the evening, we can organize a singing in a karaoke bar. Song Xia, I see that some companies carry company banners for promotion during team building. Can we do this? The coffee shop is not well known now, and there are not many customers every day. I want to take this opportunity to promote it. Song Xia sat in the coffee shop board, looking at the messages in the group, and sent a message. Mr. Chen is not allowed to promote the event, so there is nothing wrong with this indirect promotion of team building. Wei Yin, the purpose of Mr. Chen's team building is to relax employees. If it comes with cumbersome banners and slogans, it would be putting the cart before the horse. If it is too tiring, the team building will be meaningless. Li Shun, I have some suggestions. You can customize a batch of small flags with the name of the company printed on them. These small flags are light and easy to carry. Each person can take 1 or 2. If you meet a passerby you like on the road, you can give it to passersby. This way, it won't affect the fun at all. Wu Yu, not only coffee shops, but also clothing factories need promotion. Fong Chong, team building starts tomorrow, so it's too late to get those little flags right now. Li Shun, come on, the process of making this small flag is very simple. It won't take long to make hundreds of them, and I have the connections. Just leave it to me. Shinro has been paying attention to the trends in the group and secretly admires Mr. Chen's vision. The leaders of these companies consider the company's development even during team building. They are really dedicated. Brother Yang, I'm quite used to it these 2 days. Chinemo looked at Yang Xing was sitting opposite and asked with a smile. The other party arrived at the garment factory the day before yesterday and had a day off yesterday, Sunday. The treatment given by Mr. Chun is the first time I have encountered it in so many years. If I don't adapt to this kind of treatment, then I will have a hard life. Yang Xingwa lamented that before he worked at the dried fruit stall, he had worked in many factories. But no factory's treatment can compare with Mr. Chen's company. Chapter 194 Live Team Building. Chen Mo smiled slightly when he heard Yang Xingwa's words. He naturally knows a lot about his company's benefits. But sister-in-law, have you chosen the position you want to work in? Once you've chosen, you can directly sign the labor contract and start working. At work today, he asked Zhang Cheng to take Yang Xingwa and his wife around the garment factory and learn about the work content of each job. Mr. Chun, we discussed it as husband and wife, and finally decided that she and I would become a member of the investigation organization for people in need. Yang Xingwa hesitated for a moment and then spoke slowly. His original intention was for his wife to work in a garment factory, and he had seen the working environment. It was very good. There was no need to travel around the country with him. But his wife was determined to join him, so he had no choice but to agree. Okay, as long as you make a decision, that's fine. However, the investigation team for people in need has just been established. There are only 2 of you. I plan to set up at least a 5-person team before we officially set off. What do you think? Chinemo expressed his thoughts. After all, there were only 2 people running around the country. He was really worried. That's no problem, but Mr. Chun, do you plan to keep supporting those empty nesters like this? Yang Xinhua thought for a while and asked. There are a lot of empty nesters in the country. If you want to fund all the empty nesters, it will be an astronomical number. For now, that's all. Do you have any good ideas? Chinemo looked at Yang Xinhua. I do have some ideas. Instead of just helping them, it's better to let them have their own income. I have visited the elderly many times over the years. There are many elderly people who are in good health, but they are just older and no employer is willing to do so. I observed the jobs in the garment factory today. I can do the cleaning work, mopping the floor, and wiping the tabletop. In this way, these elderly people have their own income, and we can save some money to support more people in need. Moreover, in addition to life problems, those empty nesters also have psychological problems. They live alone, without children to take care of them, and lack communication. Over time, they will develop psychological disorders, and in severe cases, they may even suffer from depression. If you join the workforce and communicate with other people, it can also solve the psychological problems of the elderly. Yang Xinhua spoke slowly. The psychological problems of empty nesters are a very serious problem. Every time he visited those old people, some of them would grab him and chat nonstop. It was obvious that they lived alone and were too lonely. Chinemo fell into deep thought. Yang Xinghua's proposal was indeed a solution. Recruiting capable elderly people to work in the company can not only consume system funds, but also save available charity funds to help more people in need. And it's not just the cleaning side of the clothing factory that employs people. After the pet park is built, more people will be used there. Those elderly people can definitely do the work of feeding kittens and puppies. This is not a bad idea. After chatting with Yang Xinhua for a while, the conversation ended. On the second day, Tuesday, 4 buses stopped in front of a scenic spot. The car door opened, and people got out one after another, each holding a small flag of a different color in their hand. The flags have the names of different companies written on them. Chongfeng Clothing, Sanshua Games, Nana Coffee. As for the corner pet park that has not been built yet, there is no small flag made. Is everyone here? Wei Yin found the heads of several companies. Li Shun, everyone from the garment factory has arrived. Song Xia, everyone from Nana Coffee is here too. Pang Tao looked at the large number of employees and smiled awkwardly. There are only a few people in our corner pet park. Brother Su stayed at the construction site to supervise the work and didn't come. There are still a few employees who need to take care of the pets at all times and can't get away. So I am the only one here today. Wei Yin nodded slowly when he saw that everyone had arrived. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's take a photo at the door, and then you can move around freely. But it's best to work as a team. Don't go alone. Meet at the door before 12 o'clock. In addition, the small flags in hand will be appropriately distributed to interested tourists. After saying that, the person in charge of each company organized all employees to gather at the entrance of the scenic spot to take pictures. When Li Shun saw this scene, he took out his mobile phone, logged into a new live broadcast account, and started live broadcasting. Activities such as company team building must be broadcast live, so that the company's corporate culture can be reflected. Because this live broadcast account has traffic from previous accounts, some old fans have directly followed this account, so the number of fans is growing at a good rate. At this time, it already has more than 1,000 fans. Shortly after opening the live broadcast, audiences entered the live broadcast room one after another, and after a while of warm-up, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached dozens. Although not much, but for a new account, this is pretty good. Li Shun was also frustrated and said with a smile to the live broadcast room, "Hello everyone. Today's live broadcast will not show you the company. I will show you the atmosphere of team building in the company. Li Shun said as he walked. From time to time, the camera was focused on the employees walking in groups. Soon someone started talking in the live broadcast room. Is there no doghouse to watch today? Does this garment factory treat so well? It's Tuesday. What is the boss thinking of organizing a company team building on Tuesday? Damn, I just realized it after the reminder from the upstairs. I want to cry. Our company's team building is always done on the rest day. After working for a week, I am exhausted. I want to take a break on Sunday, but we have to do team building again. Anchor, will the boss pay you for the team building on Tuesday? Li Shun looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and said proudly, our company's team building. The boss has stipulated that it is a team building on a working day and must not occupy the employee's rest time. As for the salary, it must be a paid team building. Live broadcast bullet screen. Wow, it's a company with such luxurious doghouses. The treatment is really enviable. Host, I saw the words Nana Coffee on the small flag. Aren't you a clothing company? I also saw the words Sangshua Games. Looking at the questions on the barrage, Li Shun naturally would not miss the opportunity to advertise. The clothing factory is just one of our boss's many companies. Sangshua Games and Nana Coffee are both our boss's industries. Today we're doing team building together. First of all, this Nana Coffee is a boutique coffee shop with various coffee beans. You can choose whatever flavor you want. There are experienced baristas in the store. The price is a little expensive. Friends who like coffee can try it. I guarantee you will like it. Chapter 195 Mr. Chun is giving us face. After introducing the coffee shop, Li Shun took the opportunity to talk about the Sangshua game. You may not know much about Sangshua games, but everyone should know about Tianlong. Tianlong is a game under Sangshua. There is also a new game under development, so stay tuned. Live Barrage. I'll go. Tianlong was developed by your company. I play it every day. It's just that the equipment is too difficult to farm, but I like it. That being said, it seems that the coffee shop is probably pretty good too. I'll have to try it when I have time. Li Shun looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and knew that the purpose of the live broadcast had finally been achieved. But the only pity is that the audience in the live broadcast room is too small, less than 200 people. If I had known earlier, I would have bought some traffic. The morning passed quickly. After confirming that all employees were gathered, we went straight to the booked hotel. Inside the hotel, Wei Yin, Li Shun, and several other people in charge looked at the menu handed over by the hotel manager and looked troubled. We spent a total of tens of thousands of dollars on the morning tour. So next, they have to spend more than 900,000. What should I do? According to this vegetable price, we may not be able to meet the quota today. Li Shun was a little annoyed. He was the one who booked the restaurant this time, but he didn't book the Royal Hotel that Mr. Chen booked last time, but the original Xingyu restaurant. The prices of the dishes at Xingyu restaurant are cheaper than those at the Dihao Hotel. It is obviously more difficult to spend the 900,000 yuan. Wei Yin thought for a moment and asked, have you counted the people who went to sing after dinner? The statistics have been calculated. There are 143 people in total. Li Shen Spuka. The singing is already in the evening, so participation in this activity will not be compulsory. Well, you can book a private room in a nearby karaoke restaurant first and see how much you can spend. As for the expensive dishes here, you can order them again and then add more as appropriate. If it doesn't work, you can only order this. Wei Yin pointed at the menu. Li Shen took a curious look and couldn't help but feel his throat rolling twice. Wine. The red wine in this restaurant is cheaper than that in the Royal Hotel. Only 800 yuan a bottle. But did he really want to order red wine? The reason why he chose Xingyu restaurant was because he didn't want to see the red wine at the Royal Hotel. Could it be? Do you still need to drink red wine when you come to Xingyu restaurant? The next morning, Yang Dehai parked the business car at the entrance of the office building, then quickly came to the back door and opened the door. Chinemo got out of the car slowly and was about to walk into the office building when he saw Li Shun and Wei staggering over from a short distance away. The two of them looked a little lethargic, as if they hadn't woken up. What is going on? But soon, a smell of alcohol drifted over from the two of them. Chinemo understood instantly that these two guys probably drank too much during the team building yesterday and haven't sobered up yet. Hello, Mr. Chun. Li Shun and Wu Yu saw Mr. Chen standing at the door of the office building and hurriedly said hello, but they were a little nervous. They should not be criticized for working like this. But there was no other way. In order to spend up to the quota yesterday, I finally ordered red wine. Both of them drank a lot, and when they arrived at the karaoke bar, they were toasted by a group of employees. After mixing beer and red wine, the result was predictable. Neither of them went back to the factory yesterday, but stayed in a nearby hotel all night. In order not to be late for work, I got up early and took a taxi to the company. But the result was this. It's normal to be criticized for looking like this at work, and the two of them were prepared. But what the two of them didn't expect was that Mr. Chen looked at them with a smile on his face, without the slightest hint of anger or reprimand. Well done, keep up the good work in the future. Chen Mo reached out and patted the two of them on the shoulders, and walked into the office building with satisfaction. These two people finally figured it out. Is working in this state what he needs most? He must be encouraged. Brother Shen, is Mr. Chen encouraging us to do this? Wu Yu looked at Mr. Chen, who walked into the office building and spoke with some confusion. What do you know? What Mr. Chen said was obviously ironic, you know? He is undoubtedly doing this to give us face. After all, this is in front of an office building, and many people are watching. If he reprimands us here, wouldn't it make people laugh? Then how should we manage our employees in the future? So, we must pay attention in the future. Mr. Chung gives us face, and we cannot push the envelope. Li Shen looked at the figure who had disappeared into the office, building with a look of reverence on his face. Mr. Chun is really great. When Wu Yu heard Li Shen's answer, he suddenly understood. I see. As expected, he is the employee who has followed Mr. Chun for the longest time. He can understand Mr. Chen's meaning so quickly. It seems that he has to work harder. Chinamo came to the office. After taking a look at the consumption report of yesterday's team building, I saw that he had indeed spent more than 1 million in accordance with his requirements. In addition to December's salary, he also asked the finance department to pay it in advance, plus taxes and some living expenses such as electricity and water. A total of nearly 4 million system funds were consumed. Now there is only more than 1.3 million system funds left, and this 1.3 million system funds includes more than 800,000 cherry funds. That's right. That's 800,000. He didn't expect that going to the countryside to support those empty nest elderly people would only cost more than 300,000 funds. The main reason is that rice and flour don't consume much at all. A bag of rice weighing 100 kilograms is only more than 100 yuan. 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, and 2 barrels of soybean oil for a family, adding up to less than 1,000 yuan. Add 5,000 qualifications, and the total cost for a family is less than 6,000 yuan. He ran around the surrounding villages and supported nearly 50 poor elderly people in total. In this way, minus more than 800,000 charity funds, he only has more than 500,000 system funds. It only takes less than 7.5 million to complete the task, which is very safe. Judging from the current capabilities of his company, it is impossible to have an income of 7 million in a short period of time. This special task should have no accidents. After the special task is completed, the system will settle in 2 months. In order to fully convert the system funds, he needs to spend the system funds below 150,000. According to this development trend, he still has a chance to complete it. 15 million. When I think of the full conversion, I can get 15 million personal assets and directly achieve the achievement of a multimillionaire. At that time, luxury cars and mansions can be bought at will. Thinking of this, Chinamo instantly got motivation. Spending money must spend money hard. Time passed. Soon it was 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Shinro had come back from the cafeteria after getting food, but he kept paying attention to the system panel and had no intention of eating. Ding! The system sound rang. Chapter 196, Unlocking Permissions. Special task settlement time has arrived, and the host's remaining system funds meet the task completion standard. Special task completed. Task rewards have been issued. Please check in person. Chen Mo heard the system voice and was delighted. Is it completed? This task is a special task issued after the last settlement. After the last special task was completed, 10 songs were awarded. I don't know what the reward is this time. The consciousness quickly invested in the system panel in his mind and checked it. He soon found the task reward interface. He found that there were no actual items rewarded this time, and many permissions were open to him. Chinamo was a little disappointed for a while. He was still counting on this task reward to give him a reward of 18 million in cash. It turned out that only some permissions were opened. He sighed helplessly and looked carefully at the content of the open permissions. 1. Establish the number of company permissions to release. The host can reasonably invest in new projects based on the company's financial situation at the time. Note: 1. While investing in new projects, the normal operation of the original company must be guaranteed. 2. When investing in new projects, you must not engage in industries that violate laws and regulations. For example, gambling, illegal fundraising, etc. 3. Invest in new projects. Do not consume ahead of time. Do not make loans, etc. Note: when the host owns 5 companies and enterprises, he can establish a group head office. Has the authority to establish a company been lifted? Chinamo was slightly happy when he saw the first liberated authority. In this way, wouldn't he be able to establish more money-losing companies? Yes. Although he was not rewarded with cash property, the opening of this authority undoubtedly reduced the difficulty of converting system funds for him. 2. Host personal authority liberation. It was detected that the host was too stupid and had only converted tens of thousands of personal funds so far. In order to ensure the host's normal food, clothing, housing, and transportation, the authority was developed. 1. Rental subsidy. The host can choose to rent a house with a rent of no more than $2,000. This rent can use system funds without using personal assets. If it exceeds $2,000, all personal expenses need to be borne. 2. Travel subsidy. The company's public vehicles can be used appropriately by the host, but they cannot be sold privately in exchange for personal assets. 3. Medical assistance. During the host's work, if the host is sick or injured, all medical expenses can be paid with system funds. Seeing the second permission opened, Chunmo's eyes were filled with tears. This Dogecoin system finally did something useful. He now has less than 30,000 personal assets. He only rented the old community for half a year, and it was about to expire. He was hesitating whether to renew the lease. However, with this permission, he can rent a better house. After reading the first 2 permissions, Chinemo couldn't wait to look at the next open permission. 3. Charity permission unlocking. 1. Charity funds are increased from 10% of the initial system funds to 20%. 2. The host can set up a charity foundation, and all available charity funds can be transferred to the account of the Charity Fund Association. The funds transferred to the Charity Fund account will not be counted into the system funds even if they are not spent before settlement, and they can be accumulated to the next settlement cycle, but the funds entering the charity account can only be used for charity and cannot be used for other purposes. 3. The salary of employees of the Charity Foundation can be paid with system funds. However, the number of employees doing charity should be reasonable and cannot be expanded indefinitely. The system has already handled all the procedures and qualifications for establishing a foundation. The host only needs to do charity. After reading the third unlocked authority, Chunmo secretly calculated that the initial system funds for this settlement period were 15 million. After increasing it to 20%, there would be an additional 1.5 million system funds. Therefore, the charity funds that can be mobilized have increased from more than 800,000 to more than 2.3 million. Moreover, the establishment of the fund will also solve the problem of unspent charity funds during the settlement period. After all, according to the charity rules of the system, he cannot just find a charity organization to donate the charity funds at will, but needs personnel to conduct an investigation and then hand the charity funds to the people in need in person. Such restrictions doomed him to not spend millions of charity funds at once. However, now that the charity authority has been unlocked, even if the charity funds are not spent during this settlement period, they will not be cleared but can be accumulated to the next settlement period. Moreover, no matter how much charity funds there are in the charity account, it will not affect the system settlement. So he can safely put the charity funds into the charity account. Chinemo flipped through the system interface, and there was no other content. In other words, the reward for this mission is to unlock 3 rights. Overall, it is still somewhat useful. But tomorrow is December, and Tianlong game will receive another round of funds. He counted the data of Tianlong. At present, Tianlong has 3 million active users, and the number of people who recharged monthly cards is 1 million. The number of weekly cards is 150, and the number of daily cards is 2.1 million. The monthly card is 10 yuan, and 1 million people is 10 million. A weekly card costs 2 yuan, so 1.5 million people means 3 million, but there are 4 weeks in a month, which means 12 million. A daily card costs 0.1 yuan, so 2.1 million people means 210,000. So Tianlong's income in December is about 22.21 million, but this income is only an estimate, and there will definitely be some fluctuations, but I think the fluctuations will not be too large. Unless there is a rapid increase in new players, but he carefully observed a curve of the growth of new players in Tianlong. Now it has stabilized and is showing a slow growth trend. And with the growth of new players, there will also be old players quitting the game. Even if the game is fun, it is inevitable that players quit the game. It is just a matter of more or less. Tianlong also has players quitting the game, but very few. The number of players who quit the game is not as many as the number of new players, but it has also effectively slowed down the increase in the overall number of players. So, for the next spending, his goal is to set a limit of 22 million and then make appropriate fine-tuning according to the actual situation. Chinemo took out a notebook and began to make the next plan. Next month's employee wages and taxes, plus the purchase of fabrics for the garment factory, the purchase of ingredients for the canteen, daily electricity bills, etc., will require about 4 million system funds. The charity fund has a quota of 2.3 million. The necessary expenses are 6.3 million. Excluding the necessary expenses of 6.3 million, he still needs to plan a spending task of 15 million this month. Although the pet park has not been completed, it can be appropriately added with a few million investment. After all, such a large venue, an investment of 5 million can't do anything at all. As for how much to add, let's temporarily set it at 5 million. The coffee shop is also a money-losing industry. It can be appropriately expanded. There is no problem in adding 2 more branches. The cost of a branch includes rent, decoration, employee wages, and purchase of coffee machines. Overall, it will take about 2.5 million funds. The funds for the 2 branches are 5 million. Chapter 197 You Are Famous. The expansion of the coffee shop and additional investment in the pet park can consume a total of 10 million system funds. Then there is still a system capital plan of 5 million. Holding the Winter Games can consume 2 million. After all, the last sports meeting consumed 1 million system funds. This time the number of employees has increased, and 2 million will definitely be no problem. In this case, there will be 3 million system funds left. Now that the number of companies has been opened, we can look for industries that are relatively losing money. Chinemo looked at the entire page of plans and nodded with satisfaction. But the only pity was that when he wanted to invest more in the pet park, his original intention was to invest more, but the system only gave him an additional 5 million in the end. Otherwise, he could invest all the system funds in the construction of the pet park, and he would not have to think of other ways to spend money on other projects. Unexpectedly, I was given a limit by the system, and I didn't know how the limit was calculated. Anyway, it killed his fantasy of finding loopholes right in the cradle. He shook his head helplessly and carefully reviewed the plan he had just made. These plans just now cannot be completed at once. After all, the current system funds are only 1.3 million. All plans will be completed step by step after Tianlong's revenue is received tomorrow. The first task is to set aside 4 million system funds for staff expenses and various basic expenses. This money must be set aside, otherwise it will affect the normal operation of the company. Then there is 2.3 million charitable funds, which will be transferred to the charity fund account. After these 2 necessary expenses are settled, there is no particular order for the other plans. Just do whatever you can as long as the system funds are spent. As long as he follows his own plan and has a certain amount of system funds, he can spend it. In this way, system funds can always be maintained at a very low level. According to this trend, which will continue until the system settlement in 2 months, there is still great hope for him to convert the system funds in full. Corner Dog and Cat Rescue Center. This is it, let's go in. Song Xia pointed to the door of the Cat and Dog Rescue Center and said to Lin Zhu next to her. Just yesterday during the team building, she and Pang Tao had a brief chat about the cat cafe. After all, cat cafes definitely need a lot of cats, and cat and dog rescue stations are readily available. Choosing cats from here can save the cost of buying cats in the coffee shop and also reduce the pressure on cat and dog rescue stations. This is a 2-for-1 thing. However, there are many kinds of cats in the rescue center, and they all have different appearances and personalities. However, customers who enter the cat cafe must interact with the cat, feed it, pet it, etc. So the choice of cat is very important. Some cats with bad tempers are definitely not allowed to enter coffee shops. You can only choose some cats with good tempers and docile personalities. In this way, customers will not be scratched by cats when interacting with cats. Then the cat's appearance comes into play. Cats placed in coffee shops must be cute, good-looking, or have some characteristics. After this series of considerations, she made an agreement with Pang Tao to come over and choose a cat today. Lin Zhu had raised a cat before and knew the habits of cats very well, so he brought her here with him today. Manager Song, store manager Lin, please come in quickly. Pang Tao saw Song Xia and Lin Zhu entering the courtyard and hurriedly greeted them. Let's go inside first and have a cup of tea. Brother Pang, I won't drink any more tea. Let's hurry up and choose the cat. Song Xia shook her head. After selecting the cat, they still had to go to the new coffee shop to supervise the work, although the design drawing has been finalized. But no one has opened a cat cafe before, so they need to direct the workers at all times. If they are not satisfied with anything, they can make timely adjustments. Okay, then come with me. Pang Tao didn't insist when he saw this. After all, it was a busy period now. After Song Xia and the others selected the cats, he would go to the pet park to supervise the work with Su Jingming. Yesterday, because he had to participate in team building, Su Jingming was left alone to supervise the work. Today, he naturally wanted to deal with the matter here early and go there early. Song and Xia followed Pang Tao to the backyard. Pang Tao pointed to a large shed in the backyard. The cats are all in this shed. Song Xia looked up and saw a large chimney smoking at the edge of the greenhouse and was confused. Brother Pang, are you burning something in the greenhouse? Ah, I'm burning the Kong. It's getting cold now. Please maintain the temperature inside the greenhouse. Sing. He took the lead and walked into the greenhouse. Song Xia and Lin Zhu followed and walked in. When they entered, they saw that the entire greenhouse was full of cats, at least hundreds of them. There are 2 staff members feeding the cats food. Okay, all the cats are already here. You can choose on your own. Which one you like, I will pick it out for you and put it in a place to raise alone. After the cat cafe is decorated, I will send it to you directly. Pang Tao spoke cheerfully. Song Xia and Lin Zhu looked at each other and began to select cats in the greenhouse. According to the size of the coffee shop, excluding the public area, and according to the configuration of 1 cat per 8 square meters, they need to select about 15 cats. After the coffee shop is renovated, the cats will be put into the store to see the actual situation. If it seems crowded, a few will be returned. If not enough, then come and pick a few more. Garment Factory. In the afternoon, Li Xin sat in the purchasing office. After a morning of buffering, he finally sobered up completely. He glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Thinking that the live broadcast had not started today, he hurriedly got up, picked up his mobile phone and some live broadcast equipment, and walked outside. This new account has gradually improved. When the live broadcast of the team building dinner yesterday, there was a wave of large traffic, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 1,000. This number is the number that the previous account has never reached. So he has to strike while the iron is hot. Came to the workshop. He started the live broadcast with ease. As soon as the broadcast started, dozens of people came into the live broadcast room. The broadcast has started. You are late. Let me take a look. Is this the live broadcast room for the company's team building and drinking red wine? I checked the price of the red wine. It's 800 per bottle. The boss of this company is really extravagant. Host, are you popular? Li Shin looked at the live broadcast room. It had only been less than a minute since the broadcast started. There were nearly 100 viewers, and the number of online people was still growing. He was a little stunned. What's going on? In the past, when he started broadcasting, if he wanted to get 100 people in the live broadcast room, he had to warm up for half an hour. Chapter 198, it was all Mr. Chen's fault. Today, he just started broadcasting, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded more than 100, which is a bit abnormal. Li Shin thought about it, then clicked on his personal homepage and instantly found the problem. Originally, his live broadcast account had only more than 1,000 fans. How come it suddenly increased to more than 10,000? What's going on? How come his fans increased so much overnight? Li Shun was a little confused, but he quickly adjusted himself. Who cares about that? Let's live broadcast first. Now there are so many people in the live broadcast room. I must promote the company well. Li Shun adjusted his state. Looking at the live broadcast room that was close to 300 people at this time, he was a little excited. At this rate of development, the number of people in the live broadcast room today is estimated to exceed 1,000. If he promotes it well, maybe he can really recruit a few agents. 2 hours later, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Originally, the live broadcast was 1 hour a day, and today there were many people watching the live broadcast room, so he broadcasted for an extra hour. In these 2 hours, the highest number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 1,500. More importantly, after this live broadcast, for people actually asked about the agent, and he has already followed them and added private chats. I will send the contact information to the business department later and let them contact me. And through the live broadcast barrage, he probably figured out the reason for the sudden increase in fans. It turned out that when he was live broadcasting the team building yesterday, someone edited his live broadcast video of the team building and sent it out. And this video quickly became popular on the internet. So many people found him through this video. Video editing. Li Shun thought about it, and it seemed that he discussed the live broadcast with Lu Jie, the new head of the live broadcast team, when he was having dinner yesterday, and Lu Jie said that he could help him edit the content of today's live broadcast. Could it be the video edited by Lu Jie? The more Li Shun thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He remembered that he seemed to have given the other party the screen recording of the live broadcast, but he was a little confused at the time and didn't remember it very clearly. After sorting out the live broadcast tools, he left the workshop, rode the public electric car at the door of the workshop, and rushed straight to the office building. Came to the live broadcast room. Li Shin knocked on the door gently, walked in, and found Lu Jie, who was supervising the live broadcast not far away. Minister Li, what's the matter? Lu Jie saw Li Shun coming in and hurriedly spoke. No big deal, I just want to find you to understand something. Is it convenient here? Li Shun looked up and glanced at the anchor who was live broadcasting clothing styles in the distance. Lu Jie pondered for a moment. Well, let's go out and talk. As long as you keep your voice down, there will definitely be no impact, but it must be uncomfortable to discuss things in a low voice. Let's go to my office. After coming outside, Li Shin took the lead and walked into his own office. Minister Li, this office is well decorated. Lu Jie entered the office, looked at the environment of the office, and sighed. It was all done by General Manager Chun. I didn't decorate anything at all. Li Shun casually poured a glass of water and handed it to Lu Jie. All the offices in the entire office building were decorated by General Manager Chin's decoration company. Not to mention some necessary desks and chairs. Each office is standard. Even potted plants and some decorations such as murals are arranged. What's more, even for the hygiene of the office and watering potted plants, Mr. Chin has recruited special cleaning staff. Lu Jie took the water cup and looked at the environment of the office with some emotion. Mr. Chin, you are really good to employees. Although he didn't know the specific price of these office decorations, they were definitely not low. Just talking about those potted plants, he had learned before that the price of each pot was thousands of yuan, not to mention other decorations. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about business. Li Shin also poured himself a glass of water, sat on the chair, and looked up at Lu Jie. Did you make the video of the team building live broadcast yesterday, Brother Lou? Yes, didn't you, Minister Lee? Asked me to edit and publish it yesterday. Lu Jia looked at Li Shun with a strange look on his face when he heard this. It was Li Shun who personally came to him to talk about this matter during dinner yesterday. Why didn't Minister Lee remember it today? Really? I drank a little too much yesterday, and I don't remember some things. Li Shun smiled awkwardly. I must have drunk too much. Lu Jia nodded, then asked nervously. Minister Lee, is there anything wrong with the edited video? No problem. It's just that the edited video has become popular, and the fans of my live broadcast account have increased from 1,000 to more than 10,000. I vaguely remember discussing the live broadcast with you yesterday, so I asked you about it, but I didn't expect it was really edited by you. You are a great contributor to the clothing factory this time. I took a look, and the edited video is still fermenting wildly, and the number of fans of my account is still increasing. When the number of fans of the account grows to a certain extent, it will definitely bring a big wave of fame to the clothing factory. When the time comes, I will ask Mr. Chun for credit for you. Li Shun said excitedly. He has begun to think that the clothing brand has become more famous. The number of agents has also begun to increase, and the clothes sold are even more snapped up by the whole people. The garment factory has completely turned from a negative income state to a profitable state. During this period, he and some backbones of the garment factory, such as Jiang Chung, have been worried about the garment factory. After all, since the transformation of the garment factory has been in a lost state. Without agents, the clothes cannot be sold. In addition to labor costs and some living expenses, the garment factory consumes a lot of funds every day. Although Mr. Chen said that there is enough financial support to reassure them, the company has been in a lost state. As an employee of the company, how can you be assured? The monthly revenue of Sangshua Games has reached tens of millions. Even if their garment factory does not make a profit of tens of millions, it cannot keep losing money. But today's live broadcast fans surged, which made him see the hope of the garment factory turning losses into profits. Lu Jia looked at Li Shun's excited expression and felt a little embarrassed. Minister Li, I just edited it casually. I didn't expect it to go viral. It's different. I edited so many videos, but none of them went viral. You edited one, and it went viral. There must be something wrong with my editing skills. So I called you here for another reason, which is to ask you about editing. Li Shin spoke seriously. He edited it based on some tutorials on the internet, and the edited videos were too one-sided. It was not as good as the videos edited by professional editors. He also watched the video that went viral, which was much more interesting than his editing. If the previous videos were edited to that extent, even if they didn't go viral, they would still increase the appeal of the videos. Chapter 199 in Trust. Lu Jia listened to Li Shun's story and understood that Li Shun wanted to learn editing techniques and edit more interesting videos to promote the company. In this case, there is no need for him to be modest. After all, the better the company develops, the better for him. Minister Li wants the edited videos to have traffic. Editing technology alone is not enough. It also requires certain operations. However, the operation aspect is difficult to master in a short time. I will teach you editing first. As for operations, I'll do it first. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Li Shun thanked him. No matter what the trouble is, it's all from Mr. Chen. Get off work. Brother Yang, go to Changbai Jingyuan. Chenemo sat in the car and said to Yang Dahai. Now that the permission to use the car has been opened, it will naturally be no problem for him to use the car to do other things after get off work. As for Changbai Jingyuan, it was the community he selected in the afternoon to rent a house. He only rented the old city community for half a year at that time. After all, he just wanted to live temporarily and wait until the system settlement was successful before changing to another place to live. But I didn't expect that. After 4 settlements, only less than 100,000 personal assets were settled. This is just because of the last time the system was updated and more than 70,000 personal assets were settled at once. Otherwise, I might end up sleeping on the street. But this time, the system finally has some conscience. Not only can he use the company's bus, but he is also given 2,000 yuan per month to rent a house. This way, he won't have to spend money on housing in the future. Although he can't rent a luxurious house for 2,000, there are still no better communities. Any questions? Changbai Jingyuan was the property he had favored online and was going to take a look, waiting for the house to be rented. Then his future basic necessities, food, housing, and transportation can be completely solved. Mr. Chun is here. Yang Dahai parked the car in a parking space at the entrance of the community. Let's go up and have a look together. Chunemo got out of the car and took the lead towards the entrance of the community. The agent was already waiting at the door. Hello, this is Mr. Chun. Please come with me. Meet the agent. Several people walked into the community together. Finally, I walked into a bungalow and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Mr. Chun, this is it. The agent opened the door on the left and walked in. This house has just been renovated by the head of the family. It was originally intended to be lived in by himself, but due to some things, the family needs to go abroad and will not be able to come back in a short time. That's why I thought of renting it out. The whole house has very complete supporting facilities. It's 93 square meters in total, with a standard 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen. All electrical appliances and furniture are complete. If you rent it, you can just move in with your bags. Chunemo listened to the agent's introduction and walked around the room. The layout of the room was exactly as the agent said. The decoration and furniture are all brand new, and even the plastic cover on the ceiling has not been removed. Mr. Chun, are you planning to rent a new house? Yang Dahai had been following Mr. Chun. When he heard this, he finally knew that Mr. Chun had come to look at the house. Well, the house in the old city community is about to expire. I'm here to take a look at the new house. What do you think of this house? Chunemo turned to look at Yang Dahai. Yang Dahai looked at the layout of the house. The lighting and decoration of this house are much better than those in the old city community. When I first entered the community, the greening and other things were also very good. I think it's good. Do you want to move to the community here? Chunemo smiled and spoke. Of course, his words were selfish. After all, if he moved from the old city community, he would have no one to bring him breakfast and, of course, dinner. That little girl Yang Duo is also quite cute. Yang Dahai was stunned for a moment, not expecting Mr. Chun to ask this. However, looking at the decoration and layout of the house, I was a little moved. After all, the old community where I live now was only 80 square meters, so it was still okay for the two of them to live with Duo. But it was a bit crowded when the eldest daughter came back, and she had to share a bed with the younger daughter. In the past, he was living in poverty and had no conditions to change his house. Now the economic conditions can fully support him to change to a better house. As Mr. Chin's driver, he lives in the same community as Mr. Chin. If something happens to Mr. Chun, he can come over in time. But changing a house is a big deal, and he can't make a decision now. Mr. Chun, I need to go back and discuss this with my family. Can? Chen Montak nodded. He was just suggesting. As for Yang Dahai's choice, he would not interfere. If this big brother wants to rent a house, the house next door is also for rent. I'll take you there to take a look. The agent listened to the conversation between the two, rolled his eyes slightly, and spoke at the right time. Is it also available for rent across the street? Chunemo looked at the agent with some surprise. When he was looking at the property, he really didn't notice that the neighbor next door also wanted to rent. They must be rented out. These 2 rooms belong to the same owner. The 93 square meter one is for the elderly, and the 130 square meter room next door is occupied by the owner himself. But at this time, the whole family has gone abroad. Of course, they all have to be rented out. That 130 square meters has a layout of 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen. It doesn't matter whether you rent it or not. I'll show you around, the agent explained. And without waiting for the two of them to answer, he walked out of the room and opened the room next door. Let's go and have a look. Chunemo saw this and walked over. The decoration and configuration of this room are the same as those next door, but due to the larger area, the monthly rent costs $2,800. The agent saw the 2 people coming in and introduced them. Chunmo listened to the price announced by the agent and knew that if he wanted to live in such a big house, he would have to work hard to settle the settlement. After a visit, Chunemo directly settled on a 93 square meter house with a rent of $1,900, which was $100 less than the $2,000 budget given by the system. Basically, the houses priced around 2,000 are almost the same, so there is no need for him to choose a house priced at exactly 2,000. This house is very good in terms of decoration, community property, and location. There is no need to pick and choose. Nana Coffee. Fong Chong and Wei Yin approached, and under the guidance of the clerk, they walked straight to the two people sitting inside. Mr. Du, Mr. Chun, I've kept you waiting for a long time. It's not late, it's not late. It's not yet the appointed time. We're too early. Du Ziding and Chun Song looked at the two people arriving and knew that the person they were waiting for was the person they were waiting for. They quickly stood up and shook hands. After a brief polite greeting, both parties took their seats. Then let's not talk too much and get straight to the point and talk about business. Wei Yin raised his head and looked at Du Ziding and Chun Song sitting opposite, with a questioning look. When Du Ziding heard this, he was about to nod. Chun Song, who saw it, spoke first. Before we get down to business, can I ask a question? Mr. Chun, please ask. Wei Yin looked solemn when he saw this. Usually when he was discussing business, if the other party said such words, it would most likely have discovered something was wrong with them. Just when he was about to brace himself to deal with it, he heard Chun Song speak. Yu Tianlong, do you have a trustee with the account ID, Shul? Chapter 200 Cooperation. Snow falling. When Wei Yin heard this, he felt that the ID sounded familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember who it was. He could only turn his head to look at Fong Chong. Fong Chong pondered for a moment, suddenly thought of something, looked up at Chun Song, and asked tentatively, I don't know, Mr. Chun. Why are you asking for this ID? This ID was given to Mr. Chen at that time, and Mr. Chen even used this ID as a support to bring Tianlong back to life bit by bit. But why did Mr. Chen ask about this ID? Did he have a problem with Mr. Chen when he was a trustee? If this is the case, I don't know if it will affect future cooperation. Fong Chong was a little worried, but he had already made up his mind. As long as the other party proposed conditions that were unfavorable to this ID account or Mr. Chen, even if cooperation could not be reached, he would not allow it to happen. Chun Song saw Fong Chang's expression and smiled. It's nothing serious. There was just a fight in the game field. It's a normal thing. But the account with this ID has never been online, so I'm a little confused. Although he and Du Ziding have been managing the Tange Club during this period, Tianlong's games are still played online from time to time, and people in his guild have been paying attention to the situation of the Shuo ID. But for such a long time, I haven't even been online once. So he was curious and wanted to ask. Fong Chong suddenly realized that he was a little surprised when he heard that Shuo's ID had not been online. After that account was handed over to Mr. Chun, he never paid attention to it again, thinking that Mr. Chun was still playing the Tianlong game. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chun has not been online for a long time. I couldn't help but feel a little admired. Mr. Chun is Mr. Chun. After revitalizing Tianlong games, he quietly quit the game. Then he gave all the credit for revitalizing Tai Tianlong to them. Taking credit but not being arrogant. This is the state of Mr. Chun. Thinking of my happy expression when I received the project bonus, I couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Compared with Mr. Chun, my character is really far behind. It seems that I still need to study hard and practice hard. Fong Chong sighed in his heart and looked at Chun Kong. Since Tianlong now does not need support to stimulate consumption, Tianlong no longer has support. It is normal that Shuo has not been online for a long time, as you mentioned. He didn't talk about Mr. Chun. After all, he was his boss. As an employee, he was not suitable to talk about his boss behind his back. Moreover, whether we talk about this matter or not, it will not affect the future cooperation. When Chun Song heard Fong Chang's words, he felt a little regretful. It seemed that he had no chance of revenge. He sighed and spoke helplessly. Then let's get down to business. Okay, tell us your requirements. Wei Yin looked at the other party. As an old businessman, of course he still had to take the lead in discussing cooperation. We need the exclusive rights to host the Tianlong event. This is not enough. Wei Yin shook his head directly. Chun Song frowned when he heard this, but heard Wei Yin speak again. Don't worry, just listen to what I have to say. We can hand over the hosting rights to you. And we can also guarantee that, except for Tsang Shui, we will not allow any other company to host Tianlong-related events. You mean that this Tianlong event will only be held by our two families, and there will be no third party? Chun Sung heard the meaning of Wei Yan's words, and his brows relaxed slightly. If this is the case, it is still acceptable. How about this? Is this proposal acceptable? Wei Yan looked at Chun Sung with a smile on his face. As a game developer, they cannot hold events, but they cannot lose the right to hold events. Chun Sung and Du Zeding looked at each other, then nodded slowly. We can accept this proposal, but I also want your game company to give priority to the right to host events for future games. We can talk about this, but I want to know, I have given you so many privileges. What benefits can you bring to us? Wei Yan did not answer Chun Sung's request. When talking about business, we can't blindly follow the other party's rhythm. I don't know, do you two know about the Hota Live broadcast? Du Zeding spoke softly. Hota Live is one of the two giant live broadcast platforms, so we naturally know it. Then I can recommend your game on the homepage. What do you think? And as long as we negotiate a cooperation, every time a new game comes out, I will recommend it on the homepage. I heard that it is difficult to get the homepage recommendation of Hota Live. How should I trust you? Wei Yan looked at the two people opposite him in confusion. After studying in the game company for so long, he still knew Hota Live broadcast very well. The recommended spot on the homepage is not that easy to get. Therefore, it was simply impossible for the two of them to convince him with just one sentence. If I said that this Hota Live broadcast is my family's property, would you believe it? Du Zeding had a smile on his face and looked confident. Fong Chong looked shocked when he heard this, and then thought of Du Zeding's name, as if he had thought of something. He looked up at Du Zeding. Who are you, Du Fong? That's my dad. Du Zeding replied. It turns out to be Mr. Du. Fong Chong had no doubts. He knew about Du Zeding's existence, but he didn't think about it when they just met. After all, who would have thought that the son of a giant CEO in the mobile phone industry would choose to open a game club? That's right. Du Zeding's father, Du Fong, is the founder of the domestic mobile phone Hualing. And Hualing Mobile Phone is a giant in the domestic mobile phone industry. And Hota Live is just Hualing Group. With such an identity, it is obviously easy for Du Zeding to get a homepage recommendation position on Hota Live. I still prefer the title of President Du. Du Zeding smiled slightly and then continued to speak. Since my identity has been confirmed, there is no problem with the recommendation. Can we continue to discuss cooperation? Of course. Wei Yan nodded. When Tiange held the Tianlong competition before, Tianlong was recommended on the homepage of Hota Live, which directly brought nearly 1 million new players to Tianlong. In any case, their cooperation is not a loss. Then there is no problem. Let's sign the contract. Okay. The two sides discussed for a while and finally took out the prepared contract. After confirming that there was no problem, they signed it directly. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. By the way, Mr. Du, we are about to develop a new game. We may need a group of test players in a while. Can you help find some players? Fong Chong put away the signed contract and suddenly remembered that the game he was responsible for was coming to an end. At that time, a group of players will definitely be needed for testing. Now it's just right to see if there are any channels on Tiange's side. Chapter 2, one new game. Does your company have a new game? I don't know what type it is. Chun Sung looked surprised when he heard this. Because of Tianlong's renewed popularity, he couldn't help but have some expectations for Tsang Shue's next new game. Well, the new game has been under development and is now nearing completion. It is a shooting strategy game that combines FPS and TPS. Fong Chong opened his mouth to explain. Chun Sung and Du Zeding looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. FPS means first person and TPS means third person. How to combine first person and third person shooting games. This is something they have never heard of before. Shooting games on the market today are basically first person. Nowadays, the most popular shooting game in China is Gun God, with tens of millions of active players. However, he had played that game for a while, playing through a few competitive maps over and over again, and it became a bit boring after playing for a long time. He doesn't know if this Tsangshua game will bring him a surprise. It's easy to talk about testing. I know a lot of game players. We also have our own game union. If you need to test, just come to us. Chun Sung immediately responded to the matter. A small matter, like a test, was just a matter of his words. And he can also take advantage of the opportunity of testing to be the first to experience what a game that combines FPS and TPS looks like. I don't know if it can bring us a surprise. Thank you very much. Fong Chong was delighted. The testing was done, so all that was left was to complete the game with all his strength. After talking about the business, a few people briefly discussed other things, and the topic inevitably came to the coffee shop. Hey, the coffee in this coffee shop is very good. Du Zeding looked at the coffee in the cup and praised it. He had just discussed the cooperation and had not drank it. Now that the cooperation was finished, he took a simple taste, but he did not expect an unexpected surprise. He has also been to many coffee shops to drink coffee. The taste of Nana coffee is no worse than that of several famous high-end coffee shops in Kyoto. I didn't expect that such a coffee shop existed in Jiangxing. After hearing this, Chinsong took a sip and nodded in agreement. What you two don't know is that this coffee shop is also our Mr. Chin's property, and it is a boutique shop. Wei Yin heard Du Zeding's praise and spoke at the right time. Oh, it seems like you, Mr. Chun, have good taste. I really want to get to know you. It's just a pity. After we finish talking about things today, we have to catch a flight and go back to Kyoto. Du Zeding looked regretful, and he became more and more curious about Mr. Chun, who had never shown up. Now that we have reached a cooperation, there will definitely be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Wei Yin smiled. Ha ha ha. That's natural, but since this coffee shop is your property, Mr. Chun, I will help my friends with your coffee shop. Du Zeding Isolaukit. Old City Community. Honey, how are you doing? Do you want to move? Yang Dahai looked at Dong Hong, who had just told him about renting a house. In his heart, he is inclined to move, not only because when Mr. Chen needs someone, he can appear quickly. Another reason is that he saw a primary school near that community. He knew that primary school before, and it was a relatively good primary school in Jiangxing City. The teaching environment and teachers are better than Yang Duodua's current primary school. It is now the end of the year, and Yang Duodua's semester is almost over. If he moves to a new community, he can directly take advantage of this time to go through the transfer procedures for Yang Duoduo and go to that good primary school. Dong Hong listened to Yang Dahai's suggestion, thought about it, and finally nodded. Then move there. You can contact the agent later and rent the house. Good. Yang Dahai nodded. What about this old house? After making the decision, Dong Hong looked at the old house where she had lived for many years and felt a little reluctant to leave. They saved little money to buy this house. Although it is not big and a little dilapidated, there are memories of the family here. Yang Dahai also took a look at the familiar scenes in the house. There are two options. The first is to rent it out and make some money. The second is to keep it as it is and come back during the new year and holidays. Then leave it as is. Zhong Hong spoke veluten. Mom, are we moving? Yang Duo jumped out of nowhere. Yeah, we're going to change places. Are you happy? Dong Hong looked at her daughter and said dotingly. The two did not hide the conversation from her daughter, so her daughter should have heard the conversation just now. But what she didn't expect was that when her daughter heard that she had moved to a better place, she didn't show much joy. Instead, she pouted. Why? Aren't you happy about moving to a new place? Yang Duo raised her little head, her young face full of distress. But if we move away, Brother Chun will live here alone. I have to deliver food to Brother Chun. I don't want to be separated from Brother Chun. Dong Hong smiled helplessly when she heard what Yang Duo said. The meal delivery was fake, but the idea of going to watch cartoons was real. Brother Chun is also going to move away, and this time we're going to move next door to Brother Chun. Really? Yang Duo opened her eyes wide. Of course it's true. When has Mom ever lied to you? Okay, then when will we move? The little girl smiled happily after the cloudy weather turned sunny. The next day, the clothing factory office. Chunemo looked at the 5 people sitting in the office and nodded slowly. These 5 people are the members of the organized investigation team for the poor. Yang Xinghua and his wife are the leaders, and the other 3 are team members. The recruitment of team members this time is also very simple. There is no recruitment announcement on the internet. Just send a message in the company's employee group. Anyone who wants to join this group can talk to Yang Xinghua. The 3 new members are 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom are about 20 to 30 years old. I have established a foundation. Here is the contract. You can take a look. Once you sign the contract, you will be an employee of the foundation. Mo distributed the contract that he had prepared long ago to the 5 members of the investigation team. He asked Tang Xiao to draft the contract yesterday. Yang Xinghua and others took the contract, took a quick look, and signed it directly. Since the contract has been signed, I will talk about the things and rules that the foundation needs to do in the future. The first point is that there are only 5 of you in the foundation at present. The benefits have been discussed, so I won't say more. Just talk about your main work. Chapter 202 Expansion. First of all, the main purpose of the investigation team is to conduct research and record the contact information, names and addresses of the poor people in various places. After investigating each place, make a summary and send it to me. I will make a targeted funding plan based on the information you send back, and then send another funding team to provide funding according to the funding plan. Chinemo spoke slowly. He thought about this plan for a long time before making a decision. After all, poverty is also divided into different levels of poverty. Some people may not even have a shelter from the wind and rain, and some people may only face the problem of food and clothing. Charitable funds are limited. In order to help more people in need, he must make a targeted plan. For those who have no shelter, find a way to make a shelter from the wind and rain. For those who have no money to eat, you can subsidize some food and money. Solving the poverty of the masses is a long-term problem, and it cannot be achieved overnight. It requires a systematic, organized, planned, step-by-step approach. The most important task at hand is to solve the survival problems of the needy. Only after all the survival problems are solved can we consider the spiritual entertainment problems in the future. I understand, Mr. Chun. Yang Xinghua heard Mr. Chen's story and understood what he meant. Their investigation team is just a vanguard. Well, the team has been established. You can start the investigation at any time. At present, it may be very hard for only 5 of you, but the number of members will increase slowly in the future. In addition, if you encounter special people who are in urgent need of funding, you can also contact me immediately. Chinemo watched Yang Xinghua and others leave. The foundation team has a foundation. After handling the affairs of the foundation, Chinemo rubbed his head, leaned back in the chair, and immersed his consciousness in the system panel. At the beginning of the month, Tianlong Game has been credited. A total of more than 12 million, including the remaining funds before. The system funds are now more than 13 million. Of course, this is only the beginning of the month, and there will be continuous weekly and daily card income in the future. 4 million yuan is needed for next month's salary, purchases, taxes, and other daily expenses. He directly transferred more than 2.3 million yuan of charity funds to the foundation's account. So now there is 6.7 million yuan of system funds to spend. If you invest in a pet park, you can only invest 5 million yuan at most, so you can consider it later. Then the rest is to invest in new industries and coffee shops. As for new industries, I haven't found a suitable one yet, so I won't consider it for now. Then there is only the coffee shop, including rent, decoration, and purchase of equipment. It will cost about 2 million yuan to open a coffee shop. As for employee wages and operating costs, they need to be calculated separately. So this 6.7 million yuan of funds can open 3 money-losing coffee shops. By the way, why are you looking for a money-losing industry? Isn't this coffee shop a proven successful money-losing industry? In the future, as long as you have funds in your account, you can just open a branch. This is simply perfect. Chun Mo was secretly delighted. This is really a good idea. Remind the host that the number of unopened stores of a direct-operated chain store, such as a coffee shop, cannot exceed 5. Chun Mo. Listening to the voice of the system, Chun Mo knew that the loophole he had just thought of was ruthlessly filled. It did not restrict his expansion, but limited the number of his expansions. According to the system's regulations, if he invested in 3 coffee shops in total, plus the branch he invested in before, there would be a total of 4 unopened coffee shops. In other words, he could open another branch. If he wanted to open another branch, he could only wait until these 5 coffee shops were completed and opened. But the earliest branch had only just begun to be renovated, and if he wanted to open it, he would have to wait until the end of the month. So he could open at most 1 more branch this month. But Tianlong's continuous income this month must be at least more than 10 million. Calculated in this way, excluding the 5 million for the pet park and the 200 budget for the sports meeting, there would still be 1 to 2 million left. It seems that we still need to find a money-losing project. After all, if he wants to convert the 15 million system funds in full, he must always keep the system funds at a very low state. Headache. What industry should I choose? There are indeed some industries that burn money, such as scientific research, but with his current tens of millions of funds, he can't form a scientific research team at all. Forget it. The project can be put aside for now. First, arrange the coffee shop, open a branch earlier, and open it earlier so that he can continue to open branches earlier. Nana Coffee. Song Xia was discussing the decoration of the cat cafe with Lin Ju. Suddenly, he received a call from Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, do you have any arrangements? Song Xia answered the phone and asked. It's nothing big. It's just that our Nanha coffee has not been well known. I think it's because there are too few branches, so I decided to open 3 more branches. What? Open more branches? Song Xia couldn't help but exclaimed when listening to the content on the phone. And this exclamation instantly attracted the attention of others. Sudan listened to Song Xia's exclamation, pondered for a moment, and then walked over. Song Xia realized that her voice was a little loud, but fortunately, there were no customers in the store at this time. Chun Mo, who was on the other side of the phone, was also shocked when he heard Song Xia's exclamation. This girl is not a big deal. Isn't it just opening 3 branches? What's the fuss? But on second thought, isn't this exactly what he needs? He has to be impatient when encountering anything. Isn't such a person the most reliable candidate to manage a coffee shop? Thinking of this, he smiled. That's right, we have to open 3 more branches, and the requirements for the branches are still the same as before. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Song Xia looked at the hung-up phone, stunned. The first branch has just started to be renovated, and now we have to open 3 more branches. More importantly, currently, Nana Coffee has been in a state of loss. Mr. Chun is expanding so fast. Isn't he really afraid of losing money? Mr. Chun, do you want to open another branch? Lin Ju sat opposite and asked in a low voice. Sudan, who came over, also looked at Song Xia. Song Xia noticed the 2 people's sight and nodded slowly. Yes. Mr. Chun, this action is a bit risky. Now the first branch is still under renovation, and it's a bit anxious to open another branch. Sudan frowned. She felt that Mr. Chun was a bit impulsive to expand like this. Song Xia heard Sudan's words and reminded him in a low voice. Teacher Su, Mr. Chun just asked not to open 1 branch, but to open 3 branches. Chapter 203 Plan. Opening 3 stores at once, Mr. Chun must be so brave. Lin Ju opened his mouth in shock. Sudan fell into silence. Mr. Chin's opening of 3 branches at one time was definitely not an impulsive move. No one would joke about money. After all, opening 3 coffee shops would require millions of dollars according to Nanha coffee standards. After thinking for a moment, I couldn't figure out Mr. Chin's intention. Finally, he sighed helplessly and looked at Song, Xia, and Lin Ju. Since Mr. Chan has given the order, we will execute it. However, we need to discuss how to open these 3 coffee shops. Otherwise, these 3 coffee shops will all be opened as cat cafes. Lin Ju thought for a moment and then suggested. This proposal is inappropriate. We are not yet sure whether cat cafes can really make coffee shops profitable, so we cannot blindly open all coffee shops as cat cafes. At least we have to wait until the cat cafe is established to see the profits. Situation to make a decision. Sultan directly rejected Lin Ju's proposal. Although the experiment with cats a while ago did attract some customers, it was only a few more customers than before, and it was not yet profitable. Of course, due to the decoration style and the small number of cats, the effect of attracting customers must be discounted. Therefore, she is not sure whether cat coffee can actually make coffee shops profitable. She didn't even dare to use a large number of cats to experiment with the existing coffee shop. After all, if it failed, the coffee shop would be completely ruined. However, if we continue to open traditional coffee shops like this, will the result be the same as this coffee shop now? Song Xia said worriedly. One loss-making coffee shop is acceptable, but if there are 3 more loss-making coffee shops, how can we explain it to Mr. Chun? Sultan also frowned. According to the current situation of coffee shops, there is a high chance that they will lose money if they open 3 more traditional boutique coffee shops. What should I do? His eyes looked around the coffee shop and finally settled on Zhou Mei in the distance. By the way, I almost forgot about Zhou Mei. Didn't she propose a made coffee shop before? She might give it a try. Although made coffee is the same as cat coffee, she is not sure whether it can make the coffee shop profitable, but one more choice is always one more opportunity. Thinking of this, I've already made a decision in my heart. I think there could be a comprehensive approach. Song Xia and Lin Zhu looked puzzled when they heard Teacher Su's words. You won't forget the made coffee shop that Zhou Mei proposed before, right? Sultan looked at the confused expressions of the 2 people and reminded them. Song Xiao's mouth twitched when she heard Sultan's reminder. Others can forget, but she can't. At that time, after she and Teacher Su chose the cat cafe instead of the made coffee shop, Zhou Mei had been grinding her for a long time. In the end, I had no choice but to try on several S-suits before I let her go. Now that I think about the style of the uniform, I still feel a little embarrassed. According to Zhou Mei's words, it was for people to see and would not be worn out. Teacher Su, are you planning to open a made coffee shop? Lin Zhu didn't know Song Xiao's experience, so he raised his head and looked at Teacher Su. Sudan nodded. Yes, but not all of them, only one. The other 2 are still traditional specialty coffee shops. In this way, we will have 2 special coffee shops. After opening, we will see the profitability and then decide whether to expand them. Song Xia came back to her senses and nodded after hearing Teacher Su's narration. That's all we can do. After discussing the plan, Sultan called Zhou Mei over from a distance. Teacher Su, what's the matter? Zhou Mei ran over and asked, don't you want to open a made coffee shop? You can open it now. Is it true? Zhou Mei had a look of surprise on her face, as if she couldn't believe it. Ever since the maid cafe proposal was replaced by cat cafe, she thought that there was no way to realize the maid cafe proposal. Well, of course it's true. Mr. Chen just called and said he wants to open 3 more branches. We calculated it and asked you to open a maid coffee shop in one of the branches. Sultan looked at Zhou Mei's surprised expression and smiled slightly. Teacher Su, I love you so much. After receiving the confirmation, Zhou Mei hugged Teacher Su with excitement. Sudan stiffened. He did not expect Zhou Mei to come out like this. He coughed slightly, and his expression became a little more serious. Since you are asked to run a maid coffee shop, you have to do it with your heart, and the decoration, recruitment of clerks, and everything else need to be handled by you. After all, we don't know much about spy, so it can't be of much help. Don't worry, Teacher Su. I will definitely make a maid cafe with my heart. Zhou Mei noticed Teacher Su's serious tone and spoke seriously. She had already made the plan for the maid cafe before, but it just didn't come into use. Clothing factory. This is our workshop. I'll take you over to take a look. Wu Yu walked into the workshop with 2 customers. These 2 customers were contacted by Li Shun in the live broadcast room and were handed over to him before get off work yesterday. Of course, there are not only these few people who are interested in joining. There are also a few who cannot come today and will come in a few days. He assigned those customers to Kai Jing and Luo Yuan to receive. After all, this customer was not brought in by him. If he ate alone, it would be too bad. After entering the workshop, Wu Yu began to introduce the advanced machines in the workshop and the workmanship of the clothes. This is our finished sample clothes. You can take a look. The styles are very novel, and the styles of our clothes will be registered for copyright after they are made. So, there is no need to worry about too many high imitation clothes appearing. Touch the fabric again. All the clothes are made of the best fabrics. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Wu Yu said, picked up 2 finished clothes and handed them to the 2 people, letting them feel it for themselves. One of the customers took the clothes, felt the fabric of the clothes, and nodded secretly. Then he looked up at Wu Yu and asked, I see that our company has a direct online sales platform. I wonder if the sales price of clothes online is the same as the sales price of clothes in the store. Of course it is different. Wu Yu spoke directly, and seeing that the customer had begun to frown, He continued to speak with a smile. Our online sales price is 20 yuan more expensive than the store price. You can take a look at our live broadcast room for buying clothes. It has been marked in the most conspicuous place. While Wu Yu was speaking, he opened his mobile phone, entered the live broadcast room, and showed it to the two customers. Chapter 2:04 New Ideas. The two customers took a look at the live broadcast room and found that the price of online clothes was indeed marked on the live broadcast, and it was in a very conspicuous place. As long as they entered the live broadcast room, they could see it. After confirming this, the two customers looked at each other and saw the intention in each other's eyes. Nowadays, online shopping is more popular than physical stores. So if he runs a physical clothing store, he is very worried that the sales of clothes will be taken away by online stores. But now the practice of this clothing brand has fully taken into account the embarrassing situation of physical stores. It is enough to show that this clothing brand is preparing to develop the physical industry. A few days later, Chunemo sat in the office chair, looking at the report just submitted by Shinro, and rubbed his head with a headache. What's going on? Why did this business department start to recruit agents one after another? It was just these few days. Wu Yu has recruited 4 agents. Kai Jing has also recruited 3, and even Luo Yuan, who he has always been very optimistic about, has also recruited an agent. This is a total of 8 agents. He earned 800,000 in agency fees alone. Before, we couldn't recruit any agents, so why are we recruiting agents one after another now? Chunemo looked at the dazzling report. Judging from his long experience, there must be something fishy. No! We must find out the reason. Turn the call bell to the business department. Not long after, Wu Yu knocked on the door and walked in with a smile on his face. Looking at Wu Yu's smile, Chun-mo gritted his teeth in hatred. This guy is really getting more and more troublesome. Mr. Chun, you are looking for me. Yes, I want to ask you something. Chun-mo nodded and pointed to the seat in front. Wu Yu sat on the seat respectfully. Mr. Chun, please ask. I see that your business department has been recruiting agents one after another in the past few days. Have you found a way? Chun-mo took a sip of coffee and asked casually. Mr. Chun, this matter you mentioned is not a matter of connections. In fact, it is all Minister Li's credit. Almost all of these agents of the clothing factory were recruited because of Minister Li. Li Shun, what did he do? Listening to Wu Yu's words, Chun-mo raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Li Shun was involved in this matter. Live broadcast. Minister Li has been promoting our clothing brand through live broadcasts during this period. Minister Li's live broadcast room is very popular now, and there are more than 10,000 fans. And all the agents we recruited were found by Minister Li through live broadcasts. Wu Yu spoke quickly, his tone full of admiration for Li Shun. Live broadcast. Promote clothing branch. More than 10,000 fans. Listening to these words, it was like a sharp knife stabbing into his chest. Good for you, Li Shun. You are really hiding it. I was careful not to promote the clothing brand, but you promoted it through live broadcast for me. And there are more than 10,000 fans. If the fans continue to grow, it will be terrible. No, this matter must be stopped. Otherwise, this money-losing assembly line that was finally created may really make a profit for me under the operation of these 6 guys. Looking at Wu Yu, who was still smiling sitting opposite, Chun-mo had a deep sense of powerlessness. These employees of his were deliberately against him. Okay, I know about this matter. You go back first. He waved his hand helplessly. After watching Wu Yu leave, he called Li Shun over again. This guy, I thought he had calmed down, but he didn't expect to secretly make trouble for him. Hello, Mr. Chun. Li Shun called respectfully, and then sat on the chair. I heard that you live broadcast to promote our clothing company brand, and your fans have exceeded 10,000, and you have also attracted many agents to the business department. You are very powerful. Chun-mo looked at Li Shun, who was sitting honestly opposite, and sighed in his heart. He was paralyzed by the other party's honest state. Mr. Chun, you know everything. Li Shun scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, this is all luck, and the growth of fans to more than 10,000 is entirely due to Lu Jie. He helped me edit the video, which led to the explosion of that video, and then my fans increased rapidly. If there was no Lu Jie, I wouldn't have so many fans, and I wouldn't have attracted so many agents. So this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Luye. Chinemo was confused, but after thinking carefully, he knew who it was. Isn't this the new head of the live broadcast team? The old man keeps making trouble, and you, a newcomer, are not quiet either. Is there no normal employee in my company? Go to work, punch in, get off work, get paid, and that's it. I just want to lose money quietly. Why is it so difficult? Mr. Chun, I think the live broadcast promotion method is very good. Lu Jia also said that if the account is well managed, hundreds of thousands or millions of fans can be managed. Lu Jia is currently in charge of clothing sales. If he is asked to operate, he may not be able to get away. So should we recruit another operator to be responsible for operating the current live broadcast account? With more than 10,000 fans now, we have already attracted so many agents. If we grow to hundreds of thousands or millions, we won't have to worry about not having agents. Li Shin saw that Mr. Chen didn't speak for a long time, so he thought for a while and said what he was thinking. Chen Mo came back to his senses instantly after hearing Li Shun's words. He still wanted to recruit operators to increase the number of fans to hundreds of thousands or millions. There was no way. Looking at Li Shun, who was eager to try, he coughed lightly. Li Shin, you have to remember that you are a purchaser, and you must do your own work well first. Mr. Chun, don't worry. I only do live broadcasts after I have done my part. It will not affect the operation of the company at all. Li Shun patted his chest and assured that he knew the importance of the matter. So he did the live broadcasts in his spare time. And the company didn't really have a lot of things to purchase. It was nothing more than fabrics and materials, various office tools in the office, and then the cafeteria. These things basically formed a fixed cycle over time. When he needed to purchase, he only needed to communicate and he would basically understand. The most time-consuming thing is actually the purchase report, but with the proficient application of office software, the speed has also increased a lot. Chinemo looked at Li Shun's appearance and felt a headache. This guy is really stubborn. But the live broadcast trend must be blocked. But how to stop it? By the way, you can change your thinking. Now Li Shun's live broadcast account can have so many fans. Nothing more than the reason that the live broadcast platform has too much traffic and too many users. What if you develop a short video platform yourself? Chapter 205. You are the manager of the new company. Now that the limit on the number of companies to be established has been unlocked, he can completely build a short video platform by himself. He just needs to find a way to prevent the short video platform from having so many people. But Li Shun wanted to live broadcast, so he just broadcast live on the new short video platform. The platform has no traffic, and no matter how good the live broadcast is, no one will watch it. Yes, this method is feasible. Moreover, he also took the opportunity to get these two guys away, Wu Yu and Li Shun, so that they could not continue to cause trouble in the clothing factory. The more Chinemo thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Li Shun, live streaming is indeed a good way. I just recently want to get involved in the short video industry and develop a short video platform. I see that you are so interested in the live broadcast, so I will leave it to you to take charge of this matter, and take Wu Yu with you. Li Shun was stunned when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He just wanted a live broadcast, but he had never thought about developing a short video platform. Thinking of this, he quickly waved his hand and refused. Mr. Chun, it's okay for you to ask me to live broadcast, but it's inappropriate for you to ask me to manage the research and development of the short video platform. I don't know much about the short video platform at all. I think Lu Jie, the head of the live broadcast team, is good. If you know more about this aspect, let him do it. Chinemo looked at Li Shun's refusal and sneered in his heart. What I want is that you don't know anything. If you know too much, I won't dare to use you. You said Lu Jie. He is indeed good, but he is a new employee after all, and I don't know much about him. But you and Wu Yu are different. You are both old employees of the company. When you took over the garment factory, already here, already at the senior level, this short video platform is very important. Only if you old employees take over can I rest assured. It doesn't matter. You can learn slowly. Didn't Wei Yin do well at Sanshua Games? When he went there, he didn't understand anything. So, just do it with confidence. I will support you from behind. Li Shun looked hesitant when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He was touched that Mr. Chen trusted him so much, but he was really worried about messing up the matter. Okay, the matter is settled. You can go back and discuss with Wu Yu. You will be the manager of the new company, and Wu Yu will be the deputy manager. As for platform registration and software development, you can handle it yourself. But Mr. Chun, nothing but I need you to come up with a project plan as soon as possible. I'll give you 5 days. Seeing Mr. Chin's firm attitude, Li Shun couldn't help but retort, Okay, Mr. Chun. Watch Li Shun leave. Chinamo began to take out a notebook and start his own plan. Li Shun and others are responsible for building the platform, but the development direction of the platform still needs to be customized by themselves. The first point is the issue of publicity. After the platform is successfully established, publicity must not be promoted. As long as there is no publicity, not many people will know about a short video platform that has been quietly launched. If no one knows, it means there is no traffic. If a short video platform has no traffic, there will be no income. Isn't this a complete loss of money? Then Li Shun wanted to live broadcast to promote the company, so he would live broadcast on his own platform. On a platform without traffic, even if you make live broadcasts, it will be of no use. Also, the live content on short video platforms must not be too interesting or attractive. So this aspect must be carefully considered. Without publicity and unattractive content, if you develop according to this plan, there should be no problems. And we can also take the opportunity to transfer Li Shun and Wu Yu. He is really unreliable if he continues to keep these two guys in the garment factory. What? Mr. Chen asked us to develop a short video platform. Brother Shin, are you kidding me? Wu Yu couldn't believe it when he heard the news brought by Li Shun. He just graduated from college not long ago. Mr. Chen directly promoted him from a salesman to the deputy manager of a company. This span was too big. How could I make a joke about this kind of thing? If you don't believe it, ask Mr. Chun. Li Shin smilatoplesli. No, I don't know anything. I can't be the deputy manager. Wu Yu looked anxious, then found Mr. Chin's phone number and dialed it. Although the position of deputy manager is very tempting, he knows very well that he is only a few pounds and can still run the business. But if he is asked to manage a company, he will definitely not be able to manage it. He has no experience in this area at all. When Li Shin saw Wu Yu making the call, he didn't stop him. He just sat aside and waited quietly. After a while, Wu Yu slowly hung up the phone, looking a little dazed. Mr. Chen, what do you say? Looking at Wu Yu's expression, Li Shun asked curiously. Wu Yu turned to look at Li Shun. Mr. Chen said that I am a veteran employee, and he can rest assured only if I become the deputy manager. He also said that he would learn from my master. When my master went to Tsangxue, he didn't understand anything. Forehead. Listening to Wu Yu's description, Li Shun was a little stunned. Why is this rhetoric so similar to what I just said to him? So, what's the final result? Mr. Chun, you just decided on the matter and didn't give me a chance to say more and just hung up the phone. Wu Yu's tone was helpless. If possible, he really didn't want to be the deputy manager. What should we do? Mr. Chun values us so much, it would be a bit ungrateful for us to refuse again and again. Mr. Chun is right. Since we don't understand, we can learn slowly. Besides, if we don't understand, we can consult someone who knows. Li Shin spuka slowly. That's the only way. Wu Yu nodded. A barbecue restaurant. Brother Fong, I toast you a glass. Li Shin stood up and raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Brother Fong, I toast you a glass too. Wu Yu also drank a glass of wine. Fong Chong saw this and smiled and drank a glass. Since you want to establish a short video platform, you must have a short video platform app. As for this short video app, you can outsource it and spend money to customize it. You can also recruit a team and develop it yourself. Then after the app is produced, it will need a series of personnel such as maintenance, operation, planning, etc. As long as these are done, the initial stage of the short video platform will be completed. The next step is the problem of traffic diversion. Basically, some new live broadcast platforms or short video platforms will spend a lot of money to dig some famous anchors to dig traffic. Fong Chong slowly began to explain. Wu Yu and Li Shun, who were sitting opposite, took their notebooks and began to record. The two asked Wei Yin to invite Fong Chong out in order to ask questions. At this time, Fong Chang's narration was crucial to them. and they dared not leave out any of it. Chapter 206, Endless Orders. Chunglin Decoration. What are you doing? All of you withered heads and brains should cheer up. The supervisor, Chibu, walked into the design department office and snorted coldly when he saw a group of designers looking like they were awake. That Xiao Yang, I didn't tell you. If you're sleepy, just take a nap. If you're too tired, you can go lie down on the sofa in the lounge for a while. What are you looking at? If you don't hurry up and work, if you were like Wang Yang and get so many orders for the company, you can go to the lounge to rest. Wang Yang looked slightly embarrassed as he listened to the words of his supervisor Chibu. In this design department, he's the most junior, but now he enjoys the highest treatment. Director Chi, I'm not tired. You're not tired. Then go and rest yourself if you are tired. Only after you rest can you receive more orders. Although you are a newcomer, your performance has already surpassed those of the old people. Keep working hard. I am optimistic about you. Chibu patted Wang Yang on the shoulder with a look of joy on his face. He secretly calculated Wang Yang's performance up to this point. It can be said that he is the sales champion this quarter, and he is already a sure shot. There is even a chance to hit the annual sales crown, which is very scary. You must know that Wang Yanka has only been full-time for less than half a year. It only takes half a year to win the annual sales crown. If it is really achieved, it can be said to be a record. As the director of this branch company, he also benefited from it, and bonuses were naturally necessary. Wang Yang scratched his head in embarrassment after hearing Chibu's praise. Director Chi, I was lucky enough to win those orders. Maybe I won't have such good luck in the future. Ring, ring, ring. Chibu looked at the ringing mobile phone on Wang Yang's table. Answer the phone first. Wang Yang quickly picked up the mobile phone and pressed the connect button. Well, okay, I'll be there right away. Hang up the phone and look up at Chibu. Director Chi, the customer asked me to come over and take measurements. I have to go out. Go quickly. By the way, you don't have a car, right? I'll drive you there. When Chibu heard this, his expression became even more enthusiastic. Good measuring stick. Don't bother me, Director Chi. I'll just take the subway there. Wang Yang shook his head quickly. How dare he ask his supervisor to drive him away? How can it be done by taking the subway? It's not good to make customers wait for too long. Zibu shook his head. Well, Director Chi, I'll send him there. Chinjun came over at this time and suggested. When Chibu saw that this was the second seat in the design department, he didn't dare to neglect it. He thought about it and nodded. Okay, you can deliver it. Brother Jun, it's too much trouble for you. Wang Yang looked at Chinjun and spoke with some embarrassment. It seems that Brother Jun drove him when he recently signed a contract. Let's go. It just so happens that I don't have much to do today. Chinjun smiled and walked out of the design department first. Wang Yang saw this and followed him out. Come to the car. Chinjun turned to look at Wang Yang. Go there. Wang Yang heard this and opened his phone, entered the map navigation, and pointed at a location. Go here first. There are other places to go. Listening to Wang Yang's words, Chinjun obviously didn't just go to one place. Brother Jun, there are 3 locations in total. You also know this customer, it is Nanha Coffee. They are planning to open 3 more branches. Wang Yang looked a little shy. This coffee shop, including the 3 I'll be going to soon, has a total of 5 renovated coffee shops. Last time, we unexpectedly renovated 3 clothing stores. So far, all his decorations are still related to Mr. Chen. Even the 3 clothing factories were there because of the coffee shop. Later, I found out that the clothing store franchised the brand of Mr. Chen's clothing factory. Listening to Wang Yang's words, Chinjun's hand holding the steering wheel paused unconsciously. Is it that coffee shop again? If he hadn't been very familiar with Wang Yang, he would have almost thought that Wang Yang was a relative of Mr. Chen. And the coffee shop is expanding too fast. The previous coffee shop was just renovated not long ago, and now there are 3 more branches. If it develops like this coffee shop will definitely continue to expand, and Wang Yang will continue to have a decoration business. As long as the momentum of coffee shop expansion continues, Wang Yang's decoration orders will not stop. Moreover, this order does not require Wang Yang to go out by himself. He will just call him directly to take measurements. Think this through. Chun Jun couldn't help but feel a little envious when he looked at Wang Yang. This way of taking orders was something he could only dream of. Wang Yang didn't know Chen Jun's psychological activities, so he thought about it and spoke. Brother Jun, please help me make one for this order. If you want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. There is no need to give me the order. Chen Jun shook his head. He was envious. But this is the order Wang Yang took, and it belongs to Wang Yang. When he helped Wang Yang, he also felt that this boy was quite to his liking, so he would help if he could. Definitely not for any order. Wang Yang heard Chen Jun's words and hurriedly explained. Brother Jun, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to thank you before I gave you the order. The main reason is that I have too many orders on hand now, and I am a little overwhelmed. Not counting the 3 that have not yet measured their scales. There are 4 that are currently being renovated. 3 clothing stores and a coffee shop. Although as a designer, he can let the construction team go to work after finalizing the design drawings. But he can't do this. Although he just graduated from college, he is not a fool. Mr. Chun is a big customer. He can always choose him because he is very satisfied with the results after the decoration. So in order to avoid any mistakes in the decoration or the decoration workers fooling around, every time he decorates, he will go to the site from time to time to check if there are any places that do not meet the requirements. And now there are 4 stores under decoration. If there are 3 more, he really can't run. Chen Jun listened to Wang Yang's words and pondered for a moment. Okay, then I'll be thick-skinned and take it. Clothing factory, office. Chinemo really checked the report of the clothing factory today and felt relieved. After he transferred Li Shun and Wu Yu away, and Li Shun was busy with the affairs of the new company and had no time to start live broadcast, finally no new agents appeared. The clothing factory once again resolved the crisis of making money. Chen Montag Zeitzekutli. Now that the garment factory issue has been temporarily resolved, let's start working on the winter games. This is also a good activity to consume system funds. Press the call bell and call Shinro out. It's already December, and it's been a while since the autumn games, so we have to hold the winter games this month. You do the event planning. Now that there are more employees, the number of competition items should be increased appropriately. The requirements are the same as last time. This time, it should be as lively as possible. During the halftime break, you can invite some performers to set off the atmosphere of the competition venue. Also notify the heads of several other companies to let those employees exercise well. The rewards this time are also generous. Chapter 207. Focus on positive energy. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro took the order and returned to her studio, but her heart was very uneasy. The scene of the last sports meeting was still vivid in her mind. This time the requirements were the same as last time plus a performance. There is no need to find another venue and host. It is still the same gymnasium as last time. She still has contact information for the host of the last sports meeting, so just make an appointment directly. Then she needs to make changes to the program performances and competition events. After making arrangements for the sports meeting, Chinamo sat on the armchair and thought about it seriously. After all, spending money is not as fast as losing money. Now that the authority to open a company has been opened, he can set up an investment company and brainstorm ideas. His own ideas are limited, and he cannot always have ideas of losing money. Setting up an investment company is different. He can select the projects most likely to lose money based on the submitted investment projects. This is much simpler than what he wants. This method is feasible and can be included in the plan. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Li Shun and Wu Yu walked in together. Mr. Chun, this is the short video project plan. You can take a look. Li Shun came to the table and handed over the written project plan. Seeing this, Chinemo reached out and took the plan. He didn't expect these 2 people to come up with the plan so quickly. He casually opened it and read it. It was related to whether the short video project would lose money. He must be serious and careful, and he must lay the foundation for the company's money loss in the early days of the company's establishment. Until I reviewed the entire project plan, I felt a little lucky. Fortunately, after looking carefully, these 2 guys said they didn't understand, but the plan was so professionally done. If they were allowed to do this, they might really make the short video popular. Even if it didn't explode, I probably wouldn't be able to lose money. He patted the plan gently and looked up at Li Shun and Wu Yu. There is something wrong with your plan. Some areas need to be fine-tuned. Mr. Chun, please speak. Li Shun and Wu Yu were sitting at attention. They pieced together things and learned from various sources to come up with this project plan. Mr. Chun was dissatisfied with their plan and expected it. First of all, you're going to recruit employees to develop short video app. In order to ensure the normal operation of the company, these employees are necessary, so there is no problem with this. The biggest problem is that there is a problem in the direction of your development. Do you know what the core of the short video platform I established is? Chun Mo looked at Li Shun and Wu Yu with a profound expression. After hearing this, Li Shun thought for a moment and then spoke tentatively. Promote our clothing brand. Flow. Wu Yu also answered. Chun Mo listened to the two people's replies and slowly shook his head. No, the core point of my short video platform is positive energy. But what's written in your plan is to recruit a group of good-looking female anchors to attract traffic. Or else, recruit popular game anchors. Indeed, everyone likes to look at beautiful women. But what can it bring? A moment of happiness, and then endless emptiness. There are also games. Not to mention the signing fee of that price. What can you do after recruiting them? Attract a group of players who like games, and the games can be played, but they must be moderate. So these two methods of attracting traffic are not advisable and will be stopped in the future. But Mr. Chun, if we don't use these to attract traffic, how can we increase the traffic of the platform? Li Shen riadli spuka. Don't be too anxious when doing things. You haven't even finished your app yet, and you're already thinking about traffic. It's too high-spirited. You have to be down to earth and take it step by step. The first thing we have to do is to determine the goals of our short video platform. Tone, and secondly, consider traffic. First of all, it is not advisable to poach anchors from other live broadcast platforms. We need to cultivate our own anchors. And the selection of anchors is also a top priority. Chun Mo pondered for a moment, thinking about what he liked when he was watching short videos. These things must be rejected. The first point is that not just anyone can start live streaming on our short video platform. You need to hand in information and indicate the content you want to live broadcast. Those who don't have any dancing skills and can only twist around without any substantive content will not be allowed to live broadcast. There are also games. Live broadcasting of games is allowed, but the time must be limited. Live streaming cannot exceed 2 hours, and live streaming is not allowed from 20 o'clock to 8 o'clock. During this time, children have no self-control and are prone to staying up late. There are also some funny anchors. You can have them, but they must be positive and not have any bad inducements. In short, if you want to live broadcast on our platform, you don't have to have a degree, but you must have live broadcast content. For example, a dance anchor must have dance skills and be able to play a certain teaching role. Li Shun was stunned when he listened to Mr. Chen's story. Mr. Chen's policy directly cut off the two most popular sections of the short video platform. How can this attract traffic? But before he could say anything, Mr. Chun continued to speak. What I just said was the requirements for recruiting anchors, and then some functional settings of the platform. First of all, we need to recharge and reward. We don't need too many gifts. The maximum gift value cannot exceed 10 yuan. Also, the current beauty function is too powerful, so that the photo and the person are basically two people. This is too fake. Our live broadcast platform focuses on one truth. So our short video platform does not need a beauty function. Mr. Chun, if this is the case, I'm afraid that few people will choose our platform as an anchor. Li Shun suggested in a low voice. Nowadays, how many anchors do it for live broadcasting? They just want to make money. Now, not only is the content of live broadcasting restricted, but even the gifts for reward cannot exceed 10 yuan at most. There are also some female anchors on live broadcasting platforms who rely entirely on the beauty function to broadcast. If the beauty function is turned off, there will be no more beauties. If no one comes to live broadcast, then we will recruit them ourselves. Just like employees, pay them wages. Chinamo smiled and said he had thought of this step a long time ago. How could anyone come to live broadcast with such harsh short video platforms? Since no one comes to live broadcast, then he will recruit people to live broadcast himself. In this way, he can also consume part of the system funds. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? However, the live broadcast content must be selected from some niches and cannot be too popular. Chapter 208, Mr. Chen's Deep Meaning. We recruit anchors ourselves? Li Shin asked in confusion. This was a question he had never thought about. Chun Mo nodded. Yes, we recruit anchors ourselves. We can recruit some dance teachers, fitness coaches, legal consultants, college students who do live broadcasts part-time, or anchors with some teaching significance. He usually watches short videos. When he sees these contents, the number of people in the live broadcast room is basically a few people, and there will be dozens of people in some cases. This shows that these types of live broadcasts are not attractive. Yes, the young lady is wearing high C and dancing hot dances. When it comes to you, you just do a postpartum care for a sow. Who will watch it? No attraction means no traffic. No traffic means no income. And the maintenance team of the short video later, as well as the salary of recruiting anchors, these are all expenses. In this way, it is a very good development trend. Okay, that's about all the changes. Go ahead. If you don't understand anything about company registration, you can go to the legal department to ask Tang Xiao for help. Okay, Mr. Chun, what should our short video app be called? Li Shin asked. Since we are going to register a company, we must choose a name. Well, let's call it Boring Short Video. Chinamo thought about it and had an idea. Boring Short Video, what a good name. The name is boring, and the live broadcast content is also boring. Mr. Chun, this name has a bad connotation. Li Shun was stunned. Why is it a bad connotation? Who will watch short videos? Isn't it just boring people? This name is very appropriate. This is it. Chinamo tapped the table and decided on the name without any doubt. Leaving the office, Wu Yu said with some concern, Brother Shun, if we do it according to Mr. Chen's request, the short video platform will not have any appeal. What fun is there in a short video platform without the dancing girls? Thinking of this, Wu Yu took out his mobile phone, entered the short video, and looked at the young ladies he followed. These were all his true loves. Li Shun glanced at the videos that Wu Yu watched, and his mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that Mr. Chen's decision was correct. No wonder Wu Yu ate so much every day and never gained weight. It turned out that the reason was here. He reached out and patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. What do you know? Mr. Chen wants to set up a different short video platform to create a good live broadcast exchange base. Think about it. If there are enough teachers on the short video platform, and it includes various teachings, you can get answers on any day if you don't understand something. Wouldn't it be very convenient? Then how to make a profit? Who would reward the anchor for a teaching content? Wu Yu was a little confused. The young ladies he watched all had big brothers, and they would give them a fleet of cars at any time. But will those teaching anchors attract big brothers? Li Shin thought about it and guessed. I guess Mr. Chun wants to adopt the knowledge payment model, but this payment model is not mandatory but voluntary. Look, if you were a parent of a student, the student is suddenly stumped by a question, and you don't know how to answer it. But the parent found the answer from a part-time college student. Then if this parent is happy, will he give a reward to the anchor? Even if this parent does not give a reward, there will be other parents who will give a reward. And this includes but is not limited to students. It is possible that someone wants to learn street dance, and it just so happens that our platform has street dance teachers. In addition to knowledge payment, we can also take advertisements. Dance teachers can endorse dance costumes, fitness teachers can endorse fitness equipment, etc. Wu Yu listened to Li Shun's story, as if he had been enlightened. So that's what Mr. Chin meant. Now you understand, let's go back and make a plan, and then get the app out as soon as possible. In the office, Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and the short video project was finalized. Developing according to the requirements, losing money is inevitable. In the afternoon, Shinro sent the Winter Games plan over. Mr. Chun, the plan is ready. Take a look. Chun Mo opened the plan and took a quick look, of course, mainly to see if Shinro had followed his requirements. Overall, it's not bad, so let's do it, but the 50-meter race walk will be canceled. The entire plan was basically done according to his requirements, and it didn't save him money. It's just that the 50-meter race walk. Thinking of the scene of the competition at that time, it was obvious that the employees were letting him go, which was too fake. However, this competition was canceled, but we couldn't give up the opportunity to get the wool of the system. After thinking for a while, he said, now that the number of employees has increased, the previous point system is a bit too cumbersome, so the point system will be canceled. Mr. Chun, if the point system is canceled, how will the prizes be distributed? This time the prizes are changed to blind box draws. Each person who participates in 3 different competitions will get 1 chance to draw a lottery, and a maximum of 2 chances to draw a lottery. However, considering that the number of employees has increased, some leaders need to manage order and may not be able to participate in the competition. So the leaders will directly get 2 chances to draw a lottery. Of course, employees who participate in the competition will also receive additional rewards. The top 3 in each event will receive cash rewards of 2,000, 1,000, and 500. Chinamo smiled and said, this way, the enthusiasm of employees can be guaranteed, and he can also directly get 2 chances to draw a blind box for free. And since it is a blind box, it is normal to operate it secretly and draw 2 valuable prizes. Okay, that's all. The sports meeting will be held on Friday the 26th. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro took the plan handed back by Mr. Chun and returned to the compartment. At the same time, the specific time of the sports meeting and the changes in the rules of the sports meeting were sent to the leadership group established before. In the garment factory workshop, after Jiang Chung announced the sports meeting, the employees immediately became agitated. Oh my God, Mr. Chun is going to hold another sports meeting, but there is still more than a week before the sports meeting. I have to exercise well. This time, the top 3 in each event will also receive rewards, which is too good. No, starting from tomorrow, I will start jogging every morning. When the employees heard the news of the sports meeting, they all started to get ready. Of course, there are also a large number of new employees who did not react much when they heard the news of the sports meeting. Team leader, are the rewards for this sports meeting really that generous? A new employee looked at his team leader and asked curiously. Chapter 209 skins are online. That's natural. I got a washing machine and a refrigerator at the last sports meeting. The team leader said with pride. Team leader, where did you place in the last sports meeting? You kid, don't ask anything you shouldn't and get to work quickly. The team leader's face froze. He patted the team member on the back of the head and said angrily. A few days later, Sanshui Games, Fong Chong, Wei Yin, and Zhao Bowen were sitting in the office. Brother Yin, the skins corresponding to the monthly card, weekly card, and daily card have all been launched online. The response has been very good. Now the number of people buying monthly cards has increased from 50% to 6%. 10, a full 10% more. The number of people purchasing weekly cards has also increased from 65% to 80%, an increase of 15%. Monthly cards have also increased, but the magnitude is not very large. Zhao Bowen looked at Wei Yin and said with admiration, today, the number of active people in Tianlong has reached 2.6 million. Yes, that is 300,000 more than the previous 2.3 million. This is because after reaching cooperation with Tiange, their games will be recommended on the homepage of Huta Live for a period of time every day, so that in more than half a month, the number of NEW players of the game has increased rapidly. Based on the current 2.6 million players, an increase of 10% would mean 260,000 more people applying for monthly cards. A monthly card costs 10 yuan, so 260,000 people are worth 2.6 million yuan. And the number of weekly cards increased by 15%, which means 390,000 more people purchased weekly cards. A weekly card costs 2 yuan, which is 780,000 yuan a week and 3.12 million yuan a month. If the extra income from the daily card is included, this clothing change will increase Tianlong's income by nearly 6 million yuan in a month. He was originally a little worried that making these costumes this way would make it too easy to obtain and everyone would have them, and would players think that the costumes were trashy and they didn't like them. But the result turned out to be surprisingly good. In this regard, he also went into the game to understand the psychology of the players. Only then did I understand. There are currently 3 types of costumes in the game. The first is aristocratic costumes and returning costumes for old players. These 2 costumes are out of print and cannot be obtained by new players, so they are not considered. The second method is to collect 1,000 clothing fragments to exchange. This method is extremely time-consuming. So far, no one has obtained it. The third type is monthly card, weekly card, and daily card, these three costumes. The method to obtain this costume is very simple. As long as the card you apply for has not expired, you can always use the corresponding costume. Since it is simple, many people get it. In terms of rarity, it is definitely not as good as the first two costumes. But the first two are impossible to get at all, and the other takes a long time. If you want to get clothes quickly, you can only apply for a card. And this costume comes with the card. For people who have been applying for a card, it is a complete surprise to see that there are clothes to wear when applying for a card. Some people who were hesitant to apply for a card also chose to apply for a card when they saw the clothing. Anyway, it is a bonus, which is better than nothing, and these cards are not expensive. With this mentality among players, the number of people buying 3 cards will naturally increase. Now some gangs' recruitment requirements have been changed, and you must purchase 3 cards. As long as it works. Wei Yin smiled slightly. He had expected this. In sales, there are rare things that are more expensive, but there are also high-quality ones that are cheap. As long as the price is low enough, most people will have the mentality that something is better than nothing. Then he turned his head and looked at Fong Chong. Manager Fong, I heard from the studio employees that your game has been finished. Yes, I called you here just to talk about this matter. The new game has been completed, and now it's just the testing stage. I'll contact Tinga later to do the final testing. Fong Chong said with excitement. It has taken nearly half a year since I took over this project, and it is finally coming to an end. I don't know what the final response of this game will be, so I'm still a little uneasy. Brother Fong, how about you let me experience it first? Zhao Bowen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had long wanted to experience the new game. It was a pity that Mr. Chun had ordered that he and Wei Yin not be allowed to interfere. He only knew a little about it from the descriptions of the employees, but he didn't know much about what the game was like. Okay, I have it in my computer. You can give it a try. Fong Chong gave up his position directly. Zhao Bowen liked to play games, and he knew it. Let Zhao Bowen experience it first so that he can have a general understanding of the game he developed. Zhao Bowen couldn't wait to sit in front of the computer and find the new game, Extreme Survival. Enter the game. The loading interface is an extremely intense gun battle scene, which looks exciting. Enter the game interface. Then there are 2 mode choices. One is survival mode, and the other is competitive mode. Zhao Bowen was stunned for a moment. He was very familiar with the competitive mode. It should be 2 teams fighting on a map, and the team that gets the specified number of kills first wins. But what is survival mode? He had never heard of this before. What kind of gameplay is this? Fong Chong seemed to see Zhao Bowen's confusion and explained. The competitive mode is quite different from the normal FPS games on the market, but I added some special competitive content, the biochemical mode and the ghost mode. These 2 modes were developed by me, inspired by the biochemical movie. You can experience them later. The survival mode is the main feature of this game. It is a large-scale competitive game with multiple teams. There are 100 people in total, divided into 25 teams, fighting on a large map. The background of the game here is that 100 special forces are airdropped to this map for survival training. Various supplies, guns, medical supplies, vehicles, etc. are distributed in this map. And every once in a while, the living space will continue to shrink until only the last team is left to determine the winner. Listening to Fong Chang's narration, Zhao Bowen's face became expectant. Some modes of this game are really novel. I have never seen them in any shooting game. Thinking of this, he hurriedly entered the game impatiently. By the way, you are the only one trying it out right now, so you can only set up 99 AIs. Seeing Zhao Bowen enter survival mode, Fong Chong reminded him. Okay. Zhao Bowen nodded and started the game with 99 AIs. After a while, Zhao Bowen took off his headphones, his eyes filled with shock. How is it? Is this game attractive? Fong Chong saw Zhao Bowen take off his headphones and asked hurriedly. Chapter 210. This game is very interesting. Zhao Bowen turned to look at Fong Chong when he heard the sound. Brother Fong, I have a hunch about this. This game will definitely be a big hit. He was just having fun, but he was beaten to death by a human machine. But the freedom of this game and the authenticity of the simulated battlefield are very attractive. More importantly, this is TPS mode. Through the third-person perspective, he can better understand the situation on the battlefield. There are also firearms that you need to search for yourself, and you can also configure different firearm accessories. There are a lot of things in this which are not found in the gun battle games on the market today. The gameplay of today's gunfight games is basically the same, and most players have long been tired of it. For players who love gun battle games, they are very much looking forward to the emergence of a gun battle game that breaks the rules. At this time, Extreme Survival completely meets all the requirements. That's fine if you think it's okay. Fong Chong felt a little relieved after hearing Zhao Bowen's evaluation. This game, at least for Zhao Bowen, it is attractive. What is the charging model for this game? Wei Yin looked aside for a long time and then asked. The charging point of the game is also a key issue, just like Tian Long. For this charging point, I still adopt a monthly card, weekly card, and daily card system. Fong Chong said, since there are successful cases in the past, why not adopt it? I have set up several gun skins and a lottery system. There will be a free lottery opportunity every day. The daily card can add 1 lottery opportunity. The weekly card can add 2 lottery opportunities, and the monthly card can add 4 lottery opportunities. In addition, monthly card users can customize their rooms. The lottery system includes skin fragments and complete skins. The skin of a firearm only increases the appearance of the firearm and does not increase the damage of the firearm. By taking into account the fairness of the game and the experience of civilian players. Finally, such a consumption model was settled. Changbai Jingyuan. Wow, what a big house. So many rooms. Yang Duoduo looked at the cheerful people running around in each room of their new home. Mr. Chun, let me carry this luggage for you. We can take care of the rest ourselves. There's nothing else. Yang Dahai picked up the packed luggage beside him. Upon seeing this, Chinamo quickly opened the door, and after Yang Dahai moved the luggage into the house, he took the luggage directly. Brother Yang, just go about your business. I'll do it myself. Okay, Mr. Chun. Yang Dahai nodded and left, closing the door. Chun Mo simply packed up his things, sat on the sofa, and started watching TV series out of boredom. After negotiating with the landlord, his house has been surrendered. Yang Dahai's family also moved here. After taking a look at the layout of the house, except for some personal necessities, there was basically nothing missing. Moreover, the lighting, location, and surrounding supporting facilities of this house are also complete. Good. Life has made progress again. Tomorrow is the 26th, the time for the sports meeting. By the end of this month, there will still be 1 month left, and it will be time for system settlement. So far, all expenses and the development status of several companies are all within his plan. If you continue like this, there is still a good chance that you can fully convert 15 million in personal assets. Nana Coffee. It's time to get off work. Song Xia, Sudan, and Lin Zhu had not left and were gathering together to discuss things. Now that the cat cafe has been renovated, after the staff sports meeting tomorrow, we can pick up the cats from the rescue station. Song Xia looked at the few people and said slowly. When the others heard Song Xia's words, they all looked worried. Whether this cat cafe can be profitable is still unknown until now. By the way, Lin Zhu, you know a lot about cats. How about you go to a cat cafe and become the store manager? Good. Lin Zhu nodded without hesitation. Song Xia and teacher Su had already discussed this matter with her, so she was mentally prepared for it. And she also likes cats very much. Being the manager of a cat cafe is also a very good thing. Then this matter is settled. The store clerks of Mao Cafe have been recruited and will join the company the day after tomorrow. After Sudan was sure about this, he turned to look at Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei, how's the made coffee going? Teacher Su, the decoration will take about a week, but I have already found the store staff. They will come over for training in the next few days. Zhou Mei responded quickly. The maid coffee clerks were all found by her in the SBLSY circle, but some of these people didn't know much about coffee, so they needed to come here for training. Although the focus of maid coffee is still on the maid, the quality of the coffee cannot be ignored. So she negotiated with the store clerks who applied for jobs, and she would come here for training in the next 2 days. at least to understand the simple process. When the time comes for the opening, it will be more convenient to bring it yourself. That's good. Just have an idea of how to deal with it. Sudan nodded when he heard this. They didn't know much about made coffee, so they could only let Zhou Mei explore it alone. As for the training, there was no problem. Nowadays, there are not many things to do in the coffee shop, so there is time to train new employees. As for the other two traditional boutique coffee shops, she was familiar with them. She arranged 2 store managers and personally directed the decoration requirements. The store staff also posted recruitment on the internet in advance. When the decoration is completed, they can basically open for business. The only thing that worries her is that after the opening of these 2 traditional coffee shops, the situation they face is probably no different from the current situation of this coffee shop. In this way, except for the 2 unknown special types of coffee shops, 3 coffee shops have basically been determined. At least in the early stage of operation, they must be in a state of losing money. 3 loss-making coffee shops. Even if the 2 special coffee shops can make a profit, can the overall profit exceed the investment of all coffee shops? If not, then the profit of the 2 special coffee shops is just a stop loss, and the coffee shops are still losing money overall. Sudan couldn't help but sigh. If he wanted to truly solve the problem of the coffee shop's losses, the most important point was to make this boutique coffee shop profitable. But how to make the coffee shop profitable? At present, the coffee shop is too famous and will not attract too many customers. And some passing customers often leave without drinking the coffee after seeing the price of the coffee. How to solve this situation? She couldn't help but feel a headache. Chapter 2:11 Sports Meeting. Yinfan Stadium. Mr. Chun, Yi Feng, and Chun Xian came forward to greet. As a couple of hosts, they were invited to be the hosts of the employee sports meeting again. Looking at the employees entering the stadium one after another, the two were very shocked. They clearly remembered that the number of people at the last employee sports meeting was only more than 80, but this time there were already about 200 people. It has only been a short time, about 3 months. In such a short time, Mr. Chin has doubled the number of employees in the company. This development speed is too fast. Well, I'll leave the hosting to you today. Chun Mo looked at Yi Feng and his wife and nodded with a smile. These 2 people hosted very well last time, so Shinro invited them in the plan, and he did not object. Mr. Chun, just leave it to us. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. After a few simple polite words, Chun Mo came to the stands and watched. This time he didn't have to participate, so he just watched quietly. If it weren't for the employee sports meeting, I could get some benefits from the system, and I would have directly handed the sports meeting over to the leaders below to host it. It's a pity that I am the boss of 4 companies. Yeah, boring short videos have also been registered. I'm already the boss of 5 companies, but my personal assets are less than 30,000 yuan. No one would believe these words. However, this time I used my privileges and made some shady deals, and I could make more than 10,000 yuan. For the boss of a company, I actually use shady deals for 10,000 yuan. It's really ridiculous to say it out. Chun Mo sat in the stands, looking at the employees who had already started to organize the formation below, and felt a little sad. Mr. Chun, your water, and this is a telescope prepared for you. Shinro came over at this time and put a thermos cup on Shinmo's desk, as well as a telescope. Yeah, Chun Mo nodded, opened the cup, and took a sip. The water was warm, just the right temperature. As for the telescope, you can use it to see more clearly when watching the game, and you won't be too bored sitting in the stands. By the way, didn't you sign up for the competition? Looking at Shinro, who was still dressed in formal clothes, Chun Mo asked in confusion. Shinro explained after hearing this. I need to coordinate some of the competition items and the interspersed performances, so I didn't participate in the competition. Chun Mo didn't say anything after hearing this. Anyway, the award rules have been changed this time. Even if these leaders don't participate in the competition, they can still participate in the lottery, so there is no need to worry about spending less money. The prizes have been set up similar to the last time. You can choose the prizes or choose to get the bonus corresponding to the prizes. After calculation, the total cost of all the sports games this time is 2.2 million. Basically, it's about the same as what I expected. Now the system funds are more than 9 million, and there are more than 4 million for employee wages next month procurement. Expenses, basically it can be spent in a few days, so there is no need to worry about this. There is another 5 million yuan for additional investment in the pet park. After the sports meeting is over, you can find Pang Tao and transfer the funds. Time passed. The competition was carried out enthusiastically and interestingly with the host's explanation. Soon after several games, the employees took a short break. Everyone is tired from the competition. Let's take a break and enjoy the show. The host Yifeng held the microphone and spoke loudly. At the same time, he was very surprised. This show was not included in the last sports meeting. I didn't expect that this time the show performance was added. How can this be an employee sports meeting? A formal sports meeting is probably like this. As the host's voice fell, a group of cheerleaders ran neatly to the center of the playground stadium and started dancing. Youth, vitality, instantly attracted the attention of all employees. Oh my God, I love this show so much. Mr. Chen really understands us. Mr. Chen really loves us so much. These cheerleaders look more attractive than each other. How about going over to get their contact information later? Some male employees looked at the cheerleaders on the field and became excited instantly. After a few dances, the cheerleaders withdrew and the game continued. In the stands, Chun Emo silently put down the telescope, unseeingly turned the water cup, and drank a sip of water. On the field, I don't know if it was because of the dance, but the next game was very intense. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the last game finally came to an end. The next thing is what all employees are looking forward to the most, the lottery. The host Yifeng took the microphone and walked up to the lottery table. This time, before the sports meeting, he knew the process and rules of the lottery. Looking at all the employees below, they have gathered. Speak slowly. The exercise has ended. Judging from everyone's expressions, you had a lot of fun today, didn't you? After saying that, he held the microphone and pointed it at the employees below. Yes, happy. The voices were very uneven, but they were all excited, which was enough to show their mood. It seems that everyone is very happy, but there is something more exciting next, that is the lottery session. Are you looking forward to it? Looking forward to it, the employees shouted. It seems that everyone can't wait. Everyone has already understood the lottery rules in advance, so I won't say much. But this sports meeting is hosted by Mr. Chun. Shouldn't Mr. Chun draw 2 times first to see what prizes there are? The host continued to hype up the atmosphere. The employees in the audience also cooperated very well and shouted loudly. Mr. Chun, you are mighty. Mr. Chun, you are generous. Mr. Chun, we love you. Listening to the shouts from the audience, Chunemo walked up to the podium with a smile, raised his hand slightly, and the shouts stopped instantly, and the silence returned. The host Yifeng saw this scene with surprise. Just a hand-raising action made the shouting employees quiet down instantly, which was enough to see the status of Mr. Chun in the hearts of these employees. Please ask Mr. Chun to choose 2 number plates. Yifeng stepped forward and pointed to the stand full of number plates. Chunemo took a look and said casually, "Let's choose number 1 and number 2. After the host Yifeng asked, he reached out and took down the number plates 1 and 2. He turned them over and took a look. Congratulations to Mr. Chun for winning 2 new Hualing mobile phones worth 6,700 yuan. Yifeng looked at the price of the mobile phone, and although he was mentally prepared, he was still a little surprised. Chapter 2 Cafe opens. The reward this time is still so valuable. More importantly, the number of employees has increased a lot this time, so it is calculated this way. The cost this time must be around 2 million. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. After all, how many bosses would be willing to spend so much money? Chunemo looked at the 2 mobile phones and nodded secretly. It's good that with 2 prizes, his own small treasury can have more than 10,000 yuan. The next step is the employee lottery. Because there are too many employees this time, he didn't continue to watch and let Wei Yin and others host it, and he left early. A sports meeting came to an end. The next day, Nanikofe, Katkafe, Song Xia, Sudan, and Lin Zhu opened the store door early. This is the first time the new store has opened. They naturally have to observe the situation of customers in this store. The shop assistants also arrived before 8 o'clock and simply arranged the tasks, and then they dispersed. As for the cats, Pang Tao drove them over after the sports meet. All 15 cats were bathed, vaccinated, and dewormed, and they chose cats with gentle personalities. So basically, there is no need to worry about customers getting hurt when interacting with cats. The store opened on time, and people began to pass by the store one after another. Cat Cafe, what kind of coffee shop is this? Two girls passed by the coffee shop and looked at the sign of the coffee shop curiously. Cat Cafe. It was the first time they heard that through the glass window, they could see cats walking in the store. There are so many cats, let's go in and take a look. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them discussed and walked into the coffee shop together. Welcome. The clerk saw someone coming in and hurriedly greeted him. Excuse me, what does this cat cafe mean? One of the women looked at the clerk and asked. Oh, the Cat Cafe is a specialty coffee shop of our Nana Coffee. While drinking coffee here, you can interact with the cats in the store. The store has prepared cat teasers, which are toys for cats to interact with. Just order coffee and stay in the coffee shop for an hour. The clerk explained that the manager had told them these words before the opening. So, after the other party asked, she said it without any hesitation. As long as you drink coffee, you can interact with the cats in the store for an hour. Listening to the clerk's words, the two women looked at each other. They both like cats, but because of family reasons, they have never kept them. And now drinking coffee and interacting with cats is a good choice. After thinking about it, one of the women said, Okay, then we want to order coffee and go there. All types of coffee are here. Different coffee beans have different prices for coffee. You can choose by yourself. The clerk hurriedly led the two to a price board in front of the operating table. The two women looked at the price board and were shocked. The cheapest coffee is 50 yuan a cup, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was reasonable. After all, while drinking coffee, there was an additional service to interact with cats. 50 yuan. It was not that expensive. Then let's have 2 cups of American coffee at 50 yuan a cup. One of the women pointed to the price board and said, Okay, you can choose a place to sit and wait, or you can interact with the cats. The clerk agreed, came to the store manager Lin Zhu, and said the coffee ordered by the customer. Lin Zhu nodded. He took the coffee and started grinding. Now she is the store manager of this store, and the new clerks, although they have received some simple training, still need to be trained for a few more days to be proficient in operating the coffee machine. During the time of making coffee, she has been paying attention to the 2 customers and found that they have started playing with the cats. One of them even took a cat into his arms and stroked it intimately. The cat was also very well behaved and let the other person stroke it quietly. Soon 2 cups of coffee were ready and brought over by the waiter. Hello, your coffee, please taste it. The waiter respectfully placed the 2 cups of coffee on the table of the 2 people. Okay, thank you. The 2 women thanked him and took a cup of coffee respectively and tasted it. Hey, the coffee here tastes good too. The taste is very pure, and there is a lingering fragrance. It tastes better than Starbucks. A girl said in surprise. The other woman nodded in agreement. It is indeed better than Starbucks, and this 50 yuan per cup is really worth it. Meow, meow. At this time, a kitten jumped onto the table and meowed twice at the 2 people. Zhao Kai, are you hungry? A girl looked at the cat meowing and said with a smile. Zhao Kai was not a name she gave casually, but each cat had a cat tag on its neck with the cat's name written on it. This one is called Zhao Kai. She just saw a cat named Jinbao. Meow. Hearing the girl talking, Zhao Kai called out again. So cute. The girl was instantly moved by the cuteness and called the clerk over. Hello, if I come next time, can I bring cat food to feed the cats? Sorry, we don't allow feeding outside food in our store. But we have cat food in our store, and each person can get a small box for free. Of course, the store also prepares cat strips, canned food, etc. snacks. If you want to feed these snacks, you can buy them in the store. You can rest assured that the price is the same as outside. The clerk explained apologetically. Then let's get 2 free cat food. The girl was not disappointed when she heard the clerk's words. She just wanted to experience the feeling of feeding cats. It was the same whether she brought cat food herself or got it from here. In the distance, Song Xia, Lin Zhu, and others had been paying attention to the situation of the 2 clerks. Seeing 2 customers asking for cat food to feed the cats, they showed happy expressions. If you can feed cat food, you will have the opportunity to buy snacks, so there will be another source of income in the coffee shop. This is because customers are prohibited from bringing their own food to feed cats. One reason is that cat food, canned food, and other snacks are sold. Another reason is that each customer brings a different brand and quality of cat food. Feeding cats in this way is not healthy for the cats. About 40 minutes later, the two customers got up and left. In addition to consuming 2 cups of coffee, they also bought 4 cat food strips. This is a good start. In the 40 minutes, 2 more groups of people came in. One group asked and left directly. The other group of people, like the 2 girls, chose to consume. Chapter 213 Trial Game. Time passed, and soon it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The store manager Lin Zhu counted the current turnover, and it had reached more than 2,000. Of course, this included the income from customers buying snacks. But from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, 9 hours, they also welcomed nearly 40 customers. And it's only 5 o'clock now. The next 5 to 8 o'clock is the peak period of traffic. Most office workers have already got off work during this period. Next, the coffee shop may attract a group of customers. This is only the first day of opening the store. As the cat cafe spreads, it will definitely attract more customers. More importantly, through simple exchanges with these customers, those customers have said that they will come again. This is already a repeat customer. So as long as they accumulate enough, the coffee shop will not worry about having no customers in the future. After thinking about this clearly, Song Xia and Sudan breathed a sigh of relief. From the current point of view, the establishment of the cat cafe is considered a success. I don't know how it will develop in the end and how much profit it can bring to Nana Coffee. The maid cafe will also be finished renovating in a week, and I don't know what it will look like. Can it bring benefits to Nana Coffee like the cat cafe? Imperial Capital. Tinga Game Club. Chun Song and Du Ziding are sitting in the office. They received a call from Sangshua Game in the afternoon, saying that the new game has been successfully developed and asked them to try it. Everyone in Tinga has downloaded the game, just waiting to start the trial. Extreme Survival. It doesn't sound like anything when you hear the name, but I don't know what the game content is like. Chun Song looked at the name of the game icon and smiled. Du Ziding nodded. Try it and see. I hope it's not those boring competitive modes. As he said, the two double-clicked the icon and entered the game. Looking at the mode selection at the top of the game, the two were stunned. Competitive mode, survival mode. Both of them knew about the competitive mode and were not surprised by it, but they were a little curious about the survival mode. Which mode should I choose first? Chun Song looked up at Du Ziding. Du Ziding thought for a moment and spoke lightly. Let's take a look at the competitive mode first and see if there is any difference from the competitive modes on the market. Okay. Chun Song nodded and clicked on the competitive mode. It turned out that this competitive mode was no different from other design competitive modes. You just choose a map and then enter the battle. Just when Chun Song was a little disappointed, he actually found the ghost mode and biochemical mode below. What mode is this? He turned his head to look at Du Ziding and found that Du Ziding was also looking at him. Obviously, Du Ziding also found these two modes. How about we play the ghost mode first? Du Ziding spoke lightly. Chun Song nodded, and the two entered a ghost mode room at the same time. After entering, just like the competitive mode, one person chooses a side. After entering the game, Chun Song found that he had directly become the ghost side. Since it was the first time to enter the game, some game introductions and instructions appeared on the interface. Soon, he understood how to play the ghost. Ghosts don't have guns, they can only hold knives, but they can be invisible. Chun Song felt a little strange. As the game started, he started to look for Du Ziding's figure in stealth mode, and soon found Du Ziding's game character at the entrance of a staircase. Du Ziding was seen controlling the game character, squatting at the entrance of the stairs, looking around, and he didn't notice him at all, and he was already nearby. Chun Song smiled slightly and controlled the ghost to move closer. He came to Du Ziding and chopped him down with a knife. Headshot. Instant kill. Du Ziding was startled by the sudden killing scene, and his expression was even more puzzled. What happened? How did he die? Is there a bug in this game? This mode is quite interesting. Chun Song looked at Du Ziding, who didn't know how he died, and suddenly laughed. Du Ziding heard Chin Sung's laughter and knew that his death just now must have something to do with Chin Sung, not a bug. What happened? How did I die? I stabbed you to death. Chin Sung couldn't help laughing again. He just leaned over, and the other party was like a fool, not seeing anything. I didn't even see you. How did you stab me to death? Du Ziding was still a little confused. Chin Sung explained, because ghosts can be invisible, of course you can't see it. Invisible? Du Ziding thought about it and just skipped the novice. In the process of skipping, the word invisible seemed to have appeared. But if ghosts can be invisible, even if there is no gun, it has an absolute advantage. After all, he can't see the existence of ghosts at all. How can he play? Thinking of this, he expressed his doubts. After hearing this, Chin Sung was also thoughtful. Well, let's play a few games and see. I won't kill you first. You can see if you can find me through some method. He believed that Song Shui would not be able to detect such an unbalanced game mechanism. There must be something else that they haven't discovered. Then the two played a few more games, and Du Ziding finally found a way out. I see. Du Ziding killed the ghost hiding beside him with one stroke. Hey, how did you find me? Chin Sung saw that he was suddenly beaten to death and looked at Du Ziding in surprise. Du Ziding heard this and opened his mouth to explain. I can hear sounds. I can hear footsteps when you walk. I can also hear your breathing when I get close. Through these two sounds, I can basically confirm your approximate location. As long as I shoot you, it will allow you to appear temporarily. Is that so? We're going to change camp soon, and I'm here to feel it too. Later, we'll get those few people from the club into the room. It's more fun when there are more people. Chin Sung couldn't wait to speak after hearing this. Time passes little by little. 2 hours pass quickly. Come on and open it again. Chin Sung looked at the failed interface and shouted unconvinced. Well, we have been playing the ghost mode for 2 hours, and we haven't experienced the biochemical mode yet. Du Ziding spoke at the right time. This ghost mode is very fun. But don't forget that their purpose is to try out the game. Since it's a trial, it's impossible to focus on just one game. Okay, let's play biochemical mode. Chin Sung reluctantly exited the ghost mode and entered the biochemical mode. 2 hours later, Chin Sung looked at the failed interface and shouted again. Quick, fire again. Du Ziding looked at Chin Sung's excited look and said helplessly, It's already 11 o'clock now, and we still have a survival mode that we haven't tried yet. Chapter 214, Sniper Kills Emperor Geo. Then try the survival mode. Chin Sung nodded and did not insist on playing the biochemical mode. After all, the ghost and biochemical modes are fun, so this survival mode must be fun too. I couldn't help but look forward to it. Entering the survival mode. First, there's some teaching interfaces, shooting, zooming, vehicles, parachuting, and a series of detailed explanations. This series of teachings took a full half an hour. However, Chin Sung and Du Ziding were not impatient at all, but very interested. In fact, the things these teachings talked about were things they had never encountered in the shooting games they played. Very novel. After understanding all the teachings of the survival mode, the two had a certain understanding of this survival mode. After confirming that the other people in the club had also watched the teaching, they directly customized a room and pulled all the people in the club into the room. There were more than 20 people in total. However, the highest number of people in this survival mode was actually 100, and more than 70 human machines were arranged, and the game started directly. First, we came to a birthplace and entered the countdown. After the countdown ended, everyone entered a plane, and the plane route was displayed on the map. These contents were mentioned in the game explanation just now. Chin Sung opened the map, randomly selected a location, and then directly chose to parachute. Watching the characters in the game descend rapidly, listening to the whistling wind in his ears, and the buildings on the ground getting bigger and bigger. Chin Sung's heart surged, and he actually felt like he was in the scene. This game is too real. After landing safely, Chin Sung quickly controlled his character and ran towards a building in the distance. According to the explanation in the teaching video, he needs to search for supplies first. After entering a house, Chin Sung didn't know what was useful, so he picked up everything he saw. But soon he couldn't pick up anything, and the prompt was insufficient space. Can it be installed? Chin Sung frowned. looking at the place where there were still a lot of supplies, and he was reluctant to give them up. There was no way. He could only explore a little bit what was useful and what was useless. Although there was a teaching video, it only explained the general gameplay and some key things. After searching nonstop, he finally found some ways. The space for carrying supplies is related to the backpack and protective gear. The higher the level, the larger the space. Top, top, top. When Chun Sung was about to continue searching for supplies, a sound of footsteps came over. Someone is coming. Chun Sung suddenly became nervous and squatted in the corner of the room with a gun. He had never experienced this kind of nervous feeling when playing other shooting games. Basically, he went out to be strong, and after resurrection, he went out to be strong again. It was already difficult to find fun, but this game made him experience the nervous and exciting feeling of just getting in touch with shooting games again. Not long after, he saw a person walking to the window. Seeing this, Chun Sung aimed at the muzzle and shot him to death with a burst of bullets. Killing Chun Sung excitedly controlled the game character to run out. The person outside had turned into a box. He came to the box and began to search for the other party's supplies. Not long after, the map suddenly showed that the safe zone was shrinking. Chun Sung took a look and found that he was not in the safe zone. He knew he was going to the safe zone. He hurriedly controlled the character to run into the safe zone. Just as he ran to the road, the entire game interface went black. He died. What happened? Chun Sung was a little confused again. How could he suddenly die when he was walking on the road? Soon the game entered the settlement interface, and he finally saw who killed him. Ganjodi killed you, using the weapon M24 sniper rifle. Ganyudi. Sniped to death. Chun Sung curiously clicked on the death replay. Entered the replay interface. He saw Ganjodi squatting on the roof, observing the surroundings, and soon saw a person running on the road. That person should be him. Then he saw the picture suddenly enlarged, and his figure became clearer in the enlarged interface. This is a zoom. Having played competitive games, he naturally knew that this sudden change in the picture was the sniper rifle opening the zoom. On the screen, there was no suspense next, and the precision was aimed at his head and shot him in the head. Chun Sung exited the death replay. Damn it, I was killed by Ganjodi, the old man. No, I want to play Sniper 2. Old dude, start another game. I haven't finished yet. Wait until I die. Du Zeding heard Chun Sung's words, said without raising his head, and continued to look at the computer screen. It seemed that he encountered an enemy. Seeing this, Chun Sung stood up and walked over, and saw Du Zeding kill a person with a burst of bullets. After watching for a while, he saw that Du Zeding would not die for a while. He walked out of the office and came to the room next to it. There were 7 computers in this room, and at this time, the members of the club were sitting in front of the 7 computers, all playing Extreme Survival attentively. Chun Sung took a look, and these people were all dead. Looking at the corner, I saw the Emperor Gon Zhou Jiangjio using a telescope to observe the enemy situation. He looked at the opponent's position and obviously changed his position. But they were all at a high point. It was this guy who shot him to death. After thinking for a while, he smiled and walked over. Is the sniper rifle fun? It's fun. This game is too hardcore. There are many medium-powered telescopes in this game. I just picked up a 4x telescope and an 8x telescope. With an 8x telescope, sniping at a high point is really one shot. Zhang Jiao listened to the voice behind him and replied subconsciously. But he soon realized that the voice behind him was too familiar and looked up. Brother Hao, why are you here? Aren't you playing games? Chun Sung's face froze for a moment, and then he found an excuse. It's okay. I came to see how you guys are playing. This is a trial game. We need to find out some bad places or bugs. I know, Brother Hao, I will pay attention to this. Zhang Jiao nodded and suddenly saw a figure appearing in the distance. He quickly controlled the character, opened the scope, aimed and shot. The action was done in one go, and the man was killed in an instant. Chun Sung saw itching to shoot from behind. Is this what a sniper should look like? Killing people from 1,000 miles away. Well, Zhang Jiao, get up for a moment. I think the sniper rifle is quite interesting. Let me feel it. Oh. Zhang Jiao looked at the game interface, hesitated for a moment, and finally got up and gave up his seat. Chun Sung sat on the chair with a smile on his face and took over Jiang Jio's game. Jiang Jio stood behind and watched quietly. Soon another person appeared in the distant field of vision. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Sung excitedly opened the scope and shot. 5 bullets, 5 shots in a row. All missed. Chapter 215 Pet Park Expansion. Seeing this scene from behind, Jiang Jio stroked her forehead helplessly and opened her mouth to say something, but finally gave up. After a few minutes, Chun Sung looked at the death game interface and remained silent. You come and play, I'll go take a look elsewhere. Back to the office. Chun Sung felt a little depressed when he saw that Du Zeding was still alive. If you die early in this game, how long will you have to wait before you can play it again? No, there are too few people trying it out. Tomorrow we have to bring all the people from the Tianlong Guild over to try out the game. There are also many gamers in Mei Yoqian's group, so he can help find a group of people. As long as there are more people, wouldn't it be easier for me to find people to play with? On Monday, Chinamo came to the office in a happy mood. Just now, he exchanged all 2 prizes from the sports meeting into money. Now his personal assets have reached 40,000. The system funding is also progressing very smoothly. The Pet Park's additional investment of 5 million yuan has been spent, and the budget for employee salaries and procurement will also be released today. Now, at the end of the month, I have successfully spent the system funds to only a few 100,000 yuan. To fully convert the 1,500 system funds, you need to spend less than 150,000 at the end of next month's settlement. If you continue like this, you will have a chance to fully convert the system funds. Thinking of this, he stood up directly and called to Shun Ro in the cubicle. Let's go to the station. Mr. Chun, what are we doing at the station? Shun Ro followed Mr. Chun, a little curious. I found a teacher for the orphanage. She should be at the station around noon. We will pick her up and then arrange for her to be assigned to the orphanage to teach the children. Chinamo said as he walked outside. Just yesterday, Yangju called and said that the transfer procedures for the kindergarten over there had been completed and she would come over today. Now Yangju's parents have set off to investigate the conditions of people in need in various places. Then he will have to handle the arrangements. The orphanage, hasn't it already hired a teacher? Shinro was confused. After Mr. Chun funded the orphanage, he asked the orphanage to hire a kindergarten teacher. Now there are only about 20 children in the orphanage, and 1 teacher is enough, not 2. After all, there is no need to teach children too many things. The 2 teachers are thinking about the future. Now that the foundation has been established and the investigation team has set out, some children in difficulty will definitely be found, so the number of children in the orphanage will definitely increase. At that point, 1 teacher won't be enough. Chinemo explained that this time the investigation team was not only investigating empty nesters, but also some children from impoverished mountainous areas. Now that the foundation has been established, it needs to be done more comprehensively. Shinro didn't say anything after hearing this. She knew about the foundation established by Mr. Chun. As someone who has been following Mr. Chun, she naturally knows what Mr. Chun has done. Help orphanages, help stray pets, help empty nesters. Mr. Chun is constantly helping more people and animals in need. She has not calculated how much money Mr. Chun has invested in charity, but it is definitely not a small amount. The company provides employees with benefits that other companies cannot provide. Take the sports meeting just held the day before yesterday, for example, which cost more than 2 million yuan. However, Mr. Chun, who did all this, lives in a rental house and just moved to a better community a while ago. I lived in the oldest community before. In terms of travel, the business car is always the first one. Logically speaking, it is normal for such a boss to have his own luxury car. And when it comes to eating, I always eat food from the canteen, and I have never eaten in any high-end restaurant. However, during the company reunion dinner, Mr. Chun chose the high-end restaurant without any hesitation. Thinking of these, Shinro's eyes showed deep admiration. Mr. Chun is really great. Pet Park. Pang Tao and Su Jingming were sitting in a simple shed drinking tea and discussing things. The shed was built a while ago. After all, the weather is getting colder now. They have been supervising the work here. They must have needed a temporary place to stay and rest. Mr. Chun, We have invested another 5 million yuan. What should we do? Pang Tao took a sip of tea and looked up at Su Jingming. The current construction of the pet park is completely designed based on the previous 5 million yuan. Of course, the daily expenses for food and drink for the pets have to be excluded. Su Jingming thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen's additional investment must make our pet park better. If it doesn't work, let's expand it. Expansion, but now only this area of the land belongs to us, and the surrounding areas belong to other people. You can rent it. As long as the price is right, I believe they are willing to rent it. And our pet park is still under construction, so we definitely need to do some work. When they rent us the land, we can give them work to do and get a salary. Pang Tao's eyes lit up when he heard this. In this case, there is indeed a great chance to rent it. After all, farming takes time, effort, and labor. More importantly, it depends on the weather. If the year is not good, not only will there be no harvest, but also the money for fertilizer and seeds will be lost. You may lose money after working hard for a year. Even if you encounter a good year, there is basically not much left after deducting the cost. So now in the surrounding villages, young people have gone out to work, and those who still farm are basically some older people. These people are already old, and farming will definitely be very hard, but renting land is different. You can get rent every year, and you don't have to worry about whether there is a harvest. More importantly, if you want to make more money, you can come to the pet park to do odd jobs. And this recruitment will definitely continue. After all, after the park is built, it will still need to recruit workers. Their pet park pays rent and can also provide a platform for work. This is a win-win situation. But what else can be done after the expansion? Pang Tao hesitated and looked at Su Jingming in confusion. What about after the expansion? After the expansion, there will be a lot of things to do. Su Jingming said slowly. First, after the expansion, we have more space to make better divisions. It can be divided into an ornamental garden and an interactive garden. The ornamental garden is full of aggressive pets. These pets can only be watched outside and cannot be interacted with. The interactive garden is full of docile pets, and visitors can touch and interact with them. Second, since it is a pet park, pets cannot be only cats and dogs. The diversity of the pet park can be appropriately increased. Chapter 216 Luo Yuan's thoughts. For example, rabbits, parrots, etc. Pets do not need to occupy too much space. Just keep a little diversity and let the tourists come in to have more viewing options. Also, I think we can build a pet storage point. Nowadays, pet owners face a problem. That is, when they go out, they don't know what to do with their pets. Some will leave them at friends' houses, and some may be stored in pet shops. One relies on favors, and the other costs money. We can set up an annual membership card for the pet park. As long as you apply for an annual card, you can enter the park for free within a year, and you can also store your pet for free. In this way, it can also increase the income of the pet park. Also, set up a pet fashion store. Since there is a pet fashion show, there will definitely be people who are interested in pet fashion, so they can buy it directly from the pet fashion store. In short, after the expansion, there will definitely be a lot of things that can be added. Su Jingming said a lot of things. He had considered these things before, but due to budget issues, he never said them. But this time, Mr. Chen added an investment of 5 million, so he has the opportunity to implement all these plans. Pang Tao listened to Su Jingming's story with a look of excitement. He felt that these things were completely feasible. Okay, let's do this. I'll talk to the villagers tomorrow. He grew up in this village and was familiar with the villagers. He believed that there would be no problem in renting the land. Business office. Wu Yu looked at Luo Yuan, who was frowning, and smiled. Why, you look unhappy to be the director of the business department. Luo Yuan smiled bitterly as he listened to Wu Yu's words. Brother Yu, you and Kai Jing are gone, leaving me alone. You know my business ability. I haven't attracted any business for so long. Let me be the director. I am not worthy of the position. A few days after Wu Yu was transferred to the new project, Kai Jing was also transferred and took over Li Xin's previous position as the director of the purchasing department. And he became the most senior salesperson in the business department, and General Manager Chen promoted him to the director of the business department. But he was a little uneasy as the director. When Kai Jing and Wu Yu were there, They also brought in many agents to the garment factory with the help of live broadcast. At that time, the number of people received was evenly distributed, and the probability of successfully signing orders was the lowest among the three. Now, there is only one old employee left in the business department and some new employees who have just come. In addition, the live broadcast was interrupted. For so many days, their business department has returned to its previous state and has not brought in any agents. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He also tried his best to run the business, but the results were always unsatisfactory. Don't be discouraged. Take your time. There will always be customers. Wu Yu looked at Luo Yuan, who looked frustrated, and comforted him. However, he had no better way to deal with this. After all, he and Li Shun had been busy with boring short videos these days and had no time to take care of other things. Now the technical staff who developed the app have just been successfully established with the help of Fong Chong. They also need to find an office location, configure desks, chairs, computers, etc. It is very convenient. So even if he knew that the business department has returned to its previous state, he couldn't help much. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Wu Yu glanced at the caller ID and found that it was Li Shun who called. Knowing that there must be something going on at the boring short video, he encouraged Luo Yuan briefly and left the business department with the phone. Watching Wu Yu leave, Luo Yuan sighed helplessly. He originally wanted to refuse this director, but for some reason, after Mr. Chen said a lot, he inexplicably agreed. He still clearly remembered what Mr. Chen said at the time. I am very confident that you will be the director of the business department. Don't worry about the business matters. Take your time. Mr. Chen trusts him very much, and he can't live up to Mr. Chen's trust. It's not a solution for the business department to have no business all the time. Luo Yuan rubbed his head in distress, and suddenly, he thought of a way. Otherwise, he could act as an agent for a clothing store himself. It just so happened that his sister hadn't found a suitable job after giving birth to a child, and it was also a good thing for him to act as an agent for a clothing store and let his sister manage it. Moreover, he has been working for a few months. His monthly salary, some subsidies, and the rewards from 2 sports games have all been converted into money. The money in his hand is almost enough to pay the agency fee. As for renting a house and other expenses, there is no need to worry. The rent in his sister's city is not high, and it won't cost much to get it. In this way, he has a performance and his sister also has a job. It is a win-win problem. More importantly, he has seen this clothing factory grow step by step with his own eyes. He believes that joining the clothing store is definitely the right choice. The more Luo Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was very reliable. No matter what, joining Mr. Chen's brand clothing is also an investment. And with Mr. Chen's vision, he believes that this clothing brand will definitely be a big hit in the future. Thinking about it, Luo Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Since he has joined Mr. Chen's clothing brand, why not win over other employees in the company to join him as well? The biggest reason why it is difficult for clothing factories to recruit agents today is simply that the reputation of clothing brands is too low and it is difficult to gain the trust of customers. But the employees in the company are different. They all have great trust in Mr. Chen, so they don't have to worry about trust issues at all. So if you approach them to discuss agency matters, there should be many people willing to join. There are also Sangshui games and coffee shops. You can also try to win over them. Jiangcheng Railway Station. As soon as Yang Ju walked out, she saw Chen Mo's figure in the distance. Walked over quickly. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry to ask you to go there in person. It doesn't matter. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand, pointing to Shun Ro beside him. This is Shun Ro, my assistant. She grew up in an orphanage. Hello, Yang Ju. Yang Ju heard this and stretched out her hand to say hello. Hello. Shinro had a kind expression, and she was very grateful that the other party was willing to teach in the orphanage. Let's talk in the car. Let's go to the orphanage first. Chun-mo opened his mouth and took the lead towards the parking spot far away. 2 hours later, Yang Dahai slowly parked the vehicle at the entrance of the orphanage. Chun-mo got out of the car and took a look at the orphanage. The orphanage at this time had changed a lot compared to the last time he came here. The most notable thing is the paved rubber floor and some entertainment facilities for children. Chapter 217, Establishment of a Group. Let's go in. The children are all in the classroom at this time. Shinro said that since she quit her part-time job, she would come over to take a look when she had time, so she still knew the orphanage's schedule very well. Entering the orphanage, passing by a classroom. Sure enough, I saw a female teacher teaching the children in the orphanage to do handicrafts. The few people did not interrupt, but went directly to the dean's office to find Grandma Wu. Tell me, why didn't you tell me in advance when you guys were coming? Grandma Wu looked at the people who came in with a somewhat complaining tone. Grandma Wu, we told you in advance. Are you busy picking me up again? So we came directly. Today we mainly arrange a teacher for the orphanage. Shinro stepped forward to support Grandma Wu, who was standing up, and explained. This is Yangju. She will also be working in the orphanage today. Hello, thank you. You're willing to work in the orphanage. Grandma Wu looked at Yangju, who was standing aside, thanked her, and then looked at Chun Mo and Xiao Chun. Thank you for sponsoring the orphanage. Shinro occasionally came to the orphanage during this period, and she also gained some understanding of Chun Mo from Shinro's words. I also know that this is a kind-hearted boss. After a simple courtesy, we waited for the handicraft class at the orphanage to end. Just talk to the children about Yangju's role as a teacher, and then communicate with another teacher. There is no need to worry about the issue of accommodation. It is already available in the orphanage. After everything is arranged, Chunemo found Grandma Wu and suggested, Grandma Wu, I've transferred Yangju over. I have another idea that I want to talk to you about. Xiao Chun, please tell me. Grandma Wu looked at Chunemo kindly. Chunemo organized his words a little and spoke slowly. I plan to take over your position after training Yangju. This matter was a decision he made after thinking about it for a long time. After all, Grandma Wu is too old and cannot keep watch over the orphanage. Sooner or later, someone will need to take over. Yangju's parents are also engaged in charity, so it is also a good choice for Yangju to take over the orphanage and continue the charity. Now the foundation has been established. Yangju's parents are collecting information about poor people outside. If they find any poor children, it will obviously be more convenient for Yangju to contact them when contacting the orphanage. Of course, these are his personal thoughts, and we still have to see what Grandma Wu means specifically. When Grandma Wu heard Chunmo's words, she didn't look unhappy, but was very excited. This is a good thing. After all these years, do you know what I'm most worried about? Grandma Wu seemed to be lost in memories, with a trace of sadness on her face. What is it? Chunemo asked back. What I'm most worried about is that I died suddenly that day. It doesn't matter if I die, but what will happen to the children in the orphanage, so I have to pray every day. I must live longer, and at least let these children grow up. Grandma Wu sighed. This was what she had been most worried about in the past few years, because the real thing happened right next to her. Originally, there were 2 people in the orphanage, and the other person was her husband. However, one morning just 3 years ago, her husband passed away. There was no sign or any pain, just sitting there quietly, not breathing. Since then, she has been left to manage the orphanage alone, and she is worried that she will die suddenly like her husband. Children left in orphanages have no one to care for them. What Chunemo just said just solved her worries. Isn't it a good thing to have a successor to the orphanage? Chunemo fell into silence after hearing what Grandma Wu said. There is no doubt that Grandma Wu is a great person. After discussing the matter, Chunemo and Shinro left the orphanage, while Yangju stayed and would start teaching the children in the orphanage tomorrow. Just returned to the clothing factory. Li Shun and Wu Yu came to the office. What's the matter? Looking at Li Shun and Wu Yu who came in, Chunemo asked doubtfully. Mr. Chun, the preparation work for the boring short video has been completed. I have been looking for an office location for the past 2 days. Here are the office rooms we selected. You can take a look. The area is large or small, and the prices there are highs and lows. Li Shun said and handed over the prepared information. Chunemo took the information handed over by Li Shun, then opened it and looked at it, frowning. It wasn't that Li Shun and the others made a bad choice, but that he always felt that the cost was a bit low. December is now behind us. After the beginning of January, another wave of income from Tianlong will come. However, the pet park has just completed additional investment and will definitely not be able to continue investing in the next month. By next month, Nana Coffee will be basically completed, and he can continue to expand to 5 coffee shops. Moreover, the sports meeting has just been held, and the second sports meeting cannot be held immediately. As a result, he will definitely spend a lot less in January. Then he would have to find more expenses elsewhere. So the rent for the office rooms that Li Shun and the others found was definitely not in line with his expectations. How can we reasonably rent a bigger house? After all, there are not many people in boring short video now. If we find a very large office, the system will definitely not allow it. It can exceed a part, but it must not be too much. Chinamo thought about it, but soon thought of something. The system said before that when he has 5 companies under his name, he can set up a group's head office. Yes, to set up a group head office, you must need an office building for the head office. And Sanshua Game currently has more than 50 people, and it is time to expand. After Fongcheng's new game is developed, it will definitely continue to develop new games. Developing new games requires employees, and the 2 old games will definitely require employees to maintain them. In this way, the employees for developing new games will definitely not be enough. After thinking about these, Chinemo finally felt relieved and counted the group head office. At least 1 floor of office building should be rented. 3 floors for the group head office, 1 floor for Sanshua Game, and 1 floor for boring short video. Calculated as 1,000 square meters per floor of office building. 5 floors are 5,000 square meters. The rent of an office in Jiangxing City is about 2 yuan per square meter per day, which is 3.6 million yuan a year and more than 7 million yuan for 2 years. The system funds consumed by the pet park and the sports meeting are also more than 7 million yuan. In this way, it is just the same. In other words, if it continues like this, I can basically convert the 15 million system funds in full. Chapter 2, 18 Change of Plan. Not bad. Chen Mo smiled slightly, looked up at Li Shun and Wu Yu, and put the information in his hand on the table. None of these plans work. We need to find another office. Then Mr. Chen, what criteria should we follow? Li Shun asked. He didn't expect that Mr. Chen didn't like any of the many offices. He was a little confused for a while what type of office Mr. Chen wanted. I need to find a bigger one. I need to rent all the floors of the office and rent the 5th floor. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Li Shun opened his mouth in surprise. Mr. Chen, we have just formed a team. I am afraid that we cannot use such a large office. Who said that it is for you? I'm going to set up a group head office. I will use the other floors as the office building of the group head office. Group head office? Yes, there are more and more companies now, and it is very troublesome for each company to manage each other. After the group head office is established, it can be managed uniformly through the group head office, which can also save a lot of cumbersome procedures. Chen Mo explained. Okay, just find it according to my requirements. Chen Mo finalized the matter directly, and after Li Shun and Wu left, he called Tang Xiu over again. After all, Tang Xiu studied law, and he could learn about what to pay attention to when setting up a group head office through Tang Xiu. At the same time, some matters of the establishment of the group company were handed over to Tang Xiu to handle. It just so happened that Tang Xiu often asked him for work to do and asked her to handle the affairs of the group head office, which should keep her busy for a while. After arranging everything, Chen Mo relaxed and leaned back in his chair. Now the spending plan for next month has been decided. As long as Tianlong's income arrives, he can spend the money step by step according to the plan. Just thinking that Tianlong provides him with more than 20 million income every month, he wants to slap himself twice. Tianlong can get to this point now, and he is inseparable from him. He just wanted revenge at the beginning. How could he develop to the point of earning 10 million a month? It was a losing game at the beginning. There is no way. He can only set up other losing industries now to try to offset Tianlong's income. And Sanshua Game's second new game should be almost finished. He has learned from the last lesson and never intervened in this game. With Fong Chang's ability, there is no problem in losing money. At that time, he will increase the cost of the game's later maintenance appropriately, and he should be able to lose more. There is also a pet park under construction. After the construction is completed, another way to lose money can be added. Add to that boring short videos. With so many ways to lose money, it should be no problem to offset Tianlong's revenue. As long as Tianlong's revenue is offset, all future settlements will be much simpler. The prospects are very good. A few days later, Chinemo sat in the office chair with a gloomy face, looking at the Tianlong revenue report on the desk, and couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. What's going on? Tianlong's revenue growth trend these days is a bit high. Although Tianlong's revenue was also growing in the past, it was basically very stable and not much. But this week is different. The growth curve is obviously shaking. This shows that Tianlong's revenue has a leap every day. These days, he was still secretly happy that he could finally offset Tianlong's revenue. But when he saw this Tianlong revenue curve, he couldn't be happy anymore. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and called Fong Chong. I see that Tianlong's revenue curve has increased very quickly this week. What happened? Yes, Mr. Chun, Tianlong has recently updated the skin system. Buying a monthly card, a weekly card, or a daily card will unlock the skins that use the corresponding cards. Therefore, the number of players in the game who buy 3 cards has also increased a lot. Now the number of people who apply for a monthly card has reached 60%, and the weekly card has increased to 75%. Therefore, during this period, Tianlong's revenue will show a rapid growth trend. Fong Chong heard Mr. Chen's question and quickly explained. Hearing Fong Chang's words, Chen silently picked up the computer beside him and made a simple calculation. Looking at the final calculation result, the whole person was not good. Just a simple calculation. This time the skin system has brought Tianlong an additional revenue of more than 5 million. These guys are really good at making trouble. He gently pressed his chest and tried to calm his emotions. He spoke lightly with the phone. Okay, I know about this. By the way, is your new game ready? It's already in the testing phase. After the test is completed and there are no bugs, it can basically be put online. Fong Chong smiled and said that Tinga had been trying it out for several days. It did encounter some minor bugs during the game, but they were quickly resolved. It didn't have much of an impact. After another week of trial play, the game could basically be put online. More importantly, the response from Tinga to the game was very good, which finally put his heart at ease. After all, almost all the people from Tinga are game enthusiasts. Since they all say that this game is fun, it basically meets the tastes of the general players. Chun Mo was slightly relieved when he heard Fong Chang's words. This is also good news. Okay, let's launch it as soon as possible after the test is over. By the way, Mr. Chun, should we promote the new game? I see that many games will have a wave of promotion before they go online. If the promotion is good, a large number of players will enter as soon as the game goes online. Don't rush to promote it. Wait until the game goes online. Chinemo listened to Fong Chang's words, waited, and finally decided not to promote it for the sake of safety. After hanging up the phone, Chinemo leaned back in his chair and sighed. With the launch of the Tianlong skin system, he will have at least 5 million more income this month than last month. The spending plan that was finally decided seemed to need to be changed. I needed to find other places to spend money. He picked up the notebook and started writing on it. After the group company was established, he would definitely bring a group of people to the head office, so the employees of the garment factory would definitely need to be supplemented. After he left, the garment factory would need someone to take care of it. Chapter 2 sute nos presece cat cafe opens. Chinemo thought for a while and finally wrote Jiang Cheng's name. As the head of the production department, Jiang Cheng has never done anything extraordinary, so it is the safest choice for him to take over the garment factory. He doesn't need Jiang Cheng to do anything shocking now, causing the clothing factory to lose more money. Jiang Cheng only needs to follow the route he has set step by step. As long as he follows his route, he will definitely lose money. There is also the issue of the canteen. Now that we have moved to an office building, the problem of food has arisen. The kitchen is not allowed in the writing room. However, you can rent a store next to the office building and use it as a canteen so that employees can eat in the canteen downstairs. This is a good point to note. Whether it's renting a store or hiring a chef to decorate it, it's a big expense. And the canteen must be made larger. After all, there will definitely be a lot of employees in the office room on the 5th floor. If the canteen is too small, it will definitely not be able to accommodate employees to eat. If you do it this way, a canteen can basically offset Tianlong's extra 5 million in revenue. After finding a way to spend money, Chinemo finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not stop planning. This time, Tianlong's sudden increase in revenue gave him a wake-up call. I have been too relaxed during this period. It is not safe to spend money in the same way as the revenue. If there is a sudden increase in revenue, it would be too late for him to look for ways to spend money now. Therefore, he needs to plan more about where to spend money. Even if there is a sudden increase in revenue, he will have a way to spend the money. The clothing factory has no expenses for the time being, but Sangshui Games can do it. First of all, after the new game is launched, it will develop a second new game. This involves adding new staff and project funding. This can all be spent. There are also boring short videos. After the platform is established, recruiting anchors will also be an expense. Chinemo quickly wrote down his thoughts in his notebook. After a while, putting down the pen in his hand and looking at the ways of spending money that were written down on a page, I suddenly felt a sense of security in my heart. With this money guide, even if something unexpected happens, he can still spend the funds according to the spending methods in the manual. This is undoubtedly an insurance for your own settlement. Cafe. Lin Zhu and Song Xia looked at the customers in the store with smiles on their faces. After these days of business, the number of customers received by Mao Cafe is increasing every day, and today it has exceeded 3 digits. And some of these increased customers are repeat customers. And these repeat customers often bring their friends with them when they come here for the first time. These are all coming here because of the name of the Cat Cafe. Now the Cat Cafe is already very famous in the nearby area. After all, there were never any cat cafes before. Now a cat cafe has suddenly appeared, and many people find it novel, so the spread of the cat cafe is very fast. Sister Song Xia, it's just past 4 o'clock, and the number of customers in the coffee shop has already reached more than 100. Will there be a chance to exceed 150 in the evening? Lin Zhu looked at several customers in the store who were interacting with the cats, then turned to look at Song Xia. It should be no problem. Song Xia thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Now it has received more than 100 people at around 4 o'clock, and it does not seem to be difficult to break through 150 people before 8 o'clock in the evening. After all, it's not a rest day yet, and the flow of people at night is even greater than during the day. 150 people. Just assuming that each person only orders a glass of 50 American style, it's still 7,500 yuan. This does not include the sales of canned cats. After all, people who come to coffee shops to drink coffee basically like cats very much. They are very willing to feed some snacks to those cats. In addition, some customers don't always order 51 cups of coffee, and some also order more expensive coffee. All in all, the coffee shop's turnover today will exceed 10,000. The daily turnover exceeds 10,000 yuan. If we only consider the loss of labor and coffee beans, they're already profitable. This cat cafe is considered a success, and it's just the beginning. She believes that as the cat cafe's reputation spreads, more and more people will come here. Until then, the income of the cat cafe will definitely increase. Since cat cafes can be profitable, if Mr. Chen opens a branch in the future, how about we all open cat cafes? Lin Zhu suggested. Nowadays, there are so many kittens in the rescue centers. Opening more cat cafes will not only keep the coffee shops open, but also reduce the material consumption of the cat and dog rescue centers. This is a 2-for-1 thing. Song Xia nodded slightly when she heard Lin Zhu's suggestion. This matter can be considered. I will go back and discuss it with Teacher Sue. The cat cafe has made a profit. I also want to inform Mr. Chen of the good news and take a look at Mr. Chen's thoughts. Aha! Lin Zhu nodded, thinking to himself, if this cat cafe can be profitable, Mr. Chen will definitely agree. Has business been good these 2 days? Li Shuyan walked to Song Xia, looked at the customers in the coffee shop, and sighed. During the 2 days in the coffee shop, although there were customers, there were not as many as now. Sister Shuyan. Song Xia looked at Li Shuyan, who came over, and said hello. The clothing store was renovated before the coffee shop was renovated, and the clothing store had been officially open for many days. As the owner of the clothing store, Li Shuyan would come to the clothing store every 1 or 2 days to take a look and order a cup of coffee at the coffee shop, which was the most expensive coffee in the store. She was also a big customer of the store. By the way, Sister Shuyan, How's the clothing store? She suddenly remembered that this clothing store was affiliated with Mr. Chen's brand, and she didn't know how the sales volume was in the past few days. The clothing store has just opened, and there are not many customers, but it has also borrowed a lot of life from your cat cafe. Many people who came out of the cat cafe would choose to enter the clothing store to take a look, and a lot of orders were closed for this. Li Shuyun said with a smile. She had expected the current situation of the clothing store. After all, it is a fact that the clothing store is not well known now, so it is normal that it is not profitable and has no customers at the beginning. So she doesn't care much about it. She is more interested in the potential of this clothing factory. The scale of the clothing factory, the style, and workmanship of the clothing are very good. And she knows a little about the owner of the clothing factory. She understands that as long as the owner exists, the quality of the clothes produced by the clothing factory will not decline. As long as the quality of the clothes does not decline, the style is novel, and the price is only slightly more expensive than the price of normal brand clothing. With these elements together, it is only a matter of time for this clothing brand to become famous. Chapter 2:20 Job Change. Garment Factory Conference Room. Chinemo sat at the main seat in the conference room and looked at the members of various departments of the garment factory sitting around him. I called everyone here today to announce something. The first thing is that the company has established the Tomorrow Group. From now on, the Tomorrow Group will be the head office of all the companies under my name. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, warm applause erupted in the conference room. Upon seeing this, Chinemo raised his hand and pressed it down, and the conference room became quiet again. After the Tomorrow Group is established, I will transfer some employees from the garment factory to work together at the company's headquarters. So this involves changes in personnel and positions. First of all, the finance side has to go to the group headquarters, so the personnel side will announce recruitment as soon as possible to fill up the staff. The location of the group headquarters has not yet been decided, and it will take some time to move to the group headquarters. This period is just the time to hand over and train the newly recruited personnel. Then there is the purchasing department. Now Li Shun has been transferred to the new company. Currently, Kai Jing takes over the position of director of the purchasing department. However, as the garment factory grows, there may be a lot more things to do in purchasing in the future, so more needs to be added. 2 new purchases. Then there is the issue of the canteen. I will set up a company canteen at the group headquarters, so I will take Wang Maoyan there, and I'll be the general person in charge of the canteen. Wang Maoyan, during this time, you need to choose someone to take over your current position. After the group's canteen is settled, you will go over and handle the kitchen. When Chinemo said this, he turned to look at Wang Maoyan, who was sitting far away. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wang Maoyan nodded quickly. But I'm a little happy in my heart. After being transferred this time, I don't have to lead every day. A few days ago, both Li Shun and Wu were transferred to the new company, and suddenly he was the only one left as the leader of the garment factory. This time, he will be assigned to a new canteen, and the running activity should be canceled. After arranging the recruitment of personnel, Chinemo continued to speak. The next step is to change the position. Since I need to go to the group headquarters to take charge, the garment factory needs to select a person in charge. I already have a candidate for this person in charge, and that is Jiang Cheng, the director of the production department. After I leave, Jiang Chengcheng will be the general manager of the garment factory. Congratulations to everyone. Bang, 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 bang. There was a burst of applause, and everyone looked at Jiang Cheng. Hearing the warm applause, Jiang Cheng subconsciously stood up nervously and turned to look at Chinemo. Mr. Chen, I can't. He really didn't expect that Mr. Chen would give him such an important position. This is a company. From an ordinary grassroots employee to a minister, he already felt dreamy. Now he was actually asked to directly become the manager of the clothing factory. Such a thing was something he could not even dream of imagining. How can a man say no? I'm very optimistic about you, so just go ahead and do it boldly. Chinemo looked at Jiang Cheng's expression and felt more and more relieved. For such an honest person, it's hard to do anything for him. With Jiang Cheng in charge, the garment factory is basically stable. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly after listening to Mr. Chen's words. Mr. Chen, I haven't even gone to school for a few years. You asked me to manage the company, and I don't know how to manage it. It's really beyond my ability. Mr. Chun, do you think you are changing someone? Can't you learn and grow while working? You see, Wei-yin doesn't understand games at all. Isn't he doing well in Sangshua now? And Li Shun and Wu Yu. These two don't understand short videos either. Aren't you busy working on short videos now? So there is no problem if you don't know how to manage. You can slowly sum up experience at work. That's it. You have to have confidence in yourself. Chinamo said it at the end and settled the matter directly. But Mr. Chun. Jiang Chun wanted to speak, but was directly interrupted by Mr. Chun. No, but you can do it. I believe in you. Chinamo looked at Jiang Chun with an encouraging expression and then glanced at the other people in the conference room. That's it for today's meeting. Everyone should complete the things I've told you as soon as possible. Meeting dismissed. With that said, he walked out of the conference room directly. Back to the office. Chinamo sat directly on his seat and focused his attention on the system panel. It's already early January. Tianlong's income has skyrocketed again in the past 2 days, and because of the emergence of the skin system, this time's income is much higher than last month. At the beginning of the month alone, the system funds had grown to 19 million. This is basically the income from the monthly card and the weekly card. In the next 3 weeks, there will be benefits from the weekly card and daily card benefits. Judging from the current Tianlong income curve, the total income of 3 weeks of weekly cards, plus more than 20 days of daily cards, is about 14 million. So he needs to spend 33 million this month. This month's boring short video also includes an increase in staff. After Shun Ro's estimation, 5.3 million yuan needs to be set aside for employees' wages, taxes, procurement, and living expenses this month. There is no need to worry about the 5.3 million, as the salary can be paid directly before the end of the month, and procurement and other matters can also be handled together before the settlement. Excluding the 5.3 million, he still needs to spend 25 million. 5 coffee shops, including decoration, purchase of coffee machines, and rent, can consume 10 million. The rent of the 5-story office building has been calculated before, and it can consume 7 million for a 2-year lease. In this way, he still needs to spend 8 million. After renting the office building, it still needs to be renovated. After all, the layout they have renovated after renting the office building may not meet their requirements. So the decoration company is still needed to transform the company's layout. Just renovating the layout is definitely not as expensive as full decoration, but it is thought that a 5,000 square meter office can also have a considerable cost even if some partitions are made. However, Wang Yang needs to make a budget for the specific amount. Moreover, the desks, chairs, and computers for each workstation in the 5-story office also cost a lot of money. There is also a canteen. After the location of the office is determined, you can also choose a canteen nearby. Rent and decoration are also not small expenses. All the above expenses added together are enough to consume 8 million funds, and some have even exceeded it. Confirming that the plan he made is enough to consume Tianlong's profit, Chen Mo felt relieved. What he has to do next is to spend the money step by step according to the plan. Even if some accidents occur, he has many alternative plans to spend the money. This time, the full conversion of 15 million system funds is basically foolproof. Chen Montauk smiled confidently. Chapter 212 Discovering Akat Cafe. Mr. Chun, your coffee. Shinro put the freshly brewed coffee on the table. Seeing Mr. Chen smile, she felt a little curious. She didn't know what happy things Mr. Chen had thought of. Chinemo took the coffee and took a habitual sip. Hey! The taste of the coffee has changed this time. It is more fragrant and pure than the previous coffee. Have you changed your coffee? He raised his head and looked at Shinro. Yes. How do you feel about the coffee beans I picked up from Songxia? Do they still satisfy your appetite? Shinro nodded. After Mr. Chen came back from the coffee shop last time, he heard Mr. Chen say that the coffee in the coffee shop tastes much better. So during this period, she took advantage of her break to study at the coffee shop. She was originally worried that without the coffee machines in the coffee shop, it would not be able to taste like a coffee shop. But after Teacher Su's teaching, I realized that a manual grinder can also make good coffee. During this time, I have mastered all the basics of making coffee, and today is my first cup of coffee. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. It tastes great. Chen Montauk nodded. The assistant he hired was really a wise choice. Of course, it would be better if the live broadcast was not approved. But there is nothing that can be done about it. He now has 5 companies, and if you count the foundation, there are 6. He can't have everything in his hands. He can only delegate power and let the people below him manage it. He is responsible for the general direction of development. And in this direction, some bad guys will inevitably appear, causing deviations in the direction. Typical representatives of these old 6 are Wei Yin, Li Shun, and Wu Yu. However, these 6 graders have all been transferred to other positions. They are engaged in game design in the business department and short video development in the procurement department. They focus on a professional field that is not in line with their profession. What kind of waves can they make now? Today, Wei Yin has never done anything except the Tianlong incident. However, there are many factors involved in Tianlong's success, and Wei Yin cannot be entirely blamed. So what he has to do now is to reverse the direction in time after the direction deviates. Shinro felt relieved when she heard Mr. Chen's confirmation, and then thought of something. By the way, Mr. Chen, when I went to the coffee shop, I heard Song Xia and others discussing it. They seem to have opened a cat cafe. I heard that the response was good. Oh. Chen Mo suddenly paused while drinking coffee and looked up at Shinro. What did you just say? Song Xia and the others opened a cat cafe. Cat cafe. After hearing these 3 words, he could no longer hear clearly what Shinro said next. With just these 3 words, he already knew the consequences. In the previous life, cat cafes became popular for a while after they first came out, and some internet celebrities use cat cafes as a place to check in. Something is not good. Chun Mo instantly became alert. Ever since he confirmed that the coffee shop was really losing money, he didn't pay much attention to it. Why did I suddenly think of the cat cafe? Chinamo gritted his teeth secretly. These guys were really causing trouble for him when he wasn't paying attention. We can't let him worry about it. Mr. Chun. When Shinro saw Mr. Chun standing there, stunned and unresponsive for a long time, Shinro called out worriedly. Chun Mo came back to his senses after hearing the words, and all his original excitement dissipated at this moment. He waved his hands weakly. Well, I know about this. You can go about your business first. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded and turned back to her cubicle, but there was some doubt in her heart. He had a happy expression just now, but why did he suddenly become unhappy? On the second day, after Chinemo came to the company and handed over all the matters that needed to be handled to Shinro, he asked Yang Dahai to drive to the Nana Coffee Cat Cafe. Since the coffee shop is on the pedestrian street inside, cars cannot drive in. So he asked Yang Dahai to find a parking lot to park, and he got out of the car and walked over. He was still looking forward to it before coming. The Cat Cafe had a good response, but there were relatively more customers. Just when he came to the door of the coffee shop and saw the scene inside the coffee shop, he knew that his fantasy was shattered. The Cat Cafe was already full of people and cats. Looking at this scene, he knew that this Cat Cafe was completely ruined. What made him even more speechless was that next to the Cat Cafe was a clothing store, and the brand of the clothing store was clearly Chongfeng Clothing. If it were just these, it would be fine. More importantly, there is a sign at the door of the clothing store. If you purchase more than 2 pieces of clothing in the store, you will receive a 50 renminbi coffee shopping voucher. Nana coffee only. They even set up a chain promotion for me here. I've never heard of this brand of clothes, but the style and quality are really good. We just happen to buy one for each of us, and we can go drink coffee and save 50 yuan. The 2 little sisters walked past Chinmo while talking. Then, under Chinmo's gaze, he directly entered the Cat Cafe. This. Chinmo took a deep breath, walked to the door of the coffee shop, opened the door, and walked in. After looking around, he saw Song Xia and Lin Zhu behind the console. Walked over directly. Mr. Chun, you're here like this. Song Xia looked up at the person who came and found that it was Mr. Chun and spoke in surprise. Listening to Song Xia's words, Chinmo sighed. If I hadn't come, I don't know what this coffee shop would look like for you. Looking at the customers in the coffee shop, it can be basically judged that this Cat Cafe is definitely profitable. I just don't know how much the daily turnover is now. It's okay. I heard that you opened a Cat Cafe and came to see. How is it? How is the current revenue of the coffee shop? Chunemo asked casually. When Song Xia heard this, A smile instantly broke out on her face. Mr. Chun, the situation of the coffee shop is very good now. Now the number of customers received a day has reached 200. The current average revenue of the coffee shop, including cat strips and cat canned food, is about 12,000. Her average revenue did not include the first few days of opening. When Chun Mo heard the revenue given by Song Xia, he just wanted to calculate it, and heard Song Xia speak again. More importantly, the coffee shop's reputation is still increasing, and the customer flow will definitely continue to grow. I did a simple calculation, and given the size of our coffee shop, it is most reasonable to receive 25 to 30 customers at the same time. The coffee shop is open for 12 hours a day, so after the coffee shop's reputation is fully established, the number of people received by the coffee shop per day will be about 300 to 360. If we calculate based on the minimum 300 people, the daily revenue will reach 15,000. And this is only assuming that customers only buy 50 cups of coffee. It does not include the income from snacks such as cat strips and cat cans, etc. Chapter 222 Cost Store. Seeing Song Xia looking forward to the future, Chun Mo's mouth twitched twice. Looking at the popularity of the coffee shop, he knew that what Song Xia just said was not a big lie. And at this development rate, it will be realized soon. The minimum daily income is 15,000 yuan, which can be 450,000 yuan a month. Although this 450,000 yuan is not a profit, employee wages and various expenses have been taken care of at the beginning of the month. Therefore, all of the 450,000 must be included in the system funds. But fortunately, it is only 450,000. Among the current huge expenses, it will not affect the overall situation. This is the only thing that makes Chun Mo feel lucky. By the way, where is Teacher Sue? Chun Mo suddenly discovered that Sudan was not found in the cat cafe. Oh, the maid shop opened today. Teacher Sue went there. Song Xia replied. Maid shop. Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, and his whole body suddenly felt bad. There are not enough cat cafes. Even the maid shop has been opened. Can't you just let me stop and pay some money? Where's the maid shop? Take me there to see it. Turning to look at Song Xia, he wanted to see what tricks these people had come up with for him. He took Song Xia out of the cat cafe, came to the parking lot, and went directly to the maid shop. An hour later, the vehicle stopped on the side of the road. Under the leadership of Song Xia, we arrived at the door of the coffee shop. Chun Mo took a look at the coffee shop's recruitment. Nana Coffee, maid shop. Mr. Chun, let's go in. Song Xia took the initiative to open the door and spoke at the same time. What we originally thought was to make normal traditional specialty coffee on the first floor and make coffee on the second floor. But later, Mr. Chun asked us to open 3 coffee shops at the same time, so we gave up this plan. Compared to the 2 categories, a pure made shop may be more attractive. After all, customers of traditional coffee shops and customers of made coffee are basically 2 types of people. Chun Mo listened to Song Xia's explanation, and before he had time to answer, he saw 2 clerks in S-suits walking over. Looking at each other's outfits, it was clear that one was a girl with cat ears, and the other was a girl with bunny ears. Manager Song. The 2 clerks looked at Song Xia and said hello. Song Xia nodded, then pointed at Chun Mo, who was standing aside. This is the owner of the coffee shop, Mr. Chun Mo Chun. When the 2 clerks heard Song Xia's introduction, their expressions were slightly stunned. They didn't expect that the boss was so young, and then they hurriedly said hello. Hello, Mr. Chun. Chun Mo nodded slightly. Teacher Sue is there. Teacher Sue is on the second floor, and store manager Zhou Mei is with us. The clerk hurriedly replied. Take me there. Chun Mo spoke calmly, looked around the store, and found that although it had just opened, there were many customers in the store. At every table of customers, there is a clerk wearing S-shirts. Some are playing board games, and some are making some small games. What's going on? How could there be such customers when it just opened? Chun Mo was confused and felt that there was definitely something fishy going on here. Follow the clerk to the second floor, and you will definitely find Teacher Sue and the store manager Zhou Mei. The layout of the second floor is a little different from that of the first floor. There is a half-meter-high countertop in the innermost part. Looking at some spotlights decorated on the roof, I know that it should be a small stage. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Sudan and Zhou Mei saw Mr. Chun coming and hurriedly said hello. Chun Mo nodded, looked at the almost full customers on the second floor, and spoke calmly. It's not like it just opened today. Why are there so many customers? This is all Zhou Mei's credit. She has a circle of SBLSY people. Sudan spoke and gestured to Zhou Mei beside him. Chun Mo turned to look at Zhou Mei. She had some impression that this girl was brought here from Kyoto by Song Xia. At this time, the other party was dressed like the shop assistants, also wearing S-suits. Although I didn't know who the other party was dressed in, the look of this outfit definitely made her look like a royal lady. Zhou Mei noticed Chun Mo's gaze and felt somewhat nervous. Mr. Chun, I have a lot of spy groups here, and there are also many people who like spying in the group. After learning that the maid coffee shop was opening, they all came to support it. Chun Mo heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the maid shop hadn't just opened and it had already become famous. This maid cafe is different from a cat cafe. There are many people who like cats. After seeing the cat cafe and the cats in the shop, many people will go in and take a look. But this maid cafe is different. The two-dimensional circle is still relatively limited. As long as he doesn't promote it, it will be difficult for this maid shop to become famous. But Zhou Mei's next words directly extinguished all her thoughts. However, because there are too many people in support, several groups of people will come one after another, and the queue has been about 5 days. And these people will also help us promote it. The circle of the second dimension is small or large. But after these people promoted it, our maid coffee shop has basically spread in the two-dimensional circle. There are quite a few people, but they all came here from other places. Listening to Zhou Mei's words, Chun Momo really looked at Zhou Mei. Those people just trust you. They take what you said about the maid cafe seriously. Zhou Mei smiled a little embarrassedly. I'm the group leader of those groups. I used to organize some comic exhibitions or some two-dimensional activities. There is no problem with my credibility. Chun Mo listened to Zhou Mei's explanation and was completely silent. He found out why there are talents among his employees from time to time. This maid cafe will never have to worry about customers in the future. He sighed and made the last struggle. Have you calculated today's profit? I calculated it. If everyone who made an appointment today comes, the daily income will be about 20,000. Why is it so much? Chun Mo was puzzled. This income is higher than that of a cat cafe. The revenue model of a maid cafe is different from that of a coffee shop. You need to pay an entrance fee to enter a maid cafe. The entrance fee is 118, including a 50 yuan Americano, and the time is 2 hours. And there is not only coffee in the maid cafe, but also other drinks and some snacks. Ordering these things requires additional charges. Basically, if you receive 150 customers a day, you can reach a turnover of 20,000. Listening to Zhou Mei's explanation, Chun Mo had a headache. 20,000 a day, then 600,000 a month. Counting the cat cafe, the monthly revenue is more than 1 million. In other words, he will have to spend an extra 1 million this month, but fortunately, he made preparations in advance, and the 1 million can still be spent. Sultan saw that the two had finished talking and stepped forward to speak. Mr. Chun, Song Xia, and I have discussed that cat cafes and maid cafes are both allowed to operate. If we open branches in the future, we can increase the proportion of cat cafes and maid cafes appropriately. After all, traditional boutique coffee has not yet achieved profitability, so we can use cat cafes and maid cafes to build their reputation first. Chapter 2, 23 Restriction of Coffee Shop. Still want to focus on cat cafes and maid coffees? Listening to Sultan's words, Chun Mo snorted in his heart. He was too careless. He didn't expect these people to think of cat cafes and maid cafes. Otherwise, don't even think about opening a cat cafe or maid cafe. However, now that both coffee shops are open and profitable, he now wants to cancel these two coffee shops, but the system simply does not allow it. Since it cannot be canceled, we can only find ways to curb the development of these two types of coffee shops. After all, he will open 5 coffee shops this month. If they all open cat cafes or maid cafes, wouldn't it mean that he will earn more than 2 million yuan in income every month? This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. After thinking for a while, I finally came up with the wording. He looked up at Sultan and Song Xia. I fully understand your anxiety to make the coffee shop profitable, But the main branches of the coffee shop are cat coffee and maid coffee. This kind of thing is not advisable. Yes, cat coffee and maid coffee are indeed profitable, but are these two coffee shops still selling coffee? After hearing Mr. Chin's words, Sudan agreed with his face. In her heart, she was somewhat opposed to these two coffee shops. As Mr. Chin said, these two coffee shops no longer sell coffee. If the name of the coffee is changed to something else, it can also be established. For example, cat restaurant, maid restaurant. She believes that as long as these two restaurants are opened, they can attract a large number of customers. So whether it's maid coffee or cat coffee, what customers consume is not the coffee itself, but the maid and the cat. But there is no way. Traditional coffee shops are really unprofitable. The only way she can think of is to use these two coffee shops to help Nahe Coffee become famous. Chinemo glanced at a few people lightly and continued to speak. These two types of coffee shops have gone against my original intention of opening a coffee shop. The reason why I opened a specialty coffee shop is to give this fast-paced metropolis an environment where I can slow down, be quiet, and have a rest. Cat coffee and maid coffee are obviously not possible. I don't deny the success of these two types of coffee shops. These two types of coffee shops can continue to open branches, but there must be restrictions. That is, there can only be one and only one in a city. Now there are cat cafes and maid cafes in Jiangxing City, so there is no need to open these two coffee shops in Jiangxing City. If you want to open a branch again, you can only wait until the branch opens in other cities and make plans. Bar. With the restriction of opening only one coffee shop in each city, there is no need to worry about too many coffee shops, resulting in excessive profits. After all, I don't know when coffee shops will open all over the country. By that time, he had already transformed his personal assets countless times and became a multimillionaire. When Song Xia and Zhou Mei heard this, their expressions were somewhat depressed. They had been thinking about it for the past 2 days. If both Cat Cafe and Maid Cafe could expand to 10 stores, then the monthly revenue is already very impressive. But they didn't expect Mr. Chen to come here today and break their illusions directly. But since Mr. Chen has spoken, they can't refute anything. Sultan hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. But if this is the case, the reputation of a normal coffee shop will be lost in a short time. If we continue to open branches, it will only make more and more coffee shops lose money. Listening to Sultan's words, Chinemo smiled secretly in his heart. That's right. This is what I need. But on the surface, that cannot be said. Have I told you before? Fame is something you can't rush. Just take your time. The reason why Starbucks is so famous is that they have enough chain stores. So in order to build the reputation of coffee shops as soon as possible, we have to increase the number of Manhwa coffee branches. With a smile on his face, Chinemo revealed his second purpose for coming here today. So I decided to open 5 more Manhwa coffee branches, all of which are authentic specialty coffees. At present, Manhwa Coffee has 2 special coffee shops. It is enough. There is no need for other special coffee shops. At the end of his sentence, he emphasized again. He was really worried that these people were causing trouble for him. For example, what kind of dog coffee comes out? Open 5 more branches. Hear Mr. Chen's words. Sultan and Song Xia all fell into a daze. Nowadays, these new coffee shops have just opened. It is a bit too fast to open 5 branches so soon. Sudan came to his senses first and looked at Chinemo. Mr. Chun, isn't it too fast to open a branch like this? These 5 are all normal specialty coffee shops, so there are undoubtedly 5 more coffee shops that are losing money. No hurry, no hurry. Is this the only way to build the reputation of a coffee shop? The requirements for opening a shop are still the same as before. You must implement them as soon as possible. As for the funds for opening a shop, they will be transferred to Manhwa Coffee's account tomorrow. Arrange things. Chun Mo left directly, although the Cat Cafe and Maid Coffee jumped out of his plan. But after his own adjustments and restrictions, it will not affect his settlement. The profits from the 2 coffee shops only allowed him to lose less. However, when there are more and more normal specialty coffee shops, the revenue from cat cafes and maid coffees will not be so conspicuous. Tinga Club. Chun Song looked at the death interface and could not help but tap the keyboard, and fell to the ground and became a box again. He felt deep malice in this game. When he played games in the past, he only needed to recharge 1.8 million yuan into the game to become a big boss in the game. But in this game, his money is useless. No, he can't spend it even if he wants to. At most, he spends 18 yuan and 10 cents a month. Even Dedizu, he spends more than this. If it were other games, he would have uninstalled them long ago, but this game is too fun. Even if he died, he still wanted to play. Exit the death interface, recreate a room, and then share the room information with the game group. But after waiting for a while, there were only 30 people who entered the room. Seeing that no one came in, Chen Song sent a message in the group. Those who haven't entered the room yet, hurry up and enter the room. Someone replied soon. Still in the game. I'm about to reach the finals, and I'll be out soon. Brother How, didn't you just start the game? How come you're out so soon? Looking at the message in the group, Chen Song's face was grim, but he also knew that he wouldn't be able to find teammates in this group in a short time. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. After the call was connected, he spoke directly. Mei Yu Qian, help me find some game players. We need to try a game here, and I will pay a certain amount of compensation. Chapter 224, A World Where Only One Person is Hurt. How many people do I need to find? Mei Yu Qian asked. He did not dare to neglect Chen Song's call. Let's find 2,000 people first, 20 an hour. Chen Song made a simple calculation. 2,000 people can open 20 rooms at the same time. Even if he dies faster, he can almost form a new team. Okay, give me a group number, and I'll find them all for you in 10 minutes. Mei Yu Qian spoke neatly, but he didn't ask how much he would give him after he found someone. But he knows that Brother How in the game is not called for nothing, and he will never mistreat anyone's money. Chen Song hung up the phone and sent the group number. In less than 10 minutes, there were already 2,000 more people in the group, and someone in the group had already started talking. The content of the conversation was basically asking what game he wanted to play. Chen Song sent the game download link and some basic requirements directly to the group. Then he transferred 20,000 yuan directly to Mei Yu Qian. He calculated it based on 10 yuan per person, and 2,000 people was exactly 20,000. However, it may take some time for these people in the group to download the game. Chen Mo opened Tianlong directly. Since trying out Extreme Survival these days, he has spent less time playing Tianlong. As the number of Tianlong players increased, he found that his position as the overlord of Tianlong was slowly being challenged. The most threatening thing is an alliance of individual people. In the alliance, there are all gone emperors. They do not buy equipment, but the equipment they obtain is not sold to the outside world. Almost all of it is circulated internally. The leader of this alliance already has 5 dragon-slaying suits. I'm afraid that after using it for a while, I can collect all the dragon-slaying suits. But there was nothing he could do about it. However, I heard that Tianlong has begun to develop a new equipment enhancement system, and the enhancement materials need to be dropped from different wild monster bosses until the equipment enhancing MT system is online. By using his money ability, he can almost open up some distance between himself and those gone Emperor players. Enter the game. Not many people in the guild were online, and most of them were brought here to try out new games. There are only a few online union members, and they can't organize a team to defeat the large boss. He simply ran into the wild alone. He was dressed in out-of-print noble clothing and instantly attracted the attention of many players. It didn't take long before I received many team invitations. Boss, please take me. Big brother with magical equipment. Help me to kill monsters with my little brother. Worship the boss. Looking at the message on the team invitation, Chen Song finally found some dignity in the game. No matter what, in this Tianlong game, as long as he is willing to spend money, he can still take the lead in terms of combat effectiveness. But Extreme Survival is different. It is not friendly to RMB players like him at all. There was no way he could improve his combat power. Every time he went in, he was basically beaten to death by others. After finally finding some good supplies, he became a courier. After playing Tianlong for nearly an hour, someone in the game group has already downloaded the game. Upon seeing this, Chen Song couldn't wait to quit Tianlong and enter the Extreme Survival mode. Share the custom room to the group. Soon 100 players gathered together, and this time he changed from single row mode to 4-row mode. Thought. He has 3 teammates here, so he can't die so quickly. 10 minutes later, Chinsung looked at the viewing interface and saw 3 teammates licking his bag. He was the only one injured. Employee workshop. Luo Yuan took advantage of the break to chat with the group leader. The junior leaders in these workshops are almost all the oldest workshop employees and have the highest trust in Mr. Chen. Therefore, I plan to start with these people first. Brother Chow, let's do this interview. What do you think of Mr. Chen's clothing factory? Luo Yuan looked at the team leader Yu Chao and asked casually. Needless to say, it must be very good. I have worked in no fewer than 10 factories before, and Mr. Chen's clothing factory provides the best treatment, bar none. My wife and I have already discussed it. As long as Mr. Chen doesn't dislike us, we will be Mr. Chen's employees for life. Yu Chao spoke without hesitation, his eyes full of admiration. He and his wife both worked in this factory. Before Mr. Chen took over the factory, their wages were calculated on a piece rate basis. When the work was heavy, the two of them worked from 7 a.m. to 11 or 12 p.m. for a month. With rest and salary added up, I can make a small amount of 20,000 yuan. But when there is work, there will be times when there is little work. When there is little work, it would be good for the two of them to have a combined salary of more than 10,000. Even when there is no work to do, the boss will give them a holiday without pay. All in all, the money the two earn in a year can enable them to maintain the operation of a family. But basically, there is no free space. I basically work in the workshop every day and have no time to spend with my children, let alone go shopping. But all this changed after Mr. Chun took over the company. What surprised them most was the insurance matter. He and his wife were both illiterate and had not attended school for a few years. When they came to work in the workshop, they never thought about insurance. Not long after Mr. Chen took over, he covered all of them with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Then the salary and working hours were changed. The salary was no longer piece rate, but a fixed salary. The working hours were changed to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., with 2 days off on Saturdays and Sundays. Although the salary was changed to a fixed salary, the salary received was higher than the previous average salary. Moreover, after he became the team leader and received several salary increases, his and his wife's monthly salary, including all the benefits, added up to nearly 20,000 yuan. This salary is basically the same as his previous highest piece rate salary. But the key is that the current 20,000 yuan is the money received after paying insurance and deducting personal income tax. In addition, the current working hours do not require overtime, and there are 2 days off a week. This is much happier than working overtime and earning 20,000 yuan before. Now they get off work at 5 o'clock, and there is a shuttle bus to take them to the vicinity of their home, so that they can accompany their children at night. On Saturdays and Sundays, the family occasionally goes out shopping and hiking. The whole family, not only the economic conditions have changed, but everyone feels happy in life. In the past, they would quarrel over daily necessities, but now it rarely happens. With the 1,000 yuan shopping card given by Mr. Chun, the couple has 2,000 yuan in total, which is enough for their daily expenses. Now, even if someone gives them a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan and asks them to go back to the factory they used to work in, he will not go. Because he works in Mr. Chen's garment factory, he feels unprecedented respect. Mr. Chen treats these grassroots employees as human beings. Chapter 225 Feng Shui. I'm not talking about the treatment of the garment factory. I'm talking about what do you think of the future development of the garment factory. Luo Yuan opened his mouth and explained. The treatment in the garment factory is obvious to all, and there is nothing to say about it. I have no idea. Yu Chao shook his head. He was illiterate, and how could he know what was going on? All he knows is to complete the paintings in his hands with quality and quantity. At the same time, ensure that the work efficiency of your own group is not weaker than that of other groups. He became the team leader because he took advantage of the old employees. Now that there are so many new employees in the workshop, in order to keep his position as team leader, he naturally has to pay attention. Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and then changed his question. Then do you think Mr. Chen's clothing factory will get bigger and bigger? Of course. Yu Chao said confidently that all the employees in their workshop firmly believe that Mr. Chen's garment factory would grow bigger and bigger. And it has been developing in the direction they want. After all, it started out as a clothing workshop with only a few hundred square meters. Now the clothing factory, including office buildings, canteens, and employee dormitories, already has several thousand square meters. Luo Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Yu Chao's words. As long as these people firmly believe that the garment factory will grow bigger and bigger, it will be fine. The things he discusses with the other party next will also be able to progress better. I also firmly believe that Mr. Chin's garment factory will grow bigger and bigger. Luo Yuan confirmed it first, and then continued to speak. I don't know, Brother Chow. Do you want to invest in a clothing factory? What does it mean to invest in a clothing factory? Ex knock. Yu Chao looked at Luo Yuan in confusion. He didn't know what the other person was talking about. Seeing this, Luo Yuan patiently explained everything about joining the garment factory in detail. Of course, he also pointed out the disadvantages of the clothing factory, which has not yet established its reputation, and joining a clothing store, which may not be profitable in the early stage. These are employees of the garment factory. Although he wants to attract business, he does not want to deceive these employees. But after talking about the disadvantages, we also talked about the bright prospects for garment factories to become famous in the future. After listening to Luo Yuan's explanation, Yu Chao fell into silence and looked at Luo Yuan after a while. I understand this matter, but after all, joining requires a large amount of money, which is not a small matter. I have to discuss it with your sister-in-law before making a decision. Okay, Brother Chow, then I'll wait for your news. Luo Yuan smiled and said a few words to Yu Chao, and then started looking for the next target. Soon, I just had a chat with several people from the leadership level of the workshop. Among them, 2 people directly expressed their willingness to join, and the others did not explicitly refuse, saying that they would go back and think about it carefully. Then he asked the leaders to talk to the members of his group about the agency matter. After all, there are now more than 100 people in the workshop. It is unrealistic for him to talk to each employee one by one, but it is enough to convey the intention of recruiting agents to the ears of every employee. Anyone who wants to join will naturally contact him. Luo Yuan left the workshop and went straight to the office building. The workshop was finished, but there were still many office workers in the office building. Moreover, after the negotiation with the clothing factory, he could go to Tsongshui Games to give it a try. Knock. Mr. Chun, this is the office building we are looking for. Li Shun pointed to the office building ahead and said to Mr. Chun beside him. After several days of searching, I finally found an office building that met Mr. Chin's requirements. This office building is located in the 3rd ring road of the city. At this time, the 10th floor of the top floor is vacant. Go inside and take a look. Chunemo glanced at the office building in front of him and took the lead in walking in. After entering the office building, the person in charge contacted was already waiting at the door of the office building. Hello, Mr. Chun. Zhao Qiuqing, the person in charge of the office building, came forward to say hello. They were then taken to the elevator and entered. Mr. Chun, our office building has a total of 36 floors. At this time, the top 10 floors are vacant. Why do you suddenly have so many floors in your office building vacant? Chun Emo looked at Zhao Qiuqing and said in confusion, this office building is not a new building. It is a bit abnormal to directly leave a 10-story office building. Zhao Qiuqing laughed dryly, thought for a long time, and then slowly spoke. It's not hard for you to say that this 10-story office building may have bad feng shui. In the past 4 years since this office building was built, all the companies established on these 10 floors have lost money after failing to sustain it for more than half a year. Losing money, going bankrupt. Kamekiznak. Why haven't you told me about this before? Li Shun was shocked when he heard this and looked at Zhao Qiuqing with excitement. When he contacted Zhao Qiuqing did not tell him about this matter. No company has lasted for more than half a year, which is too unlucky. Li Shun secretly thought that he had failed in his duty and brought Mr. Chen here without even knowing the information about the real estate. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards Mr. Chen, wanting to see if Mr. Chen was angry. But what surprised him was that Mr. Chen actually had a smile on his face, as if he didn't seem to care about what Zhao Qiuqing just said. No, not unconcerned. He felt that Mr. Chen seemed excited. What's going on? Zhao Qiuqing smiled bitterly when he heard Li Shun's excited words. If I told you these secrets at that time, would you have come here? Then why are you telling the truth now? Chen Mo suppressed his excitement and looked at Zhao Qiuqing curiously. The employees of some companies below basically know about this office building. Even if I don't tell you now, you will soon know from them. I concealed it before because I wanted to invite you here. After all, if you don't come, I will have no chance to rent out the office on the 10th floor. Zhao Qiuqing explained. He also had a hard time saying it. He didn't believe in feng shui, but there was really no company that had been operating in this 10-story office building for more than half a year. And after the leaders above knew about this situation, they also arranged for several feng shui masters to come and perform some rituals. However, the unlucky thing about this 10-story office building had long been spread. Even if a feng shui master came to perform rituals, no boss was willing to open a company here. Even if they lowered the rent, no one was willing to rent the 10th floor office. So now, the 10th floor office has been vacant for more than a year. You are cheating, Li Shun said with some dissatisfaction, and then looked at Mr. Chun with an apologetic face. Mr. Chun, this is my negligence. I didn't investigate clearly before coming here. Chapter 226, I rented this. When Zhao Qiuqing heard Li Shun's words, he sighed inwardly that there was a high probability that this business deal would not be concluded. Chen Mo looked at Li Shun and smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, feng shui and everything else are too futile, there is no need to take it seriously. But Mr. Chun, it's somewhat unlucky. I'll find another writing room. Li Shun spoke quickly. Regardless of whether you are superstitious or not, you will feel uncomfortable no matter how you open a business in such an office. It's not necessary. I think the scriptorium is in a good location. Chun Mo waved his hand. This writing room had such a good meaning. How could he miss it? While talking, the elevator has stopped and reached the top floor. Chun Mo walked along. Zhao Qiuqing was stunned for a moment when he heard Mr. Chen's words. From the look of Mr. Chun, it seemed that he didn't care much about what he just said. Thinking of this, I quickly got off the elevator and followed him. Since Mr. Chen doesn't care about those things, he might be able to negotiate with this customer if he works hard. Li Shun followed Mr. Chen and saw that Mr. Chen had already made a decision, so he said nothing more. Mr. Chen, although our office is located on the 3rd Ring Road, it is in a very good location. Not far to the south is the most famous Qingyun River in our Jiangqing city. Zhao Qiuqing said, and led Chen Mo to the window seat in the south. Chen Mo looked out the window and saw a wide river running through the center of the city, like a sleeping dragon. Ex Meisnach. The floors of this office building are also the highest among the surrounding buildings. Looking up, you can have a panoramic view of the entire city. There is a sense of seeing all the mountains at a glance. How about Mr. Chen? The view here is very good. As long as you change this area into your office, Mr. Chen, and replace the windows with floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see this view every day. Zhao Qiuqing saw Mr. Chen admiring the scenery outside the window and said while the iron was hot. When Chen Mo heard Zhao Qiuqing's words, he came back to his senses, looked at Qinjian again, and then turned to look at Zhao Qiuqing. I'll rent the office room 5 floors down from the top floor. Zhao Qiuqing was a little dazed when he heard this, and even couldn't believe it. It was rented so easily. Mr. Chen, are you saying that you want to rent the 5 floors from the top of the building? He asked with some uncertainty. That's right. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Qiuqing, smiled slightly, and turned to look at Li Shun. I'll rent this office building, and you'll be responsible for the subsequent leasing procedures. Mr. Chun, why don't we think about it? Li Shun hesitated for a moment. Although what he said was somewhat contrary to Mr. Chen's orders, he still spoke carefully. He was really worried that Mr. Chen's company, like those mentioned by Zhao Qiuqing, would not be able to sustain itself for less than half a year. According to the old saying circulating, it is better to believe that it exists than to believe that it does not exist. Chen Mo looked at Li Shun, smiled calmly, and patted him gently on the shoulder. I know you're worried about those rumors, but I, Chen Mo, never believe these things. I want to see if my company can go bankrupt within half a year. Do you know Murphy's Law? Li Shun shook his head. Chen Mo paused his palms and opened his mouth to explain. Murphy's Law means that the more afraid you are of something happening, the more likely it will happen. So don't think too much about it. Li Shin nodded confusedly. When Chinemo saw this, he turned to look at Zhao Qiuqing. Just talk to him about the next thing. After saying that, he walked directly to the elevator. Brother Li, let's go to the office to talk. When Zhao Qiuqing saw Mr. Chun, he took the elevator and left. He walked slowly to Li Shun and said politely. Li took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He looked up at Zhao Qiuqing and spoke calmly. Let's go. Now that renting the office building here has become a foregone conclusion, he naturally has to have a good discussion on the rent to obtain more benefits from Mr. Chen. Come to the office. Zhao Qiuqing enthusiastically brewed a cup of tea and placed it in front of Li Shun. This person represents Mr. Chen. Naturally, I would not hesitate to discuss renting an office space with him. Thanks. Li Shun took the tea and continued to speak. Let's not be too polite, and let's talk about the rent directly. You also know the situation of your office. According to the normal rent, it is definitely unreasonable. This is natural. Zhao Qiuqing apologized and smiled. The original capital price of this office building was 2 yuan per square meter per day. Now we can give you 1.8 yuan per square meter. What do you think? No, I think your office hasn't been rented out for a long time. If it weren't for this time, we, Mr. Chun, don't care about those rumors. You have no idea when you can find a second buyer. Li Shun shook his head slowly and directly rejected Zhao Qiuqing's price. Then, Brother Li, what price do you want to give? Zhao Qiuqing asked back. Me, of course, the less the better, but it's not easy to consider you. How about 1.2 per level? Li Shun took a sip of tea and looked up at Zhao Qiuqing. Although he has never discussed business, he often drinks with Wei Yin and knows some things. Of course, Zhao Qiuqing couldn't accept this price of 1.2, but he can gradually test the other party's bottom line price. Zhao Qiuqing was slightly stunned when he heard this and laughed and shook his head. Brother Li, this price of 1.2 is impossible. How about 1.7? This is the limit of our concession. Li Shun shook his head slightly. A few days passed. Chinemo sat in the office and sorted out the things that happened in the past few days. Now the site selection of the 5 coffee shops should be completed, and the budget of 10 million has been transferred to the account of Nana Coffee. The office on the 5th floor was also successfully rented, but there were some small accidents in the rent. The normal rent of 2 yuan, I don't know what method Li Shin used, but he only rented it at a price of 1.6. The original budget of 7 million yuan, but only 5.9 million was spent, saving a full 1.1 million. He was still a little relieved that Li Shun had found such a satisfactory office, but he didn't expect that he would stab him in the back the next moment. But the contract has been signed. He can't just take 1.1 million and give it to Zhao Qiuqing. Thinking of this, Chinemo couldn't help but feel a little scared. This month, less than 2 weeks have passed, and 2 unexpected things have happened. One is the coffee shop, and the other is the rent of the office building. Adding the 2 together, he has to spend more than 2 million system funds. But fortunately, he has made sufficient plans, and he can still spend the 2 million. But this also sounded a wake-up call for him. It is now the critical moment of settlement, and he must not take it lightly. Chapter 227, There's something wrong with this game. Chinemo thought to himself, took out his spending manual again, opened a blank page, and started thinking of other places to spend money. The previous ways of spending money always felt like they were not very safe, so it would be better to prepare more. Makanak. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rings. Chinemo looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Fong Chang. Get on the phone? Fong Chang's voice came from the phone. Mr. Chen, the game has been tested and everything is normal. It has been launched on the game platform. Is it online already? Listening to Fong Chang's words, Chinemo felt slightly happy. Finally, there was good news. The launch of this money-losing game should help him relieve a lot of stress. Yes, Mr. Chun, it is now online on the game platform. Oh, cool. Chinemo nodded and hung up the phone. He directly entered the game platform and found the game developed by Fong Chang. He really wanted to see what kind of garbage game Fong Chang had developed this time. Entering the game platform and looking at the game name, Chinemo smiled slightly. Extreme Survival. The name is really average, and it's still about extreme survival. So why not call it PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Just click on the link and the download will start. During the downloading process, he started recording the ways to spend money in the spending manual. About half an hour passed. The game installation is complete. Double-click the icon to enter the game. Hey! The loading animation of this game is pretty good. Looking at the loading interface, the fierce gun battles, and the scene of exploding shells, it makes people excited to watch the game. However, no matter how good the animation is, it is useless if the game is not good. No wonder Fong Chong has planned so many junk games before. It turns out that he focused on the wrong thing. Chen Montak Chakut. The game is loaded and the game interface is entered. Chen Mo directly saw the competitive mode and survival mode on the game interface. I casually clicked on the competitive mode. After seeing clearly the various game play options in the competitive mode, Chen Mo's original smile gradually solidified. Looking at the words ghost mode and biochemical mode, a bad thought arose in his mind. Shouldn't. No way. It's probably just a coincidence of names. Chen Mo comforted himself, and then directly chose ghost mode. After entering the room and arranging a robot, you enter the game directly. After a minute, Chen Mo looked at himself as a ghost and felt bad. Damn it, apart from the different map, the shape of the ghost is different. Isn't it the ghost mode of CF? After a few simple plays, I quit the game and entered the biochemical mode. After a minute, watch the game character turn into a biochemical monster. Chen Mo fell into silence. This competitive mode is clearly a simplified version of CF. Chen Mo took a deep breath and exited the competitive mode directly. Then entered survival mode. Just after entering survival mode, a wave of novice tutorials came. As the teaching progressed, Chen Mo finally couldn't bear it any longer. He put down the mouse and slumped down on his seat. This survival mode, except for the different map, is just PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in a parallel world. Unexpectedly, I just realized my prophecy. Was this game really developed by Fong Chong? Didn't he only develop junk games? So how was this low-end version of CF and this survival mode developed? Chen Mo covered his chest. Based on his understanding of games in this world, these two modes will definitely have a huge impact on current shooting games. He knew exactly how popular CF and PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds were when they appeared in the previous life. This is often. Chen Mo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally found out. People are chosen by themselves, and money is invested by themselves. But according to the information before the acquisition, those money-losing games were indeed planned by Fong Chong. Why did they change when he came to them? He must have overlooked something. Chen Mo thought with conviction. He must find out what the reason was. Otherwise, he would not be able to use this method reliably. IC picked up the phone and called Fong Chong again. Mr. Chun, do you have anything else to say? Fong Chong answered the phone, feeling a little nervous. He had just finished reporting on the game. Less than an hour later, Mr. Chun called back. Is there something wrong with the game? This time period is just enough for Mr. Chun to download the game and try it out. However, after trial playing at Tienga, no problems were found, and the response was very good. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask. Chen Mo briefly talked about the junk games that Fong Chong was responsible for before, and asked about the reasons. That's it. Hearing Mr. Chen's inquiry, Fong Chong showed a wry smile and then spoke. I was indeed the main planner before, but I did not have the right to speak. The previous two bosses still made the decision. All I can do is give some suggestions. Toot toot. Halfway through Fong Chang's words, a beeping sound suddenly sounded on the phone. The phone was hung up. Fong Chong was stunned for a moment, then put away his phone. Mr. Chen must be busy with something. Office of the clothing factory. X must knock. Chen Mo held the phone and said nothing. It turned out that for so long, he had been targeting the wrong person. It was not Fong Chong who really made those rubbish games, but the two bosses of the former company. So, this Fong Chong is not an incompetent person, but a very capable one. He developed CF and PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. This can no longer be described as very capable. This is a talent. Good guy. There is such a talent hidden around him, and he didn't even know about it. What's more important is that he still trusts the other party so much. After a while, Chen Mo calmed down a little. Now that the game is online, he certainly can't stop it. But fortunately, He didn't agree to promote this game before. As long as he didn't promote it, the game wouldn't be known to players so quickly. Now there are still 2 weeks before the system settlement. In 2 weeks, the game will definitely not be known to most players without promotion. In this way, even if the game is fun, if no players discover it in a short period of time, there will be no profit. In this way, this game will not have any impact on his settlement this time. As for whether this game will be discovered by many players in the next settlement cycle, it can only be left to fate. Anyway, he will carry out the plan of not promoting it to the end and delay the time for the game to become popular as long as possible. Even if it becomes popular in the next settlement cycle, he will have more time to respond. After thinking about this clearly, Chin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He did not consider the next settlement cycle as long as he could successfully settle 15 million in this settlement cycle. Chapter 228, I guess Sang Shui is in trouble. Take a sip of coffee to calm down. Click on the game platform and look at the number of downloads of Extreme Survival. There are only a few downloads. Chin Mo is completely relieved. These few downloads should be downloaded by employees of Sang Shui Games. Everything is the same as he thought. This game has not been promoted. Even if the game is online, no one will choose to download it. However, Fong Chang's ability is already known, and the development of the next game cannot be left to Fong Chang. Let Fong Chang be a manager to manage the company, and the new game will be left to other employees to develop. But who will develop the new game? Chin Mo fell into deep thought, but soon, he wrote down Wei Yan's name on the paper. That's right, it's Wei Yan. After thinking about it, the employees in the game company more or less know something about the game. Only Wei Yan is different. He was transferred from the garment factory. Originally a salesperson, he had no contact with games at all. Even if he worked in Sang Shui for a while, it is impossible for him to know too much about games. It is very reliable to let him be the planner of the third game. Mufkiznak. In addition, Fong Chang and Zhao Bowen also let them manage their own game projects and not interfere with Wei Yan's game projects. Also, they cannot choose the games by themselves. They must choose a declining game category for them to develop. Declining games, plus Wei Yan, who does not understand games. He does not believe that such a combination cannot develop a game that loses money. However, now that the office building has been rented, it has just been renovated. Even if you want to invest in new games, the office building renovation must be completed. After all, the current employees of Sang Shui Games need to maintain the 2 games of Tianlong and Extreme Survival, and they can't transfer more people to develop new projects. If you want to develop new projects, you need to recruit new employees. And now, Sang Shui Games' work location can no longer accommodate more new employees. You can only wait until the office building renovation is completed and move some Sang Shui employees to the group headquarters before recruiting more employees. After thinking about these things clearly, I will temporarily ignore the new game. Now there are 5.7 million in system funds left. There are still 2 weeks before settlement. Tianlong still has 2 weeks of weekly card income and 2 weeks of daily card income, which is about 8 million in income. Mufkiznak, of which 5.3 million is employee wages and other expenses such as taxes. So he still has 8.4 million in expenses. If Li Shun had not saved 1.1 million in rent, plus the profit of the coffee shop during this period, he would have only about 7 million in system funds left. However, 7 million in system funds can still be easily spent in his spending manual. First of all, there is the employee restaurant next to the office building, which can allow him to spend a lot of money. As for the house for the restaurant, he has asked Li Shun to look for it. Then there is the employee group building dinner. It seems that it has been nearly 2 months since the last group building dinner. Now there is no problem holding an employee dinner. These 2 things alone can almost spend all the system funds. And even if he can't spend it, he still has other ways to spend money, so he is not very worried. Tinga Game Club. Chen Song hung up the phone and turned to look at Du's eating. Sang Shui called and said the game was launched today. Is it launched just like that? Why is there no news? Du's eating was a little surprised when he heard this. The trial was over 2 days ago. They thought that Sang Shui would do some publicity before launching it. Unexpectedly, it was launched quietly like this. He clicked on the game platform with doubts and soon found the game of Extreme Survival. looking at the download of only a dozen games. Du Zeding's expression was even more puzzled. Why didn't he promote such a good game? Chun Sung also noticed the situation of the game on the game platform at this time, but he didn't think too much and downloaded the game directly. At the same time as downloading, he also sent the news of the game online to the group. Now that the test is over, it is natural to have a good time. And during the trial period, he finally found a way to play this game for a longer time, and he has won many first places. That is to team up with people who play well. Du Zeding, hurry up and download. I'll call Zhang Jiao and Su Iba, and we'll team up to play a couple of games. Yeah, I want to play Ghost Mode. Du Zeding glanced at Chun Sung and spoke lightly. Ever since he tried the game Extreme Survival, he discovered a problem with Chun Sung. That is, he is really bad at it but loves to play. Playing with him in a team is really a burden. That's easy to say, it's hard to kill someone, and this guy is more active than anyone else in looting. Don't! It's so fun to play together. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Chun Sung persuaded. Without the protection of these guys, he will definitely die again. After much persuasion and driven by interests, Du Zeding finally agreed to play with Du Zeding for 2 games. But after downloading the game, the two found a problem. Now this game is not promoted, so few gamers know about it. Just now, they formed a team and randomly matched with AI. There is no challenge at all. This AI is too bad, so boring. Chun Sung shot a volley of bullets and killed an AI and said with some boredom. Du Zeding took off his headphones, his expression helpless. This game is not promoted. The download volume on the game platform is probably just ours. If it is randomly matched, 90% of them are AI. If you want to play against real people, I'm afraid you still need to customize the room. Really, I'll call Fong Chan to ask what's going on. Such a fun game. If it's not promoted, isn't it a waste? Du Zeding saw Chun Sung's action and stopped him from calling. It's better not to ask. Such a fun game. Normally, it's impossible not to promote it. I guess Song Shui must have encountered some difficulties. What difficulties can there be? Chun Sung looked puzzled. Du Zeding pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. I guess there is no money for promotion. No, Tianlong is very popular now. There shouldn't be a lack of funds. Tianlong is very popular, but the boss of Songshui has more than one game company. He also has several other companies. After signing the contract with Fong Chong and others last time, I learned about it. The situation of the companies under the boss's name, except Songshui Games, is not very good. I guess the profit funds of Tianlong have been invested by the boss and other companies, but there is no money for promotion of the current game. Chapter 229 Live Cooking. After listening to Du Zeding's analysis, Chun Sung suddenly realized. So this is the situation. Then what should we do? We can't just hire people to customize the room every day just to play this game. Although he didn't care about asking people for money, he always felt that it was a little less fun to customize the game. I have a way. Du Zeding smiled slightly, looked at Chun Sung's eyes, and continued to speak. We can use Huda Live to promote it. We all know how fun this game is. If we let people in the club play this game on Huda Live, and then I put it on the homepage for them to recommend, what do you think will happen? This is a good idea. Chun Sung was surprised. He knew the influence of Huda Live, and more importantly, Huda Live was owned by Du Zeding. There is definitely no problem in getting a few homepage recommendations. Moreover, the people in their club can live broadcast Extreme Survival on Huda Live, and with the fresh gameplay of Extreme Survival, they can definitely attract a large number of players, and then attract players to download and play this game. This not only promotes Extreme Survival, but also allows the club members to increase their popularity through live broadcasting. On the live broadcasting platform, popularity and traffic are money. This approach is a win-win situation. Then I will contact the person in charge of Huda Live broadcasting. You can choose a few people in the club to broadcast live and find good players in the game group and open a custom room during the live broadcast. Du Zeding spoke quickly, then stood up and walked outside. In addition to promoting Extreme Survival and accumulating popularity for the club members, he did this. There is another purpose. That is to hold competitions. He has the exclusive right to hold competitions except Songshui Games. As long as he uses live broadcasting to make extreme survival famous, he can hold a competitive event. The exclusive right to hold competitions can completely make Tinga Game Club appear in the public eye. Only when the club becomes famous can they make profits with the help of the club. The emergence of extreme survival gave him hope. The next day, Chinamo came to the office of the garment factory, took a look at the layout of the office, and felt emotional. When the office building is renovated, he will move directly to the office of the group headquarters. This time, he planned the office of the group headquarters himself and asked Wang Yang to design it. Panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, boss desks, and chairs, etc. are all complete. More importantly, he also designed a lounge. In this lounge, except for the lack of a kitchen, everything else is complete. There will be no problem even if he lives in the office in the future. Wait until all the personal assets of 15 million are settled this time. Then he finally has the appearance of a boss. Chinemo smiled slightly. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the office door, and soon Li Shun pushed the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, the house has been found. The location is about 50 meters away from the group office building. But the large area you want to go to is not found. This is 2 stores next to each other. I learned that the 2 stores can be connected. After the connection, it meets your requirements. I said and handed the information of the house to Mr. Chen. Chinamo took the information and took a look. One of these 2 stores used to be a supermarket, and the other was originally a noodle shop. Both have 2 floors, which add up to about 600 square meters. At present, it is definitely enough to be used as an employee restaurant. Okay, these 2 stores. You go to Wang Maoyan and take him to the store to see how to renovate it, and then contact Wang Yang to let him go over to decorate it. After confirming that there was no problem with the store, Chinemo returned the information to Li Shun. The rent of this store will not cost much, but the decoration fee is definitely a big one. Okay, Mr. Chun. Li Shun nodded and came to the outside of the office building. He got on the business car at the door directly. This car is the bus of the garment factory. During this period, he was busy with short videos and office buildings, so Mr. Chen gave him a bus to use. How about it, Brother Shin? Wu Yu, who had been sitting in the co-pilot, looked at Li Shun, who got on the car, and asked. Mr. Chen has no objection. We are going to the employee cafeteria and take Brother Wang with us. Li Shun said as he started the car, went to the employee cafeteria to find Wang Maoyan, and explained his purpose. Wang Maoyan followed Li Shun out of the cafeteria. When Wu Yu saw Wang Maoyan coming out, he got out of the car and took the initiative to go to the back seat, leaving the co-pilot seat to Wang Maoyan. Regardless of age or how long he had been in the garment factory, Wang Maoyan was his senior, so he was naturally more respectful. Starting the car, Li Shun drove directly to the selected restaurant. How is your boring short video going? After getting in the car, Wang Maoyan asked curiously. Since Li Shun and Wu Yu were transferred, he is now very bored, and he is the only one leading the running. And when Li Shun was the head of the purchasing department, he often ran to the cafeteria. But now that he has been transferred, this kid doesn't go to the cafeteria, and he is still a little uncomfortable. The employees of the boring short video have been recruited, but because the office building is still under renovation for a while, everyone is currently working from home. Li Shun replied, and then remembered something. By the way, Brother Wang, when the boring short video app is ready, I want to invite you to be the anchor. I'm just a chef. Why should I be an anchor? Wang Maoyan hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Brother Wang, it's because you are a chef and have good cooking skills that we let you be the anchor. Wu Yu sat in the back seat and spoke at the right time. That's right. Li Shun also nodded. Wang Maoyan was even more confused when he heard this. Why did he let him be the anchor? Because he was a chef. It's not like he hasn't seen live broadcasts before. The popular ones are either beautiful anchors who sing and dance or some game anchors, and there are also shouting and live broadcasts. He has also seen chef anchors, but they are not very popular. What are Li Shun and Wu Yu thinking? Why don't they find a few handsome men and beautiful women to live broadcast and increase popularity? Why do they find him a chef? What's more, with his current body shape and appearance, he is not attractive. Well, after a long period of leading, the body shape is much stronger than before. Looking at Wang Maoyan's puzzled expression, Li Shun smiled bitterly. Then he repeated Mr. Chin's requirements for recruiting anchors for boring short video. So, Brother Wong's current requirements are completely in line with the requirements of boring short video. And I've thought about it, you can adopt teaching live broadcast to teach the audience to cook. I see use strength and technology to attract the audience. Listening to Li Shun's words, Wang Maoyan suddenly realized, if that's the case, I'm willing to contribute to boring short video. Boring short video is Mr. Chin's company. Since it is Mr. Chin's company, it is natural to contribute if it can. Chapter 230, Mr. Chin's Pattern. Wang Maoyan thought to himself, and then continued to ask, but letting me live broadcast will not have any effect on the boring short video platform. Brother Wang, you alone won't be able to do much, but with many people like you, it's different. Li Shun smiled slightly. These days, Wu Yu and I have been paying attention to other live broadcast platforms. We have found that the current audience is somewhat curious, and some unpopular live broadcast content on those live broadcast platforms is still somewhat popular. So, we're going to start with that. Unpopular live broadcast. What do you mean? Wang Maoyan was a little puzzled. Wu Yu stepped forward and explained. Brother Shin and I define unpopular live broadcasts as some uncommon live broadcast content. However, based on Mr. Chin's positive energy requirements, we summarized it. Mr. Chun created this boring short video with the purpose of being practical. Why is it called boring? We all feel that Chun is always sarcastic about this live broadcast platform. Nowadays, when you enter the live broadcast platform, you will find either beautiful anchors or some game live broadcasts. Although watching these things can make you happy, it is completely a waste of time, and the most precious time is wasted watching these seemingly attractive things. But there is no content on the live broadcast. It's okay to just waste your time just watching live broadcasts, but some people don't have enough self-control and spend a lot of money to win the smiles of female anchors. But the key is that they don't have the financial resources at all. In recent years, in order to reward the anchors for loans, they have embezzled public funds. There have been such cases in the news more than once. I see. That's why Mr. Chin wants to build a new and different live broadcast platform. There is no beauty in this platform. Everything is real. All live broadcast content is mainly based on real materials. On this live broadcast platform, if you want to gain the audience, you have to show your true talents. Wang Maoyan listened to Wu Yu's explanation, but he was still a little confused. What you said is indeed good, but if you reject beautiful women games and other popular elements, can boring short videos really become popular? What you said does make some sense, but without those popular elements that attract traffic, can boring short videos really attract users? Listening to Wang Maoyan's doubts, Li Shun opened his mouth to explain. After Mr. Chun set various conditions for boring short video is destined not to rely on those popular elements to attract users. There is only one factor that attracts users to boring short videos, and that is that they are real and useful. Some people want to learn to cook, and they can find cooking anchors on the platform. Some people want to learn about law, and they can find lawyers to live broadcast on the platform. Some people want to learn about agriculture, and there are anchors who explain agricultural knowledge on the platform. And some people want to learn about history. There are anchors on the platform who explain history. Some cultural heritages that have been inherited are gradually declining under the impact of this era. We can all use this boring short video to spread the word and promote it. On this platform, there are no side dances or spoof videos. We only need to promote 3 words: positive energy. I think this is probably Mr. Chin's idea for creating this boring short video. Li Shun sighed deeply, with a look of deep admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chin's structure and ideas are not comparable to theirs. Sanshui Games. Luo Yuan found Wei Yin and told Wei Yin his thoughts. You mean you want to attract employees in the company to represent the clothing brand? Wei Yin understood what Luo Yuan meant and looked up at Luo Yuan. Yes, Brother Yin. Now Wu Yu and Kai Jing have been transferred to other positions. My business ability is not as good as the two of them. It is difficult to attract new orders for the garment factory. But the current situation of the garment factory, if there are not more agents businessmen, all the clothes produced by the clothing factory are backlogged. So I thought about it for a long time and came up with this method, but I just explained to them the pros and cons of being an agent for a garment factory. It was up to them to choose whether to be an agent. Luo Yuan nodded. Now he has communicated well with the people at the clothing factory. Some people have already chosen to join the clothing brand. Some are still hesitant, and some have chosen to refuse. The employees in the workshop, plus the clerks in the office, and the cleaning staff in the canteen, total more than 120 employees, and more than 40 people still choose to represent clothing brands. This number of people was beyond his expectation. Wei Yin thought for a moment, and then spoke. I can't let you discuss this matter with them one by one, as this will affect their work, but I will tell them about the agency in detail and leave your contact information if they want to be the agentee for clothing brand. I'll let them contact you. Thank you. That's enough. When Luo Yuan heard this, he quickly thanked him, as long as he could convey the agency's affairs to everyone's ears. Don't think about it. Wei Yin waved his hand indifferently. And I also want to join. Please let me know when you will sign the contract. Last month, he asked his wife's original class to resign. It has been exactly 1 month since then, and the handover procedures for resignation have been completed. I see originally, he wanted his wife to work as a general worker in the garment factory. After all, his wife worked in a food factory before, so it was appropriate for her to work as a general worker in the garment factory. Moreover, he knew the workshop environment of Mr. Chen's garment factory very well. Working in Mr. Chen's workshop was much better than working in other factories. The welfare benefits were not comparable to other factories. However, after hearing what Luo Yuan said just now, he changed his mind. Joining Mr. Chen's clothing brand, opening a clothing store, and letting his wife open a store is also a good choice. Anyway, he is very confident in Mr. Chen's clothing brand, even if there may be no sales at the beginning because the brand is not famous. But he firmly believes that Mr. Chen's clothing brand will sooner or later spread all over the country and even abroad. Okay, Brother Yin. Luo Yuan nodded hurriedly and was about to leave. Wei Yin spoke again. The person who represented the garment factory didn't all choose in Jiangxing City. He just suddenly thought of a problem. If all the people in the company chose to be agents in Jiangxing City, then the density of the garment factory brand would be too high, which is not a good thing. Don't worry, Brother Yin. I've already counted that most of the people working in the garment factory are from other places, not from Jiangxing. They choose to be agents in their own homes, and then ask their relatives or friends to help manage the store. On the contrary, there are not many agents from Jiangxing. Luo Yuan replied quickly. He had thought about this problem a long time ago. After all, no matter how big Jiangxing is, there is a certain limit on the number of franchised auxiliary brands. He has also done statistics on this. Once a certain area has enough agents, no more agents will be arranged. Chapter 231 Sales Champion. That's good. Wei Yin saw that Luo Yuan had noticed this problem, so he didn't say anything more. After Luo Yuan left, he called Feng Chong, Zhao Bowen, and several team leaders together. Director Wei, what happened? Feng Chong saw Wei Yin calling all the leaders of the company together, thinking that something had happened. Wei Yin smiled and raised his hand. Nothing, don't be nervous. It's just that the clothing factory. Wei Yin briefly recounted the agency. So it's this matter, I thought something big had happened. Feng Chong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was the first time that Wei Yin had called all the leaders together since he came to Sanshua game. It's inevitable that he would be a little nervous. Since it's Mr. Chen's clothing brand, I, Feng Chong, joined it. It just so happens that my niece in my hometown is unemployed at home, so it's not bad to let her look after the store. Feng Chong said happily. Since it's Mr. Chen's clothing factory, as a senior leader, it's natural to express his opinion. He can also afford the agency fee of 100,000 yuan. Not counting the monthly salary, he has 100,000 yuan in bonus from the last project. Joining Mr. Chen's clothing brand is also an investment. Count me in, I want to join too. Zhao Bowen raised his hand actively. Feng Chong and Wei Yin have both joined, so he will follow suit. Wei Yin nodded when he saw this, and finally turned to look at the other team leaders and spoke lightly. I called you here to talk about this matter, and then spread it to every team member. If you want to join the clothing brand, you can sign up with me, but you must do it within your means. If you don't have the financial strength for the time being, don't sign up. Mr. Chin's clothing brand is there. It won't be too late to sign up when you have the financial strength in the future. Okay, everything has been said. Let's go back to work. He didn't let these team leaders express their opinions on whether they want to be agents for Mr. Chin's clothing brand. He was worried that these people would feel embarrassed when they saw that several of their leaders had joined. They would join the clothing brand even though they didn't have the financial strength. Letting them go back also gives them space to think independently. Chunglin decoration. In a conference room, Supervisor Chi Bu stood at the front of the conference room, looking at the many employees in the conference room, with a bright smile on his face. The main reason why I called everyone here today is to announce something. It is already late January, and the performance evaluation of the previous year has come out. First of all, we have won the quarterly performance evaluation, and we have directly won the quarterly champion and quarterly runner-up. Quarterly champion Wang Yang, quarterly runner-up Chin Jun. Let us welcome the two to the stage to receive the award. Supervisor Chi Bu announced loudly, and then took the lead in applauding. Other employees in the conference room saw this and applauded. Wang Yang and Chin Jun looked at each other and walked to the front of the conference room together. Supervisor Chi Bu handed the award certificate to the two with a smile on his face, as well as the prize money for the two. The champion is 5,000 and the runner-up is 3,000. Wang Yang and Chin Jun took the prize money and thanked them, and were about to leave, but they were stopped by Chi Bu. Don't leave yet. There is still the annual performance evaluation, and you have to come back after you go back, which is too troublesome. Wang Yang and Chin Jun stopped when they heard this. Listening to the words of Supervisor Chi Bu, they also understood that they also had a share in the annual performance evaluation. After stopping the two, Supervisor Chi Bu continued to speak. Next is the annual performance evaluation. We have won the annual champion and the annual third place. The winner of the annual sales champion is still our new star Wang Yang, and the third place is Chin Jun. Let's applaud and congratulate him. After the fierce applause, Supervisor Chi Bu distributed the annual evaluation bonuses. Champion Wang Yang received a bonus of 20,000 yuan, and the third place, Chin Jun, received a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Wang Yang looked at the bonus in his hand. Counting the 5,000 just now, he received 25,000 yuan in bonuses alone. Such a gain was something he had never thought of before entering the decoration company. He thought that he would make a lot of money through design, but he never thought that he would make so much money so quickly. However, the one who brought him all this was because of one person, that is Mr. Chen. Without Mr. Chen, he would not be who he is now. Wang Yang was grateful and thought about how to thank Mr. Chen. Supervisor Jibu Sepokagain. Let's take advantage of today to let our sales champion Wang Yang talk about his experience in getting orders. While speaking, the supervisor Chi Bu handed the microphone to Wang Yang. Wang Yang subconsciously took the microphone, but was stunned when he thought of sales experience. What sales experience did he have? Could it be that he was lucky to get the sales champion? Say it. Turning his head to Chin Jun, hoping that Chin Jun would help him think of a solution. Seeing this, Chin Jun turned his head silently. How could he help? As for Wang Yang's order-taking method, if he saw it with his own eyes, he would not believe it. If it weren't for Mr. Chin's young age, he would have thought that Wang Yang was Mr. Chin's illegitimate son. Just a few days ago, Wang Yang received another renovation order for 5 coffee shops and a 5-story office building. Without a doubt, they were all from Mr. Chen. Of course, Wang Yang was a little too busy this time, so he was assigned the renovation task of 3 coffee shops, but he did not take it all. He promised that after the renovation was completed, he would only take 50% of the performance commission, and the remaining half would be given to Wang Yang. He was already very satisfied with half. After all, if he took the order in advance, it would take a long time to negotiate. Although these orders also have some requirements and occasional modifications, basically as long as the other party's requirements are met, they are basically very smooth. The most important thing is that the renovation fees for these orders will be transferred to their company account as soon as the contract is signed, and there is no arrears at all. However, they did not slack off on the renovation because the renovation fees were transferred to the company account in advance. Every time, the best workers are arranged to complete the work with all their heart and soul. After so many renovations, whether it is Wang Yang, him, or the supervisor Chibu, they all know that Mr. Chun is a stable big customer. As long as this customer is well served, there will be no shortage of orders. Knock. Manager Chi, you also know my orders. There's really nothing to say. Wang Yang saw Chin Yang nodded, turned around helplessly to look at the manager Chibu, and spoke softly. Chibu heard the words, thinking of Wang Yang's orders, and the corners of his mouth trembled twice. It seemed that there was really nothing to share. But just as he was about to speak, he heard the phone in Wang Yang's pocket suddenly ring. Wang Yang looked up at the manager Chibu. Answer the phone first. Chibu also heard the ring of Wang Yang's phone, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Chapter 232 Live Broadcast. With the permission of his supervisor Chibu, Wang Yang quickly took out his mobile phone and answered the call. Okay, I'll be there right away. Wang Yang hung up the phone and looked up at Chibu. Director Chi, there is an order and I need to go over and measure it. Is it Mr. Chen's order? Chibu asked tentatively. Wang Yang nodded. Mr. Chen rented a house and wanted to decorate it into a staff canteen. Okay, then go quickly and don't keep the people over there waiting. Chibu hurriedly spoke after hearing this. A customer as big as Mr. Chun cannot be neglected. Then he turned his head and looked at Chenjun. Chenjun, please drive me there. Okay, supervisor. Chenjun nodded and left Chunglin decoration with Wang Yang. Come to the car. Wang Yang provided the address, and Chenjun drove there. Brother Jun, Mr. Chen helped me so much and gave me all the orders. I want to give something to express my gratitude. What do you think would be good to give? Mafkiznak. Wang Yang looked at Chenjun and asked. Chenjun thought for a while. Okay, just go with it. I can go over there and ask Mr. Chen's employees over there to see what Mr. Chen's preferences are. Soon the two arrived at their destination. This is Wang Maoyan. He will be in charge of the decoration. Li Shin looked at Wang Yang and Chun Jun, who were coming over, pointed at Wang Maoyan beside him, and introduced them. As for them, they were already familiar with each other before, so there was no need to introduce each other. Hello, Brother Wang. Wang Yang turned to look at Wang Maoyan and said hello. Chun Jun also said hello. Next, Wang Maoyan took Wang Yang and Chun Jun and walked inside the house. He explained some of the things that needed attention during decoration to the two of them. After a while, Wang Yang and Chun Jun measured the dimensions of the house and marked the points that Wang Maoyan mentioned. Li Shun and others were found again. The ruler has been measured. We will go back and make the design drawings. Wang Yang looked at Li Shun and others and said, but when he was about to leave, he stopped again and looked at Li Shun and others. Can I ask something about that? Tell me about it. If we know, we can tell you. Li Shin nudda. I just want to find out if Mr. Chan has any hobbies or anything he likes. Wang Yang spoke slowly, but seemed worried that Li Shun and others would misunderstand. So he explained again. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to thank Mr. Chun. I don't know what gift to give, so I want to ask you about it. Li Shun fell into silence after hearing Wang Yang's words, and then turned to look at Wang Maoyan and Wu Yu. Does Mr. Chen have any hobbies? For a moment, it seemed like he really couldn't think of anything. In his impression, Mr. Chen really didn't seem to have any special pursuits. The car he drove was the company's business car, and he didn't buy his own luxury car, which meant that Mr. Chen was not interested in cars. The clothes have always been casual clothes, and the brand is not a big brand, which shows that Mr. Chen is not very interested in dressing. Not to mention food. All I ate was cafeteria food. As for Mr. Chen's other hobbies, he has never seen them. Wu Yu and Wang Maoyan also thought for a long time and had no clue. For a long time, the three of them looked at each other, then looked at Wang Yang, and shook their heads in unison. Tange Game Club. In the esports room, Zhang Jiao is organizing the live broadcast equipment. Today he will live broadcast Extreme Survival in Hotu. What, are you ready? Chen Song walked in, looked at Zhang Jiao, and asked. Well, everything is ready. It's almost time to start. Good. Chen Song nodded, then walked behind several other club members and confirmed. For this live broadcast, Du Zeding got them a total of 4 recommended spots on the homepage of the live broadcast. It just so happened that these 4 people formed a team to play in 4 rows live. The time came to 7 p.m. which happened to be the golden stage of live broadcast. Zhang Jiao and several club members started the live broadcast on time. Zhang Jiao is still a little uncomfortable feeling the camera in front of him, but he also knows that today's live broadcast is very important to the club. When playing games, he must attract the audience to stay as much as possible and then promote this event. Game. Zhang Jiao glanced at the audience of the live broadcast. There were only a few people, but these people were all from the club, which meant that no audience had entered the live broadcast room yet. After taking a deep breath, they directly customized the room. The 4 people they were live broadcasting automatically entered a team. The 4 of them are considered the 4 best players in the club at Extreme Survival. After all, if you want to attract an audience, showing off your own game is also a way. Soon the rest of the custom room was occupied by other players. Zhang Jiao directly clicked to start the game. The game preparation countdown is over. A plane appeared on the screen, and Zhang Jiao and the 4 of them directly chose a housing area to land. This housing area was one of the several places where they had rich supplies during the past few days. Skydive, land, and search for supplies. As the game started, viewers gradually began to enter the live broadcast room. I see, hey, what kind of game is this? Why haven't I seen it before? It seems to be a shooting game, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of gameplay. It feels so interesting. You can search for supplies by yourself and drive. The map is so big. It feels so real. Look, the fight has started. What's wrong with this anchor? Why is he running back instead of rushing forward? Yeah, all 3 teammates rushed up, but he ran away. He's too cowardly. Zhang Jiao was concentrating on playing the game with headphones on and didn't notice the changes in the live broadcast room at all. When he heard that an enemy was driving from a distance, he ran back directly and finally chose a high point, took out his sniper rifle with an 8-fold scope, and observed the enemy's movements. This was the tactic they formulated: 2 charges in one flank, and he was responsible for setting up the gun and reporting the point from a distance. Soon, he accurately determined the enemy's position under the observation of the scope. Directly aimed the crosshairs at an enemy who showed his position. Shoot! 1 shot in the head. Charge, I knocked one down. After knocking one person down, he quickly spoke to the rest of the team. After saying that, he quickly moved the crosshairs and aimed at an enemy who was about to throw a cigarette to rescue his teammates. Bang! Another person fell down. After this shot, the other 2 enemies were also killed by his teammates. An encounter, victory without injury. The audience in the live broadcast room were amazed when they saw this scene. Damn, such accurate shooting skills. This anchor's hand speed is unmatched. Did you only pay attention to the anchor's skills and not the game itself? This is a completely free-to-play shooting game, and this team can have many strategic gameplays. The anchor was not a coward when he ran back just now, because he is the team's sniper. From the high point, he can effectively observe the enemy situation and report the point. Then he can suppress it with a sniper rifle. Chapter 233 Player Downloads. I'll go after hearing this. It's really the case. If nothing else, the 2 sniper shots I just shot were really cool. They completely fit in with my fantasy of a sniper. Yes, this game completely simulates the real scene. There are buildings, trees, and everything. I was wondering if it would be interesting to squat in the grass while I was hiding in the grass. Anchor, please let me know what kind of game this is. What kind of game is this? Anchor, look at the barrage. In the club office, Chun Song and Du Zeding had been paying attention to the live broadcast. Seeing the reactions on the live broadcast barrage, they breathed a sigh of relief. But soon the 2 of them couldn't help but have headaches. The 4 anchors they arranged were all over the top and didn't pay attention to the barrage in the live broadcast room at all. Now in the live broadcast room, the barrage asking what game is almost overwhelming the screen. These guys. Chun Song was a little speechless, but it was the first time for these people to live broadcast, so it was normal for them not to be used to watching barrages. After thinking about it, in the live broadcast room, I typed the name of the game and sent it out. They arrange live broadcasts. The most important thing is to promote the game and then expand the reputation of their club. But soon, he discovered that the barrage he had just sent was instantly brushed aside by other barrages, and no one noticed at all. It seems that they can only finish the game and let them pay attention. The screen returns to the esports room. After constant fighting, the four Jiangjiu survived to the end and became the first place. Jiangjiu slowly took off her headphones and then felt her phone vibrate several times. I took out my phone and looked at it. It was from Brother Hao. I smiled awkwardly at the content sent by Brother Hao, and while playing the game, I actually forgot about the live broadcast. He looked up at the live broadcast on the screen beside him. I found that just as Brother Hao said, a large group of viewers were asking what game they were playing. And he took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast room and found that there were more than 700,000 viewers in the live broadcast room at this time. Hello viewers, I'm sorry. I was too involved in playing the game just now and didn't pay attention to the barrage. Please forgive me. Let me give a unified answer here. The name of this game is Extreme Survival. If you like it, you can download it from the live broadcast platform and search for the name. After Jiang Jiu finished speaking, he thought for a moment, wrote a live broadcast title, and placed it in the lower right corner. Game name, Extreme Survival. You can download the game platform. Oh, Extreme Survival, brothers, let me download it and see what happens. Knock. I'll go too. Take me one. Jiang Jiu looked at the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Originally, there were more than 700,000 people in the live broadcast room, but now there were only more than 500,000 people left. But if you think about it carefully, you also know what those people who left went to do. It's obviously to download the game. After thinking about this clearly, Jiang Jiu relaxed and started the second game directly. To show off the variety of the game, they're jumping from a different location this time around. Search for supplies, drive, and find enemies. Jiang Jiu also knew that he was live broadcasting this time, and occasionally took a look at the live broadcast barrage to interact with the audience. Brother, there are many kinds of supplies, and different guns have corresponding bullets. Don't pick up the wrong bullets. There are also backpacks and body armor, which are all graded. The higher the grade, the higher the level of protection. I mainly play sniper rifles. There are 4 types of sniper rifle scopes, 4 times, 6 times, 8 times, and 16 times. However, 16 times scopes are very rare and can only be found in airdrop supplies. With Jiang Jiu's continuous interaction, the popularity of the live broadcast room is rising further. It actually broke the previous record, and the number of people in the live broadcast room directly reached 1 million. More than an hour later, Jiang Jiu had just finished a game and looked at the barrage. Anchor, what's going on in this game? Everyone I match feels so easy to kill. That's right, I played a few games, and the people I met were not as powerful as the people the anchor met. I also discovered that the match people seemed to be humans and machines, but the anchors were different. However, I discovered 2 other new ways to play in the game, Ghost Mode and Biochemical Mode, which I found quite interesting. Jiang Jiu watched the live broadcast and slowly explained. Currently, the game has just been launched, and there are not many players. In order to match teammates as quickly as possible, the game has arranged human-machine matches. But don't worry, as you download the game and the number of players increases, you will be able to match with real people. But another way is to customize the room and then invite real players into the room so that real players can play against each other. However, if you want to get the privilege of customizing the room, you need to apply for a monthly card. Everyone should do whatever they can. In addition, I will finish the Ghost Mode and Biochemical Mode after 12 o'clock. At that time, I will build a room, and those who want to play can enter and play together. At the same time, I have explored a lot of skills in the Ghost Mode and Biochemical Mode, and I can also play with everyone. Explain it. In the office, Chen Song finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Jiu and the others gradually becoming familiar with the rhythm of the live broadcast. Especially Jiang Jiu, he actually thought of playing Biochemical Mode and Ghost Mode with the live audience after 12 o'clock, which he had not thought of. After all, before, he set the time that the live broadcast could end at 12 o'clock. So, Jiang Jiu's statement that he would play the other 2 modes with the audience after 12 o'clock was completely personal. However, since Jiang Jiu wanted a live broadcast, he did not stop him. After all, the longer the live broadcast, the longer the promotion of the game would be. Seeing that Jiang Jiu and others started another game, Chen Song exited the live broadcast room, directly opened the game download platform and quickly found Extreme Survival. His eyes fell on the number of downloads of Extreme Survival. 750,000 people. In such a short time, the number of downloads actually increased to 750,000 people. And the number of downloads is still increasing. Just now, the number of downloads jumped and increased by more than 100 people. Looking at this growth number, as long as the live broadcast continues for 2 days, the number of downloads will increase to millions, and there should be no problem. What a terrifying growth rate. This growth rate is much faster than that of Tianlong. I heard that the current number of Tianlong users has not exceeded 3 million. But looking at the number of downloads of Extreme Survival, it may grow to 3 million in a few days. But think about it. Although Tianlong is fun, there are too many games of the same type, which has caused a part of the diversion, and the growth of game players is not so rapid. But Extreme Survival is different. Nowadays, shooting games have a single mode, and Extreme Survival completely breaks the inherent mode of current shooting games and becomes a new way of playing. This attracts all players who like to play shooting games, and there is no competitor. Chapter 234, Popular. Chun Sung shuddered as he thought of this. If all shooting players were recruited to the Extreme Survival, there would be a very large number of people. The most popular game at the moment, Gun God, has more than 10 million players, including players who quit the game because there were no fun shooting games and players who only played shooting games. It is not difficult to imagine what these players would do when they knew about the game, Extreme Survival. Without saying much, at least 80% of the players would be attracted to this game. This game is going to be popular, Chun Sung murmured. Du Ziding heard Chun Sung's murmur and nodded. Yes, this game is going to be popular, and it's going to be a big hit. Du Ziding looked a little excited, because their Tinga Game Club had the exclusive right to host the Extreme Survival event. Of course, this does not include the Songshua game itself. But this is enough. The two looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The time came to 12 o'clock. The other 3 club members chose to go offline. In the esports room, Jiang Jiu was the only one left. Jiang Jiu glanced at the live broadcast room, then got up and walked to the refrigerator outside, took a few bottles of Red Bull, and put them on the side of the table. I haven't stayed up late for a long time, and I miss it a little bit. Jiang Jiu sighed secretly. Since being pulled to the club by Brother Hao, he has never stayed up all night again. He opened a bottle of Red Bull and took a sip. Then he looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. At this time, there were more than 800,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Brother, the room name is Gon Jyoti, Ghost Mode. If you want to play, hurry up and enter the room until the room is full. Makanuk. Jiang Jiu typed the name of the room on the public screen through the live broadcast, and the room was full in a few seconds. Seeing that the room was full, Jiang Jiu started the game directly. Entering the game, he was the ghost side first, and Jiang Jiu began to explain some ghost skills through the team microphone. Through my research, I found that ghosts have a very practical step. They can move you a long distance without revealing your body. The live broadcast continued. Jiang Jiu continued to explain the skills of different camps and different gameplays through live broadcasts. It lasted until more than 3 o'clock, and Jiang Jiu went off the broadcast to rest. And the number of people in his live broadcast room, even when he went off the broadcast, was still more than 200,000. He suddenly found that this live broadcast seemed quite interesting. Early in the morning, Songshua game. Fong Chong sat at his desk, looking at the background data displayed on the computer in disbelief. When he got off work yesterday, he paid attention to the download volume of Extreme Survival background, which was only a few dozen. How come the number of downloads of Extreme Survival reached more than 1 million after one night? Fong Chong couldn't help rubbing his eyes to confirm that he was not seeing wrong. What happened? Fong Chong was confused, but he quickly controlled the mouse and entered the background of Extreme Survival. After seeing the background data of Extreme Survival clearly, the whole person was stunned again. More than 4 million in revenue. From 0 revenue to 4 million in one night, this span is a bit too big. Brother Fong, good news! The number of downloads of Extreme Survival has directly exceeded 1 million. At this time, Zhao Bowen ran in with excitement. Fong Chong looked at Zhao Bowen, who ran in, slowly turned the computer over, and rushed to Zhao Bowen. I just found out. Do you know what the reason is? I know. The people from Tinga Club broadcast our game live on Huta last night, and it was recommended on the homepage. Zhao Bowen spoke quickly. He liked to play games. When he was resting after getting off work, he would enter the live broadcast software to watch the live broadcast, and he happened to see the people from Tinga Club broadcasting Extreme Survival Live. After all, he had been paying attention to the download volume of the game. When he was resting, it had already exceeded 700,000. When I woke up this morning, I found that it had broken through more than 1 million. Sanshue Game, which had just arrived, came to report the good news to Fong Chong. I didn't expect Fong Chong to have discovered it in advance. Fong Chong listened to Zhao Bowen's words and nodded slowly. It turned out that Tinga had broadcast the game live on Hutu. When signing the contract with Tinga Club, it was already discussed that as long as they authorized their game's exclusive right to host events, they could broadcast their game on the homepage of Hutu You Live. It was also because of the homepage recommendation of Hutu Live that he finally agreed to the authorization. His original plan was to check the situation of Extreme Survival today. If there was no change, he would directly contact Tinga Club to arrange the live broadcast. But he never expected that the other party had already started the live broadcast before he talked to the other party about the live broadcast. This was a bit beyond his expectations. Zhao Bowen sat across from the desk. His eyes fell on the notebook that Fong Chong turned over, and after seeing the content on it clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, the revenue for one night has reached over 4 million. This game is going to be a big hit." Well, it already has the potential to become a big fire. As long as we continue to maintain this momentum, even if it doesn't explode, there will be no problem with a small fire. Fong Chong nodded in agreement. Having been a game planner for so many years, he still has certain judgments about the trends of new games. Mahiznak. Fong Chong felt excited when he thought that his game had a great chance of becoming popular. At the same time, I breathed a sigh of relief. I finally lived up to Mr. Chen's trust and successfully developed the game. He couldn't wait to announce the good news to Mr. Chen and report this happy event to Mr. Chen. However, after thinking about it carefully, it is better to observe it for another day. Once it is confirmed that the number of downloads of the game today has stabilized, it will not be too late to report it to Mr. Chen. After thinking about this clearly, he looked up at Zhao Bowen, noticed the issue, and performed maintenance in a timely manner. Although it has been tested for a while now, the number of people tested is not very large after all. It's hard to guarantee whether players will encounter any bugs while playing the game. The new game has just been launched, so we must pay special attention to this aspect. Otherwise, bugs will affect the gaming experience of gamers, which will greatly affect new players' first impression of this game. So even if the game has attracted a large number of players now, they cannot be careless. You must be more careful. Okay, Brother Fong. Zhao Bowen nodded and left the office with excitement. Chapter 235, Expanding the Scale. Garment Factory. Chinemo dragged Ka and Qian around the factory. Now there are only a dozen days left before the settlement. Now the house near the canteen has been rented. Just wait for Wang Yang's budget to come out, and the remaining system funds can basically be spent. The remaining system funds can be spent in one go through the company's team building. So now there is basically nothing to do, and the work is handed over to Shinro to handle. I was bored in the office, so I came out to walk the dog. First, I walked around the workshop. Looking at the working status of the employees in the workshop, he felt a little upset. Such a large banner slogan was hung on the wall of the workshop. Can't these employees see it? How come they're so excited? Chinemo was a little speechless. Out of sight, out of mind. Simply left the workshop and wandered around the park. Mr. Chung? Suddenly, a call came from the side. Chinemo turned his head and found that it was the park manager Li Mauda. But looking at the other party's expression, it seemed that he had encountered some difficulties. Manager Li, long time no see. Have you encountered any problems? No big deal. Just a company boss gave up the lease. Li Maud waved his hand. Is it because the business can't continue and lost money? Chinemo thought of this possibility and felt a little envious. Ex Mahiznak. Li Maud shook his head and looked at Mr. Chun with complicated eyes. It's not that I lost money. Speaking of it, this has something to do with you, Mr. Chun. It has something to do with me? When Chinemo heard Lee Maud's words, he was puzzled. What could the company's lease termination have to do with him? In this park, there is only one garment factory, and there is no competition at all. It's like this, Mr. Chun. Since the welfare benefits of your garment factory have been spread in the park, the employees of other companies in the park have been comparing their work with your garment factory every day, resulting in those employees not being very active in their work now. The boss of the company had no choice but to choose to move the company to other places. Lee Maud looked at Mr. Chin's puzzled expression and smiled bitterly. If it was just this one company, he wouldn't care much. But the key is that now in the park, not only one company has this situation, but many company employees have this situation. He is very worried that the bosses of those companies will eventually choose to cancel the lease, or not renew the lease when the lease expires. That would be troublesome. Chun Mo smiled awkwardly when he heard Lee Maud's words. Mafkiznak. He didn't think so much about the benefits he gave to employees, he just wanted to spend more system funds. But now it is impossible for him to change the benefits back. So he has no way to deal with the situation in the park. Whether he can stabilize those employees is actually very simple. Just increase the benefits for those employees a little bit. However, increasing the benefits of employees will undoubtedly damage the interests of the boss himself. How many bosses are willing to do this? Thinking of this, Chinemo seems to understand why the system has set so many rules for him. Human nature is greedy. If he is not given those rules, he can use the company's rules to seek benefits for himself at will. So what will he become? He has no answer. He is not sure what choice he will make in the face of huge benefits. After all, that benefit did not appear in front of him. But he knew that he was just an ordinary person, a vulgar person. In history, there are many people who aspire to become a good official, but how many people can always stick to their original intentions and be honest all their lives? Chun Mo sighed secretly. But no matter what the intention of the system is, the only thing he has to do now is to spend the system funds and then convert personal assets. Money. Who would complain about it? Now that he can convert 1,500 system funds in full, he can't give up. But if the company returns the lease, won't there be another workshop vacant? Can I use it? Now my clothing factory only makes clothing. If I rent the vacant workshop, I can make a shoe factory. After all, almost all clothing factory stores sell shoes. Since I opened a shoe factory, employees, machines, rent, and decoration, isn't it another place to spend money? Chin Mo's eyes lit up and turned to look at Lee Maud. Manager Lee, has the company's rent been refunded? No. We will sign the termination contract in a week. Lee Maud shook his head. He went there today to persuade the boss not to cancel the lease, but he did not succeed. But he fought for 7 days, and he wanted to try to find other tenants in these 7 days. Then Manager Lee, after this workshop is vacated, can you leave it to me? Chinemo said. Now he has no extra system funds to rent a workshop, but after the settlement, new system funds will be received, and then he can rent it. You can also directly consume part of the new system funds. Mr. Chun, do you want to rent the new workshop? Lee Maud looked at Chun Mo with surprise when he heard this. Well, yes, but I want to rent it at the end of the month, not now. The end of the month is also okay. Then I will agree to the boss's vacancy tomorrow, and then leave the workshop to Mr. Chun. Lee Maud smiled. Although it takes more than 10 days, it is already very good. If he is asked to find a new tenant by himself, he may not find one in 1 or 2 months. Besides, Mr. Chin's company is in the industrial park, so he is not worried that Mr. Chin will play tricks on him. Okay, then it is settled. Chin Mo nodded, and then dragged Kue and Chien away. Not bad. After taking a walk, he found a way to spend money, and through the thinking just now, he thought of another problem. He can still expand the garment factory. Now that the clothes can't be sold much, the more he expands, the greater the cost and the more he loses. Thinking of this, Chinemo came up with an idea. If the entire industrial park is turned into a garment factory, the funds consumed every day will be a very huge number. Not bad. It seems that the next time I talk to Lee Maud, I can discuss it with him. In the future, if there is a company that wants to withdraw from the lease, let him know, and he can rent all of them. After walking around the park with the two dogs, Chen Mo returned to the office. Leaning back in his chair, drinking the coffee prepared by Shinro, he immersed himself in the system panel in his mind. This was his daily routine for the past 2 days. After all, the settlement was imminent. In order to avoid any unexpected events, he had to keep an eye on the changes in the system funds. Ex Maiznak. After seeing the funds on the system panel, he was stunned. Chapter 236. Isn't there any publicity? What's going on? How come there are suddenly more than 4 million system funds? Chinamo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. During this period of time, he had already figured out the profit points of several companies. It was impossible for such a large amount of funds to suddenly appear. The only possibility is Tianlong's weekly card income, but the time does not match. So where did such a large amount of money come from? Chun Mo's face was gloomy. It was impossible for more than 4 million to be added for no reason. There must be something wrong with the environment. But where did it go wrong? Chun Mo went through all the profitable places of his company in his mind. In the end, he found that only Sanshua Games could have such a large amount of revenue in such a short time. Could it be that Tianlong suddenly had a large number of fans again? He was a little confused, but he felt uneasy if he didn't figure out the source of this revenue. He took out his mobile phone and called Fong Chong directly. The call was connected, and he asked directly without waiting for Fong Chong to speak. How is Sanshua's revenue today? Mr. Chun, did you know? Fong Chong subconsciously thought that Mr. Chun should know that Extreme Survival is going to be a big hit. Know what? Listening to Fong Chang's words, Chunemo realized that the 4 million was definitely related to the Sanshua game. Extreme Survival. Extreme Survival has increased by more than 1 million downloads last night, and the game revenue has exceeded more than 4 million. According to my prediction, Extreme Survival is going to be a big hit. Fong Chong spoke excitedly and originally wanted to delay for a day before reporting to Mr. Chun. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chun discovered it first. More than 1 million downloads. Revenue exceeded more than 4 million. The game is going to be a big hit. Listening to these words, it was like a heavy hammer constantly hitting his chest. Reaching out to open the computer and enter the game download platform. Find Extreme Survival, and found that there were originally only a few downloads, but now, as Fong Chong said, it has exceeded more than 1.4 million. He looked at the game reviews below. Good game. This is the first time I play this type of shooting game. It's so fun. I played it all night in a game group yesterday. Haha, I was in the group last night, but today I can play randomly. There are no AI. I played the ghost mode. It was so cool. Looking at the unanimous 5-star reviews, Chin Mo's head was buzzing. What happened? There was no promotion. How come there were suddenly so many downloads? Something is wrong. Absolutely something is wrong. This number of downloads is definitely not the number of downloads that should be there without promotion. What is the reason? There has been no promotion. How come there are suddenly so many downloads? Mr. Chun, we did not promote it, but someone helped us promote it. Fong Chong smiled and said, What do you mean who helped us promote it? Chun Mo frowned. Who was so rude? It's the Tinga Game Club. We authorized them to host the game competition before. In return, they will recommend our game on the homepage of Hotu Live. And the reason why the game has so many more downloads is thanks to the club's live broadcast of our game on Hotu Live last night, and it has attracted a large number of viewers. In addition, our game is novel and fun. Many viewers downloaded the game after watching the live broadcast. Fong Chong spoke quickly on the phone. Listening to Fong Chang's words, Chen Mo held the phone tightly. These guys are making trouble for him like this, right? He knows how to live. It is one of the 2 major live broadcast giants now. Being recommended on the homepage of such a platform, the traffic it brings can be imagined. More importantly, he also tried the game Extreme Survival, which is definitely a good game. When these 2 are combined, it would be strange if this game didn't take off. I wanted to delay it until after this settlement, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed like this. Mr. Chun, Fong Chong didn't hear Mr. Chin's response for a long time and called out tentatively. Chun Mo listened to Fong Chang's words, did not respond, and silently hung up the phone. He didn't want to talk to the other party now. He originally expected Fong Chong to develop a game that would lose money, but he didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. That's fine. The game can last until the system is settled even if it is not promoted. As a result, this guy actually cooperated with a person from the Tinga Club and put the game on the homepage of Huta Live. Thinking of Huta Live, Chun Mo's eyes flickered, and then he clicked on the web page and entered Huta Live. Sure enough, on the live broadcast recommendation on the homepage, he saw 4 anchors who live broadcast extreme survival. Chun Mo's eyes suddenly fell on the name of one of the anchors. Gunyudi. Gunyudi? This name is familiar. After a while, Chun Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Isn't this the subordinate of the rich brother in Tianlong before? Good guy. Manak. After cheating me in Tianlong, he came to extreme survival to make trouble for me, right? He clearly remembered that he had failed to settle once because that rich guy charged money into the game. As a result, Tianlong himself stopped playing, and this guy came to extreme survival. He also brought popularity to his live broadcast. Chinamo was getting angrier and angrier. It was fine if he was backstabbed by his own company, but there was also an outsider who backstabbed him. He just wanted to lose some money. Is it really that difficult? Sitting back in his chair, Chinamo felt a little hopeless. The original foolproof spending plan suddenly had such a big change. This day, the revenue increased by more than 4 million. With the traffic of Huta Live, it is not certain how much revenue will increase in the future. After a while, Chen Mo gradually came to his senses, opened the drawer, and took out his spending manual. He still has many ways to spend money. Even if extreme survival is now popular, the income in the past 10 days will not be so high. As long as he spends money hard, there should still be a chance to convert the system funds in full. And even if he can't convert the full amount, he has to spend as much as possible. After all, the less system funds he has left, the more personal funds he can convert. Looking at the several ways to spend money in the spending manual. Holding an annual meeting. At the end of January, it will be the little new year in 2 days. It is normal to hold a company annual meeting before the New Year holiday. It is reasonable to invite some performances at the annual meeting and give year-end gifts to employees. There is also the year-end bonus. As a formal company, how could it be short of employees' year-end bonuses and 13th salary? Chinamo looked at the spending plans one by one and finally relaxed. Fortunately, so many spending plans were prepared. Chapter 237 Luo Yuan's Actions. Looking at the entire page of spending plans, Chinemo thought for a while, picked up a pen, and wrote a few words on it. 1. Rent a new factory building and decorate the factory building. His original plan was to build this new factory in the next settlement cycle, but depending on the situation of extreme survival, it might be used again now. 2. Project bonus. Since extreme survival is so popular, there is nothing wrong with giving some project bonuses to employees who participate in the project. As for how much to issue, of course, it is based on the maximum amount allowed by the system. In any case, you can also stop the loss. 3. Employee evaluation. Now that it is the end of the year, some outstanding employees must be selected and rewarded. Wrong. It cannot be about selecting outstanding employees. With the current benefits, those employees are so motivated to work. If he is selecting some outstanding employees, those employees will have to work harder, which is unacceptable. This reward must be given, but it must be replaced with some awards. It is definitely not possible for outstanding employees, as it is easy for those employees to misunderstand. Chinamo thought for a moment and had an idea. Wouldn't it be nice to have an award for the best leader? It can not only consume, but also avoid misunderstandings among employees. Wang Maonian led from start to finish. What a great performance it was. Under his leadership, employees have gained health, and this must be rewarded. Let's keep up the good work in the coming year. However, the leading team needs to expand, and this guy Fong Chong must be included. Big Eater Award. This is not bad either. If you think more about awards, you can consume more system funds. Looking at this new way to spend money, Chinemo gained new confidence. Thinking of this, call Li Mauda directly. The current 4 million is basically enough to rent a new workshop and decorate. Hello, Mr. Chun. Li Mauda answered the phone with a confused tone. He had just separated from Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun called him so soon. Could it be that the matter of renting the workshop had changed? You should deal with the matter of renting out as soon as possible. I will rent it in the next 2 days, and then I will decorate it as soon as possible. Chunemo spoke quickly. Now that there are only 10 days left before the system settlement, the workshop is rented. Wang Yang came over to measure it. It will also take a certain amount of time to make design drawings and budgets when he returns, so he can rent the workshop as soon as possible. Rent as soon as possible. If it drags on for a long time and Wang Yang cannot prepare the design drawings and budget before settlement, then he will not be able to spend the decoration fee. Li Maodo was a little stunned when he heard Mr. Chen's words. Didn't he say that he only rented at the end of the month? Why did he change the time so quickly? He didn't react quickly and spoke quickly. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll go find the owner of the company and negotiate the lease cancellation. Everything will be done by tomorrow at the latest, and then the workshop will be rented to you. He wanted to be able to rent out the workshop as soon as possible. Moreover, the boss was also very anxious to refund the rent. After all, one more day of renting would cost one more day of rent. He was the first to breach the contract and gained 7 days to find a new home. At this time, I approached the boss and said that he would be very willing to cancel the lease immediately. Okay, contact me as soon as possible after the matter is settled. Chunemo nodded and hung up the phone directly. Sitting on the seat, I briefly thought about it. According to the current trend of extreme survival, today's download volume will definitely skyrocket, so there will be a large amount of revenue tomorrow. So how to solve this revenue? After a long time, he confirmed the second way to spend money, took the call bell on the side, and called Shinro over directly. Before the end of the month, the company will hold an annual meeting. Please do some planning. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro took the order and returned directly to the cubicle. Watching Shinro leave, Chunemo felt a little relieved, with all the money projects in his eyes. Project bonuses, employee awards, year-end bonuses, etc. He just needs to give them out and accept the order, and then he can spend the money. But the annual meeting is different. It requires planning and programming in advance, which takes time. If he did it now, he would definitely not be in a hurry. So he used this time-consuming project and left other things that didn't take much time until the last emergency. In this way, he can take advantage of all the ways to spend money within a limited time. After confirming everything, Chunemo looked at the computer, which was still playing the live broadcast of Emperor Ganjio. After clicking on the report button, I immediately exited. Out of sight, out of mind. After taking a short rest, he called Jiang Qing over again. Mr. Chen, what are your orders? Jiang Qing walked into the office and asked respectfully. Chunemo took a look at Jiang Qing and found that despite being a minister for so long, Jiang Qing was still very reserved when he came to his office. Good. This is what I need. Unlike those guys like Li Shun, almost nothing good happens every time they come to the office. Jiang Qing was still reliable. After he went to the headquarters, he could safely hand over the management of the clothing factory to the other party. I rented another workshop in the park and am planning to build a shoemaking workshop. I don't know much about this aspect, so I'll leave it to you to figure out what kind of talents you need to recruit, what tools you need to equip, and how to do it. Just handle the decoration yourself. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Qing took matters into his own hands. Salesman's office. Luo Yuan sat at his desk, recording the people who wanted to join the clothing brand in the past 2 days. Looking at the final number of people, Luo Yuan smiled with relief. In the past few days, he went to the clothing factory, Sanshua game, and the coffee shop. In the end, more than 60 people chose to join. This number can be said to be very high, which is already a quarter of all employees under Mr. Chen's name. And the franchise fee is 100,000 yuan, and these 60 people are more than 6 million. With an income of more than 6 million, the clothing factory should be able to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the clothing factory is still in a loss-making state. With an income of more than 6 million, it can more or less ease the capital problem of the clothing factory. Luo Yuan laughed unconsciously. He was finally able to share Mr. Chen's worries. While smiling, he took out his mobile phone and gathered all those who wanted to join into a large group. After looking at the number of people in the group chat and confirming that no one was left out, he directly edited a message and sent it to the group. The time for signing the contract was set on Saturday. After all, everyone had a day off on Saturday, so it would be more convenient to sign the contract. Gathering everyone together, he didn't have to run around from place to place. The time was set for 2 time periods, morning and afternoon, 30 minutes each. As for the location, he directly chose Nanha Coffee Shop. Both the environment and the atmosphere were very suitable for signing a contract. Moreover, Nana Coffee was also Mr. Chen's industry. It was better for them to consume in Mr. Che's industry than to consume in other places. Chapter 238, Annual Meeting Planning. A day passed. Shinro finally finished planning the annual meeting. Mr. Chen, the annual meeting plan has been completed. You can take a look. Chunemo looked up, took the plan handed over by Shinro, flipped it open, and looked at it. Then he handed it back again. There is basically no problem with the plan, but the performance needs to be adjusted. Let the employees rehearse by themselves, which is too time-consuming. Invite professional performers and professional hosts. The couple who hosted our sports meeting are pretty good. I see. It is a big expense to hire people to perform the show. How can we let the employees perform by themselves? I know, Mr. Chun. Shinro took the plan and was about to go back to the cubicle to change the plan when she saw Mr. Chen speak again. Also, we will hold a team building for employees on Friday, with a budget of 1.5 million. Just like last time, let them choose. But don't do things like raising small flags for publicity and live broadcasting anymore. Team building should be pure team building. Don't do other things. Otherwise, employees will not be able to relax when they play. Chunemo emphasized that he let them do the team building on their own last time. The live broadcast and publicity directly made Li Shun's live broadcast room so popular. If he hadn't stopped it in time, he didn't know how many agents he would have developed. So this time, this kind of thing must be stopped. Mr. Chun, the annual meeting is about to be held, and this team building. Before Shinro finished speaking, Chunemo understood what Shinro meant and waved his hand directly. Team building is to increase the cohesion of employees, and the annual meeting is to celebrate the work results of our group for a year. The two cannot be confused, so we can't cancel team building just because we are going to hold the annual meeting. I understand, Mr. Chun. Shinro lowered her head in shame and turned back to her cubicle. After watching Shinro leave, Chunemo looked at the system panel in his mind. Looking at the system funds on it, he felt a headache. Yesterday, the download volume of Extreme Survival had reached 2.8 million, and the revenue increased by more than 6 million. In just 2 days, the total revenue of Extreme Survival has exceeded 10 million. With this growth trend, the new workshop and the annual meeting alone are definitely not enough. He needs to be ready for the next spending project at any time. Shinro returned to the cubicle and sent the team building to the group first. Then she started to deal with the annual meeting. Since she needed to invite people to perform, she needed to find people to perform the show. She needed to make a plan and then make an appointment for the show. And in the group, because of the message sent by Shinro, they also started to discuss. Knock, Li Shin, 1.5 million budget. Everyone, think of a way. How to spend it. Weigh in. We need to find a more upscale restaurant. Xingyu restaurant is definitely not good enough. Wu Yu. Then I guess it won't be enough for normal meals. I don't want to drink red wine this time. Saturday. Luo Yuan came to Nanha Coffee in a daze. Yesterday, during the team building, he had no choice but to drink 2 bottles of red wine, so that today I still have a headache. However, we have to sign the agency contract today, and the time has been agreed, so he dare not refuse. Entering the coffee shop, Luo Yuan looked around and found Sudan standing behind the operating table. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Luo Yuan. I told you yesterday that we have to sign the agency contract in the coffee shop today. When people come over, each person will get a cup of coffee for 50, which will be recorded in my account. After signing the contract, I will pay it all. Okay, you find a place to sit first. Sudan looked at Luo Yuan and nodded. During the team building yesterday, the other party told him about this matter. Time passed by little, and people who came to sign the agency contract began to come in one after another. How many people signed the agency today? Wu Yu, Li Shun, and Wei Yin walked in together, and Luo Yuan, who was looking at them, asked, As the backbone employees of the company, they all chose to join. So they came together in a group. There are already more than 20 people. Luo Yuan looked at the people who came in and hurriedly pulled out the chairs and let them sit down. These people are all seniors, and they can attract so many employees to act as agents for clothing brands, and they also rely on their help. Li Shun and others smiled when they heard it, and then sat on the chairs. Now that clothing brands have so many agents, it can be regarded as opening a gap for the sales of clothing factories, and it will be easier to find agents in the future. After all, people have the mentality of following the trend. Now that there are so many agents, when looking for agents, counting the agents of the company now can also increase some persuasiveness. The next step is the signing of the contract. Everyone is familiar with it, and the agency contract is also understood. After Luo Yuan handed the contract to a few people, they didn't look at it much and signed it directly. A day passed quickly. Luo Yuan looked at the thick stack of contracts and smiled relaxedly. There were more than 60 agency contracts. He went back to write a report and handed it to Mr. Chen on Monday. Mr. Chen must be very happy after seeing the report. I see, Luo Yuan thought to himself, put the thick stack of contracts in his bag, stood up, paid for the coffee, and left the coffee shop. On Monday, Chinamo came to the office and just sat down at the desk. Shinro brought the brewed coffee over and then handed over the information in her hand. Mr. Chun, this is the annual meeting plan I revised. Chinamo put the coffee on the table, took the plan, opened it, and took a look. After a while, he returned the plan. Okay, just do it as above. Make the budget higher, hire better performers, and make sure to create a good atmosphere for the annual meeting. Shinro left. Chinamo leaned back in his chair. Although the download volume of Extreme Survival slowed down a bit on Saturday and Sunday, it still increased by more than 1.4 million in 2 days. Now the download volume of the entire game has reached more than 3 million. Revenue has increased by more than 7 million. Looking at the system funds on the system panel, Chinamo rubbed his head with a headache. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and soon Luo Yuan pushed the door and walked in. Looking at Luo Yuan with a smile on his face, Chun Mo frowned. He was very familiar with this kind of smile, but this time it was Luo Yuan who showed it, so he didn't think much about it. After all, Luo Yuan had been well-behaved for such a long time and had not done anything excessive. He was so happy at this time, probably just because he encountered something happy. What's the matter? Chinamo looked at Luo Yuan, who came in with a smile on his face. He had high hopes for Luo Yuan, and the other party did not disappoint him. Since Wu Yu and Kai Jing were transferred away, they have not recruited any agents. Chapter 239 Project Bonus. Mr. Chun, this is the report I made. You could take a look, Luo Yuan said, handing the report in his hand to Mr. Chun. Report. Chun Mo was confused and reached out to take the report handed over by Luo Yuan. Open the report. I glanced at it casually, but after seeing the word agent, I realized something was wrong. After reading the entire report, everyone was stunned. 60+ agents. One of his most conspicuous employees quietly attracted more than 60 agents to him. What's going on with these 60-odd agents? Looking up at Luo Yuan, this is not in line with Luo Yuan's ability. According to his observations of Luo Yuan, with Luo Yuan's business capabilities, it is simply impossible to attract more than 60 agents at once. There must be something he doesn't know about. When Luo Yuan heard Mr. Chen's inquiry, he scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, Mr. Chun, I am using some tricks to recruit these agents. These agents are all employees of our company. You mean, these more than 60 agents are all employees of the garment factory? That's not true. There are also employees from Sangshua Games. Luo Yuan chuckled. Seeing Luo Yuan smile, Chinamo couldn't help but rub his temples. Own employees, join their own clothing brand. This Luo Yuan really has some ideas. I trusted him so much that I actually stabbed him here. Could it be? Looked at Luo Yuan calmly. Currently, the reputation of our garment factory has not yet been established. If they join the garment factory at this time, there is a high chance that they will lose money. Therefore, I do not recommend that the company's employees join clothing brands. Explain these things to those employees. If they regret it, they can terminate the contract unconditionally. Mafkiznak. He hopes that after those people understand the situation of joining the clothing brand, they can resolve the contract as soon as possible. We don't expect everything to be resolved, but it would be good to terminate the contracts of some people. Mr. Chun, I have discussed these pros and cons with the employees. When signing the contract, I checked it again and again before signing the contract. So these people who are signing the contract now know that the garment factory is not very famous at the moment. There may be losses in the early stages of joining. Luo Yuan hurriedly explained that he had thought about this matter when he was wooing company employees. They're all his own employees. If he concealed it, wouldn't it damage Mr. Chen's reputation? He couldn't do such a thing. Listening to Luo Yuan's answer, the last hope of terminating the contract was shattered. Chun Mo waved his hand feebly. I know about the agency. You can go down first. Okay, Mr. Chun. Mafiznak got up and left the office. However, there were some doubts in my heart. I informed Mr. Chun about the agency, but Mr. Chun didn't seem very happy. Wrong. It was probably Mr. Chun who looked unhappy on purpose. We had told him about this before. Mr. Chun was not unhappy, but he was afraid of showing his excited expression and making them proud. That's right. Luo Yuan quickly looked into his heart and calmed down his previously excited attitude. To put it bluntly, these more than 60 orders were signed so smoothly with the help of Mr. Chen's prestige. I have nothing to be happy about. Only when you can recruit agents from outside can you be considered truly capable. Luo Yuan thought secretly and then became a little distressed. He basically failed to recruit an agent without anyone's help. He obviously understood the business experience and the things that needed attention, but the final result was just unsatisfactory. Compared with Wu Yu and Kai Jing, they're almost too far away. What should I do? Luo Yuan walked into the sales department office thoughtfully. Seeing that there were still a few salesmen in the sales department who had not left, he suddenly had some ideas in his mind. His business ability is somewhat lacking, but he knows a lot about business experience. A large part of the experience was passed on by veteran salesman Wei Yin. These experiences seem to have no effect on him. But what if all these experiences are passed on to this new salesperson? Luo Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Since there is no way to improve his own business ability, he should improve these new salesmen. After all, these salesmen have been here for such a long time, but they have not yet secured an agent. It's not like he took the time to pass on the experiences he knew to these new salesmen. Hello, Minister Luo. Several salesmen saw Luo Yuan coming in and hurriedly said hello. Well, you guys, are you okay with something later? Luo Yuan looked at several salesmen and asked, Go back to the minister. We are dividing the regions. Once the divisions are completed, we will go out to run business. There is no need to run business today. Let me talk about my experience in running business. These experiences are summarized by former salesmen and should be helpful to you. Luo Yuan said and walked directly to the whiteboard in the office. Boss's office. Chinemo looked at the report written by Luo Yuan and was speechless. Now the income from extreme survival has given him a headache. Now there are more than 60 agents. Calculated based on the agency fee of 100,000, that is 6 million. In order to make it difficult to recruit agents, he deliberately raised the agency fee to 100,000, but he did not expect that Luo Yuan would do this. The high agency fees directly gave him a large amount of financial income. He sighed helplessly. Mufkiznuk. The agent has already signed the contract, and he can't force those employees to terminate the contract. He can only find a way to spend the money. Now the workshop has been rented and the rent has been paid. However, Wang Yang's design and budget have not been completed, and the decoration fee can consume part of the system funds. Then comes the annual meeting. Shinro has already completed the planning. The annual meeting can also spend part of the system funds immediately. Where to spend money next? It is project scholarship, 13% salary, outstanding employee award, and year-end benefits. 13. Salary can be paid together when wages are paid. Outstanding employee awards and year-end benefits can be distributed at the annual meeting. So what he has to do now is to issue project bonuses. He has developed such a popular game. As a boss, he cannot treat his employees badly. Thinking of this, He took out his phone and called Fong Chong directly. Mr. Chin, what are your plans? The call was quickly connected, and Fong Chong asked respectfully. Chin Mo said directly and quickly. Send me a list of personnel and positions involved in the Extreme Survival Project, and also send me a list of personnel from the previous Tianlong project. Tianlong's income has continued to rise during this period. Then at the end of the year, a year-end project bonus will naturally be issued. Chapter 240 High Bonus. Mr. Chun, can I ask what these lists are for? Fong Chong asked carefully. Chinemo heard Fong Chong ask and didn't hide it. The Extreme Survival Project is very successful and has become popular. It is natural to give project bonuses to the employees who participated in the project. And Tianlong's revenue has been steadily increasing, so it is also worthy of encouragement to give out year-end projects. Bonus. I know, Mr. Chun. I'll sort out the list. Fong Chong spoke quickly. He was no stranger to project bonuses. The last time Tianlong came back to life, he got a full 100,000 project bonus. And with Mr. Chin's attitude of not treating his employees badly, this time the project bonus of 100,000 yuan will definitely not be lost. Thinking that not counting the normal salary but relying on the project bonus alone, I earned 200,000. This is less than a year. He used to do planning, and in 1 year, he calculated everything and only had more than 200,000 yuan. Without contrast, there is no harm. Comparing the treatment in the past with the treatment now, it is like the sky and the earth. There's no comparison at all. Chun Mo hung up the phone. In about 10 minutes, Fong Chong sent 2 forms. He opened it and took a look. These 2 tables are exactly the personnel lists of the 2 projects. Tianlong's project staff does not include Chong Chong, Wei Yin, and Zhao Bowen, 3 leaders above the supervisor level. There are a total of 4 team leaders and 36 team members. There are more people in Extreme Survival, with a total of 6 team leaders and 54 team members. Taking a closer look at the personnel list, there are 2 groups of people involved in 2 projects at the same time. However, this does not affect his payment of project bonuses. If he participates in 2 projects at the same time, then 2 project bonuses will be issued. But how should the bonus for this project be distributed? Chun Mo thought for a while and didn't bother to calculate, so he began to test the bottom line of the system. According to the current system funds, he naturally had to test the maximum bonus amount. Any penny less spent is a loss. Half a while passed. Soon after many trials, I found the highest bonus amount. Tianlong Year-End Project Bonus. Each team leader will receive a bonus of 200,000, and each team member will receive a bonus of 100,000. Shuhua. Extreme Survival Project Bonus. Each team leader has a salary of 150,000 renminbi, and each team member has a salary of 80,000 renminbi. Fong Chong, Wei Yin, and Zhao Bowen are the leaders of this company. Fong Chong and Wei Yin have a project bonus of 500,000, and Zhao Bowen has a project bonus of 400,000. Shuhua. Looking at the tested bonus amount, Chun Mo was a little surprised. He thought that Extreme Survival had already become popular and the project bonuses given out would be larger than Tianlong. But the final result turned out to be that Tianlong's bonus was higher than that of Extreme Survival. Finally thought about it. The system should calculate bonuses based on game income. The current trend of Extreme Survival is indeed more popular than Dragon. But Tianlong has been making profits for several months, and the revenue it has created is unknown. The bonuses given out are higher than Extreme Survival, which is reasonable. After thinking about this clearly, Chun Mo looked at the number of people and pressed the calculator. Tianlong. There are 4 team leaders and 36 team members, so the total is 4.4 million. Extreme Survival. There are 6 team leaders and 54 team members, so the total is 5.22 million. It can be regarded as the bonus for Wei Yin, Fong Chong, and Zhao Bowen. In the end, a total of 11.02 million can be spent. Of course, although the more than 10 million yuan is a bonus, it still has to pay taxes. However, he can pay this tax separately and does not need to deduct it from the employee's bonus, which can also consume more money. This amount seems to be a lot, but compared with today's system funds, it is much less. After all, in the 2 days of Saturday and Sunday, Extreme Survival has already earned more than 7 million yuan, and then the agent just now has more than 6 million yuan. From these two items alone, there is a total income of more than 13 million yuan. However, once the bonuses for this project were distributed, it also relieved a lot of pressure on myself. Moreover, Extreme Survival, which had grown rapidly in the first 2 days, also began to slow down at this time. In this way, as long as you make good use of the next ways to spend money, you still have a chance to settle successfully. Thinking of these, Chinemo also calmed down a lot. He directly picked up his phone and sent a message to the finance department. At the same time, he made a table of the project bonuses he had just calculated and sent it to him. If everything goes well, the project bonus will probably be transferred to the employees' bank accounts tomorrow. On the second day, Sanshui Games, Fong Chong sat in the office, looking at the transfer records on his mobile phone in a daze. No need to think about it. It was the project bonus that Mr. Chen mentioned yesterday, but he did not expect that the project bonus would be so large. The project bonus last time was only 100,000, but this time it was as high as 500,000. Ex-Miznuk. Mr. Chun must be too reluctant to do this. After a while, he put away his phone and walked to the staff room. After he received Mr. Chen's call yesterday, he did not expect Mr. Chun to send out the project bonus so quickly, so he has not announced the project bonus yet. Now that he has received the transfer, those employees probably also received the transfer. He wants to go over and explain. Just as he walked to the door of the employee's studio, he heard a burst of noise coming from inside. Listening to the words of the voice, it is obvious that those people are also discussing the project bonus. Slowly walked into the studio and knocked on the glass door at the door. The sound instantly attracted the employees in the studio, and the original noisy voice began to quiet down. Manager Fong, we all received a transfer. What is the money? A team leader stood up and asked. The account transfer only shows the bonus, but there is no mention of the bonus. And the amount is 150,000, which makes him a little panic. 150,000 is not a small amount. His annual salary is not 150,000, and a bonus is 150,000. If he doesn't figure it out, he will be a little uneasy. As the team leader asked, the other employees in the studio also looked over. Fong Chong noticed everyone's gaze and smiled. I came here to explain the bonus. This is the project bonus that Mr. Chen gave to everyone. However, after Mr. Chen told me yesterday, I didn't have time to notify everyone, and the bonus had already been distributed. I believe you all know your bonus amount, or have discussed it with each other. Everyone's bonus amount may be different. The main reason is that there are 2 project bonuses in total, so don't think too much. The first project bonus is the newly launched Extreme Survival. Because this game is currently very successful and has a trend of exploding, Mr. Chun has distributed the project bonus to the people involved in this project.